On a bus heading to Jiang Bay, I was lying on Kin Shou Yu's lap, drooling on her. My classmates were shocked, but to their surprise, Kin Shou Yu didn't push me away. Instead, she gently patted my head. Recently, I, Chen Kai, experienced something incredible. I was reborn. In my previous life, I became a wealthy businessman, a well-known tycoon in China, with enterprises around the world and immense personal wealth. I traveled the globe, donated billions to charity, bought private jets and yachts, achieving dreams that 99% of men could only dream of. But in my later years, I fell seriously ill and lay bedridden, waiting to die. My business friends were selfish and my wife couldn't wait for me to die to inherit all my wealth. At the end of my life, the only person who visited me in the hospital was Kin Shou Yu. We had been close friends for 3 years, and I remembered how she had applied to the same university as me. But when I started dating another girl in college, my girlfriend didn't approve of my friendship with Kin Shou Yu, and I gradually distanced myself from her. I still remember how heartbroken she was. We met again 40 years later when both were old and gray. It was only on my deathbed that I realized Kin Shou Yu had liked me for a long time. I was filled with regret for missing out on her during our best years. My soul drifted away from the hospital room, my consciousness fading, and then I was reborn, just half an hour ago. Now Kin Shou Yu was 19, and I had returned to the past, to the year 2016. Sitting next to me, Kin Shou Yu said irritably, "Chen, even though we're buddies, I'm still a girl, you know? Can you be a little more mindful? Look at you, drooling in your sleep." I yawned. Although I had only slept for half an hour, I felt incredibly refreshed, probably because of my rebirth. Flowers bloom again, but youth never returns. But now I had been reborn, back to the year 2016 when I had just graduated. As soon as I realized I was reborn, I quickly bound myself to a system. I leaned back in my seat, occasionally glancing at Kin Shou Yu. "Chen, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? What's with that look?" "Shou Yu." She was puzzled, looking at me. "What's wrong?" "Nothing really. I just used to think you were loud, but now I realize you're quite pretty." Kin Shou Yu looked shocked, as if she had heard something unbelievable. "Chen, did I hear you right? Did you just compliment me? The sun must have risen in the west today." "Chen, you're actually saying I look pretty? That's so unlike you. What's going on? Have you taken a liking to me? But I have to correct you. I didn't suddenly become pretty, I've always been this good looking." "Okay," Kin Shou Yu laughed. My task was simple: surprise or shock Kin Shou Yu to receive generous rewards. This seemed too easy. Beep. Kin Shou Yu is surprised. The host receives a startup fund. Just then, my phone received a message saying, "Congratulations to the user with the last 4 digits 9690. You've been selected as a lucky winner. Please fill in your details to claim your prize." It was clearly a system reward. Looking at the message, I recalled that such messages in my past life were always scams. But now, I was certain this was no scam. I took out my phone. In 2016, WeChat wasn't fully popular yet, especially in small cities like Jiang Bay. Most teenagers still used QQQ. However, since it was graduation day, our class teacher had allowed us to keep our phones as long as we didn't bring them into the exam hall. We could use them on the bus ride back to Jiang Bay, taking photos and such as souvenirs. I entered my bank account number. I was already an adult, and had a Jiang Bay bank card. Soon, I submitted the information. Seeing this, Kin Shou Yu said, "Chen, are you dumb? Do you actually believe those scam messages? I've received one claiming I won $1 million before. They're all fake. Don't trust them." After sending the message, I leaned back and crossed my arms behind my head. Kin Shou Yu continued, "Chen, we've known each other for so long, but you've never treated me like a girl, have you?" "Yeah. So what?" I replied lazily. "But you just said I look pretty. Are you starting to see me as a girl? Chen, could it be that you've fallen for me?" "Well, considering how beautiful and smart I am, it's only natural if you did," Kin Shou Yu teased. I found it absurd. I never realized how imaginative Kin Shou Yu was, and how talkative she could be. She would definitely make life interesting if married. I couldn't help but laugh and felt a deep sense of regret. In my previous life, I had liked a girl in college who turned out to be spoiled. Life is like that, you only realize what is truly valuable when you lose it. Kin Shou Yu felt that I had changed, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. I seemed more mature and composed, quite different from the playful and carefree guy she knew. Given that I had just graduated before my rebirth, my mindset and thinking were now far beyond my peers, making me a cut above the rest. Just a moment ago, Chen Kai had casually complimented Kin Shou Yu, which surprised her and immediately earned him a reward from the system. He felt a bit embarrassed about how easily he earned the money. On this bus heading to Jiang Bay, a stylish and elegant female teacher, wearing high heels and glasses, stood at the front. She exuded charm and grace. "Everyone, we've just gone through a tense exam. No matter how you did, we've worked hard together these past 3 years. In the future, when you look back, you shouldn't regret it. At least we tried our best. In about half an hour, we'll arrive in Jiang Bay. When we get there, everyone should go home and pack up. If your parents are picking you up, great. If not, go home with friends and call the class president to let them know you've arrived safely. The class president, please take note of this and report back to me." The class president nodded. "Yes, teacher, I understand." She wrote down her phone number and asked the classmates to note it down. "Everyone will be heading to different cities and universities soon. We won't see each other as often. Please note my phone number and keep in touch when you have time." Kin Shou Yu, sitting next to Chen Kai, immediately took out her phone. "Old Chen, give me your phone number? I'll save it so I can contact you when I get home. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach you through QQ." Kin Shou Yu's family was from Fenin, which was evident from her accent. Chen Kai's family lived in Jiang Bay. They weren't very wealthy but were comfortably middle class. His parents ran a small business, owning a shop in the commercial district of Jiang Bay's west side. After noting down Chen Kai's number, Kin Shou Yu saved it in her contacts. "Old Chen, remember to call me when you get home. Now that exams are over, we have 2 months until college starts. Summer vacation is really boring. I might come to Jiang Bay to visit you. If you miss me, you can come to my house. My parents will cook for you." 2 boys sitting in front of Chen Kai were his roommates for the past 3 years. One of them, Zhang Ming, who wore glasses and had a close relationship with Chen Kai, turned to him and asked, "Old Chen, how did you do on the exam? With your scores you should have no problem getting into a top university, right? But we haven't asked you yet. Which university are you planning to apply to? Or which city? Beijing? Shanghai? Maybe Nanjing? Suzhou?" Chen Kai replied, "I'm not sure. I'll decide after the scores come out. Probably Shanghai or Suzhou." In his previous life, he had gone to Shanghai University after getting his results. This time he still planned to go to Shanghai University. He had many fond memories of his university days and his roommates. One of his roommates couldn't find a good job after graduation and ended up going to fight in Syria. Every year during Qingding Festival, Chen Kai would visit his grave. This time he had to save that foolish friend. Being young and playing games is one thing, but risking your life in real combat is another. "Old Chen, you're planning to go to Shanghai? We won't see each other much then. You know, among us you have the best grades. With Kin Shou Yu as your friend, helping you study every day, it's hard not to do well. We're different. We don't have your looks or charm, so." Before Zhang Ming could finish, the other roommate interjected with brutal honesty. "What do you mean, less charm? We have none at all. Even stray dogs bark at us on the street. How can we compare to Chen?" Zhang Ming replied, "Why do you have to be so blunt? Even stray dogs bark at us. Don't they? And male dogs don't." Kin Shou Yu, sitting next to Chen Kai, couldn't hold back her laughter. She was straightforward and hearty, typical of people from Fenin. She patted Chen Kai on the shoulder. "Old Chen, did you hear what your roommate said? You should cherish a friend like me. How about this, when we get to Jiang Bay, we'll all go our separate ways. Before we leave, treat me to a milk tea. Just a 10 yuan one." Chen Kai, sitting by the window, was still adjusting to being reborn. Looking at the scenery outside, he was lost in thought. He didn't hear what Kin Shou Yu was saying. "Old Chen, are you hesitating? We've been friends for 3 years. I've spent a lot on you. You can't even treat me to a 10 yuan milk tea." Kin Shou Yu was simple-minded. She had spent a lot on Chen Kai over the past 3 years. She would even feel jealous and upset when Chen Kai got close to other boys. Yes, you heard right. When Chen Kai was with a bunch of guys, Kin Shou Yu felt jealous and uncomfortable. She wasn't worried about Chen Kai discussing philosophy with other guys. She was worried that if Chen Kai got too close to others, she wouldn't be his best friend anymore. Kin Shou Yu was possessive. If she was friends with you, she had to be your best friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother. Over the past 3 years, she had spent a lot on Chen Kai. Her family was well off, so she never ran out of her weekly allowance. She spent the leftover money on games for Chen Kai or bought him other things. Back then, King of Glory was just becoming popular, but the most popular game was still everyday running. Kin Shou Yu spent a lot of money on Chen Kai for that game. It wasn't just about being naive. Everyone has a silly phase. But Chen Kai had never realized how great Kin Shou Yu was. He smiled. Don't worry, it's just 10 yuan for milk tea. I'll treat you when we get off. Kin Shou Yu thought she misheard and looked at Chen Kai in surprise. My goodness. Old Chen, are you sick? Are you delusional? When did you become so generous? This isn't like you. Do you have an ulterior motive? Are you trying to trick me into helping you pack? If you're trying to trick me into helping you pack and carry your stuff to the station, 10 yuan milk tea isn't enough. What do you take me for? Add more money. Chen Kai remembered a viral joke about adding money from a few years ago. Seeing Kin Shou Yu's serious expression, he almost laughed. Kin Shou Yu was straightforward and funny. Chen Kai couldn't help but think how he never realized how fun she was in his previous life. Having such an interesting and beautiful friend, he wasted his previous life. But now, he had another chance. This time, he was determined to make up for past regrets. A thought crossed his mind. While Kin Shou Yu was still naive, he would trick her into becoming his wife and elevate their friendship. If you're brave enough, you can have Kin Shou Yu as your wife. He owed Kin Shou Yu a lot in his previous life, so he had to make it up this time. But don't get it wrong, Chen Kai had no other intentions. He just wanted to use the wife and kid relationship to deepen and solidify their friendship. They were still young, but if they got married and started families, how could they maintain their friendship? It made some sense. Not much, but some. Noticing Chen Kai's expression, Kin Shou Yu asked curiously. Old Chen, what are you thinking? You're not really planning to trick me into helping you pack, are you? No way. Look at me. I can't even carry my own stuff. And 10 yuan milk tea is too cheap. 20 yuan would be better. Chen Kai looked at Kin Shou Yu. Her expression and eyes. Especially her eyes. Clear and foolish. Everyone has a naive phase. But after facing society, experiencing its hardships, their eyes lose their shine. Years later, Kin Shou Yu would achieve great success in business. At 29 she founded a financial company, and, within 10 years, made it a leader in the industry. In the business and financial markets, Kin Shou Yu was a top female leader. But that was many years later. Half an hour later, the bus from Shanghai finally arrived at Jiang Bay station. The students started getting off the bus. Today was graduation day. It was late, and everyone needed to pack and go home. The 2-month summer vacation was starting. Let's go, old Chen. You promised to treat me to milk tea when we get off. You said 10 yuan. Chen Kai replied, I can, but... But what? Are you backing out? You can't even treat me to a 10 yuan milk tea. Chen Kai shook his head. I'm not backing out. But he continued, what do you mean, but? Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai, puzzled. What was he up to? Was he really too stingy to buy her a 10 yuan milk tea? He couldn't be that petty, could he? Could he? She had always been so generous with him. Inwardly, Kin Shou Yu grumbled, Chen Kai, could you be a little more generous? Even a 5 yuan milk tea would do. If not, a 2.5 yuan milk tea would be acceptable. Soon, they'd be off for summer vacation. Before leaving, Kin Shou Yu really wanted a milk tea bought by Chen Kai. Was this small wish too much to ask for? Of course not. Chen Kai said seriously. Xiao Yu, I'll buy you a 20 yuan milk tea later, but before that, we need to have a friendly brotherly greeting. A friendly brotherly greeting. What's that? Kin Shou Yu asked seriously. Chen Kai was referring to a hug. It was normal for brothers to hug or put an arm around each other. In their dorm, if someone asked for a favor, they'd often jokingly call each other dad. If someone needed help getting a meal, they'd have to call their friend dad as a joke before they got any help. Kin Shou Yu looked a bit disgusted, but not by the idea of hugging Chen Kai. They were just friends after all. However, she had never heard of guys showing friendship by hugging. Shouldn't a friendly greeting involve something more like a joke? Old Chen, you don't do this with your roommates, do you? Kin Shou Yu asked. It's too gross to imagine two guys hugging. It's too much. Old Chen, are you sure you're not discussing philosophy with them? Who are you talking about? Never mind, forget it. I was going to give you a chance to greet me like a friend, Chen Kai said. Old Chen, I'm sorry, Kin Shou Yu quickly said. I shouldn't have said that. Don't be mad, old Chen. How about this? I'll treat you to a drink. 2 milk teas for 40 yuan on me. So Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu went to the milk tea shop across from the bus station and each got a 20 yuan milk tea. They spent a total of 40 yuan, and Kin Shou Yu insisted on paying. As she was about to drink her milk tea, she remembered something. "Oh, I almost forgot. We need a friendly greeting, right? Here, hold my drink." "Alright, now I can drink." Kin Shou Yu took her milk tea back and started drinking. At this point, Kin Shou Yu genuinely saw Chen Kai as a friend. It wasn't until later that she realized she had feelings for him, and very strong ones at that. Over the past 3 years, they had been inseparable. Whether eating in the cafeteria or doing other things, they were always together. Except at night when they returned to their respective dorms, they were practically glued to each other. Kin Shou Yu's personality was more tomboyish. She didn't get along well with the other girls in the class and preferred to hang out with Chen Kai, even though he was a guy. But it didn't matter, good friends didn't care about gender. Drinking the milk tea that Chen Kai bought, Kin Shou Yu found it tasted even better. "Not bad. Old Chen, after 3 years of friendship, I finally got a milk tea from you on graduation day. I always treated you before. Finally, it's your turn to treat me." Wait a minute. Something's not right, Kin Shou Yu suddenly realized. Wasn't Chen Kai supposed to treat her? Why did she end up paying? Quietly she complained, "Old Chen, if you're this stingy, your future girlfriend will suffer. Not like me. I'm so generous." Proudly, Kin Shou Yu said, "When I get a boyfriend, I'll treat him well, unlike you. Old Chen, you know how generous I am with friends. I'd be even better to my boyfriend. Sometimes I amaze myself. Whoever becomes my boyfriend will be super lucky." Chen Kai believed her. After all, Kin Shou Yu was quite naive. High emotional intelligence naive. Low emotional intelligence clueless in love. Chen Kai laughed. No matter. Xiao Yu was naive but fun. She never knew what sadness was, her mind filled only with joy. Having been reborn, Chen Kai promised himself he wouldn't miss out on her this time. Soon, they arrived at school. Today was the day after the exam, and everyone was packing up to go home. If the past 3 years were a TV series, today was the final episode. Back at school, Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai parted ways at the junction of the boys' and girls' dormitories. "Old Chen, see you during the summer. Come visit me in Fenin if you have time." Then she headed to the girls' dormitory to pack for home. Kin Shou Yu's home was in Fenin, a 7 or 8 hour train ride away. Her family only sent her to study in Jiang Bay because of the excellent education. Chen Kai returned to the boys' dormitory, where his roommates were already packing. They had rented a van to take them home. "Old Chen, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack. The driver's waiting at the school gate." "Okay." Chen Kai nodded. He sat on his bed, checking his phone and his bank account balance. It showed 100,080 yuan. 80 yuan was his. The remaining 100,000 was undoubtedly the reward from the system he received on the bus. This money came so easily. "Old Chen, it's a 2-month summer break. Have you thought about getting a summer job?" Zhang Ming and the others asked. With 100,000 yuan, Chen Kai could use his knowledge and foresight to start a business. A summer job? Not a chance. While packing their things in the dorm, Chen Kai's roommates Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, who were also from Jiang Bay, shared a close bond with him. They often hung out together on weekends and during school breaks, which strengthened their friendship. Zhang Ming looked at Chen Kai and said, "Chen, you don't have any plans for this summer, right? How about working with us at that internet cafe downtown where we often go? The pay is decent. We could earn a few thousand yuan over the 2 months and buy a new phone before college starts." "I'm embarrassed to take my old phone to university," Zhang Ming exclaimed. Wang Shuai chimed in, "Yeah, Chen. There's no homework this summer since we've graduated. Why not work for 2 months at the internet cafe? We can help customers with their computers, grab some snacks, and play games when it's not busy. It's perfect." The two friends tried to convince Chen Kai to join them. But Chen Kai declined. "Come on, Chen, don't be so heartless. Think about it. We're begging you, buddy. It's just 2 months before college. Don't you want to buy a new phone and some new clothes? High school prohibited us from dating. I'm hoping to date in college, but with this old phone and worn-out clothes, I'll never find a girlfriend." Still, Chen Kai refused. He planned to spend his summer relaxing at internet cafes, playing pool, and fishing in the mountains, thoroughly enjoying his 2 months off. "Fine. You're so heartless, Chen." Soon, the three of them finished packing and dragged their suitcases to the school gate, where a red van they had hired was waiting. They loaded their luggage into the trunk and told the driver, "We're ready to go." The driver asked, "So, you guys just finished your exams?" "Yeah, we're done and graduated." Zhang Ming, sitting in the front seat, chatted with the driver enthusiastically. He was very sociable and could talk to anyone, regardless of age. Wang Shuai, sitting next to Chen Kai, was more reserved. At that moment, Chen Kai's phone rang. It was his mom. Son, you've graduated today, right? Have you packed your things? Your dad and I are busy at the store, so we might be late picking you up, his mom said. Hearing his mom's voice again after so many years brought tears to Chen Kai's eyes. In his previous life, although he became a successful business tycoon, it wasn't until he was in his 40s. At that time he was so busy with work that he didn't spend enough time with his parents. It was only when he was old and nearing the end of his life that he realized how important family was. Mom, you and Dad don't need to come. Jiang Ming, Wang Shuai, and I have hired a van. Okay, son. Come home early. We're having a family dinner tonight to celebrate your graduation. Your grandparents, uncles, aunts and cousins will all be there to celebrate. Sure, Mom. Mom. Jiang Ming turned around and said, Chen, was that your mom? Chen Kai nodded. I envy you, Chen. Your mom actually cares enough to call you. I feel like my parents don't even notice me. Whether it's starting school or graduating, I've always packed my own things without them asking. Jiang Ming joked, sometimes I want to tell my parents, what goes around comes around. Just wait until you're old, I'm gonna separate your graves. Chen Kai almost burst out laughing. When they were younger, he didn't pay much attention, but now he realized Jiang Ming was quite the filial son. Rain started to pour outside. The weather forecast had predicted thunderstorms, and it looked like a heavy storm was coming. Luckily, they were already in the van and wouldn't get wet. However, Kin Shou Yu wasn't so lucky. At the Jiang Bay train station, Kin Shou Yu stared at her train ticket in disbelief. She had bought her ticket online the previous day, but it was for yesterday's date. And today's tickets were sold out because many students were traveling home after graduation. To make matters worse, her QQ app showed thunderstorms were forecasted for the afternoon. Great. Just great. Am I going to end up sleeping on the street, she thought. Holding her phone, she decided to call Chen Kai. As soon as Chen Kai answered, she said, Chen, I bought the wrong ticket. I can't go home today. I'm stuck at the station, and it's pouring rain. I'm soaked. Come rescue your best friend. Also, do you have a spare room at your place? I missed today's train to Fengshan and can only leave tomorrow. Can I crash at your place tonight? We're friends, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? On the other end of the phone, Kin Shou Yu asked hesitantly. She felt uneasy. Even though she and Chen Kai were close friends, she was still a girl. Was it appropriate to stay at a boy's house overnight? What if his parents misunderstood? But the problem was, she couldn't get a ticket, and the last train to Fengshan for the day had already left. The school had closed the dorms, so she couldn't go back there either. She could stay in a hotel, but she was too scared. What if she ran into a bad person? She was too small to defend herself. So, she decided to call Chen Kai. Chen, I promise I'll only stay one night at your place. If it's not convenient, I can go to a hotel or even sleep on the street. But if you don't want to see your best friend catching a cold, come to the station quickly. Kin Shou Yu pretended to sound very pitiful, hoping Chen Kai would feel sorry for her. Chen Kai looked out the window at the heavy rain and felt anxious. He quickly replied, Okay, Shou Yu, find a place to stay dry. I'll be there soon. Thanks, Chen. I knew you wouldn't leave your best friend stranded. You're the best. Hurry up. Kin Shou Yu laughed happily, knowing she wouldn't have to sleep on the street. But she needed to inform her mom. Otherwise, her parents would worry, especially since it was graduation day and all the students were going home. Her parents would be concerned if she didn't come home. Her mom was very traditional and strict, which had shaped Kin Shou Yu's straightforward personality. She couldn't tell her mom she was staying at a boy's house. If she did, her mom might punish her when she returned to Fengshan. Imagining her mom's angry face, similar to a cartoon character's mom with flames on her head, Kin Shou Yu shuddered. She thought carefully before calling her mom. Xiao Yu, are you on the train? Mom, I'll be back in Fengshan tomorrow. There was a mix-up with my ticket, I bought it for the wrong day. I'm staying at a friend's place tonight, so don't worry. Just wanted to let you know. Her mom immediately asked, Who are you staying with? Is it a boy or a girl? Kin Shou Yu almost blurted out that it was a boy. A girl. Mom, what are you thinking? Her mom scolded her. You're so careless. How could you buy the wrong ticket? It's like eating yesterday's meal today to save money. Mom, stop scolding me. I'll be back tomorrow. Fine. Do you have enough money? Are you sure you're not bothering your friend? It's fine, Mom. We're really close. After reporting to her mom, Kin Shou Yu waited for Chen Kai. When would Chen arrive? It was so cold in the rain. She shivered and sneezed, worried she might catch a cold. Chen Kai was in the red van with Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, who were chatting away with the driver. They noticed Chen Kai's worried expression. "What's wrong, Chen? Why do you look so upset?" they asked. Chen Kai explained the situation. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai were shocked. "What? Kin Shou Yu couldn't get a ticket and is stuck in the rain at the station. You should go, Chen. Our homes are nearby. We can walk the rest of the way," Zhang Ming suggested. They asked the driver to stop, got their luggage, and decided to walk in the rain. Chen Kai appreciated their understanding and asked the driver to turn around and head to the train station. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai braved the rain, laughing nervously when lightning flashed. "Wang, what do you think is the relationship between Chen and Kin Shou Yu?" Zhang Ming asked. "They're just friends, right?" Zhang Ming looked wise. "Do you really believe in pure friendship between a guy and a girl? Usually, it starts with brother-sister and turns into something more. You think Chen likes Kin Shou Yu? Maybe. We should help him if he does. Of course. We'll support him no matter what." They agreed to talk to Chen later and continued running home, soaked to the bone. Chen Kai's van arrived at the train station. He saw Kin Shou Yu shivering, her hair wet. "Chen, you're finally here. How do you like me now, Shou Yu? I braved the rain to get you." "Yes, Chen, you're amazing. If I were a guy, I'd kiss you to show my gratitude," Kin Shou Yu joked. The system's electronic voice chimed in. At that moment, the system chimed in. Ding. Kin Shou Yu feels surprised. The host has earned a one-time opportunity to enhance his appearance to the maximum level. Chen Kai was already quite handsome, but the system could boost his looks even further. This was a great reward. While money is important, being handsome can be even more advantageous for a man. After all, as the saying goes, good looks can get you anything. With enough charm, even a poor man can attract wealthy women willing to spend money on him and take care of him. The system's prompt indicated that to see the effect of the enhanced appearance, he needed to wash his face. Looking at Kin Shou Yu, drenched in the rain and looking pitiful, Chen Kai took off his school jacket and draped it over her head. "Alright, let's not talk about this now. Get in the car. Your clothes are soaked. When we get to my place, take a shower and change into some dry clothes. You do have clean clothes in your suitcase, right?" Chen Kai glanced at her suitcase. Kin Shou Yu replied, "I do. But I got so wet that my clothes are probably soaked too." Her suitcase wasn't very waterproof, and it had been raining for over 10 minutes, so her clothes were likely wet. "But it's okay, Chen. Do you have clean clothes at home? I can wear yours." "I don't mind," Kin Shou Yu laughed, emphasizing their friendship. Chen Kai planned to take her home, let her shower first, and then go out to buy her some clothes. He now had 100,000 yuan, thanks to the system. Buying a few clothes for her was easy. He was quite pleased with the system he had been bound to after his rebirth. It seemed tailor-made for him. As long as he surprised Kin Shou Yu, he'd receive rewards. This would help him win her over as his girlfriend. After about 10 minutes, the red van reached Chen Kai's apartment complex. They went upstairs to the living room. Chen Kai grabbed a dry towel from the bathroom and handed it to Kin Shou Yu to dry her hair. Although Kin Shou Yu talked a lot, she was very pretty. Her heavy Fengshan accent made her words sound funny. Combined with her great personality, she was a delightful friend. Chen Kai couldn't help but think how he hadn't realized her worth in his previous life. Kin Shou Yu looked around and said, "Chen, we've been friends for 3 years, but I've never been to your house. It feels so cozy here." Kin Shou Yu's family was quite wealthy. They lived in a large villa, and her father's business brought in a significant income. They weren't extremely rich, but they were well off compared to average families. Chen Kai's parents ran a small store in the commercial district. They weren't doing great financially, but they got by. However, now that Chen Kai had been reborn and bound to the system, his parents wouldn't have to work as hard as they did in his previous life. Though he had become very successful by his 40s, his parents were already elderly by then and couldn't fully enjoy his success. Though Chen Kai's family wasn't wealthy, his parents had always provided for him, and they were a happy family. "Chen, I checked my suitcase, and all my clothes are wet. What should I do? You won't let me wear your clothes, so am I supposed to wear wet clothes?" Kin Shou Yu looked at her suitcase, and then gave Chen Kai a pitiful look. Chen Kai said, "I'll get you some clean clothes. You can wear mine." "Chen, I knew you wouldn't let me freeze. You're the best." Kin Shou Yu laughed. At that moment, Kin Shou Yu seemed very naive. Chen Kai handed her 2 clean pieces of clothing and pointed to the bathroom. "That's the bathroom. Take a shower first. My family is throwing a celebration dinner for my graduation tonight. I'll take you with me. Okay. Kin Shou Yu nodded, and, before entering the bathroom, warned Chen Kai, I'm going to take a shower now. Don't peek. She looked around the bathroom, muttering, Chen, you didn't install any cameras here, right? What are you talking about, Kin Shou Yu? We've been friends for 3 years, don't you trust me? Chen Kai actually wanted to say, why are you so suspicious of a friend? Kin Shou Yu had nice legs but felt insecure about her upper body. Other girls had more curves, so she felt inadequate despite eating well. Chen, just wait. Girls get prettier with age. When I get home, I'll have my mom cook papaya for me every day for 2 months. I'll gorge on it. With that, she started showering, and the sound of running water filled the bathroom. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. If this were his first life, Chen Kai might have been tempted, but not now. After all, this was his second life. His mindset and thinking were far more mature than those of a typical teenager. He wasn't the type to have improper thoughts just because Jia Yu was taking a shower in his house. Chen Kai planned to go to a nearby clothing store to buy Kin Shou Yu a set of clothes. His family was hosting a celebration dinner for him tonight, and he wanted to take her along. It wouldn't look right if she wore his clothes. Kin Shou Yu might not care about such things, but Chen Kai wanted to protect her reputation. Standing outside the bathroom, Chen Kai told Kin Shou Yu he was going out for a bit and would be back soon. Okay, Chen, but hurry back, Kin Shou Yu called from the bathroom. You know I'm a scaredy cat, and I don't know this place, so be quick, you have 10 minutes. Chen Kai left and went straight to the nearby clothing store. He bought a set of clothes for Kin Shou Yu, a shirt, pants and shoes, spending about 700 to 800 yuan. It wasn't very expensive. After all, Chen Kai had plenty of money now. For a 19-year-old who had just graduated, having 100,000 yuan in his account was quite wealthy. As he was heading home with the clothes, his mom called, just to check if he had arrived home safely in the rain. Mom, I'm home now. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to let you know. His mom replied, it's okay, son. As long as you're home safe, I'm relieved. It's getting late. Clean up and change into some fresh clothes. Tonight at 8, we're having a celebration dinner for you at Shunshin Hotel, room 301. Got it, Chen Kai agreed. Just as his mom was about to hang up, he said, wait, Mom, there's something I need to tell you. What is it, son? Mom, a friend of mine from school, someone I'm really close with, didn't get a ticket today. Since it's graduation day, she might need to stay at our place tonight. His mom responded, a boy, right? That's fine. But we only have 2 bedrooms, so he'll have to share your room. See if he's okay with that. Oh, and bring him along to the dinner tonight. Okay, Mom. See you tonight. His mom hung up without any further questions. Little did she know that Chen Kai's friend was actually a girl. If she had known, she might have reacted quite differently. Although Chen Kai's mom was strong-willed, she was also easygoing in some ways, much like Kin Shou Yu. After hanging up, Chen Kai quickly returned home. He arrived just as Kin Shou Yu finished her shower and came out, drying her hair with a towel, and sat on the living room sofa. Chen, you're back. Kin Shou Yu immediately noticed the shopping bag in his hand. What's that you've got there? Something to eat? I'm starving, let me have a bite. Seeing her reaction, Chen Kai handed her the bag. Chen, why are there girls' clothes in here? You bought these for me? Kin Shou Yu looked surprised. Wow, Chen, you're so thoughtful. You didn't want me to wear your clothes, so you bought me new ones. You're the best. These must have cost a lot. Let me pay you back. Chen Kai waved it off casually, no need. They didn't cost much, just a few dozen yuan from a street vendor. He downplayed the price because he knew Kin Shou Yu's personality. If she knew the clothes cost several hundred yuan, she would find a way to repay him. In his new life, Chen Kai wanted to spoil Kin Shou Yu and avoid repeating past mistakes. A few dozen yuan. Kin Shou Yu looked at the quality of the clothes, which seemed much more expensive. Well, it doesn't matter. A few dozen yuan or not, I'm grateful. She went back to the bathroom to change. When she came out, she asked, how do I look, Chen? Aren't I pretty? Chen Kai smiled. The clothes look nice. Chen, she pouted. What do you mean? The clothes look nice. I'm beautiful, and you focus on the clothes. Admitting that I'm pretty is so hard for you. Kin Shou Yu tugged at Chen Kai's shirt, as if to say, be honest, do you really think I'm not pretty? Xiao Yu, what I meant was the clothes look good because you're wearing them, Chen Kai explained. Kin Shou Yu laughed, now you're talking. Don't praise me too much, or I'll get a big head. Chen, you're the best at telling the truth. The system chimed in again, ding. Kin Shou Yu feels surprised. The host has earned an investment return estimation opportunity. This reward allows the host to predict the return on any investment over a certain period. Chen Kai smiled, satisfied with this reward. He planned to find a suitable investment project and use the money he had to maximize his gains, ensuring a guaranteed profit. Kin Shou Yu sat next to Chen Kai, clinging to him like a playful puppy. Chen, tell me, how pretty do you think I am? I want details. Before Chen Kai could answer, she suddenly said, Chen, I think you like me. After Kin Shou Yu finished speaking, she smiled mischievously at Chen Kai. Come on, admit it, Chen. You must like me. Otherwise, with your sharp tongue, why would you ever call me pretty? We've been friends for 3 years. And I've never seen you act like this. She continued, Chen. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm such a pretty girl, it's normal for you to like me after spending so much time together. Just admit it. Kin Shou Yu, are you bored or something? Chen Kai took off his jacket and went to the bathroom to freshen up and take a shower. He had also gotten wet at the station, and he needed to be presentable for the family celebration dinner tonight. After spending about 10 minutes in the shower, Chen Kai looked in the mirror. He couldn't believe it, his appearance had significantly improved thanks to the system's reward. He had always been handsome, but now he looked even better. He walked out of the bathroom to find Kin Shou Yu sitting on the sofa, playing with her phone. In reality, she was Googling, what does it mean when your best guy friend suddenly calls you pretty? Seeing Chen Kai come out, Kin Shou Yu quickly hid her phone behind her, looking guilty. What's up, Shou Yu? What were you looking at? Oh, I get it. Chen Kai sat down next to her, patting her shoulder. Shou Yu, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Curiosity is normal. Ever heard of incognito browsing? Kin Shou Yu looked confused. Chen, what are you talking about? Are we even talking about the same thing? Then she noticed, Chen, did you get even more handsome after your shower? Is it just my imagination? Also, why does your skin look better than mine? Did you secretly use some special skincare routine? Skincare routine, Chen Kai asked. What are you talking about? Kin Shou Yu thought hard. I remember watching a TV show with my dad where a guy practiced some secret martial arts and turned into a woman. Chen, your skin is better than mine. Did you secretly practice something too? Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. He ruffled her hair affectionately. Kin Shou Yu, you're nuts. Kin Shou Yu laughed. I was just joking. Why so serious? But Chen, I never noticed how handsome you are. You're almost as good looking as me, she said with a hint of narcissism. The next few hours flew by. Around 8 p.m., Chen Kai received a call from his mom, reminding him to bring his friend to Shunqian Hotel, room 301, where the family was waiting. Got it, Mom. We're on our way, Chen Kai replied. Okay, hurry up, we're all waiting for you. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu took a cab to the hotel. In the cab, Kin Shou Yu nervously asked, Chen, what should I say to your parents? I'm a bit nervous. Why are you nervous? Ugly daughters-in-law still have to meet the in-laws eventually. Kin Shou Yu instinctively replied, well, yeah, but hey. I'm not ugly. I'm gorgeous. Wait, who's your daughter-in-law? I see you as a friend, and you see me as a wife. She crossed her arms and joked, Chen, you slipped up. I knew you had ulterior motives. Chen Kai leaned against the car window, looking at her lazily. You know, Kin Shou Yu, you're pretty cute when you're being silly. Kin Shou Yu continued, Chen, let me ask you something. What's your ideal girlfriend like? Someone gentle, ladylike, Chen Kai replied casually. But in truth, he liked girls like Kin Shou Yu, funny, entertaining, and a joy to be around. As long as it was Xia Yu, he didn't care about her personality. But he couldn't say that outright, or it would be too obvious. So Chen Kai planned to eventually make Kin Shou Yu his girlfriend to maintain their close relationship. Chen, so you like gentle girls? I thought you'd want someone like me. Isn't a lively girl more interesting than a gentle one? Chen, you don't get it. My mom says pretty and fun girls like me are rare. You should cherish me. Forget it. You don't understand. Just remember to appreciate me, okay? Kin Shou Yu huffed. A while later they arrived at Shunqian Hotel. They went up to room 301, where Chen Kai's family was waiting. Opening the door, they walked in. Inside, a large round table was surrounded by Chen Kai's relatives, his parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts and cousins. Everyone was there to celebrate his graduation. Son, you're here. Come in, we've been waiting for you. Chen Kai's mom, Li Chunmei, stood up excitedly. But when she saw the girl next to him, the room fell silent. His parents looked shocked. Especially his mom. Son, you said you were bringing a classmate to stay with us. A girl classmate. Chen Kai's mother, Lei Chunmei, was momentarily stunned, her mind blank. As for his father, along with his uncles, aunts and younger cousins, they all stared in bewilderment, big eyes looking at small eyes. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. After a while, Li Chunmei, who was always warm and slightly humorous, broke the silence. Haha, welcome, welcome. What's your name? Young lady Li Chunmei seemed very excited, thinking, is my son bringing home a girlfriend right after graduation? This kid is impressive. She held Kin Shou Yu's hand enthusiastically, examining her. This girl is quite pretty, she thought, giving Chen Kai an approving look. Good job, son. You have good taste, just like your mother. Chen Kai's father, sitting with his brothers and brother-in-law drinking, gave him a thumbs up and a knowing glance, as if to say, well done, kid. You're better than I was at your age. Son, introduce your friend to us, Li Chunmei asked. Mom, this is Kin Shou Yu. You can call her Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu? What a cute name. And such a cute girl too. Kin Shou Yu did have a sweet and innocent look, but her personality was far from it. When she stayed quiet, she seemed demure and adorable. But once she spoke, her thick northeastern accent and humorous tone shattered that image. Due to the presence of Chen Kai's entire family, Kin Shou Yu restrained her usual boisterous nature and felt very nervous, her palms sweating. Chen Kai introduced, Xiao Yu, this is my mom. Perhaps due to her nervousness, Kin Shou Yu instinctively said, Mom. Chen Kai was speechless. That's my mom. Why are you calling her mom? Quickly realizing her mistake, Kin Shou Yu corrected herself. Oh right. Hi auntie. Li Chunmei couldn't help but laugh. This girl is quite amusing, she thought. And this is my dad, Chen Kai continued. Kin Shou Yu, trying to ease the tension from her earlier blunder, asked Uncle, how old are you? You look so young. I'm 42, he replied. What's your last name, Uncle? He was momentarily confused but replied, I should be. Chen, right. What a coincidence. Uncle Chen has the same last name as you. Kin Shou Yu's nerves made her speak nonsensically. At this point, Kin Shou Yu was clearly very flustered. Li Chunmei stepped in to ease the situation. Everyone, sit down. Now that Chen and his friend are here, let's start the celebration. I propose we raise our glasses to celebrate Chen's successful year in graduation. And to acknowledge how hard he has worked. Kids these days have so much academic pressure, Li Chunmei added, showing genuine concern for her son. Everyone raised their glasses and took a sip. Kin Shou Yu wished she could disappear. What was I even saying? Xiao Yu, eat more. Don't be shy, make yourself at home, Li Chunmei said, sitting beside her and continuously serving her food with great enthusiasm. Despite Chen Kai introducing Xiao Yu as a friend, Li Chunmei didn't believe it. If they were just friends, why would she stay at a boy's house? She was convinced they were a couple. Since Chen Kai had graduated, Li Chunmei had no objections to him dating. In fact, she fully supported it. Thank you, auntie. Li Chunmei joked. I think you calling me mom earlier sounded quite nice. If you don't mind, you can actually call me that. Kin Shou Yu blushed deeply, feeling even more embarrassed. Chen Kai leaned over and whispered to her. There's nothing wrong with it, Xiao Yu. We're like siblings, right? Your mom is my mom and my mom is your mom. We're family. Kin Shou Yu, feeling slightly reassured by Chen Kai's words, started to relax. As the meal went on, the adults chatted about family matters. Despite being family, they didn't often get the chance to sit and talk, making the gathering a rare and cherished moment. Chen Kai, feeling quite full, decided to check his phone for good investment opportunities. He planned to use his money to make a smart investment and multiply his funds. With the system's help, achieving his goals seemed like a breeze. He quickly identified an investment project that initially seemed like a guaranteed loss, but with the system's predictive ability, he knew it would soon soar in value. Let's go with this one, Chen Kai decided, transferring all his money into the project. He then used the system's prediction ability to confirm the investment's potential. Ding. This investment will see a significant increase in value due to international market changes. Buying now will yield a 200-fold return on your initial investment. As Chen Kai completed his transaction, Kin Shou Yu, sitting next to him, looked on in shock. Sitting next to Chen Kai, Kin Shou Yu watched in shock as he invested nearly 100,000 yuan in a project that was clearly failing. It wasn't exactly 100,000 yuan though. Earlier, Chen Kai had spent about 700 to 800 yuan on clothes for Xiao Yu at the clothing store. But that didn't matter. Even if it was only a few hundred yuan, it was insignificant if this investment yielded a 200-fold return. A few hundred yuan was nothing in comparison. Moreover, thinking of how Kin Shou Yu had liked him for so many years in their past life, and never married, made Chen Kai feel a pang of guilt. It took him a lifetime to realize who truly mattered. Kin Shou Yu spoke up. Chen, are you out of your mind? Don't you understand investment principles? People buy when prices are rising, not falling. And you went ahead and bought something that's clearly losing value. Do you want to lose everything? Kin Shou Yu's family was in business, and her father often invested with his friends. Growing up around this, she had picked up some knowledge. Her parents hoped she would major in finance in college, and ideally go to a university in Beijing. But in their past life, she secretly changed her application to follow Chen Kai to a university in Shanghai, earning her a scolding from her parents. Despite this, Chen Kai had still let her down. Chen, trust me. Investing in this project is a guaranteed loss. Even though it's a general rule that investments rebound after hitting a certain low, you still have to be careful about what you invest in. I've heard my dad talk about this project. The materials are low quality, always dirt cheap. There's no long-term investment potential, especially now that it's dropped even further. You're buying at the worst time. Kin Shou Yu looked anxious. Chen, next time you're making an investment, can you at least consult me first? I'm not boasting, but I do know a bit about this stuff. Really? Trust me. Trust me. Chen Kai chuckled. Shou Yu, just wait and see. Wait and see what? See how you lose all your money. Chen Kai replied. Why are you so sure I'll lose money? Because this project is doomed. It's impossible for it to go up. Chen, let's make a bet. Kin Shou Yu proposed. If this project goes up and you make a profit, I'll buy you a new phone like the new iPhone 6s. If it goes down, you buy one for me. Fair. In 2016, the iPhone 6s was still a hot item, having been released a year earlier. Many young people were eager to get their hands on one, with some even going to extreme lengths, like selling a kidney, to buy it. That's why it was nicknamed the Kidney 6. If they knew that many years later the iPhone 6s would be worthless on Taobao, they'd probably cry. Kin Shou Yu had plenty of pocket money. Her mother was strict, but her father pampered her, spoiling her with money. So, buying a phone for a few thousand yuan was no big deal for her. Besides, there's no way I'll lose, Kin Shou Yu said confidently. Seeing her so sure of herself, Chen Kai couldn't help but think, Shou Yu, just wait to be proven wrong. Dinner passed, and after paying the bill, everyone went their separate ways. It was after 9 p.m., and Chen Kai's parents drove them home. In the car, Li Chunmei said, Shou Yu, we only have 2 bedrooms at home. What should we do? She had already planned to share a room with Shou Yu, leaving Chen Kai to share a room with his father. But she wanted to see Shou Yu's reaction and understand the nature of their relationship, so she deliberately said, I guess you'll have to share a room with Chen Kai. Her intuition told her that Chen and Shou Yu might be more than just friends. Okay, Shou Yu replied. Though she was taken aback. Even though she and Chen were like siblings, sharing a room seemed a bit too much. After all, she was still a girl. But Chen was trustworthy, he wouldn't do anything inappropriate, right? Still, what if he did try something? What if he had secretly liked her all along and took this chance to make a move? In those few seconds, 1,000 scenarios played out in her mind. He wouldn't, right? But maybe he did have a crush on her. Li Chunmei was surprised that Shou Yu agreed so readily. Could they really be a couple? Once they got home, everyone washed up. Chen Kai and Shou Yu went to their room. Chen's room was clean but the bed was small. They were both slim, so it would be a tight fit, but manageable. Chen, let's set some ground rules. If we're sharing this bed, you can't cross this middle line. No funny business. I know I'm pretty, but control yourself. We're just friends. Shou Yu laughed, taking off her jacket to see his reaction. Chen Kai quickly stopped her. Shou Yu, do you know what you're doing? Chen, don't you sleep without your clothes? Chen Kai was speechless. Shou Yu, you really don't see me as anything more than a friend. Seeing Kin Shou Yu instinctively start to take off her clothes, Chen Kai was speechless. Wasn't she the one who said she was afraid he might pounce on her at night? Had she forgotten that he was a guy? Realizing her actions, Kin Shou Yu stopped. Oh right, I forgot, Chen. You're a guy. She had just wanted to see his reaction. So far, he seemed pretty decent. Not bad, you really are a good friend, she thought. It seemed she could sleep soundly tonight without worrying. Sometimes Kin Shou Yu was adorable and amusing, but her antics could also leave people at a loss for words. Chen, why are you looking at me like that? You're scaring me, she joked. Chen Kai, half amused and half exasperated, replied, You're a nut. What do you mean, she asked, puzzled. Is that a compliment? This was 2016, and Kin Shou Yu didn't know the slang term nut as it hadn't become popular yet. She assumed it was a compliment. Chen, are you saying my voice is nice? Indeed, I'm realizing you have great taste. Ever since our bus ride back to Jiang Bay after the exams, I've noticed your taste improving. You used to criticize me a lot, but now you compliment me all the time. It's making me a bit shy. Chen, you're not falling for me, are you? Just go to sleep, Kin Shou Yu. She made a zipping motion across her lips with her fingers. Okay, I'll shut up and sleep. Kin Shou Yu wasn't a quiet sleeper. Despite her own rule about not crossing the center line of the bed, she ended up sprawling across it like an octopus, at one point even kicking Chen Kai. Chen Kai was deep in sleep when she suddenly kicked him. Ah, Chen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kin Shou Yu apologized quickly. She knew she wasn't a calm sleeper and often rolled off the bed even when alone. She explained, I'm really sorry, Chen. I'm not a calm sleeper. I even kick my mom out of bed sometimes. Chen Kai, rather than getting angry, patted her head gently and said in a caring tone, It's okay, just go to sleep. Kin Shou Yu was stunned and touched. Chen, you're too nice. I thought you'd be mad. If I were a guy, I'd kiss you to show my gratitude. Just then, the system's electronic voice sounded in Chen Kai's ear. Kin Shou Yu is surprised. The host has received the permanent ownership of a popular internet cafe opposite the city's commercial plaza. Even though it was just an internet cafe, it was quite profitable. Many young people frequented it, making the monthly net profit substantial. In the past, Chen Kai, Zhang Ming, and Wang Shuai often went to this internet cafe, where the hourly rate was a steep 7 yuan. But from now on, Chen Kai wouldn't have to pay, he was now the owner. Moreover, as the owner, he'd earn a good income every month. This was much faster than in his previous life, where he had to work hard to build his success step by step. On his first day after being reborn, he already owned a business. Additionally, he had invested in a project with a potential 200-fold return. Once the project soared in value, he planned to sell it all, resulting in a substantial profit. With an investment of 100,000 yuan potentially returning 200 times, the future looked bright. That night, Kin Shou Yu slept more peacefully, staying on her side of the bed. They both woke up around 6 or 7 in the morning. Chen Kai's parents, who ran a small store, left early for work. They usually had breakfast on the go and left some money for Chen Kai to buy breakfast from a street vendor. This morning, they left extra money for Kin Shou Yu. After waking up, Chen Kai went to the bathroom to wash up. He saw the money and a note from his mom reminding him to eat breakfast. Kin Shou Yu came out of the room yawning and saw Chen Kai in the bathroom. Chen, I'm starving. What are we having for breakfast? Are we going out? Chen Kai, after brushing his teeth, took some ingredients from the fridge. Let's cook. I don't feel like going out. Wait, Chen, you can cook. Are you serious? Kin Shou Yu looked at him in surprise. Chen, are you bragging? Can you really cook? What can you make? Will it be edible? Will it poison me? Chen Kai replied, There's money on the table. You can go buy breakfast if you want. No. I want to taste your cooking, Kin Shou Yu laughed. Kin Shou Yu continued, Chen. Why didn't I realize before how amazing you are? You can even cook. I can't wait to try it, she said, laughing and joking around like a little sidekick. After a while, Chen Kai prepared a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a common home-cooked meal. Kin Shou Yu picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Before tasting it, she had jokingly thought, Chen, if I get poisoned from your cooking, make sure to take me to the hospital. To her surprise, it was actually good. She took another bite. Oh my gosh, Chen. This is delicious. Whoever becomes your girlfriend is going to be so lucky. She continued eating, exaggerating as she praised him. Compared to your cooking, my mom's food is practically inedible. In his previous life, Chen Kai had decades of life experience, having worked his way up from the bottom to become a world-class tycoon. Cooking a simple dish was no challenge for him. Besides cooking, he had many other skills. Kin Shou Yu enjoyed the meal so much that she almost finished the entire dish by herself. When Chen Kai finally sat down, he noticed the plate was nearly empty. Kin Shou Yu, do you realize you've eaten everything? You didn't even leave me a bite. Kin Shou Yu laughed sheepishly, Sorry, Chen. Your cooking was just too good, I couldn't stop myself. Chen Kai smiled indulgently. Kin Shou Yu had a great figure and could eat a lot without gaining weight. After finishing the second dish, Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai and said, Chen, cherish our time together while I'm here. I'm heading back to Fenin today, and you won't see me for a while. But if you really can't bear to part with me, I could stay another night. She checked her phone for train tickets and saw an afternoon train at 1 p.m. Just as she was about to book it, her parents called. Xiao Yu, have you bought your ticket yet? Her mom continued, just wanted to let you know, your dad and I are going on an overseas trip. We rarely get a vacation, so we're planning to spend 2 months abroad. When you were young, your dad promised that once you finished your exams, he'd take me on a honeymoon abroad. Now that you're done, he's keeping his promise and taking me to Bali. There's 18,000 yuan in cash under your pillow at home. That should cover your expenses for 2 months. If you need anything, call us. We're about to board our flight, so that's it for now. Kin Shou Yu was left stunned. No wonder people say parents are each other's true love and kids are just an accident. She felt like she was a free gift with their phone plan. Her mom had hung up so quickly, as if worried she'd tag along on their honeymoon. Wasn't this too much? After her exams, her parents were finally free to relax. It made sense to go on a trip during the summer break. But leaving her alone at home with just some cash? How irresponsible. Luckily, Kin Shou Yu kept these thoughts to herself. If other kids heard about this, they might start doubting their own parents. But then again, Kin Shou Yu grew up in a wealthy family as an only child. Her mom was strict, but her dad pampered her. What should I do now? With my parents gone, there's no point in going home alone, she thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Kai. Chen, why are you staring at me like that? Chen Kai felt a bad premonition. Chen, let's make a deal, Kin Shou Yu said. My parents are abroad, so I'm alone at home. Can I spend the summer at your place? And when it's time to start university in Shanghai, we can go together. If Kin Shou Yu stayed with him for the summer, Chen Kai would be thrilled. After all, he wanted to spend more time with her, and make up for the years she had loved him unrequitedly in his past life. Okay. I'll think about it, Chen Kai said. Great, Chen. I knew you'd say yes. Kin Shou Yu, do you even understand Chinese? Chen Kai said, half laughing, half exasperated. Xiao Yu was so straightforward and always made him laugh. Take your time to think about it, Chen. After breakfast, Kin Shou Yu started cleaning up, washing dishes and all, trying to impress him. Hoping that Chen would appreciate her efforts, she thought. I hope he doesn't refuse me. Washing dishes in the kitchen, Kin Shou Yu hummed happily, though it wasn't clear what she was so happy about. She was really too straightforward. Kin Shou Yu volunteered to wash the dishes, giving Chen Kai a chance to rest. He sat on the sofa when his phone rang. The number wasn't saved in his contacts, but he answered it anyway. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Came a pleasant woman's voice. It was the manager of the internet cafe. They talked for about 10 minutes. All right, I understand, Chen Kai said, hanging up the phone and preparing to head out. Kin Shou Yu, who had just come out of the kitchen, had already cleaned up the dishes and even swept the floor. She did a flawless job. You really couldn't say that Kin Shou Yu had any of the typical flaws seen in TV drama heroines, like being haughty or difficult. She never sulked, blocked numbers in a fit of rage, or constantly complained with negative energy. She was always full of positivity, a true ray of sunshine, and an endless source of joy. Standing with her hands on her hips, she beamed at Chen Kai. Chen, hurry up and praise me. I cleaned all the dishes and wiped down the table. Seeing how well I did, have you made your decision? Kin Shou Yu really didn't want to go back to Fenin. Her parents were abroad on a 2-month honeymoon, and by the time they returned, she'd be starting university. Spending 2 months alone at home sounded incredibly boring. No way, she thought. I'll ask if I can stay at Chen's place for the summer. Chen, please, she begged, her expression adorably pleading. If Kin Shou Yu stayed at his place, the summer would indeed be much more interesting. Before Chen Kai could respond, she asked, by the way, Chen, who were you on the phone with just now? Was it Auntie? No, just a friend. We're meeting at the Starbucks across from the plaza to discuss something. I'll be heading out soon. Kin Shou Yu pondered over the term friend. What kind of friend? Before she could ask, Chen Kai added, Xiao Yu, you should go to the supermarket downstairs to buy some essentials. If you're staying here for 2 months, you'll need your own stuff, right? That makes sense. Kin Shou Yu nodded. Then she realized, wait, what? Chen, are you saying I can stay here for the summer? Chen, you're the best. I knew you wouldn't let me down. You're such a good friend. Kin Shou Yu's delayed reaction was endearing. Don't worry. I, Kin Shou Yu, might not excel in everything, but my character is solid. I can help with house chores too, she declared, patting her chest. All right, don't hurt yourself, Chen Kai teased. What she asked, confused. Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm out of shape? Just wait, I'll buy some protein-rich foods at the supermarket. I'll eat and eat until you can't recognize me. Soon my figure will be so amazing. It'll blow you away, she said with a playful fierceness. Kin Shou Yu was being adorably clueless. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu went downstairs together. Kin Shou Yu headed to the nearby supermarket to buy some essentials, while Chen Kai took a taxi to meet the manager of the Charm Internet Cafe. They chatted for about an hour. By midday, it was time to head back. Chen Kai wondered if Xiao Yu had finished her shopping. He was particularly curious if she had indeed bought a bunch of papayas as she had mentioned. On his way home, Chen Kai received a call from Kin Shou Yu, who was waiting at the entrance of his apartment complex. Chen. You said you'd be back soon. It's been over an hour. Are you still not done? Kin Shou Yu complained over the phone. She had been waiting for an hour because Chen Kai had the house keys. She had also bought a lot of heavy groceries, including many papayas. She grumbled. The summer break is 2 whole months. I'm going to eat papayas every day. They're good for you. Just wait and see, Chen. I'll look better and better. Chen Kai replied. All right, just wait there. I'm almost home. Soon after, Chen Kai arrived at the entrance and saw Kin Shou Yu standing there with her bags. Chen, you're finally back. Do you know how long I've been waiting? My hands are sore from carrying these bags. These plastic handles really dig into your hands, she complained. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. If it hurts, why didn't you put the bags down? Kin Shou Yu chuckled sheepishly. Good point. But I'm determined. In 2 months you'll be amazed. Chen Kai laughed. All right, if that happens, I'll take you to Disneyland for 3 days. Kin Shou Yu's eyes lit up. Really, Chen? You can't go back on your word. Curious, she asked, by the way, who did you go to meet? A friend? Do I know them? Was it a guy or a girl? Don't tell me it was a girl. Chen Kai didn't have a chance to respond before Kin Shou Yu's imagination ran wild with various possibilities. Could it be that Chen was secretly dating someone without telling her? Kin Shou Yu, who had a very straightforward personality, couldn't help but blurt out, Chen, be honest. Who did you meet just now? You talked for over an hour. Chen Kai replied casually. I told you, I met a friend. A friend? A male friend, or a female friend? Kin Shou Yu asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Chen Kai was speechless. A male friend? Kin Shou Yu, are you serious? I'm not sure. After all, you hang out with a pretty girl like me every day, but you never seem to have any improper thoughts. So I seriously suspect that you might prefer guys. Whether you're dating a guy or a girl, I can't say for sure. Kin Shou Yu's words were blunt. Kin Shou Yu, why are you always suspicious that I'm into guys? Chen Kai asked, exasperated. No reason. Just a reminder that you have a beautiful girl like me by your side. Don't stray down the wrong path, Chen. If you actually started dating a guy and word got out, my reputation would be ruined. Chen Kai was baffled. What did this have to do with her? Kin Shou Yu earnestly explained, of course it has something to do with me. Think about it, Chen. We've been friends of the opposite sex for 3 years. We've been inseparable in Zhennan for 3 years. Whether it's eating in the cafeteria, sitting together in class, studying in groups, or even going to the restroom during breaks, we're always together. The only difference is, you go to the men's room, and I go to the women's. That's about it. Everyone in the class knows we're practically joined at the hip. If you ended up dating a guy, wouldn't that mean I have no feminine charm at all? After being your friend for 3 years you chose a guy? How bad am I? If that got out, people would laugh at me. Kin Shou Yu's serious expression and outrageous reasoning were comically absurd. Don't worry, I won't be like that, Chen Kai assured her. Really? That's a relief, Kin Shou Yu laughed. Chen Kai walked ahead while Kin Shou Yu followed, carrying a large pile of things, balancing a milk crate on her chin, and being very careful. Chen Kai wanted to help her with the items. No need, Chen. I can handle it myself. I refuse to believe I can't carry this, Kin Shou Yu insisted. They took the elevator up together and returned to Chen Kai's living room. Kin Shou Yu put the items down, quickly poured herself a glass of water, and gulped it down. I'm so thirsty. I carried all this heavy stuff back by myself and brought it upstairs in one go. Chen, aren't I impressive? Praise me. Kin Shou Yu's chatter was incessant, but her personality was genuinely amusing. Chen Kai sat on the couch in the living room, browsing his phone. He was planning to start a company and wanted to find a suitable office nearby to avoid long commutes. Kin Shou Yu checked the time. Hey Chen, it's already around 10 o'clock, so we have 1 or 2 hours before lunch. Where shall we eat? have you decided? How about the hot pot place across from the city center square? Or barbecue? Chen, what do you feel like eating? Lunch is on me today. Your sister fish is loaded. Chen Kai didn't really care about lunch. As someone who had lived a lifetime and been reborn, he had seen and experienced all kinds of good food and fun. Only teenagers like Kin Shou Yu would constantly think about what to eat. Your choice. I can eat anything, Chen Kai replied. Then let's have barbecue. That stuff is super delicious. Just as Kin Shou Yu was about to say something, Chen Kai's phone rang. It was Zhang Ming, his roommate. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai were Chen Kai's best friends besides Kin Shou Yu. Zhang Ming called to say, Chen, where are you? Come to the internet cafe for some gaming. Wang Shuai and I are on the 4th floor of the CharmNet Cafe, room 401. Come quickly, now that the year-end sprint is over, we can finally relax. Staying home all the time is boring. Come, and let's play some ranked games together. Wait till you see how skilled I am. Zhang Ming was always talking big but often played the worst. His outgoing personality made gaming with him lively and fun. Since there were no more exams and no homework over the summer, and because he was bored at home, Chen Kai agreed. Alright, room 401. Got it, I'll be there soon. Okay Chen, hurry up. Just come, you don't need to bring any snacks or drinks. Wang Shuai and I have got everything Sprite, Coke, spicy sticks, you name it. Going to an internet cafe without drinks and snacks is no fun. Right, Shuai? Next to him, Wang Shuai was cursing at the game for being let down by teammates. After hanging up the phone, Kin Shou Yu curiously asked, Who was that, Chen? Are you going out again? You've packed so much into one morning. You say you're not dating anyone, Kin Shou Yu teased. Chen Kai explained, It was Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, asking me to go to the internet cafe for gaming. Oh, it's them. Can I come along? I've never been to an internet cafe in my life. Please, Chen, let me experience the joy of adulthood. Kin Shou Yu was genuinely naive. Not just in her everyday speech but especially with her recent comment, which left Chen Kai completely bewildered. Kin Shou Yu, do you even know what you're saying? Going to an internet cafe, and you call it experiencing adult pleasures? Could you use more appropriate words? Kin Shou Yu, with a naive expression, looked at Chen Kai. She truly didn't understand. Unlike Chen Kai, she was in a phase of pure naivety. What's wrong, Chen? Why are you looking at me like that? Kin Shou Yu asked. Did I say something wrong just now? All I wanted was for you to take me along. I don't think I said anything wrong, right? Besides, we're friends, aren't we? You're going out to have fun without your friend? That doesn't seem right. I'll pay for your internet and snacks. But on one condition, you have to take me. Kin Shou Yu pointed at herself. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. Did I say I wouldn't take you? Hearing this, Kin Shou Yu immediately beamed with joy. Haha, Chen, you're the best. You always think of me when going out. No wonder I consider you my best friend. So, what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Kin Shou Yu was excited, feeling like she was sneaking out behind her parents' backs. Chen, you know what? This will be my first time going to an internet cafe. If I don't understand something, don't laugh at me, Kin Shou Yu said, looking at Chen Kai. No problem, once we get there, I'll definitely laugh at you, Chen Kai teased. Chen, you're so good, Kin Shou Yu said with a giggle, almost instinctively. But she quickly realized, Chen, what are you doing? Are you trying to make me mad? Can't you just agree with me for once? Kin Shou Yu pouted and huffed. Alright, Chen, let's not keep Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai waiting too long. Let's hurry. I'm so curious to see what an internet cafe looks like. Soon Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu locked the door, took the elevator downstairs, and left the apartment complex. They hailed a taxi and headed toward the city center. In the back of the taxi, Kin Shou Yu asked Chen, which internet cafe are they at? The one across from the square. Kin Shou Yu wasn't a local, but after 3 years of school here, she was quite familiar with the area, especially the bustling city center. An internet cafe in the city center must be very profitable. Kin Shou Yu had noticed it before when passing by on the bus. It looked quite large and, in such a busy area, must attract a lot of people. Chen, do you think running an internet cafe is profitable? Especially in the city center, she chatted away, barely pausing. But Kin Shou Yu didn't know that this internet cafe had recently become part of Chen Kai's business empire. They soon arrived at the city center. Getting out of the taxi, Kin Shou Yu instinctively paid the fare. Over 3 years of friendship, Kin Shou Yu had spent a lot on Chen Kai, often paying whenever they went out. This time was no different. Kin Shou Yu was genuinely generous, never stingy when spending money on Chen Kai. Especially on a popular mobile game called Run Everyday. Chen Kai's account had almost every purchasable character, all thanks to Kin Shou Yu. So Chen, you used to play Run Everyday, right? I spent so much money on it for you. Now you've switched to League of Legends. Kin Shou Yu had never played it but had heard it was the hottest game on PC. Last year during the Lunar New Year, she saw her little cousin playing it and thought it looked very complicated. Chen, can you spend money in League of Legends? I don't know how to play but I can top up your account. When we get to the internet cafe, I'll just watch you play. And maybe learn a bit. With my intelligence I should pick it up quickly, right? Kin Shou Yu said confidently. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh at her words. Most people's youth is filled with awkward phases. But Kin Shou Yu's naivety was bound to be a part of her embarrassing history. So naive that she even offered to top up Chen Kai's game account. Chen Kai resolved in his heart never to let down this silly yet dear friend. He had to make up for the regrets of his past life with Kin Shou Yu. How exactly? Perhaps with 98 days of maternity leave. After a while, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu arrived at the internet cafe across from the square. Chen, this is the place, right? We're here. Chen Kai walked ahead, and Kin Shou Yu followed like a little sidekick, and they went upstairs together. They reached the private room on the 4th floor. Pushing open the door, Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai were inside, cursing their teammates while playing ranked matches, the scene quite intense. Running into bad teammates in a game made you wish you could reach through the internet and yell at them. When Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu entered the room, Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai said, Chen, you finally made it. Come on, we've been waiting. We just played a match with a terrible teammate, and I almost smashed my keyboard. Noticing Kin Shou Yu with Chen Kai, they were shocked. Kin Shou Yu was here. And with Chen? Chen, did Kin Shou Yu stay over at your place last night, in room 401 of the Charm Internet Cafe? Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai looked at Chen Kai with curiosity. They quickly asked, Chen, did Kin Shou Yu stay over at your place last night? Are you two that close now? Wow. When did you two get together? And you told us you were just friends. Chen, how could you keep something this big from us? That's not cool. Wang Shuai added, exactly, Chen. The three of us have been the best of friends for 3 years, sharing a dorm. Didn't we agree to stay single and enjoy the single life? We planned to tease old ladies at the retirement home, dance in the square, play chess and drink tea in our old age. What a great retirement that would be, and now you're betraying our singlehood pact. Are we the only ones left single? Wang Shuai said, looking annoyed. And the worst part was, Chen didn't just date anyone, he dated their friend of 3 years. Weren't they supposed to avoid relationships within the group? How could Chen go for it? Seeing their shocked faces, Chen Kai smiled helplessly. You're mistaken, it's not what you think, okay? It's just that Xiao Yu didn't want to go home, so I let her stay at my place. Kind of persistent. As soon as Chen Kai finished, Kin Shou Yu elbowed him and pouted, Hey Chen, what do you mean I didn't want to go home and insisted on staying at your place? And persistent. Chen, you're making it sound like I'm chasing you. It was raining heavily yesterday, and I couldn't get a ticket or stay at a hotel. After 3 years in Jiannan, you're my best friend. Of course, I came to you first. Chen Kai laughed. Well, it's almost like that. No, it's not, Kin Shou Yu emphasized. Describing me as persistent makes it sound like I'm after you. Use a different word, like insistent. Is that word really better? Won't it cause more misunderstandings? Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai responded, Oh, I see. We misunderstood. We thought you two were secretly dating. Chen Kai sat down next to Jiang Ming, and Kin Shou Yu sat beside him. Kin Shou Yu giggled and wiggled in her chair. At that moment she was just too cute, especially with her cheerful personality. Watching the interaction between Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu, Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai exchanged glances. They didn't say anything, but they both understood. This didn't look like a typical friendship. Besides, pure friendship between a guy and a girl is rare unless one is unattractive. But neither of them is ugly. The two had already decided that, after working at Charm Internet Cafe for 2 months during the summer, they would use their first month's salary to treat Chen Kai to a big meal. Then, they would ask him privately about his feelings for Kin Shou Yu. Chen, log in. Let's play a ranked match, Jiang Ming said. Just now we had a terrible teammate. His skills were awful. Even a chicken could play better. Chen Kai quickly logged into his League of Legends account. With decades of life experience, he had played a lot in his past life. So, while he wasn't at a professional level, he could easily dominate regular players. Chen Kai and Jiang Ming started a ranked match. Kin Shou Yu sat beside them, watching Chen Kai play, trying to learn so she could join in later. Kin Shou Yu, I'm hungry. I want some crispy noodles, Chen Kai said while playing. Oh, I'll open the package for you. Do you want me to feed you? Kin Shou Yu eagerly opened the package, broke off a piece, and fed it to Chen Kai. How is it, Chen? Tasty, right? You're lucky to have a good friend like me. You play games while I feed you. Aren't I great? Kin Shou Yu laughed. Another piece, Chen Kai said. Coming right up, Kin Shou Yu fed him another piece, leaving Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai stunned. Kin Shou Yu was so kind. Throughout 3 years in Jiannan, everyone had noticed how well Kin Shou Yu treated Chen Kai. Especially the boys in class, they all envied Chen Kai for having such a great friend in Kin Shou Yu. Not only was she fun and kind, but she also often spent money on him. Having a friend like her made singlehood worth it. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai thought about this as they played. They got distracted and then focused back on the game. Oh no, we're going to die. Chen, help! With a flurry of keyboard moves, Chen Kai took down 2 enemy heroes, scoring a double kill. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai exclaimed, Chen, your skills are amazing. When did you get this good? You're much better than before. They were amazed. Soon, the game screen displayed, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai were stunned. Chen, you're incredible. Seeing their reactions, Kin Shou Yu was also amazed. Wow! Chen is so skilled. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai felt like Chen Kai had become a different person. When they used to play games together, he wasn't this skilled. His recent moves, crushing the enemy players so quickly, were almost on par with professional gamers. Were Chen Kai's past performances just him keeping a low profile? The two pondered this. Sitting next to Chen Kai, Kin Shou Yu was equally amazed. Chen, I might not understand much, but you're really good at this. No wonder you're Chen. Chen, do you want more? Kin Shou Yu asked, holding a crispy snack. Chen Kai replied, No, just open the Coke for me. I need a drink. Okay. Kin Shou Yu nodded, tried to twist open the bottle cap but couldn't. She then attempted to use her teeth to open it. Kin Shou Yu, what are you doing? Helping you open the bottle, Kin Shou Yu said, struggling, feeling like her teeth might break, but she finally got the cap off. Got it. When you lack strength, use your teeth. Here you go, Chen. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, initially impressed by Chen Kai's gaming skills, now envied him for having such a great female friend. They admired Chen Kai's self-control. If they had a female friend like Kin Shou Yu, they would have made a move long ago. Chen, since I almost broke my teeth opening this bottle for you, can you teach me to play the next game? Kin Shou Yu asked. Sure, log in first. Got it. Kin Shou Yu logged in with Chen Kai's help, registered a nickname, and joined the game. The game started. Kin Shou Yu, holding the mouse in her right hand and the keyboard with her left, asked nervously, Chen, what do I do? Chen Kai patiently guided her through the game, protecting her throughout, and they won. By the time they finished, it was past 11 a.m., and Kin Shou Yu's stomach growled. Chen, it's noon, and I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat. My treat. How about barbecue? At that moment, 2 system options appeared before Chen Kai. Option 1, have lunch with Kin Shou Yu and surprise her with a plan to take her to the revolving restaurant in Shanghai before school starts. Reward a guaranteed valuable prize from a lottery. Option 2, postpone lunch and keep playing games. Reward ownership of a breakfast shop. Chen Kai chose the first option without hesitation, not interested in a mere breakfast shop when he was about to make a significant profit from an investment. Alright, I'm a bit hungry too. Let's go eat, Chen Kai said. What about you two, Chen asked Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai. They shook their heads. We'll stay. We've got plenty of snacks. Tomorrow we start our part-time job here, so today we're just enjoying being customers. Chen Kai nodded. Alright, we'll head out then. See you, they replied. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu left the internet cafe and headed to the barbecue place across the square. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai resumed their game, recalling something. Hey Wang Shuai, did you hear the janitor say that a big boss bought this internet cafe today? Zhang Ming asked. Yeah, I heard. There are so many rich people now. It'd be great if we could reach that level someday. Not just rich, but super rich. This cafe must make a lot of profit every month. I bet the owner is a big shot. Definitely. Just look at this place. We should be grateful for our part-time wages. Once we get our first paycheck, let's treat Chen to a big meal. Agreed. They had no idea that the new owner they were discussing was actually Chen Kai, who had just played games with them. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu walked to a nearby barbecue restaurant. It wasn't a large place, but the food was authentic, and it was always crowded, especially in the evenings. They found a seat. Kin Shou Yu patted Chen Kai's shoulder and said with a grin, "Chen, order whatever you want. I'm paying." "Hey boss, we're ready to order," Kin Shou Yu called out. After Kin Shou Yu said this, she grinned at Chen Kai. "Chen, order whatever you want. You can order as much as you like." Kin Shou Yu patted her chest, looking very generous. It's true, Kin Shou Yu grew up in a wealthy family and never lacked money. So, she was very generous, especially with Chen Kai. Even when hanging out with her roommates, Kin Shou Yu wasn't this generous. Over 3 years in Jiangnan, her roommates often joked about it, teasing her for being stingy with them while being so generous with Chen Kai. Kin Shou Yu would always respond, "What do you mean by prioritizing romance over friendship? Chen and I are just friends, okay? Don't use your dirty thoughts to tarnish our pure friendship. Chen and I will always be the best of friends. It will never be the kind of relationship you're imagining. I'll prove to you that there can be pure friendship between a boy and a girl." Despite what everyone said, Kin Shou Yu believed in pure friendship. Otherwise, just wait and see. Once a roommate joked, saying that even if they had kids, they'd still claim it was pure friendship. Indeed, that would be quite pure. Soon, the barbecue restaurant owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a bit of a belly but a warm demeanor, came over. "Hey students, what would you like to eat? Here's the menu," he said with a smile, handing the menu to Kin Shou Yu. "Thanks boss." Kin Shou Yu took the menu and immediately said to Chen Kai, "Chen, take a look and see what you want. I really like grilled chives, they're delicious. You should eat more too. I heard they're especially good for men's health. If you start eating chives regularly while you're young, I bet your future girlfriend will be very pleased, haha." Kin Shou Yu didn't hear this from anyone specific, she just read it in some shoujo manga. Of course, she wouldn't show Chen Kai the covers of those manga because they were quite suggestive, often featuring the male lead kissing the female lead passionately. She couldn't let Chen Kai know she read such things. The content inside wasn't as bad, but the covers could easily give the wrong impression. "Kin Shou Yu, I didn't realize you knew so much," Chen Kai said, coughing awkwardly. Kin Shou Yu's words made him feel embarrassed, especially with the restaurant owner nearby. Kin Shou Yu didn't feel embarrassed at all, and even seemed a bit socially fearless, unlike her usual socially anxious self. "I don't know much. I just read it in a manga." "Chen, why don't you try some? It's really good." "What kind of manga are you reading?" Saying eating chives will. "Ah. Are you sure it's a proper manga?" Chen Kai asked, surprised at this side of Kin Shou Yu. "Of course it's proper. What are you thinking, Chen? Am I that kind of person?" I read it in the news." "Yes, the news," Kin Shou Yu stammered, quickly changing the subject. "Chen, aren't you going to order?" "The boss is waiting." "All right, I'll order." Chen Kai began ordering various items like lamb skewers, grilled gluten, and grilled beef ribs, including the grilled chives Kin Shou Yu mentioned. "That's the spirit. I'm not lying, those chives are really delicious. I just like the taste. But for you, Chen, it's beneficial. Your future girlfriend will be so lucky." Kin Shou Yu often spoke without thinking, unaware of the implications of her words. Many years later, she would swear that if she could turn back time, she'd never let Chen touch any chives, not even in dumplings. That's it. Chen Kai finished ordering and asked for 2 beers. Summer was perfect for some cold beer. Kin Shou Yu shook her head. "Chen, I can't drink." "Are you, from Fengshan, seriously saying you can't drink?" Kin Shou Yu, Chen Kai teased. Kin Shou Yu asked the owner, "Do you have yogurt? Strawberry flavor?" The owner nodded. "Yes, I'll get it for you." Chen Kai was speechless. "Kin Shou Yu, you're having yogurt with barbecue? Strawberry flavor?" "Yes, what's wrong with that? It's delicious. Want to try some?" Kin Shou Yu said confidently. "It's a shame we're out. Otherwise I'd make stewed papaya. I've heard it's great for health." "Chen, you'd be praising my figure all the time," Kin Shou Yu said bluntly. Chen Kai found her straightforwardness refreshing. After years in the business world, full of deceit and manipulation, Kin Shou Yu's honesty was a breath of fresh air. She reminded him that people often spend so much time and effort chasing things they'll regret later, neglecting what they already have. Like time, air, and life, priceless things taken for granted until it's too late. Chen Kai, in his previous life, had acquired unimaginable wealth but realized this too late. Noticing Chen Kai's thoughtful gaze, Kin Shou Yu paused. "Chen, why are you looking at me like that? Did you just realize your friend is pretty?" Chen Kai looked away. "Who's looking at you?" Chen, I saw you. Admit it, Kin Shou Yu teased. Kin Shou Yu continued, Chen, you're good at everything but you're so stubborn. I saw you staring at me for a while, and you still won't admit it. Besides, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Kin Shou Yu boasted, after all, your girl buddy here is pretty. It's normal to be captivated by my looks sometimes. Right, Chen? Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yu, your imagination sure runs wild. After a while, the owner brought out the grilled food, a bottle of chilled beer, and the strawberry-flavored yogurt Kin Shou Yu had ordered. Enjoy your meal, students. If you need more, just call me. We can grill more for you right away, the owner said with a smile. Thank you, Kin Shou Yu smiled back. You can go attend to other customers, boss. We'll call you if we need anything. Alright, the owner went to serve other customers. Despite it being noon, the place was quite busy. The barbecue restaurant was run by the owner and his wife, so they were pretty busy. Chen, try this. I came here with my roommates once, and the owner's grilling skills are top-notch. Especially the lamb skewers, with extra cumin, delicious. Every year during the new year, my dad grills meat at home, but it's nothing compared to this place. Kin Shou Yu took a bite of the grilled meat and a sip of yogurt, feeling content. Having lunch with her best and only brother was a great vibe. Plus, they were sitting at an outdoor table, which felt more atmospheric than eating inside. It was summer, and it had rained yesterday, so the weather was cool with a light breeze. Perfect for enjoying a barbecue. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Chen Kai's phone rang. It was his mom calling. Chen, your phone is ringing. It looks like it's from your mom. Answer it and see what she wants, Kin Shou Yu said. Chen Kai answered the call. And his mom's voice came through, son, it's already past 11. I'm still busy at the shop, so I'll have your dad bring lunch to you and Shou Yu. Wait a bit, okay? If you're hungry, there's some ready-to-eat food in the fridge. Chen Kai replied, no need, mom. Just make sure you and dad eat on time. Don't worry about us. We're having barbecue outside. Kin Shou Yu chimed in, yes auntie, we're eating outside. Li Chunmei replied, oh, you two are eating out? I was thinking of bringing you food later. Okay then, enjoy your meal. Kin Shou Yu added, auntie, business is important, but you and uncle should eat on time. How about we have the owner grill more meat, and Chen and I will bring it to you later? It's really good. Li Chunmei said, no, you two eat. The shop is busy with students now that the exam rush is over. We're just too busy. Just grab something quick for lunch. Oh, alright then. Bye. Auntie Kin Shou Yu chatted a bit more, and then Chen Kai said goodbye and hung up. After the call, Chen Kai looked at Kin Shou Yu and said, Xiao Yu, have you noticed that my mom seems to like you a lot? She's warmer to you than to me. Kin Shou Yu beamed. Of course. I'm so charming. Everyone loves me, even flowers bloom at my sight. It's just you, Chen, who doesn't appreciate it. Chen Kai laughed helplessly. Compliment her a bit, and she gets so full of herself. Kin Shou Yu giggled and continued eating her skewers. She finished her yogurt and was about to ask for another one. The boss was busy, so Kin Shou Yu decided to get it herself. Chen, you keep eating. I'll get another yogurt. When Kin Shou Yu went to get the yogurt, she left her phone on the table. The screen lit up with a notification, and Chen Kai saw it was a news pop-up. He picked up her phone and noticed it didn't have a password. Sliding to unlock it, he found the screen on a manga app's bookshelf. The cover of one manga was particularly eye-catching, with a domineering male lead kissing the female lead passionately. It was quite suggestive. Chen Kai was stunned. Chen! I'm back. I brought you a Coke too, Kin Shou Yu said, hopping back to the table and sitting across from him. She noticed Chen Kai looking at her phone but didn't think much of it. Chen was a friend, it didn't matter if he looked at her phone. However, Kin Shou Yu suddenly remembered something but couldn't quite place it. Something she had forgotten. Damn, why can't I remember? Kin Shou Yu's mind raced. Kin Shou Yu, I didn't know you liked reading this stuff, Chen Kai said, holding her phone and looking at the screen. What? Kin Shou Yu was confused, not recalling until Chen Kai showed her the screen. Seeing the manga cover, Kin Shou Yu wished she could disappear. It was so embarrassing. She had been reading manga while waiting for Chen Kai at the community gate after buying supplies this morning. She forgot to close the app and didn't set a password. She had hoped Chen wouldn't find out about her taste in shoujo manga. Many girls read these during their youth, it was normal. But this particular manga's cover was too explicit, easily misunderstood. Would Chen think she was some kind of pervert? A girl with a voracious appetite? Chen. Let me explain. This manga wasn't read by me, it was my roommate using my phone. I didn't read it, I swear. Kin Shou Yu quickly explained, Chen, the content of this manga is actually really good, not what you think. The cover is just a bit over the top. Nowadays, with the internet, you need a flashy cover to get clicks. Otherwise, why do you think so many media outlets use those shocking headlines? Like those titles that say, 70-year-old lady does something shocking in public, and when you click, it turns out she's just sweeping the street. Kin Shou Yu was nervous as she explained. Chen Kai retorted, didn't you say you hadn't read it? Well, I read a little. Just a little, Kin Shou Yu admitted with an embarrassed smile, feeling like she had lost all her dignity and hoping Chen wouldn't think of her as a desperate girl. Kin Shou Yu swore that this manga was really normal and very popular among girls. Almost every girl had read it. Chen Kai was just teasing Kin Shou Yu. He knew the manga she was reading wasn't what he was implying. In fact, years later, this manga was adapted into a web series around 2021 and was quite popular. Alright, if it's not, it's not. Why are you so nervous? Feeling guilty, Chen Kai placed the phone back on the table and took a sip of the Coke Kin Shou Yu had opened for him. I'm not nervous, just worried you'd misunderstand. Kin Shou Yu picked up her phone and deleted the manga from her bookshelf. She swore she'd never read it again. What she didn't know was that, during this naive phase, the study materials boys looked at were far more stimulating than her manga. Many boys had a study materials folder on their computers, filled with content they studied late into the night. For the next half hour, Kin Shou Yu quickly forgot the embarrassment and returned to her cheerful self. Chen, it's summer vacation for 2 months. What are your plans? Do you have any? Let me go first. For these 2 months, when I'm free, I plan to go to the library to study financial materials. My mom insists I major in finance because she says it has a great future, and my dad agrees. I'm not that interested in finance. I prefer literature, but my parents say it's hard to find a job with a literature degree. Finance has better prospects. Kin Shou Yu continued, you know me, I'm not very decisive, so I thought about it and decided to listen to my parents and study finance. In her previous life, it was this summer that Kin Shou Yu started reading finance books. After graduating, she entered the finance industry and became very successful. Chen Kai's business also flourished, and when he heard about Kin Shou Yu's success, he was amazed. He had always thought his silly female friend would grow up to be a homemaker, married, and taking care of her family, or living a life of luxury. After all, her family was wealthy, and any potential spouse would be equally well off. He didn't expect her to start her own company and grow it so big. She even liked him for a long time and never married, which was completely different from what Chen Kai had imagined. The contrast was huge. Who knows if Kin Shou Yu would change in this life? But he was willing to support her in studying finance. Now that he was back, Chen Kai wanted to grow together with Kin Shou Yu, developing in parallel, and secretly pampering her more. After Kin Shou Yu finished, she asked Chen, I've told you my plans for the summer. What about you? What are your plans? Chen Kai replied, I might spend the summer thinking about starting a business. Starting a business? Kin Shou Yu was shocked. Chen, you're thinking about starting a business? Doing what? She found it incredible. Chen was only 19, just graduated, and already thinking about starting a business. Impressive. Most guys their age were playing games, hanging out, or partying. They rarely thought beyond having fun. But Chen was planning to start a business? That's great, Chen. I totally support you. What kind of business? How much capital do you need? How much do you have now? If you need more, I can help. Kin Shou Yu asked seriously. Chen Kai answered, AI and big data. What's that? Kin Shou Yu shook her head, not understanding. In 2016, even older internet users had little concept of big data, so it was normal for Kin Shou Yu not to understand. But there's one question. Chen, will this big data thing have a good future? Will it keep growing for years? Of course. In the future, big data would be used in every industry, from short videos to healthcare, education, finance, and even blockchain. Especially in the short video industry. It could create trillions in value. Chen, I don't quite understand, but if you need money for your startup, just let me know. You know my family is wealthy. We're such good friends, my money is your money. We're in this together, Kin Shou Yu said, patting her chest. Chen Kai laughed. Wow. Kin Shou Yu, you're really loyal. Of course. Look at our relationship. I've always been loyal. Kin Shou Yu emphasized. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Chen Kai decided to follow the system's prompt. Kin Shou Yu, since you're so loyal, I'll treat you. Before school starts, I'll take you to the most luxurious revolving restaurant in Shanghai for a meal worth over 10,000 yuan. Chen Kai had just finished speaking when Kin Shou Yu, sitting opposite him, looked at him in astonishment. Chen, are you serious? You're not joking, right? You're really going to take me to the biggest revolving restaurant in Shanghai for a meal worth thousands of yuan? Oh my god, Chen, did you find money or something? How come you're willing to treat me to such an expensive meal? Kin Shou Yu's reaction was as genuine as it gets. Having been friends with Chen for 3 years, she had never seen him this generous before. So, for a moment, she felt overwhelmed. But also very excited. Chen, we've been friends for 3 years, and I've noticed you're becoming more generous and nicer to me. Like last night when I came to your place in the rain, and my clothes were soaked. You even bought me a set of clothes. Though you said it only cost a few dozen yuan, I seriously doubt it. This outfit looks like it cost a few hundred. Kin Shou Yu giggled. Come on, Chen, be honest. How much did you really spend on this outfit? I'll tell you what, if this outfit really only cost a few dozen yuan, see this beer mug? I'll swallow it whole. Chen Kai replied. Kin Shou Yu, stop with the nonsense. Just tell me, are you going to eat this fancy meal or not? Kin Shou Yu decisively answered, of course I'll eat it. She was already looking forward to the scene of Chen taking her to the revolving restaurant in Shanghai in 2 months. At that moment, Chen Kai heard the system's voice in his head, ding. The host has completed the task. Kin Shou Yu showed a surprised reaction. Reward 1 lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Chen Kai instructed, draw. Ding. The draw is complete. The host has acquired the property rights to a commercial office building in the city center, valid permanently. Permanent property rights to a commercial office building. And, not just any building but one in the city center. If bought with money, it would be extremely expensive. Considering the rent for office buildings in the city center of Jiang Bay, it could be over 200,000 yuan a year, with a chance of increasing each year. Not to mention, it's an entire commercial office building, not just one floor. Since Chen Kai planned to develop his business, establishing a company was necessary. As the company grew, the number of employees would increase, and a single floor would be insufficient. An entire building would be perfect. Seeing the system reward, Chen Kai smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu was grinning foolishly, already imagining the dishes at the revolving restaurant in Shanghai. She couldn't wait for that day to come. Kin Shou Yu was excited mainly because, in 3 years of friendship, Chen had never been so generous. Could she not be thrilled? After about half an hour, Kin Shou Yu had finished all the skewers in front of her, and had also drunk 2 bottles of yogurt. She let out a satisfied burp. Chen, I'm full. What about you? Kin Shou Yu asked. If you're not full, order more, didn't I say? Eat as much as you want, I'm treating today. Boss Kin Shou Yu waved, intending to call the owner to order more for Chen. Chen Kai said, no need, Shou Yu. I'm full. What? You're full already? You ate less than me. Kin Shou Yu looked at the number of skewers in front of Chen, which were clearly fewer than hers. Since Chen said he was full, Kin Shou Yu picked up her phone to find the owner and pay. Though it was 2016 and mobile payments weren't as widespread as in 2023, in Jiang Bay, they were already quite common. Almost all shops and stalls accepted WeChat payments. The owner smiled and said, young lady, your total is 432 yuan. I'll round it down for you. Just pay 430 yuan. Thank you. Kin Shou Yu nodded and prepared to pay 430 yuan. But suddenly Chen Kai's payment went through with a beep. He showed the owner the payment record and then returned to his seat. Chen, what are you doing? I said I'd pay. Why are you competing with me? Chen Kai replied, it's nothing, Shou Yu. We're friends. Can't I treat you to a meal? Of course you can. Kin Shou Yu giggled. Chen, let me treat you to milk tea later. And don't compete with me this time. By the way, Chen, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Kin Shou Yu asked. Chen Kai did have plans. He had just received the permanent property rights to a commercial office building. So, he planned to check it out in the afternoon. After confirming everything, he would start the company registration process in the next couple of days, then begin hiring, and get the company running. Chen Kai believed that once his company was up and running, it would become a national sensation, a top-rated app. Especially with the system's help, there was no doubt. As Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu left the barbecue restaurant, they saw 2 girls approaching, holding milk teas and chatting. These 2 girls were Kin Shou Yu's roommates from Jiangnan. The tall one was Wang Jiajia, and the one with glasses was Li Ran. Seeing Kin Shou Yu with Chen, they were surprised. Xiao Yu? Why are you still in Jiang Bay, and with Chen? Didn't you take the bus back to Fenin yesterday? Kin Shou Yu's two roommates, Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, exchanged glances. After about 2 seconds of silence, they said to Kin Shou Yu with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Xiao Yu, we know you're close with Chen Kai, but are you really not going home for the summer? Kin Shou Yu explained, of course not. It's just that I couldn't get a ticket back to Fenin yesterday, and it was raining. If Chen hadn't picked me up from the station, I would have caught a cold. As she said this, she glanced at Chen Kai beside her, feeling a small surge of gratitude. Although Chen often teased her, he was incredibly reliable in crucial moments. He truly was her best and only brother. By the way, Jiajia, where are you two headed? Kin Shou Yu asked her roommates. Wang Jiajia replied, we're heading to the library. Want to join us, Xiao Yu? Sure, I was planning to ask Chen to come with me anyway. Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai. Chen, we're going to the library. Are you coming? Chen Kai responded, I won't join you. I have some things to take care of this afternoon, but I'll be back early. Just then, Chen Kai had received a call from the manager of Qingtang Real Estate. Mr. Chen, I'm the manager of Qingtang Real Estate. Can we meet? It won't take much of your time. So, he had to go, but it would only take a few hours. Honestly, Chen Kai wanted to spend every moment with Kin Shou Yu. This girl was just too endearingly silly and cute. Meeting another friend, Kin Shou Yu felt something was off. Why was Chen's schedule so packed today? Could Chen really be dating someone? She remained skeptical. Given her relationship with Chen, if he were really dating, he would have told her. Oh, that's fine. Since you have other plans, I'll go to the library with Jiajia and Li Ran. But I have to ask, when will you be back? If you're coming back late, you'd better give me your house key. I don't want to wait at the gate for another hour. Waiting this morning was fine. But in the evening, with the cold wind, you wouldn't want me freezing outside, would you? Kin Shou Yu joked. Chen Kai nodded and took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, tossing them to Kin Shou Yu. Here, take the keys. He pointed out which one was for the house. Got it, this one, right? All right, Chen, take care of your things. Make sure to come back early. If I'm alone at your place and your parents come home, I'll be a bit nervous. I wouldn't know what to say to them. You remember yesterday at your family dinner? When you introduced me to your parents, I was so flustered that I said some really embarrassing things. Thinking about it now, I feel so mortified. Kin Shou Yu couldn't help but laugh at herself. Thinking about that moment, her face turned red with embarrassment. Kin Shou Yu's two roommates, Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, exchanged glances. After a brief silence, they said to Kin Shou Yu with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Xiao Yu, we know you're close with Chen Kai, but are you really not going home for the summer? Kin Shou Yu explained, of course not. I couldn't get a ticket back to Fenin yesterday, and it was raining. If Chen hadn't picked me up from the station, I would have caught a cold. As she said this, she glanced at Chen Kai beside her, feeling a small surge of gratitude. Although Chen often teased her, he was incredibly reliable in crucial moments. He truly was her best and only brother. By the way, Jiajia, where are you two headed? Kin Shou Yu asked her roommates. Wang Jiajia replied, we're heading to the library. Want to join us, Xiao Yu? Sure, I was planning to ask Chen to come with me anyway. Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai. Chen, we're going to the library. Are you coming? Chen Kai responded, I won't join you. I have some things to take care of this afternoon, but I'll be back early. Just then, Chen Kai had received a call from the manager of Qingtang Real Estate. Mr. Chen, I'm the manager of Qingtang Real Estate. Can we meet? It won't take much of your time. So, he had to go. But it would only take a few hours. Honestly, Chen Kai wanted to spend every moment with Kin Shou Yu. This girl was just too endearingly silly and cute. Meeting another friend, Kin Shou Yu felt something was off. Why was Chen's schedule so packed today? Could Chen really be dating someone? She remained skeptical. Given her relationship with Chen, if he were really dating, he would have told her. Oh, that's fine. Since you have other plans, I'll go to the library with Jiajia and Li Ran. But I have to ask, when will you be back? If you're coming back late, you'd better give me your house key. I don't want to wait at the gate for another hour. Waiting this morning was fine, but in the evening, with the cold wind, you wouldn't want me freezing outside, would you? Kin Shou Yu joked. Chen Kai nodded and took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, tossing them to Kin Shou Yu. Here, take the keys. He pointed out which one was for the house. Got it, this one, right? Alright Chen, take care of your things. Make sure to come back early. If I'm alone at your place and your parents come home, I'll be a bit nervous. I wouldn't know what to say to them. You remember yesterday at your family dinner? When you introduced me to your parents, I was so flustered that I said some really embarrassing things. Thinking about it now, I feel so mortified. Kin Shou Yu couldn't help but laugh at herself. Thinking about that moment, her face turned red with embarrassment. Chen Kai then said to the three girls, "Alright, you guys head to the library." With that, he left to check out the commercial office building he had just acquired. Upon arriving at the office building, he noticed a message from Kin Shou Yu on WeChat. "Chen, I almost forgot. Didn't I say I'd buy you a milk tea? I'm at the milk tea shop with Jiajia and Li Ran, and I'm getting you one too. You can have it when you get back tonight." After sending the message to Chen Kai, the shop assistant at the milk tea shop said, "2 milk teas, 20 yuan. Okay, Kin Shou Yu replied, taking out her phone to pay. After paying, she said to Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, "Alright, I got the milk tea. Let's head to the library. I'll drink one there, and I'll bring the other back for Chen." Wang Jiajia and Li Ran exchanged shocked looks. They asked, "Xiao Yu, were you serious about what you said to Chen Kai? What do you mean? What do you mean? When Chen was here, you asked for his house key. Don't tell me you didn't go back to Fenin for the summer and spent the night at Chen's place." Wang Jiajia and Li Ran knew that Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai were close, having been desk mates for 3 years. Even when their seats were rearranged, Kin Shou Yu, being a top student, asked to sit with Chen Kai to help him with his studies. The teachers agreed as long as it improved their grades, so they had been inseparable for 3 years. Honestly, Kin Shou Yu spent more time with Chen Kai than with her 2 roommates. Wang Jiajia even suspected that Kin Shou Yu might be using the pretense of being brother and sister to hide a romantic relationship with Chen Kai. Originally, it was just a suspicion. But hearing that Kin Shou Yu didn't go back to Fenin and spent the night at Chen's place shocked Wang Jiajia and Li Ran. "Xiao Yu, you're too much. You didn't tell us something this big. We've been roommates for 3 years." Kin Shou Yu was completely confused. "Tell you what. Don't play dumb. You and Chen Kai have taken your relationship to this level, staying at each other's places, and you still say you're not a couple." Kin Shou Yu was exasperated. "Come on, what are you thinking? Chen and I are just pure friends. We're best friends for life." Wang Jiajia and Li Ran exchanged another look. For life? Like sharing the same bed for life? Kin Shou Yu was about to lose it. "Hey Jiajia, what are you saying? That makes me mad. Chen and I are pure friends, and you think such dirty thoughts." "Haha, we're just joking." Xiao Yu. Wang Jiajia laughed. "But didn't you notice Chen's look earlier? From my experience, that wasn't a look you give a friend." Kin Shou Yu was taken aback. "Really? When was that? Just now with Chen? I didn't notice. Did he look at me?" "What kind of look?" Kin Shou Yu asked curiously. Wang Jiajia seriously asked, "Let me ask you this, Xiao Yu. Don't you think Chen likes you?" "What? Chen likes me? That's unlikely." Kin Shou Yu often joked with Chen, saying, "You like me, don't you? Or you have a crush on me, don't you?" But Kin Shou Yu knew deep down that Chen saw her only as a friend. He couldn't possibly have feelings for her, right? Although Kin Shou Yu often joked about it, it was just to lighten the mood. It wasn't serious. Honestly, after being friends with Chen for 3 years, if he had feelings for her, he would have made a move by now. But there had been no signs. "Jiajia, stop joking. Chen always teases me. How could he like me? You're joking, right? He'd choose you over me." Wang Jiajia replied seriously, "Xiao Yu, don't you believe me? I've been in the dating scene for years. How many relationships have you had? You've never even dated, right? I know more than you do." In reality, Wang Jiajia had never been in a relationship. There's always that one classmate who pretends to know everything about relationships but has never actually been in one. They give advice and analyze situations for others. Every time a classmate had a relationship problem, they'd go to her. And she'd confidently give advice. That was Wang Jiajia. Wang Jiajia said seriously, "Kin Shou Yu, I'm telling you responsibly, I'm 90% sure Chen likes you, or at least has a crush on you. He doesn't see you as just a friend." Kin Shou Yu asked, "Really?" Wang Jiajia sighed, "Xiao Yu, you don't understand how guys think. They can't just be friends with a girl unless she's really unattractive. Do you have any doubts about your looks?" It was true that Kin Shou Yu was very pretty. If she weren't so tomboyish and didn't slip into her northeastern dialect, which was a bit comical. She'd have many suitors. But her looks were undeniably stunning. Wang Jiaji continued, Chen has been friends with you for 3 years. You really think he sees you as just a friend? Guys have a strategy, either they call you sister or brother. Over time sister becomes sweetheart and brother is just a cover. Kin Shou Yu was stunned. Jiajia's words seemed to make sense. Could it be that Chen really likes her? Kin Shou Yu had never thought about it before. But now that Jiajia mentioned it, it seemed to make sense. She started to wonder if Chen Kai might actually like her a little. I mean, I've always thought my charm was undeniable. If Chen has been my brother for 3 years and has no interest in me, that doesn't make sense. At one point, Kin Shou Yu even suspected that Chen might like men. But now it seems. Chen does have good taste, Kin Shou Yu thought to herself. Jiajia, why are you so sure that Chen likes me? Kin Shou Yu asked. Isn't it obvious? Wang Jiajia continued to explain, think about it, Shou Yu. If a guy doesn't like you, why would he always emphasize that he doesn't? The more someone denies it, the more they secretly like the person. It's called protesting too much. Remember in elementary school, how boys would play pranks on the girls they liked to get their attention? Why didn't they play pranks on the less attractive girls? They'd probably avoid them altogether, let alone tease them. Kin Shou Yu was surprised. Really? Jiajia, do you really think so? She had teased Chen Kai with similar reasoning before, just to lighten the mood. But she didn't expect Jiajia to think the same. Great minds think alike. Could it be? At this point, Li Ran, who had been silent, couldn't stand it anymore and decided to speak up. Jia Yu, you're not seriously believing Jiajia, are you? You know how she is. You should take what she says with a grain of salt. At least 9 out of 10 things she says are unreliable. Has she ever been in a relationship? Don't let her fool you. She's not a love expert, just good at theoretical discussions. I think Chen Kai sees you as a friend. If he liked you as Jiajia claims, he would have made a move in these 3 years. Look at that guy from the class next door. He confessed to his so-called sister on graduation day. They're now holding hands and planning a summer trip together, ready to date openly in college. But that's clearly different from your situation with Chen Kai. After hearing Li Ran, Kin Shou Yu felt it made some sense too, leaving her unsure who to believe. But wait. Why am I even bothered by this? Isn't Chen just my brother? Kin Shou Yu shook her head, trying to clear away these thoughts. Feelings like these are fleeting. People can fall in and out of love quickly, and after a breakup, they might never talk again. If that's the case, being lifelong friends is better. But Jiajia's words did make her curious. Does Chen really like me? Alright Jiajia, let's stop speculating. Kin Shou Yu continued, don't forget why we're here. If we keep chatting, we'll never make it to the library before dark. Wang Jiajia laughed, and the 3 girls dropped the topic and headed to the library. A few minutes later they arrived at the library, went to the 2nd floor, and picked out some books. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran selected some economics books to read. Kin Shou Yu picked an academic book on finance, sipping her milk tea while reading. Kin Shou Yu was a top student, excelling in her studies. Even though finance was a dry subject, she found it fascinating. Oh, I almost forgot to tell Chen I'm at the library. Don't want him to worry. She quickly typed a message and sent it to Chen Kai on WeChat. After graduation, everyone was gradually switching to WeChat, leaving QQ mainly for gaming accounts. Chen, I'm at the library now, reading a book. CQ and Xiao Yu sent a couple of photos to Chen Kai. Then she quietly continued reading. It was rare to see Kin Shou Yu so quiet. She looked really cute when she wasn't talking. Chen Kai, at a location in Qingtang Commercial Plaza, had just finished a meeting with the Qingtang real estate manager. The manager mentioned that Chen was a major client and assured him of excellent service in the future. Chen Kai wasn't interested in these details. To him, company matters weren't as important as Xiao Yu. He looked at the message and photos Kin Shou Yu had sent, then typed a reply. Chen Kai smiled helplessly and quickly replied to Xiao Yu's messages. In the afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock, Chen Kai went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to handle the company registration. He decided to name his company Tide Network Technology. All the documents and materials had been submitted, so he didn't have to worry about it for the next few days. He just needed to wait for approval. Once the registration was complete, it would be time to hire more employees, delegate tasks, and focus on managing the overall operations. Before he knew it, it was around 5 or 6 o'clock when he left the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Kin Shou Yu sent him a message. Chen, it's already 5 or 6 in the evening, and you're not back yet. I'm at your place now. Your parents are here too. And it's a bit awkward for me to be alone. Come back soon. I bought you a milk tea when I went to the library this afternoon. Seeing her message, Chen Kai quickly replied, Got it. I'm just about to take a taxi back. He flagged down a taxi and headed home. At Chen Kai's house, Kin Shou Yu was explaining the situation to his parents. Uncle, Auntie, here's the situation. My parents went abroad for vacation, and I'm alone at home. I can't cook, and even if I could, it's boring to eat alone. So I was thinking, can I stay at your place for the summer? I've talked to Chen, but I wanted to get your approval. Kin Shou Yu felt a bit nervous. Even though bringing a friend home for the summer was normal, her situation with Chen was special, and she wasn't sure if his parents would agree. Upon hearing this, Li Chunmei smiled and said, Of course, that's great. It's perfect timing. Your uncle and I were planning to stay at the shop for the summer since business is booming with students on break. Sometimes we have a lot of customers in the evenings. We were worried about leaving Chen alone at home. If you're willing to stay with him, that's wonderful. With you keeping him company, we won't worry. Li Chunmei continued, Xiao Yu, you can sleep in my room for the next 2 months. If you prefer, you can sleep in Chen's room, and he can take ours. Just don't share a room, it wouldn't look right. I'm not worried about Chen, but I'm concerned about you. Last night was a special case. Kin Shou Yu nodded, Okay, Auntie. Let me add you on WeChat so I can transfer the rent. I don't want to stay here for free. Kin Shou Yu was considerate. Auntie, how about 4,000 yuan a month? Or you name the price, and I won't haggle, Kin Shou Yu offered, pulling out her phone. You silly child, I can't take your money. Stop it, or I'll be unhappy. Although Kin Shou Yu and Chen insisted they were just friends, Chen's mom completely saw Kin Shou Yu as her future daughter-in-law. She was delighted to have Kin Shou Yu stay, and would never take her money. But Kin Shou Yu's parents might be shocked to learn their daughter was spending the summer at a boy's house. They might even fly back immediately. That's the difference between how boys and girls' parents think. Kin Shou Yu helped Li Chunmei and her husband load some items into the car. Before driving off to the shop, Li Chunmei rolled down the window. Xiao Yu, I left some money on the table. When Chen gets back, you two can go out to eat. Your uncle and I won't be back tonight. Having you at home with Chen gives us peace of mind. All right, Auntie. Goodbye. Uncle, drive safely. Kin Shou Yu waved as they left. Just as she was about to head upstairs, Chen Kai arrived. Chen, you have perfect timing. Your parents just left. Kin Shou Yu briefly explained the situation. Chen Kai nodded. Got it. Following Chen Kai inside, Kin Shou Yu spoke up. Chen, do you know what Jiajia and I talked about on the way to the library today? Chen Kai replied, Tell me. Kin Shou Yu straightforwardly said. Jiajia said, Listen carefully. It was Jiajia, not me. Jiajia said, Chen. That you like me. Chen Kai, who had just sat down on the sofa and taken a sip of water, almost choked. Kin Shou Yu, your words are too direct. You really are something else. When Kin Shou Yu directly shared what she and Wang Jiajia had talked about in the afternoon, it nearly left Chen Kai speechless. Kin Shou Yu really was a straightforward girl, always speaking so bluntly. Couldn't she be a bit more tactful? Chen Kai smiled helplessly. Kin Shou Yu continued, Chen. Just to clarify, these aren't my words, they're Jiajia's. But I'm curious, Chen. What do you think about what Jiajia said? Kin Shou Yu was genuinely curious. She expected Chen to respond something like this. Kin Shou Yu, stop making things up. It's not what Jiajia said, it's what you're saying. You're too narcissistic. Yes. That's definitely how Chen would respond. She knew him too well. But instead, Chen Kai directly said, Kin Shou Yu, I see you as a friend, but you keep suspecting that I like you. What's that about? I don't. I already said it was Jiajia, not me. Kin Shou Yu quickly clarified, I've never thought about it that way, Chen. Don't get me wrong, I see you as a friend too. Jiajia is the one talking nonsense. Wait until I see Jiajia again. I'll deal with her. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself, then quickly laughed it off. Alright, Chen, let's drop this. Let's do something productive. What productive thing? I'm hungry. Can you cook dinner for me? Please, Chen, I'm begging you, Kin Shou Yu pleaded. It's just that your cooking is too delicious. I've been craving the food you made this morning. I feel like your cooking is way better than any restaurant's. Although it seemed like Kin Shou Yu was flattering Chen Kai, her expression and tone were sincere, showing she genuinely meant what she said. Given Chen Kai's years of experience, he naturally knew a thing or two about cooking that could easily make Kin Shou Yu crave his dishes. Just as Chen Kai was about to respond, the system's electronic prompt appeared in front of him. Beep beep. Please agree to Kin Shou Yu's request and cook her dinner. Make her pleasantly surprised. The reward for completing the task is an opportunity to enhance your physique, significantly improving your physical strength and fitness. Given that Chen Kai's body was that of a 19-year-old, there was plenty of room for improvement. The system's reward was quite appealing, providing a level of physical enhancement that money couldn't buy and gym workouts couldn't achieve in months, if not years. Seeing the system prompt in the reward, Chen Kai smiled with satisfaction and accepted the task. So, when Kin Shou Yu continued to plead, Chen Kai promptly agreed. Chen, please, just this once. If you cook for me tonight, I'll do anything you want. Just make me dinner, Kin Shou Yu pleaded earnestly. To her surprise, Chen Kai agreed without hesitation. Sure, no problem. You want me to cook? Okay. Chen Kai's quick agreement left Kin Shou Yu stunned, unable to react for a moment. Chen, why did you agree so quickly? This isn't like you at all. Are you planning something? Kin Shou Yu was puzzled by Chen Kai's unusual response. Are you trying to trick me? Are you really this kind-hearted? Kin Shou Yu, what's wrong with you? I'm just cooking for a friend. Isn't that normal? What's with that look on your face? It's my bad. Chen, you're the best. You're truly my best friend. Ha ha ha. Kin Shou Yu was now elated, her face beaming with joy. Chen Kai said, all right, let's go. Go? Where? To the store, of course. We're out of ingredients. Let's go to the supermarket and get what you want to eat. Chen, you mean I can choose anything and you'll cook it? Yes. After being friends for 3 years, you've always been good to me. It's time I did something nice for you. Wow. Chen, you're getting more and more awesome. Kin Shou Yu was overjoyed. In the past, whenever she made requests, Chen had never agreed so quickly. Seeing him agree so readily now made her feel both surprised and pampered. She even had the urge to check if Chen had a fever or something. Why is he being so nice to me all of a sudden? Could Jiajia be right? Does Chen really like me? He used to always tease me, but now he's treating me so well. Wow. 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 Chen, your sudden change is making me a little uncomfortable. Hee hee. Kin Shou Yu, are we going or not? Chen Kai said, holding back a laugh. Yes, yes. Let's go. Kin Shou Yu wouldn't miss out on Chen's cooking for anything. It was way better than any restaurant's food. Seriously, no exaggeration. Chen Kai smiled, and led Kin Shou Yu downstairs to a nearby supermarket. They went inside to buy some ingredients for dinner. Chen planned to cook 2 or 3 simple dishes for Shou Yu. However, knowing Kin Shou Yu, 2 or 3 dishes definitely wouldn't be enough. Upon entering the supermarket, Kin Shou Yu tugged on Chen Kai's arm and asked, Chen, do you know how to cook crayfish? I love eating those. Can you make them for dinner tonight? Please, Chen. Sure. Whatever you like, I'll cook it for you, Chen Kai replied. After being given a second chance at life, he was determined to make up for everything with Shou Yu. Although cooking crayfish was a bit tedious, involving cleaning and divining, he was happy to do it since she liked it. Chen, I feel like you've really changed, Kin Shou Yu said seriously. I thought you'd tell me off for wanting crayfish, saying something like, why crayfish? Be happy with whatever I cook for you, but you agreed so quickly. But honestly, Chen, don't be too nice to me. I might misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Misunderstand that you like me. Of course. Kin Shou Yu giggled. Kin Shou Yu tended to speak without thinking, and she quickly forgot she'd even said that. She then asked the supermarket staff to get some crayfish for her, placing them in a plastic bag. Next, they picked out other ingredients like tofu, mushrooms, potatoes, and various vegetables. With so many ingredients, tonight's dinner was going to be a feast. Chen, we've been friends for 3 years. How come I never knew you were such a great cook? I didn't even know you could cook at all. Whoever becomes your girlfriend in the future will be so lucky. Even as your friend, I get to enjoy the perks. Kin Shou Yu laughed. To be fair, even though Chen was a great cook, she had no culinary skills. The difference between them was stark. After buying the ingredients, they paid at the front and left the supermarket. Walking home, Kin Shou Yu walked alongside Chen Kai, saying, Chen, seriously. Since we have 2 months of summer break, why don't you teach me how to cook? I really want to learn. Your cooking is so delicious. I never thought I'd be outdone by you in the kitchen. I feel like if I don't learn, I might never get married. Chen Kai sighed. You don't have to cook if you don't want to. And not knowing how to cook doesn't mean you won't get married. That's what my mom says. I can cook for you, Chen Kai said. Kin Shou Yu thought. What does he mean by that? Is this a hint? On the way back from the supermarket, Kin Shou Yu kept talking non-stop, full of stories and thoughts. Her sociable nature made her great company, often making people laugh. Her accent, which had a touch of northeastern humor, made her even more endearing. No wonder Chen's mom liked her so much. Chen liked her more and more, realizing what he had missed in his previous life. If he hadn't been given this second chance, he would have regretted it forever. A few minutes later they arrived home carrying the bags of ingredients. While Chen was fine, Kin Shou Yu was exhausted. Xiao Yu, I told you I could carry the bags. But you insisted on helping. I had to help a bit. You're cooking a big meal for me, Kin Shou Yu insisted. But she had struggled with even the smallest bag. Still, she admired Chen's strength. Chen, sometimes I really envy you. You're so strong. I can't even open a bottle cap without using my teeth, and it feels like my teeth will fall out. Am I too weak? I need to work out more. After placing the ingredients in the kitchen, Kin Shou Yu collapsed onto the sofa. Chen, I'm done. The rest is up to you. Alright, you rest on the sofa. I'll get cooking and call you when it's ready, Chen Kai said, heading to the kitchen. Cooking a few dishes was easy for Chen. Once the 3 dishes were ready, crayfish, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and spicy tofu, Kin Shou Yu could smell the delicious aroma wafting through the house, and her mouth started to water. Kin Shou Yu exclaimed in surprise, Wow! Chen, you're amazing! These dishes smell even better than the ones you made this morning. Being your friend is such a blessing. This is delicious. It smells so good. Kin Shou Yu started eating and soon, the 3 plates were empty. However, Kin Shou Yu still felt hungry. Chen, are these the only dishes? It's not enough. Please, Chen, make one more dish. Your cooking is incredible. It's making my mouth water. Chen, I love you for this. Did you learn this from Auntie? You're too good. Beep beep, Kin Shou Yu's surprise emotion detected. The host has received a reward for enhanced physical fitness. The host's physical strength has been significantly improved. Due to the high completion of the task, the host also receives an additional reward, double the company's revenue growth. Chen Kai was pleasantly surprised by the extra reward. Besides the physical enhancement, he also got an unexpected bonus. The company revenue growth reward means that any money spent from his company's account, whether on business investments or employee salaries, would be doubled. For instance, if the company paid an employee 10,000 yuan, Chen Kai would receive 20,000 yuan from the system as a reward. Seeing the detailed explanation from the system, Chen Kai's eyes lit up. This reward was fantastic. With this, he could hire more employees and even offer higher salaries. Chen Kai wouldn't lose out at all and would receive double the benefits. This would make growing his company much easier. But business wasn't the most important thing, that was secondary. In his previous life, Chen Kai had already enjoyed the life of a wealthy man. This time, spending time with Xiao Yu was his priority. Please, Chen, make a few more dishes. I'm still hungry, Kin Shou Yu pleaded. Seeing her earnest request, Chen Kai smiled and agreed. He would cook a few more dishes since both of them weren't full yet. He went back to the kitchen and made another couple of dishes. After they finished eating, Kin Shou Yu patted her stomach and praised him. Chen, I'm full. I must say, Chen, you're incredible. My belly is so full now. Chen Kai? What do you mean by that, Kin Shou Yu? Thank goodness it's just us here. If my mom heard that, there'd be a huge misunderstanding. Kin Shou Yu quickly clarified, I mean, your dinner was so delicious that I ate until I was stuffed. Kin Shou Yu, please be clear next time. If someone overheard, it could cause misunderstandings. Hey, it's fine. It's just the 2 of us here, no need to worry. Besides, do I need to watch what I say around my best friend, Kin Shou Yu said confidently. Chen Kai smiled helplessly, then noticed the time. It was getting late, and they should get ready for bed. A few days later, around noon, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu had lunch outside. Chen Kai received a notification that the registration for his company had been approved, and the name was approved. Now he just needed to complete the business license and seal processes. There was also the issue of hiring new staff for the company. So, Chen Kai planned to visit the company that afternoon. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu had made plans to go shopping with Wang Jiajia and Li Ran. Kin Shou Yu waited at the Qingting Commercial Plaza for a while. Then she saw Wang Jiajia and Li Ran approaching and greeted them. Wang Jiajia looked at Kin Shou Yu and asked, Shou Yu, it's been a few days. How are things progressing with Chen? Any new developments? How far have you 2 gotten? Have you reached first base yet? Wang Jiajia walked over, laughing and giving Kin Shou Yu a knowing look. Although she couldn't be sure, Wang Jiajia always felt there was something off about the brotherly relationship between Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai. First base Kin Shou Yu looked confused. She was too innocent to understand what that meant. Wang Jiajia whispered an explanation in her ear. Kin Shou Yu's face turned red. Pfat Tiaji, you're so naughty. I need to stay away from you, or you'll corrupt me. Wang Jiajia said. Xiao Yu, I'm not naughty. I just read a lot of comics. I'm actually very pure, okay. Xiao Yu, you still haven't answered my question. How are things with Chen Kai? Jiajia, you have some nerve. Last time you said Chen Kai liked me, you were just making things up. He sees me purely as a friend. I don't think he's ever even considered me as a woman. Last time I asked him directly. Do you know what he said? Chen Kai told me, Kin Shou Yu, I see you as a friend. Why do you keep thinking I like you? What's your deal? It was so embarrassing. I wanted to crawl into a hole. It made me look like I had feelings for him. Kin Shou Yu said seriously to Wang Jiajia, stop saying things like that. We're just friends. After hearing this, Wang Jiajia was surprised. It didn't make sense. Could she have been wrong about her instincts? Li Ran chimed in, come on Jiajia. Your intuition is always off. If you ever get something right, that'd be a miracle. Hey, don't say that, Wang Jiayi pouted. I was just trying to help Xiao Yu. After all, I know more about these things than she does. Please, you're all talk. It's not like you've ever had a boyfriend, Li Ran said. Xiao Yu, don't listen to Jiajia. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She just pretends to be an expert. Speaking of romantic comics, Kin Shou Yu couldn't help but criticize Wang Jiajia again. Jiajia, it's all your fault. Wang Jiajia felt wrongly accused. What did I do now? It's because of that comic you recommended. It was good, but the cover was too provocative. Chen saw it while we were eating, and he almost misunderstood, thinking I was reading something inappropriate. Indeed, the cover was quite misleading if you hadn't read the story. Wang Jiajia shrugged. How is that my fault? I remember you insisted I tell you the title after I described the plot in our dorm. Now you're blaming me. Kin Shou Yu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had asked for the title herself. She quickly changed the subject. Anyway, we're here to shop, right? Let's go. They entered a large shopping mall. As they took the escalator, Kin Shou Yu said, let's check out the men's section first. I want to buy Chen a jacket. He bought me clothes last time, so I want to return the favor. Maintaining our friendship is all about reciprocation, Kin Shou Yu said, with a grin. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran followed her to the men's section. They helped her pick out a jacket for Chen. It wasn't too expensive, just over 1,000 yuan. Both Wang Jiajia and Li Ran were stunned. Not expensive? You've got to be kidding. Xiao Yu, you're so biased. You never buy us anything, but for Chen, you're willing to spend so much, they teased. Kin Xiao Yu huffed. What do you mean, biased? I've told you Chen is my friend, we're just friends. Wang Jiajia gave her a knowing look but didn't argue. Xiao Yu, be honest. Do you have feelings for Chen? Wang Jiajia asked. Kin Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. Jiajia, you should become a gossip columnist. You have such a vivid imagination. Seriously, I've known Chen for 3 years as a friend. If anything romantic happened, it would feel weird. I couldn't possibly like Chen. I just get annoyed when I see him with other girls. That's just my possessiveness. Not because I like him. Jiajia, stop talking nonsense, or I'll get mad, Kin Xiao Yu warned, shaking her fist playfully. Wang Jiajia laughed. Your threats don't scare me at all. Whatever. Kin Xiao Yu took out her phone and snapped some photos of the jacket. She sent them to Chen. Chen, I'm shopping with Jiajia and Li Ran. I picked out some clothes for you. Do you like them? Check the photos. Chen was at his office, busy with recruitment. Despite being a new company, the generous salaries he offered attracted many applicants. One of them was Yang Annie, a woman in her 30s from Fenin. She had just left a big tech company in Beijing and was applying for the position of HR manager. While waiting for her interview, Chen saw the photos Kin Xiao Yu had sent. The clothes were trendy and branded, costing over 1,000 yuan each. Kin Shou Yu was very generous when it came to him. Chen, pick one. Which do you like best? The second one. Got it. The second one it is. Thanks, Chen. After confirming with Chen, Kin Shou Yu had the sales assistant pack it up. She paid without hesitation, feeling no pain for spending over 1,000 yuan on her friend. She was wealthy and spending a few hundred didn't bother her. However, she wasn't this generous with everyone, only with Chen. Alright, let's keep shopping. Now it's our turn, Kin Shou Yu said, leading them to the women's section. In the women's section, Kin Shou Yu picked out a dress and went to the fitting room. While waiting, Wang Jiajia and Li Ran chatted. Xiao Yu claims she's just friends with Chen, but look how she acts. She's obviously into him. Li Ran nodded. Yeah, Jiajia, you finally said something sensible. Exactly. I just hope Xiao Yu realizes her feelings. Maybe she's just clueless or in denial, Wang Jiajia added. After a bit more chatting, they changed the subject. By the way, Jiajia, do you know who owns this mall? Li Ran asked. Of course, it's owned by King Ting Real Estate Group, the biggest in Jiang Bay. Why do you ask? I saw in the news that a 19-year-old bought the entire 7th office building here. That's incredible. I wonder who he is, Li Ran said, full of curiosity. What? He bought the entire King Ting Real Estate Group's 7 commercial office building outright. Wang Jiajia's eyes widened in shock, especially considering the buyer was just 19 years old. He's our age. And he bought an entire office building just like that. My gosh, is he from our school? I haven't heard of anyone like that. It's unbelievable. An office building under King Ting Real Estate Group must cost tens, if not hundreds, of billions. Usually only medium or small companies rent a floor or two. Only big enterprises or listed companies can afford to buy an entire building. Talk about luck. Here we are, worrying about which college to go to, and what job we'll get after graduation, and look at this guy. I bet he's the son of some big-shot entrepreneur, one of those insanely wealthy second-generation heirs. It's true what they say, having a great dad can save you decades of struggle. I'm so envious. As Wang Jiajia and Li Ran were chatting, Kin Shou Yu came out of the fitting room in the dress she had tried on, and tapped Jiajia on the shoulder. Jiajia, what are you two talking about so intensely? Look at me. How does this dress look? Kin Shou Yu stood in front of Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, showing off the dress. Although Xiao Yu was petite, her legs were incredibly slender and fair, making the dress look even more stunning. Wang Jiajia, despite being a girl, couldn't help but admire Kin Shou Yu's legs. Wow, Xiao Yu, your legs are amazing. Any boyfriend of yours in the future is going to be one lucky guy. Kin Shou Yu rolled her eyes. Jiaji, can't you say anything nice? I'm just kidding, Wang Jiajia laughed. So, what were you two talking about? Kin Shou Yu asked curiously. I overheard something about a 19-year-old buying King Ting Real Estate Group's 7 office building. Is that true? Kin Shou Yu was also shocked. Even though her family was well off, buying an entire office building was beyond her father's company's financial capabilities. Yes, I saw it in the local news. We don't know who he is, but he's probably not from our school. We've never heard of anyone here being that wealthy. Absolutely, Wang Jiajia agreed, nodding. While they were all surprised, none of them, including Kin Shou Yu, thought of Chen Kai. It was hard to believe a 19-year-old could buy an entire office building unless he had incredibly wealthy parents. Kin Shou Yu didn't think much of it. She just treated it as gossip. Standing in front of the mirror, she took a few photos of herself in the dress, focusing on her legs, and sent them to Chen Kai. Chen, what do you think of this dress? Does it look good on me? When Chen Kai received the photos, he chuckled. Kin Shou Yu, aren't you asking me about the dress? Why are you only showing your legs? Where's the dress? Kin Shou Yu quickly replied, oops, wrong photo. Here's the right one. Yeah, the dress looks nice. See? I think so too. But I was really talking about my legs. They make anything look good, right? Kin Shou Yu's self-praise made Chen Kai smile. Despite her playful nature, he had to admit, she looked great. Spending the next hour, Chen Kai conducted interviews, including one with Yang Annie, a woman from Fenin, just like Kin Shou Yu. She had recently left a major internet company in Beijing and was applying for the HR manager position at Chen Kai's company. At around 5 or 6 p.m., as Yang Annie left the office, her phone rang. It was her sister, Yang Xiaohui, Kin Shou Yu's mother. Annie, I heard you left your job in Beijing and moved to Jiang Bay. Yes, I just had a successful interview and am leaving the office now. That's great. Xiao Yu is also in Jiang Bay. She told me last night that she didn't return to Fenin and is staying at a classmate's house while your brother-in-law and I are abroad. Could you keep an eye on her during the summer? If it's inconvenient for her to stay at her classmate's house, she can stay with you. Yang Annie was curious. Sis, is Xiao Yu staying with a male or female classmate? Has she got a boyfriend? Of course not, Xiao Yu wouldn't dare stay at a boy's house, Kin Shou Yu's mother reassured over the phone. Yang Ani replied, "Don't worry, sis. Leave it to me. I'm already in Jiang Bay, so I'll definitely take good care of our precious Xiao Yu. After all, I watched her grow up. I was planning to take her out for dinner tonight to celebrate my new job." "Great. Thanks," Annie, her sister said. After hanging up and leaving the office, Yang Ani hailed a taxi to her apartment, which wasn't far from her new workplace. The commute wouldn't be too time-consuming, which was convenient. Sitting in the back of the taxi, she called her niece, Kin Shou Yu, who was out shopping with Wang Jiajia and Li Ran. Girls, especially when shopping, seem to have endless energy, something any guy who's been on a shopping trip can attest to. While girls can shop for hours without tiring, guys often find even 10 minutes exhausting. As Kin Shou Yu was about to try on a new top she liked, her phone rang. "Xiao Yu, your phone is ringing," Wang Jiajia called out. "Is it Chen Kai?" Kin Shou Yu asked excitedly. "Give it to me." Wang Jiajia smiled, amused by Kin Shou Yu's reaction. "No, it's your aunt." "My aunt?" Kin Shou Yu was surprised. "Isn't she in Beijing? Why is she calling me now?" Curious, Kin Shou Yu answered the phone. "Hi auntie. What made you think of calling me now? Have you missed your favorite niece?" "Xiao Yu, why you? I'm in Jiang Bay right now." "What? Auntie, you're here in Jiang Bay?" "Yes, and I'll be here for a long time. I've moved here for work." "Really? But weren't you working at a big internet company in Beijing? Did they transfer you?" "No, I resigned and joined a new company. I had my interview this afternoon and start tomorrow." You quit? Kin Shou Yu was surprised. She didn't know what had happened but was thrilled that her aunt would be staying in Jiang Bay. This meant she could see her whenever she wanted during the summer. "That's awesome, auntie. I'm staying at a friend's house for the summer. I'll introduce you to my friend soon. He's really nice," Kin Shou Yu emphasized. However, her aunt didn't know that this friend was a boy, not a girl. But Kin Shou Yu wasn't worried about her aunt telling her parents. After arranging to meet for dinner that evening, Kin Shou Yu hung up. She quickly texted Chen Kai about it. "Hey Chen, my aunt just called. She's in Jiang Bay and wants to take me out for dinner tonight. Do you have time? You should come with us. I want to introduce you to her. She's really great." Chen Kai, busy at his company's office building, was interviewing candidates. Due to the attractive salaries he offered, many people had applied, including Yang Ani, who had just left a major internet company in Beijing and was applying for the HR manager position. Meanwhile, as Kin Shou Yu chatted with Chen Kai, she saw 2 news notifications pop up on her phone. These news stories were trending and causing quite a stir online, especially in investment and financial circles. One piece of news was linked to an international event that had significant implications. The news, which had shot to the top of the trending list on Weibo, reported that the price of raw materials for a particular project had skyrocketed, yielding about 200 times the return. The project was one that Kin Shou Yu distinctly remembered from attending Chen Kai's celebratory family dinner. He had invested in this very project. Excited, she quickly messaged Chen Kai. "Oh my gosh Chen, check the news right now. The price of raw materials for that project you invested in has soared. Could it be the one you bought into?" "I can't believe it." Upon seeing the message from Kin Shou Yu, Chen Kai checked his phone. Sure enough, there was a news story that was going viral. It was about the investment project he had previously bought, which had now surged to 200 times its original value. Opening the comments section, he saw numerous comments from netizens. "Wow, what's going on here? Wasn't it performing terribly before? The raw material prices have skyrocketed 200 times overnight. Is this the last hurrah before it crashes? Haven't you read the news? The international situation has made these raw materials scarce, causing the prices to soar. Anyone who bought into this project earlier must be rolling in money now. Yeah, if you invested 100,000 yuan when prices were low, you'd have around 20 million yuan now. Instant millionaire." Many netizens, especially those who regularly follow investments, were regretting their missed opportunity. If they had known this project would surge 200 times in a few days, they would have bought in earlier. Chen Kai checked his account balance in the backend. It showed around 20 million yuan. Now he just needed to withdraw it, and the money would soon be in his account. Not bad. An investment of about 100,000 yuan had turned into almost 20 million yuan. A 200-fold return. Chen Kai was very pleased with the result. He quietly applied for the withdrawal, knowing it might take a day or two for such a large amount to be processed. After applying for the withdrawal, Chen Kai responded to Kin Shou Yu's message with a smile. "Xiao Yu, I remember you bet me that if this project really took off, you'd buy me a new phone, an iPhone 6S, right? Kin Shou Yu felt a bit awkward. Ah, old Chen, you remember that? What's wrong, Kin Shou Yu? Are you trying to back out? Who said that? Do you think I, Kin Shou Yu, would do that? It's just a 6S? Fine, I'll buy it. A bet's a bet. Kin Shou Yu replied with a hint of pain in her voice. But seriously, with a 200-fold return, old Chen, you really hit the jackpot. After calming her shock, Kin Shou Yu got back to the main topic. Alright, old Chen, we can talk about that later. My aunt is inviting us to dinner tonight, are you coming or not? I think it over carefully. Let me tell you, my aunt is very beautiful, a real stunner. Are you sure you don't want to come? Chen Kai decided it was best not to go. After all, Kin Shou Yu's mouth had no filter. Even if it was her aunt, she was still a family member. If her aunt found out that her niece had been staying at his place for so long, she'd definitely have a lot of questions. As an elder, she'd likely overthink things. Better not to get involved. Who knows what kind of person Kin Shou Yu's aunt is? If she's overly protective and starts thinking of other possibilities, it could lead to trouble for him. Even though Chen Kai hadn't done anything improper with Kin Shou Yu during her stay, the suspicion from her family would still be there. Some parents are overly protective of their daughters. If they found out, they'd chase him down with a kitchen knife. Hey kid, you messed with my niece, didn't you? Even though it was just her aunt and not her parents, it's still a concern. These days, many aunts are very fond of their nieces. Imagining the possible scenarios, Chen Kai decided to pass. Besides, he had already made plans with Wu Qian, the manager of Meili Internet Cafe, for the evening. He might not have time, so he'd rather leave it for another day. After replying to Kin Shou Yu, Chen Kai tidied up his office and headed downstairs. A car was waiting at the company's entrance, a sedan. Wu Qian was in the driver's seat. Chen Kai got into the back seat. Wu Qian was surprised. Boss, what are you doing coming out of the commercial office building of Qingtang Real Estate Group? Were you here for a meeting? I heard a young entrepreneur bought this entire building. Wait a minute. Mid-sentence, Wu Qian paused, her brain quickly processing. Could it be? Boss, are you the one who bought this commercial building? Wu Qian glanced at Chen Kai in the rearview mirror, her face full of shock. Before Chen Kai could answer, Wu Qian reconsidered. It seemed unlikely. Though Chen Kai had acquired Meili Internet Cafe, implying a significant cash flow, it couldn't compare to the value of Qingtang's commercial building. Owning a whole building requires billions, not just a few floors. It's a huge investment. Chen Kai responded calmly. Yes. Chen Kai's demeanor remained composed, even though he had just acquired the entire property rights to Qingtang's commercial office building. As a former business tycoon in his previous life, he had seen and experienced too much to be swayed by this minor acquisition. However, Wu Qian was thrilled and shocked. She couldn't believe her boss had actually bought the entire Qingtang commercial building and remained so calm about it. Who is this guy, really? On the way to Meili Internet Cafe, Chen Kai asked. Manager Wu. What's so important that you needed to discuss it in person instead of over the phone? While driving, Wu Qian explained. Boss, here's the situation. I wanted to meet with you at the Internet Cafe to discuss our plans for expansion. As you know, Meili Internet Cafe has been growing for many years, and reaching this scale wasn't easy. The management team is proposing an expansion to turn it into a large-scale cyber cafe with more entertainment facilities and services. This would significantly boost our revenue potential. However, expansion requires substantial investment, which would mean a considerable expense from our accounts. So, we didn't want to make a decision without your input. We wanted to get your approval and hear your thoughts. Chen Kai's eyes lit up at the idea of expanding the Internet Cafe. He saw the need for growth. Besides, his other ventures, including Kaoxi network technology, would keep generating substantial income. Considering this, he smiled and agreed. Expanding into a cyber cafe sounds great. Don't worry about the costs, just go ahead with it. Additionally, I want to know the current salaries of all our employees, from the janitors to the technicians. Wu Qian feared Chen Kai might suggest cutting salaries to fund the expansion. But what Chen Kai said next surprised her. Forget it, you don't need to tell me the current salaries. Just double everyone's pay starting this month. Let's do this. If you want people to work well, you need to make sure they're well compensated. After speaking, Chen Kai took out his phone to check the latest short video products of 2016, noting their varying quality. With years of advanced data analytics, he was confident he could position his company at the forefront of this industry. Wu Qian was stunned. Was the boss serious? In this day and age, a conscientious capitalist like Mr. Chen is truly rare. Wu Qian thought to herself. After a while they arrived at Meili Internet Cafe. Upon entering, they didn't see Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, who were working part-time for the summer, responsible for the second floor. Chen Kai and Wu Qian went to the office and chatted for about an hour. After over an hour, Wu Qian gathered all the employees and announced a major piece of news. It was about the collective salary increase. As summer interns, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai were ecstatic to hear about the raise. Wow, Shuai. Did you hear that? The manager just said we're all getting a raise. I don't want to talk about others, but for us summer interns, our part-time salary is around 2,000 yuan a month, right? If it's doubled, that's 4,000 yuan. In a small city like Jiang Bay, which isn't particularly economically developed, a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan is quite good. Especially for 2 high school graduates working summer jobs. Part-time, not even full-time. 4,000 yuan is a lot. Wow. That's a lot of money. The new boss is so generous. And we're so lucky we just started our summer job and got this raise, even as part-timers. Yeah. If Chen finds out we're earning 4,000 yuan a month, he'll regret not joining us. He'll regret not agreeing to come with us for the summer job. If Chen knew, he'd be so jealous. Haha, I think so too. How about tonight we invite Chen to dinner? Tell him about this and make him a bit envious. Sounds good. Despite their words, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai were loyal friends to Chen Kai. After 3 years of high school, the three were very close. They still remembered the time in their second year when the three of them sneaked out to go online at an internet cafe, climbing over the school wall. Because they sneaked out at night, the surveillance cameras didn't catch Chen Kai's face, only Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai. The class teacher questioned them all day, but couldn't find out who the third person was. Very loyal indeed. They preferred to get suspended and call their parents rather than betray their friend. Good things always made them think of Chen Kai first. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai sent Chen Kai a few messages. Then they arranged to meet in the evening at a food stall in the food street for beer and barbecue. Chen Kai had no other plans for the evening, so he agreed. Alright, see you tonight. Soon, it was around 8 p.m. The food stalls in the food street were already filling up, very lively. In the heat of summer, having barbecue and beer was a real treat. When Chen Kai arrived, he saw Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai at a table. They stood up and waved. Chen, over here. Chen Kai walked over and sat down. Zhang, Shuai, what's up? Did you find some money or what? Why the sudden invitation for barbecue? Haha, Chen, can't we invite you without finding money? But you guessed right this time, Shuai and I did come into some money. Chen, you know the internet cafe we just started working at, Meili Internet Cafe in the city center? It got a new boss recently, did you know? Chen Kai smiled silently at their words. Yeah, I heard. Chen, you won't believe it. The new boss is so generous. He doubled all employees' salaries. For the 2 months of summer, Shuai and I could each make 8,000 yuan. So exciting. We thought we'd invite you for a meal to celebrate. And to make you a bit envious. Do you regret not joining us for the summer job? Little did they know, Chen Kai, sitting across from them, was the new owner of Meili Internet Cafe. Chen Kai was curious to see their reactions when they found out. Imagining their expressions, he couldn't help but smile. The night passed with barbecue and beer, a pleasant time. After the stressful period of preparing for college entrance exams, it was refreshing to have a meal with old friends. Especially in the heat of summer, a cold beer was truly satisfying. Meanwhile, Yang Annie took a taxi to the place where Kin Shou Yu and her friends were shopping. It had to be said, Kin Shou Yu and her friends could really shop. They had been shopping since the afternoon, all the way into the evening. They bought several sets of clothes, mostly ones Kin Shou Yu liked. She even bought a top and a pair of shoes for Chen Kai. A successful shopping trip. As they left the mall, they saw a tall woman standing at the entrance. It was her aunt, Yang Annie. Kin Shou Yu excitedly said, "Auntie, you're here. It's been so long, you're getting prettier." Kin Shou Yu's sweet words made Yang Annie smile and pinch her cheek. As expected of my Xiao Yu, always knowing what to say. You speak much better than your younger cousins. Let's go. Auntie will treat you to a nice meal. What do you want to eat? Tonight, it's my treat, eat and drink as much as you want. Oh, And don't forget to bring your friend along. After all, you've been staying at their place for days. I'd like to meet your friend too. As she spoke, Yang Ani glanced at Wang Jijia and Li ran behind Kin Shou Yu. Then she asked, Xiao Yu, which one of these two have you been staying with? Kin Shou Yu shook her head. Neither, my friend has something tonight. I'll introduce you another time, Auntie. Oh, I see. Alright, let's eat first. Bring your friends along, the more the merrier. On the way to the restaurant, they chatted. By the way, Auntie, did you have your job interview this afternoon? How did it go? Kin Shou Yu asked curiously. The interview went great. Talking about it made Yang Ani very happy. You wouldn't believe it, Xiao Yu. The interview went so smoothly. The new boss is young but very nice. I thought, since it's a new company, they might push back on my salary request of 50,000 yuan a month. I expected them to negotiate it down to 2 or 3,000 yuan. But to my surprise, they didn't negotiate at all. They even offered me an extra 30,000 yuan. So now, my minimum monthly salary at this company is 80,000 yuan. That's higher than my previous job. Before they knew it, it was already around 9 p.m. Kin Shou Yu, Wang Jijia, Lai Ran and Kin Shou Yu's aunt were all having dinner together. They all let out a satisfied burp. Kin Shou Yu patted her stomach. Auntie, I'm full. This dinner was so satisfying. It's been a long time since I ate this much. But it's a pity Chen isn't here tonight. It would have been much more fun with him. Jiajia, Ran, don't you think so? Kin Shou Yu smiled at Wang Jiajia and Li Ran sitting beside her. Before the two could respond, Yang Ani, sitting across from them, looked surprised. Chen? Xiao Yu, is that how you girls usually address each other? Yang Ani felt out of touch with the times. She remembered when she was in school, girls and friends used to call each other by softer, more affectionate names. Using old Chen or old Lai seemed more like something boys would do. She rarely heard girls addressing each other this way. So, Yang Ani was quite surprised. Or maybe she really was out of touch with the times. Yang Ani sighed. It seems like I'm really out of touch with how you girls talk nowadays. Back in my day, girls never called each other like that. Maybe it's because, Xiao Yu, you have a bit of a tomboyish personality. Haha, just kidding. You're the sweetest and cutest. Kin Shou Yu snorted. Auntie, are you making fun of me? But you're not entirely wrong. When I'm with Jiaji and Ranran, I don't call them Old Wang or Old Lai. Those names don't sound nice. Then why do you call your friend Old Chen? Yang Ani was puzzled. That's because Chen is a guy. Kin Shou Yu said directly, silently thinking to herself that using girly nicknames for Chen would be too mushy. Calling him by a more affectionate name might make people think they were a couple. And who ever heard of brothers calling each other that way? It's kind of gross. Just thinking about it made her cringe. Even couples using such names was a bit too much. If Kin Shou Yu ever had a boyfriend, she wouldn't call him that. It was just too much. But if her future boyfriend called her that, she wouldn't mind. What? Xiao Yu, are you saying you've been staying at your boyfriend's house these past few days? Yang Ani was shocked, not expecting that Kin Shou Yu had been staying at a guy's place. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran also felt a bit impressed with Kin Shou Yu's courage. They thought, Xiao Yu, you're really bold. If it were them staying at a guy friend's place for so long, they wouldn't dare tell their families. But Kin Shou Yu just came out and said it directly? That's really gutsy. Impressive. Impressive. Kin Shou Yu nodded, looking at Yang Ani with an innocent expression. Yeah, Auntie, why are you so surprised? Chen and I have been close friends for 3 years in high school. We have a great relationship. But don't worry, I'm staying in a separate room. It's not what you think. Chen and I are just friends, nothing more. Hearing this, Yang Ani felt relieved. Thank goodness it wasn't what she thought. She almost believed Kin Shou Yu was in a relationship and living together. That would be too fast. But thinking about it, it still didn't seem appropriate. Xiao Yu, how about you come stay with me for the next few days? I have a 2-bedroom apartment. Even if you and Chen are just friends, it's still not appropriate for a girl and a boy to stay under the same roof. And if your mom finds out, she'll be furious. Besides, I just got a job today, and your mom called me as I was leaving the company. She asked me to take care of you during the summer. If she finds out you're staying with a male friend and I didn't do anything, I'll be in big trouble when she gets back from her vacation. Xiao Yu, be good and stay with me tonight. It's lonely living alone. It would be nice to have your company. Unexpectedly, Kin Shou Yu immediately refused. No way. Auntie, really, there's nothing to worry about. Chen isn't that kind of person, he won't try anything. I can guarantee that. I trust Chen's character. And I already promised Chen's mom that I'd keep him company during the summer. His parents are busy with their store and are staying there. They don't want to leave Chen alone at home. Now that I'm there, his parents can focus on their business without worrying. And I can't go back on my word. If I did, what kind of person would that make me? Someone who doesn't keep promises. Kin Shou Yu said seriously. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran exchanged glances. They didn't say anything, but it was like they were communicating telepathically. Wang Jiajia whispered. Ran, did you hear that? What Xiao Yu just said? About promising Chen's mom? That's such a lame excuse. It's obvious she wants to stay with Chen. Li Ran nodded. Yeah, exactly, Jiajia. I think Xiao Yu has feelings for Chen. Totally, I noticed that too. The two whispered to each other. Yang Ani felt a bit helpless. She had spoiled Kin Shou Yu so much that she always got her way. Yang Ani never objected. Even now. Yang Ani had no choice. She smiled helplessly. All right, I can't win with you. If you insist on staying at your boyfriend's place, then well, there's nothing I can do. You know how your aunt is. I've always been like this, whatever you say goes. Kin Shou Yu grinned. Haha. I knew you'd be the best, auntie. You'd never force me. But there's one thing I need you to keep secret. Don't tell my parents I'm staying at a male friend's house. Otherwise, if my mom finds out, she'll fly back immediately and skin me alive. No one knows a mother better than her daughter. And Kin Shou Yu knew her mom's personality very well. If her mom found out she had been staying at a male friend's house for so many days, she would explode with anger. She might even take her to the hospital for a checkup. But fortunately, her aunt always listened to her. She was sure her aunt would keep the secret. Yang Ani shook her head helplessly. I feel like I'm on a pirate ship. If your mom finds out, she'll definitely scold me too. Haha, she won't. As long as you keep the secret, my parents will never know. Hopefully. Yang Ani looked at Kin Shou Yu and said, but when there's time, I still want to meet your boyfriend. After all, he's a guy, and my niece is staying at his house. I need to make sure everything is okay. Kin Shou Yu felt exasperated. Auntie, can you just call him my male friend? When you keep saying boyfriend, people might misunderstand. Jiajia and Ran are already getting the wrong idea. Yang Ani laughed. Sorry, Xiao Yu. I meant male friend, just a male friend. Male friend? That sounds too much like boyfriend. Come on. There's a big difference. Even our language teacher would be upset hearing that. You cheeky girl. Now you're teasing me? I won't keep your secret then. No, auntie. I'm sorry. Yang Ani laughed helplessly, and the evening passed quickly. Dinner was soon over. Yang Ani called a taxi to take Kin Shou Yu home. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran lived nearby, so they headed home too. After a while, Yang Ani dropped Kin Shou Yu off. Before leaving, she reminded Kin Shou Yu. Don't forget, Xiao Yu, when your boyfriend has time, let me know. I'll treat him to a meal and meet him. Brother, he's just a brother. Not a boyfriend. Kin Shou Yu emphasized again. Yang Ani smiled. All right, just a brother, not a boyfriend. Xiao Yu, I'm heading home. Rest well tonight. Bye, auntie. After saying goodbye to her aunt and watching her get into a taxi, Kin Shou Yu went upstairs and entered the living room. She found that Chen Kai hadn't returned yet. So she sent him a message. Chen. Calling Chen. Are you still out? Are you having barbecue and beer with Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai? Did you drink too much? Do you need me to come and get you? Chen Kai and his friends had just finished their barbecue dinner. It had been very enjoyable. After the stressful period of preparing for the college entrance exams, it was refreshing to have a good meal together. Especially in the summer, eating barbecue and drinking beer was really satisfying. Chen Kai was sitting in a taxi, reading Kin Shou Yu's message. He typed back, Xiao Yu, I'm already in a taxi and heading home. Did you finish dinner already? Xiao Yu replied. Yes, my aunt took me home. I'm here now, sending you a photo to prove it. See? I'm home already. Come back soon. When you get back, let's play some games and celebrate. Celebrate. Chen Kai was curious and asked what they were celebrating. Kin Shou Yu pouted and typed back, feeling a bit exasperated. Chen, what's wrong with you? You just made a lot of money and you're playing dumb. This afternoon I messaged you about your investment that skyrocketed 200 times. If I remember correctly, you invested about 100,000 yuan, right? Now you should have nearly 20 million yuan. Chen, you're rich now. Don't forget about your friends. Kin Shou Yu laughed. Kin Shou Yu laughed. Chen Kai replied with a joke. Shou Yu, you're overthinking it. You advised me that the project would lose money, so I withdrew everything the next day. So, I didn't make any money. Didn't gain or lose. Kin Shou Yu was stunned. No way, Chen? Are you serious? You're not kidding me, right? Did you really withdraw everything? That's such a shame. That project is now up 200 times. If you hadn't withdrawn, you'd be a millionaire. Disaster. Kin Shou Yu felt guilty knowing Chen Kai had withdrawn his money the next day. She felt it was her fault for advising him against the investment. If she hadn't, he would have made a fortune. Now, Chen had missed out on a huge opportunity because of her. Kin Shou Yu felt deeply guilty. Chen, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for making you miss out on this chance to get rich. Blame me? Blame me. Chen Kai had just been joking to tease Kin Shou Yu. He didn't expect her to believe him so easily. She really was a bit naive. And seeing how she felt so guilty and remorseful, thinking she had wronged him, Chen Kai was a bit touched by her simplicity. Unexpectedly, this situation triggered a system reward. Beep. Kin Shou Yu's surprise reaction has triggered a reward. Chen Kai didn't expect that at this moment, the system's voice would ring out, and a notification screen would appear before his eyes. System reward received 1 opportunity to predict futures investments. Tip with this reward. The host can make investment predictions in the futures market. The system will analyze and identify the most profitable and high-return futures projects currently available. Seeing the system's reward, Chen Kai smiled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. The best part was that he hadn't done much, just teased Kin Shou Yu a bit. Unexpectedly, Kin Shou Yu's overactive imagination worked in his favor. Indeed, self-imagining can be the most dangerous. Chen Kai was quite pleased with this reward. High-risk investments usually mean you either make a killing or lose everything, sometimes even more. 9 out of 10 times, they end in disaster. But with the system helping him pick the most profitable futures, he could avoid all the risk. This next investment was guaranteed to be profitable. Chen Kai smiled contentedly. He planned to open the futures trading market on his phone later, and let the system analyze the most profitable and highest return projects. Just in time, his previous investment had skyrocketed to 200 times its original value. His account should now have around 20 million yuan. Though he had plans for 2 million, he had about 18 million available for use, which was substantial. Chen Kai had already requested a withdrawal. He checked his phone and saw that the withdrawal was expected to be processed by tonight at the earliest, or by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu continued talking. Chen, I'm really sorry, so sorry. I meant well at the time, worrying you'd lose money. Who could have known that project would yield a 200-fold return? The stock price was plummeting back then. But anyway, it's really my fault you missed out on a fortune. I feel so guilty. Kin Shou Yu felt very remorseful at home. After the call with Chen Kai, she sat silently on the sofa, thinking she had to do something to make him feel better. She thought for a while and decided to make him a late-night snack. Although Kin Shou Yu didn't know how to cook, and was usually pampered at home, with her parents leaving money for her to eat out or having the maid cook, she wanted to try. If she remembered correctly, this was her first time cooking. Feeling a bit nervous, Kin Shou Yu looked up a recipe online. How about a simple fried egg for Chen? It shouldn't be hard. Just put some oil in and fry the egg, right? Easy. Determined, Kin Shou Yu got to work. About 10 minutes later, due to some traffic on his way home, Chen Kai arrived a bit later. As soon as he entered the house and walked into the living room, he called out, Shou Yu, I'm back. Where are you? I passed by the food street and got you your favorite steamed buns. Where are you? The moment he entered, Chen Kai smelled something burning. What was going on? Was there a fire? But it didn't seem like it. Looking into the kitchen, he saw Kin Shou Yu coughing from the smoke. She turned to look at him, her face covered in soot, looking quite comical. Kin Shou Yu, what are you doing? Sorry, Chen, I messed up. It was an accident. I felt bad for causing you to miss out on a fortune. If I hadn't advised you to withdraw, you would have made a 200-fold profit. So, I thought I'd make you a fried egg to show how sorry I am. But I messed it up. Kin Shou Yu felt a bit embarrassed, thinking she really had no talent for cooking. She looked at the fried egg. One side was okay, but the other side was burnt black. No one could eat that. Chen, I really messed up. But don't worry, this is just my first attempt. With practice, I'll be able to make you a proper fried egg. Chen Kai laughed. Do? Alright Kin Shou Yu, you'd better give up. Cooking isn't your thing. Look at this kitchen, it's a mess. You didn't even turn on the exhaust fan, and the heat was too high. Were you trying to blow up the kitchen? He pulled her out of the kitchen and into the bathroom. Wash your face. You look like a little soot-covered cat. After washing up, Kin Shou Yu emerged looking much better, completely different from her previous appearance. Noticing the steamed buns on the coffee table, she couldn't resist. Wow Chen, you got these for me? How did you know I love these steamed buns? They smell so good. Even though she had just had dinner with her aunt and friends, she couldn't resist the steamed buns Chen had bought for her. She took two and popped them into her mouth, savoring the taste. Chen, you're the best. I thought you'd be mad at me for causing you to miss out on a fortune. But instead, you bought me steamed buns. You're so kind, Chen. I'm really touched. Chen Kai sat down. Kin Shou Yu, you really are something. Do you believe everything I say? Kin Shou Yu was puzzled. What do you mean? Chen, are you saying you didn't withdraw your 100,000 yuan investment? Are you saying you really made 20 million? Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai in shock. So you were just teasing me. Kin Shou Yu patted her chest, feeling relieved despite being tricked by Chen into thinking he had withdrawn his money early. But fortunately, the outcome was good. Chen, you scared me. I really thought you followed my advice and withdrew the money early. I'm so glad you stuck to your own decision. Now look at you, Chen, you're a millionaire. Making around 20 million at the age of 19, that's incredible. I kind of admire you now. Chen, you know? I thought I had some understanding of stocks and investments. After all, my parents hope I'll study finance and work in the industry in the future. But who knew my judgment would be so off? I thought that project would definitely lose money. Chen, you're amazing. Suddenly Kin Shou Yu had a bold idea, and looked seriously at Chen Kai. Chen, how about we both go to Shanghai University and choose the same major? With your judgment, it would be a waste not to study finance. Chen Kai wasn't interested in finance. He still wanted to study business management, just like in his previous life. Kin Shou Yu felt a bit disappointed. Chen, you want to study business management? That's a pity. With your judgment, finance would be a great fit. But it's fine, as long as we're at the same university. My parents want me to go to Peking University, closer to home in Beijing. But I still plan to go to Shanghai. To attend the same university as you. Kin Shou Yu patted her chest and laughed. How's that, Chen? Am I a good friend or what? But don't get the wrong idea, Chen. I'm not choosing Shanghai just for you. I think it suits me better. Don't overthink it. Kin Shou Yu emphasized, but her emphasis only revealed her true feelings. It was clear. She was choosing Shanghai University because Chen was going there. By the way, these steamed buns you bought are really delicious. But don't just let me eat. I have a good appetite, but I'm still a girl. I can't eat this much. What do you think I am, a hippo, or a pig? Kin Shou Yu's self-description made Chen Kai almost laugh out loud. Indeed, Kin Shou Yu could be so funny sometimes. She had a great personality. Having such a fun and interesting female friend would surely make life interesting. Chen Kai thought to himself. Chen, I'm talking to you. What are you daydreaming about? Oh, nothing. Let's eat together. I can't finish all this by myself. Chen Kai nodded, sat on the sofa, and grabbed a steamed bun. Kin Shou Yu was right. The steamed buns from that food street stall were indeed delicious. Juicy and flavorful, simply perfect. Not just Chen. But Kin Shou Yu loved them too. Next, with nothing much to do, Chen Kai sat on the sofa, eating steamed buns while checking the futures market on his phone. He wanted to see which project was the most profitable, as suggested by the system. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, offering an analysis. The investment project pork. Investment period half a month. Investment return 0.5 times the principal. Chen Kai reviewed the system's analysis. For example, if he invested 10 million in pork futures, he would earn half of the principal back, meaning a 50% profit. Although a 0.5 times return was quite high, and the system guaranteed a 100% profit with no loss, Chen Kai wanted to make sure he used this precious investment prediction opportunity wisely. He then looked at other futures projects listed by the system. Some had returns of 0.3 times, others 0.2 times. There were also losing projects, like minus 0.4 times or even minus 1 times, meaning a significant loss. But soon, the system filtered out the losing and low return projects, presenting the best option: iron ore. Investment project: Iron Oregon. Investment period: 50 days. Investment return 3 times the principal. Explanation: due to various factors, the price of iron ore will surge in 50 days. It is recommended to buy now and sell high in 50 days for a threefold return. Seeing this, Chen Kai was very satisfied and decided to go with this investment. A return of 3 times the principal. With around 18 million at his disposal, 50 days later, he could have 54 million. Plus the original 18 million, totaling 72 million. Satisfied with the high return, Chen Kai decided to invest in iron ore futures. An hour later, the withdrawal he requested had been processed, and the funds were in his account, ready for the investment. Chen Kai opened the trading market interface and invested the full 18 million. He trusted the system's analysis completely. Sitting next to him, Kin Shou Yu was shocked. "Chen, what were you doing just now? Investing 18 million in futures. Wow. Chen, you're betting big. Even though you made a great judgment call before, with that 200-fold return. But high returns mean high risk. Chen, shouldn't you diversify your investments to control risk? Aren't you worried about losing all 18 million in one go?" Kin Shou Yu asked with concern. But then she reconsidered and asked, "Or do you have some insider information? Are you sure the price of iron ore will go up?" Kin Shou Yu looked at him curiously. Kin Shou Yu's eyes widened with curiosity as she asked Chen Kai. Chen Kai didn't want to hide anything from her. After all, living a second life was his chance to make up for past regrets. "Xiao Yu, let me ask you something. Do you trust me?" Kin Shou Yu paused for a few seconds before replying. "Chen, what are you talking about? Of course I trust you. Who else would I trust if not you? Alright then, I'll tell you. I have inside information that the price of iron ore will rise significantly in 50 days. If we buy low now, we can expect at least triple the returns." "What?" Kin Shou Yu was excited. Triple returns in 50 days? Was this real? Chen had such explosive insider information? Being somewhat gullible, Kin Shou Yu completely believed Chen without any doubt. "Chen, can I invest in iron ore futures with you? I have some savings, about 1.2 million yuan that my dad set aside for my dowry. It's not much, but if you're confident in this information, I'll invest all of it. Who knows, in 50 days, 1.2 million could become 3.6 million, and I'll be a little rich lady." Kin Shou Yu imagined happily. "Chen, if I make triple the money, I'll treat you to great meals in college. Whatever you want to eat, I'll buy it for you. Whatever you want to wear, I'll get it for you. And I'll top up all your game credits and buy you all the League of Legends skins." If anyone else had said this, Chen might have thought they were just making empty promises. But with Kin Shou Yu, there was no doubt. She always kept her word. In 3 years of high school, she had already spent a lot of money on him. If she made a profit, she would definitely spend even more. Based on what he knew of her character, she would definitely splurge on him. Chen Kai smiled. "Alright, Xie Yu, just remember to treat me well once we make a profit. Wouldn't want my efforts to help you make money go to waste." Under Chen Kai's guidance, Kin Shou Yu registered a futures trading account. She transferred 1.2 million yuan from her dowry account to the futures market account and bought iron ore futures. Now they just had to wait for the price to rise in about 50 days to cash in on the triple returns. Kin Shou Yu was thrilled but also a little worried. "To be honest, Chen, even though I trust you completely, if something goes wrong and I lose all 1.2 million, my parents will definitely kill me. They might even hang me up and beat me." Of course, she was exaggerating. "If that happens, Chen, I just hope you'll share the blame with me and get punished too." "Deal." Chen Kai laughed, seeing Kin Shou Yu's serious expression, her eyes filled with pure, foolish trust. "Deal. Haha, Chen, you're the best. You're truly my best friend. But seriously, Chen, why did you and Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai go out for barbecue tonight without inviting me?" Chen Kai explained. "It's nothing much. They were just happy because the new boss at Mealy Internet Cafe gave them a raise, so they insisted on celebrating." "Oh, I see." Kin Shou Yu continued. "But Chen, you know my aunt, right? I had dinner with her tonight. She used to work in Beijing but came to Jiang Bay. This afternoon she interviewed at a company called Chaoxy Network Technology. Not only did she get the job, but the new boss offered her a higher salary than her previous job. What's going on today? It seems like everyone is getting a raise. Even you made so much money today. Kin Shou Yu felt a bit envious, silently hoping her investment with Chen would yield a triple return in a month or so. Hopefully. Tiva. Even if not triple, a double return would be great. Listening to Kin Shou Yu, Chen Kai suddenly realized something. Kin Shou Yu's aunt had interviewed at his company today? Could it be Yang Annie? Was Yang Annie really Kin Shou Yu's aunt? Chen Kai was surprised by this coincidence. The first employee at his company turned out to be Kin Shou Yu's aunt, but Chen didn't dwell on it much. Kin Shou Yu continued talking non-stop, sharing more with Chen. Chen, you probably don't know, but although Kaoxi Network Technology is a new company, it's very well funded. Not only did they offer my aunt a high salary, but more importantly, they have a strong financial backing. Before starting the company, they bought the commercial office building of Qingtang Real Estate Group. And I heard the boss is only 19, the same age as us. Wow. There are so many impressive people nowadays. Chen, we have to work hard too. We can't fall behind. Kin Shou Yu was munching on a steamed bun, her mouth full, yet still trying to motivate Chen and herself. She decided to set a goal to read several important finance-related books during the summer. Oh Chen, can I ask you a favor? Kin Shou Yu finally paused to close her mouth but quickly opened it again. Chen, I need a favor. Will you help me? Sure, what is it? Chen Kai sat on the sofa and looked at Kin Shou Yu. Go ahead, Kin Shou Yu. What do you need? Kin Shou Yu felt a bit embarrassed, as what she was about to ask was rather awkward. Even though Chen was her brother in all but blood, she decided to just say it. Chen, you saw how I made a mess in the kitchen earlier. It's clear I'm no good at cooking, so I need a favor. You want me to teach you how to cook? No, that's not it. Remember I bought some papayas earlier. Can you help me stew them? I need to eat them properly for a couple of months. I heard that eating them regularly is good for the body, and I want to give it a try. But I don't know how to stew them. You saw how I almost blew up the kitchen just trying to fry an egg. So, I need your help, Chen. Chen Kai had no problem with her request, but he doubted that eating papayas for 2 months would make much difference for her physique. Who's that? If you stew them for me, I bet in 2 months, you'll see a big change. Please, Chen. Come on. You're my best friend. You wouldn't refuse such a small favor, would you? Chen Kai agreed. Alright. Really? So, you'll do it? Chen Kai nodded. Boss. Kin Shou Yu was ecstatic, practically jumping with joy. Great. Chen, you're the best. Just wait, I'll find you a beautiful, sexy girlfriend with big assets. And if you can't find one, how could I not? You're so handsome, it's impossible not to. If it really comes to that, I guess I'll have to sacrifice myself. No way. Chen Kai quickly replied. Kin Shou Yu was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Did he think so little of her? Chen. That's harsh. What's wrong with me being your girlfriend? Am I not good enough? I think I'm pretty good. Where can you find a girl as pretty and fun as me? Kin Shou Yu huffed. After all, she was one of the prettiest girls at Jiangnan High School. Indeed, Kin Shou Yu's beauty was unparalleled at Jiangnan High School. No one could compare. But because of her personality, most boys were discouraged. Moreover, she spent all her time with Chen Kai, leaving little hope for others. The higher the beauty, the fewer the suitors. Everyone assumed the chances of success were too low to even try. So, despite her looks, she had very few pursuers. Alright Chen, go stew the papaya for me, you promised. Okay, I'll get it done. Chen, you're the best. Following an online recipe, Chen Kai made a bowl of stewed papaya for Kin Shou Yu. It actually turned out pretty well. Kin Shou Yu tasted it. Not bad. It tastes really good. Chen, want to try some? You eat it yourself. It was getting late. Chen Kai had drunk quite a bit with Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai earlier. Though it wasn't enough to get him drunk, he wanted to start cultivating better habits. He planned to get rid of his old vices from his previous life, like smoking, drinking, and staying up late. By 11 p.m., Chen Kai was asleep, but his phone buzzed with a WeChat message. It was from Jiang King Shu, the manager of Qingtang Real Estate Group. She was out with friends for dinner and karaoke, enjoying a rare gathering. But earlier, she received a notification. Their group's Building 8 had been bought in full, and the buyer was Chen Kai. Jiang King Shu was stunned, and couldn't believe it. She wondered how their commercial office buildings had become so cheap. Chen had just bought Building 7, and now Building 8 too? Qingtang Real Estate's buildings were worth billions. Buying one was impressive enough. But Chen bought another one so soon. Amazing. Noticing Jiang Qingshu's shocked expression, a woman in her 30s, sitting opposite her, asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoxu? You look shocked." "Sis, you remember Mr. Chen, the young man who bought our Building 7 recently?" "Of course. What about him?" "I just got a notification. He bought our Building 8 too." "What? Seriously? He bought 2 of our office buildings." The woman was shocked. "Who is this Mr. Chen? How does he have such deep pockets? Is he from a financial group? But I haven't heard of any financial group buying office buildings recently." "Xiaoxu, contact Mr. Chen right away. Let's arrange a lunch meeting with him tomorrow. I want to meet him. I have a feeling this Mr. Chen is extraordinary." After hearing what her cousin said, Jiang Qingshu immediately responded, "Don't worry, I've got it under control. I've already messaged Mr. Chen, inviting him for lunch tomorrow. We can discuss everything in person, it's too complicated over the phone. But I noticed Mr. Chen hasn't replied yet. It's late, so he's probably already asleep." Jiang Qingshu continued, "No worries, once he replies tomorrow, we'll both go meet him." "Sounds good." Her cousin nodded in agreement. She held an important position within Qingtang Real Estate Group and was highly competent in her job. She had been with the company much longer than Jiang Qingshu and was very knowledgeable in various business matters. Often, Jiang Qingshu would seek her advice on complex issues. "Xiaoxu, let me be honest with you. I've been with this company for many years, managing various tasks and attending numerous business events. I've met many successful young entrepreneurs, some with substantial cash flow. But someone like Mr. Chen, who can buy 2 of our commercial office buildings in a row, is really rare. As you know, buying even one of our buildings cost billions. It's not something many companies can afford, especially in this economy." Jiang Qingshu nodded, "Yes, cousin, I also feel that Mr. Chen is extraordinary. We must treat him with great respect when we meet him tomorrow." "Absolutely. We can't afford to offend such a big client. And who knows, he might be the heir of some financial group." The 2 cousins continued their conversation while their friends across the table asked, "What's going on with you two? We finally get together for a meal, and you're still busy with work. Even after hours you're swamped with work." As expected from Jiang Bay's largest real estate group. "I wish my dad's company were as successful." "No, it's nothing. Let's toast and enjoy." Jiang Qingshu and her cousin spent the evening dining with their friends until after midnight. The night quickly passed, and soon it was morning again. Around 7 a.m., though it was summer vacation, Chen Kai usually woke up early to exercise. But today he decided to sleep in. However, he was suddenly woken up by something pressing down on him. It was Kin Shou Yu. "Chen, wake up. I got up early to buy breakfast for you. There's your favorite Chinese pancake and wonton soup. Get up and eat while it's hot." Woken up by Kin Shou Yu, Chen Kai got out of bed, dressed, and went to the living room to sit on the sofa. "Chen, wait here. I'll get some bowls." Kin Shou Yu fetched bowls from the kitchen and served the breakfast she bought. She preferred to serve the food in bowls rather than eating directly from plastic bags, which she thought were unsanitary. "Chen, try it. The pancakes from this stall are amazing. You'll love them. And this wonton soup, I bought it from your favorite place near our school." Kin Shou Yu grinned. "How's that, Chen? Isn't it great to have a friend like me? To be honest, sometimes I think I'm pretty awesome. I hope it's not too narcissistic to say so." Chen Kai smiled helplessly. "Kin Shou Yu, you're really something. At least you're aware of your own narcissism." "Hey, that's not fair, Chen. I got up early and went far to get your favorite wonton soup, and you call me narcissistic. Think about it. I rarely get up early, but I did it to buy breakfast for you. You should be grateful. You should be praising me, not making fun of me." Kin Shou Yu pouted and took a bite of the pancake. She really liked the pancakes from that stall, just as much as Chen did. During high school, when they didn't want to eat breakfast in the cafeteria, they would sneak out to buy food from outside or ask day students to bring some in. The pancakes and wonton soup from the stall near their school were delicious, much better than elsewhere. All right, I'll stop teasing," Chen Kai said. "You did well this morning, and you deserve praise. See? I knew it. I got up early to buy breakfast for you, and I deserve some recognition." Kin Shou Yu giggled and started eating. Her eating manners were far from ladylike, not at all fitting the image of a refined girl. Seriously though, Kin Shou Yu, why are you being so nice this morning? Did you need something from me? I'm in a good mood, so maybe I'll consider it. Chen. How can you think that? Kin Shou Yu emphasized. Chen. Think about our relationship. We've been good friends for 3 years in high school. Me getting up early to buy breakfast for my friend is normal. How can you doubt me? The real reason I went to buy breakfast is to thank you. Kin Shou Yu continued. Last night, you helped me buy futures. I'm thinking, if I really make triple the returns, wow, I'll be rich. My 1.2 million yuan will turn into 3.6 million. Kin Shou Yu imagined happily. If I really make triple the money, that's incredible. Just thinking about it makes me happy. So, I have to show my gratitude. My friend helped me make money. If I don't treat him well, that would be heartless. Kin Shou Yu emphasized. Chen, you know me well. You know I'm not the kind of person who doesn't appreciate or give back, right? So when we make money, whether it's triple, double, or even just a little, it's all good. Really, any amount is fine. I won't complain about it being too little. But if we do make triple the profit, I plan to give you a part of it. Since you're the one helping me make money, you should get a share. I'll keep 1.5 million and give the rest to you. Kin Shou Yu was straightforward, and she meant what she said. If she made a promise, she would keep it. Chen Kai wouldn't take that much money from Kin Shou Yu. But he decided to discuss it after they actually made the profit in a month or so. By the way, Chen, I forgot to tell you, I might not be home for lunch today. I made plans with Jiajia and Ranran to study at the library this morning. I ran into them when I went out to buy breakfast, and we made plans then. Chen Kai nodded. All right, go ahead. Don't miss me too much, Chen. Kin Shou Yu teased, seeing how quickly Chen agreed. Chen, if you can't bear to be without me, you can just say so. I can cancel with Jiajia and Ranran and stay with you. Even though they are my doormates and we've been close for 3 years. But in my heart, they don't compare to you, Chen. So if you want, I can ditch them. If Wang Jiajia and Li Ran had heard this, they would have doubted their friendship. True friends indeed, who would sell each other out so easily? Chen Kai said. Kin Shou Yu, you're overthinking. Go to the library and study as long as you want. I'll enjoy the peace without you. With you around, you talk non-stop, and it's exhausting. Chen Kai was teasing, but he actually enjoyed having Kin Shou Yu around. She made his life more interesting. Having such a fun and beautiful friend was a joy. If it weren't for his years of life experience, anyone else would have burst out laughing at Kin Shou Yu's antics. But Chen Kai managed to keep his composure. Deep down, he felt more at ease with Kin Shou Yu around. After replying to Kin Shou Yu, Chen Kai checked his phone. He noticed a message from Jiang Qingzhu, the manager of Qingtang Real Estate and his former subordinate, sent last night while he was asleep. Mr. Chen, do you remember me? I'm Jiang Qingzhu, the manager of Qingtang Real Estate. We met before and exchanged WeChat contacts. I received a notification that you bought our group's Building 8 as well. Can we meet to discuss this? How about lunch tomorrow? It was true that Chen Kai had acquired Building 8 through the system. No wonder Jiang Qingzhu was surprised. Seeing her message, Chen Kai was about to reply when she sent another one. Mr. Chen, did you see my message from last night? You might have been asleep, but no worries. I'll wait for your call today. Chen Kai quickly typed his response. A meeting? Sure, no problem. I have some time this morning. Why don't you come to my company? I'll be there this morning, handling some startup tasks. But I can make time for a chat and lunch. Jiang Qingzhu promptly replied, Great, Mr. Chen. I'll come to your company after breakfast. See you soon, Mr. Chen. After sending the message, Jiang Qingzhu was having breakfast at a cafe. Her cousin, sitting across from her, asked, So, did Mr. Chen reply? What did he say? Jiang Qingzhu handed her phone to her cousin. He said we could meet at his company. So after breakfast, let's head over to Chaoxy Network Technology, which is located in our former group's Building 7. After reading the messages, her cousin said, All right, finish your breakfast, and we'll head over. Okay. After finishing breakfast, the cousins drove to the Qingtang Commercial Plaza, where Chen Kai's company was located. The building was in a prime area, hence its high value of billions. As they arrived at the entrance of Chaoxy Network Technology, they saw a woman entering the company. It was Yang Annie, the HR manager. Excuse me, who are you? Yang Annie asked, seeing Jiang Qingzhu and her cousin. Hello, I'm the manager from Qingtang Real Estate. I've met your CEO, Mr. Chen, and we chatted on WeChat. We have an appointment to meet here. Yang Annie nodded. Oh, I see. Please come in. The three of them entered the building. Since Chaoxy Network Technology was newly established, Yang Annie was the only one at work today. However, they were in the process of hiring. Today alone, they were scheduled to interview over 30 applicants. Chen Kai was generous with salaries, attracting many high-quality candidates. It was going to be a busy day. Thinking this over, Yang Annie didn't waste any time. As the HR manager, and with the company just starting up, she needed to ensure that the guests were well taken care of before Chen Kai arrived. So, she led Jiang Qingshu and her cousin to Chen Kai's office upstairs and served them 2 cups of tea. She also sat down to chat with them. From their conversation, Jiang Qingshu learned that despite being a newly established company, Chaoxy Network Technology was offering surprisingly high salaries. This astonished Jiang Qingshu. Really? A startup offering such high salaries? Your CEO is quite generous, Jiang Qingshu said, genuinely surprised. Her company, Qingtang Real Estate Group, was the largest real estate firm in Jiang Bay and a top 500 company in the country. Even with their significant profits, they still maintained cautious financial strategies, especially with new projects. Your CEO is really good to his employees. Honestly, there aren't many entrepreneurs like your CEO nowadays. Most companies focus on cutting costs and maximizing efficiency, Jiang Qingshu added, exchanging a knowing look with her cousin. They were now convinced that Mr. Chen was no ordinary person. Buying 2 commercial buildings and offering such high salaries was no small feat. He must be backed by a top-tier financial group to have such resources. Meanwhile, Chen Kai, having chatted with Jiang Qingshu, spoke to Kin Shou Yu as well. Xiao Yu, you're going to the library with your dorm mates to study this morning, right? Yes, Chen. Why do you want to join us? Kin Shou Yu asked, looking hopeful. That'd be great. I was hoping you'd come along. At the library, you can read up on business management. It'll give you a head start when college begins. Chen Kai replied. Maybe another time. I have an appointment this morning and need to take care of some things. Chen, you've been so busy lately. Though she didn't know what Chen was up to, Kin Shou Yu was curious. But she didn't press him for details. After breakfast, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu took a taxi to Qingtang Commercial Plaza, arriving in about 10 minutes. At the plaza, they saw Wang Jiajia and Li Ran waiting by the statue, having arrived early. Is Xiao Yu reliable? She arranged for us to study at the library this morning, but she's not here yet. I hope she hasn't flaked on us again, Li Ran said. Wang Jiajia shrugged. It's possible. Remember when we planned to go to the aquarium, but she ditched us to play basketball with Chen Kai? She didn't even tell us. Do you still doubt Xiao Yu has feelings for Chen Kai? Look at her actions over the past 3 years, Jiajia said. Jiajia, you're right. But wait, I see Xiao Yu. Li Ran pointed as she saw Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu getting out of a car and walking towards them. Xiao Yu, over here, Li Ran waved. Walking over, Kin Shou Yu apologized. Jiajia, Ran. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. We got delayed. Turning to Chen Kai, she said, Chen, I'm here safely now. You have an appointment, right? Go ahead, see you later. Oh, and don't forget to come back early this evening. I have something to tell you. Actually, never mind. I'll tell you tonight. She initially wanted to remind Chen Kai that today was her birthday, hoping he'd come back early to celebrate with her. But she decided against it, thinking he might not remember. She hoped to surprise him later and see his reaction when he realized it was her birthday. It's nothing, Chen. You go ahead. Bye. We're off to the library. Kin Shou Yu waved as she left with Wang Jiajia and Li Ran to study. Despite her carefree demeanor, she was a diligent student with excellent grades. In high school, she often helped Chen Kai with his studies, which played a significant role in his success. Though she didn't mention her birthday, Chen Kai remembered. As they parted ways, he thought about it. Today was Kin Shou Yu's birthday. As he recalled this, the system's electronic voice chimed in. Beep beep, system task, today is Kin Shou Yu's birthday. Please prepare a thoughtful birthday gift for Kin Shou Yu to elicit a surprised reaction. Upon completion, the reward will be based on the level of her surprise, ranging from a level, B level, to C level rewards. Understanding the task, Chen Kai knew he needed to make her birthday special to earn a high-level reward. Understanding the task given by the system, and the related rewards. Chen Kai smiled with satisfaction, and then returned to the company directly. In the evening, he prepared a delicate gift for Kin Shou Yu. Given his understanding of Kin Shou Yu's personality, the gift didn't need to be too extravagant. Just remembering the birthday would make Kin Shou Yu ecstatic. So, he wasn't worried about the reward at all. At this moment, he went straight to his company's office building at Tide Network Technology. By now, Jiang King Shou should have arrived at the company. Just as he thought of this, Chen Kai noticed a WeChat message from Jiang King Shou. It read, "Mr. Chen, are you on your way to the company now? My cousin and I have arrived and are waiting in your office. If you come over later, just come directly to the office. We are waiting here." "Got it. I'm almost there. I'm at the square now," Chen Kai replied, heading straight to the company. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu, along with Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, were heading to the library. On their way, they had to buy some milk tea before they could study properly, much like how one needs snacks while watching a movie. Luckily, there weren't many people in the milk tea shop today, so they got their drinks quickly and continued towards the library. Wang Jiajia noticed that Kin Shou Yu was in an exceptionally good mood today, and curiously asked, "Shou Yu, what's up with you today? You look like you've won the lottery. Do you have some good news to share?" Wang Jiajia and Li Ran both thought the same thing. Could it be something about Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai? "Come on, don't jump to conclusions. I'm happy for a reason, of course," Kin Shou Yu explained. "And yes, it's because of Chen Kai." Wang Jiajia and Li Ran exchanged a knowing look. "So, I was right. Something must be up between you and Chen Kai." Kin Shou Yu smiled and explained that her good mood was due to a recent event. Remember the big news online about a project whose price was dropping and almost got delisted? Then suddenly, it soared 200 times in profit. Both Wang Jiajia and Li Ran vaguely remembered the news, which had trended on Weibo and caused a huge discussion. Guess what? Chen Kai bought that project. Initially, I advised him not to, thinking it would be a loss. But he insisted, and now his 100,000 yuan investment has turned into 20 million. What? 20 million? So much money? Wang Jiajia and Li Ran were stunned, looking at Kin Shou Yu in disbelief. "Shou Yu, are you serious? That's 20 million. I saw the related news online too. It was unexpected how that material became so scarce due to international influences. Could it be that the person mentioned online is Chen Kai?" Wang Jiajia and Li Ran asked in amazement. "I'm not sure about that, but I can confirm that Chen Kai indeed made 20 million. I've seen it. Isn't Chen Kai amazing?" Kin Shou Yu giggled. Having such an investment genius as a brother was a great pride for her. Although her parents wanted her to study finance, and she had learned quite a bit from her father's investments, she never imagined there would be such a huge gap between her and Chen Kai. Seeing Kin Shou Yu's expression, especially when talking about Chen Kai with admiration, Wang Jiajia and Li Ran exchanged glances. "Xiao Yu, are you sure you just see Chen Kai as a brother?" Wang Jiajia teased. "Of course. But so what if I admire him? My brother made 20 million. The three girls continued bantering as they walked towards the library, planning to study all morning, have lunch, and maybe catch a movie in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Chen Kai had arrived at the Tide Network Technology building. Entering the newly established company, he noticed many interviewees waiting. Seeing Chen Kai, Yang Ani immediately stopped her work and greeted him. "Mr. Chen, the two from King Tang Real Estate are waiting in your office." "Got it." Chen Kai nodded, glancing around. "Are there many people here for interviews today?" Yang Ani replied, "Yes, because our office location is great, in the King Tang Real Estate building No. 7. The environment is better than many long-established companies. Plus, you're very generous and kind to employees, offering high salaries without requiring overtime." "Thank you for your hard work," Chen Kai said. "No problem, Mr. Chen. It's my job." Yang Ani smiled, "And it's only for a couple of days. Once the new employees join, it'll be much easier." "Alright, continue with the interviews. I'll go see Jiang King Shou." "Sure, Mr. Chen." As Chen Kai headed upstairs, the interviewees quietly discussed among themselves. "Hey, was that our boss just now? He looks so young." "Yeah, he seems like he's only 17 or 18. He must come from a wealthy family. It's impressive to start such a big company at such a young age." These discussions continued as everyone prepared for their interviews, hoping to join the promising new company. So now, these employees will be considered founding members. They might even enjoy better employee benefits and perks in the future. Chen Kai quickly reached the top floor of the company using the elevator. His office was located there, and he directly opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang King Shou sitting on the office sofa, chatting with a tall woman beside her. They had just been talking about Chen Kai. The next second, Chen Kai walked in. The cousins immediately stood up and greeted him. "Mr. Chen, you're here." Chen Kai responded, "Yes, you've been here for a while, right? Sorry to keep you waiting, I was a bit tied up with something." It's no problem, Mr. Chen. We've only just arrived, it's fine. The two cousins chatted briefly and then said, Mr. Chen, we're here mainly to talk with you. After all, besides this building, no. 7. You also bought the adjacent building, no. 8. Right. That makes you a significant client for Qingtang Real Estate. So I thought, since your company is newly established, is there anything our group can assist you with? If there is, please don't hesitate to ask. Our group is more than willing to help. Qingtang Real Estate is indeed in the real estate business, a traditional industry. However, they have many friends in the internet sector. Especially Jiang Qingzhu's father. He meets many internet entrepreneurs at annual summits. For Chen Kai, this was not a big deal. As a reborn person, he had memories and experiences from his past life, along with the system's help. He was confident in growing his company without relying on connections. After some casual conversation, the cousins curiously asked, Mr. Chen, we still don't know what business your company is in. We mainly focus on big data, short videos, games, and music social networking. But we base everything on big data technology. Big data technology? It's 2016. Many companies don't understand this technology well. With the current technology, it seems underdeveloped and not highly regarded, much like e-commerce and cloud computing in their early days. These fields weren't well regarded until the technology matured years later. Oh, Mr. Chen, launching so many businesses at once suggests your company has strong financial backing, Jiang Qingshu remarked. For the next couple of hours, they discussed various company matters until it was noon. The cousins then invited Chen Kai to a nearby high-end restaurant for lunch. They finished around 1 p.m. and Chen Kai returned to his office to handle some company matters, as there were many things to manage just after the establishment. After lunch, the cousins drove back to Qingtang Real Estate. While driving, one of them asked, Xiaoxu, after having lunch with Mr. Chen from Tide Network Technology and chatting with him, what's your impression of him? Jiang Qingshu, sitting in the passenger seat, replied, I feel Mr. Chen is different from what I imagined. I thought, at 17 or 18, he would be an heir to a wealthy family, probably with some arrogance. Many wealthy young entrepreneurs have an inflated and restless mindset, leading to business failures and needing their parents to clean up the mess. But after talking with Mr. Chen over lunch, did you notice how calm he is? His mindset doesn't match his age at all. So, my first impression of him is quite surprising. It's more than surprising. Her cousin shared her thoughts. I even think Mr. Chen's idea of big data technology is very forward-thinking. Maybe it will indeed be applied to various internet fields in the future. Even in traditional industries like real estate, healthcare, and education. I think we should report this to the CEO. My mom. Yes, such a significant client is important for our group. So, I think it's better to engage with him at a higher level. We've just had a preliminary contact today. But it's worth mentioning to your mom. We shouldn't miss out on such a top client. Zhang Li was indeed a bit skeptical. An 18 or 19-year-old entrepreneur was truly unbelievable. Even if he were an heir to a conglomerate, most rich kids at that age are usually either racing cars or indulging in a life of luxury, partying with other wealthy heirs. It was rare to hear about someone that young running a business. So, Zhang Li asked, Xiaoxu, are you exaggerating? An 18 or 19-year-old entrepreneur? Are you sure? Are you serious? Seeing that her mother didn't believe her, Jiang Qingshu replied earnestly, Mom, how could you not believe your own daughter? Don't you know me better than that? Do I seem like someone who would make things up? True, her daughter wasn't the type to lie or exaggerate. But still, it was hard to believe. Mom, if you don't believe me, you should at least believe my cousin. She's been working at the group for many years, and has done a lot for the company. That was true. Jiang Qingshu's cousin had been with Qingtang Group for many years, handling a lot of responsibilities with great skill and a calm demeanor. If even she confirmed it, it must be true. Yes, Xiaoxu is right, her cousin chimed in. This morning we visited Tide Network Technology and met Mr. Chen. We even had lunch together. After talking with Mr. Chen, I realized he's not an ordinary 18 or 19-year-old. His ideas about big data are really impressive and ahead of their time. I think it would be beneficial for our group to establish a good relationship with him. It could help our company's future development. At the very least, if Mr. Chen plans to buy more real estate, we wouldn't want our competitors to get ahead of us. Zhang Li nodded, and then instructed Jiang Qingshu, Alright Xiaoxu, contact Mr. Chen for me. See if he's available in the next couple of days for a meal at our house. Sure, Mom. I'll ask right away. Jiang Qingshu nodded, and sent a WeChat message without making a call. Soon Chen Kai, who was in his company, received the message. It read, Mr. Chen, if you're available in the next couple of days, please visit our home. My mom would like to invite you for a meal. Let us know when you're free. Chen Kai replied, got it. I'll check my schedule. After replying, Jiang Qingshu showed her mom the chat. Mom, I've already told Mr. Chen. Alright, got it. If there's nothing else, you two can get back to your work. I need to call your dad. Jiang Qingshu nodded, said goodbye, and left with her cousin to their respective offices, busy with the numerous tasks of the large Qingtang real estate company. Once the sisters left, Zhang Li sat in her office chair, pondering. She couldn't figure out the background of this Chen Kai from Tide Network Technology. Could he be from out of town? Zhang Li called her husband, Jiang Zhiguo, who was the chairman of Qingtang Real Estate. At that moment, Jiang Zhiguo was dining with a big-shot internet entrepreneur. They were discussing potential collaborations. Sorry, Mr. Lai, I need to take this call from my wife, Jiang Zhiguo said. What's up, honey? Is there something urgent at the company that I need to come back for? No, but I have something important to tell you. Our company's 2 commercial buildings, No. 7 and No. 8, were bought outright by a new company called Tide Network Technology. Bought outright? In cash, Jiang Zhiguo was surprised. These buildings were worth over 10 billion combined. In this economic climate, growth wasn't as rapid as it used to be. How could a company buy 2 buildings at once? Yeah, according to Xiaoxu, it's a new company with a very young boss, around 18 or 19 years old. I'm planning to invite him over for dinner, so come home early in the next few days, okay? Jiang Zhiguo agreed. Alright, I'll cancel all my evening engagements for the next few days. But do we know anything about this young entrepreneur? No. And I was hoping you might have heard something, Zhang Li replied. Alright, I'll find out more. Talk to you later. After hanging up, the internet company CEO across from him, Mr. Li from Qiandu, asked, What's up, Mr. Jiang? Something important. Nothing major. Just that 2 of our commercial buildings were bought outright, Jiang Zhiguo replied. Really? Which ones? Not the No. 7 and No. 8 buildings, right? I was hoping to discuss buying those from you today, Mr. Li said, furrowing his brow. He had planned to purchase the best located buildings in Jiang Bay for his company's expansion. Yes, those exact buildings, Jiang Zhiguo confirmed. It seems Tide Network Technology beat you to it. Mr. Li was stunned. He had never heard of this company. Who were they? Mr. Jiang, is Tide Network Technology a new company? I've never heard of them. Are they local or from out of town? Mr. Li asked curiously. Jiang Zhiguo was equally puzzled. I was hoping you could tell me. You're a top player in the internet sector. If you don't know them, who would? Both men were deep in thought. Who was this young entrepreneur, Chen Kai, and what was his background? Meanwhile, back at Tide Network Technology, Chen Kai had been working all afternoon. By evening, the company had wrapped up for the day. Yang Annie, the HR manager, had interviewed dozens of candidates and hired several promising ones. The next few days would be busy with more interviews. She entered Chen Kai's office and asked, Mr. Chen, it's the end of the workday. Are you free for dinner? Chen Kai waved her off. Not today, I have plans. Maybe another time. Oh, all right. I was hoping to have dinner with you since I'm new to the company and could use your guidance. But I understand, another time then. See you tomorrow, Mr. Chen. Yang Annie smiled and left the office, heading out to find dinner herself. As she walked out, she remembered, oh, it's my niece's birthday today. I almost forgot. She quickly called Kin Shou Yu. Xiao Yu, it's your birthday today, right? Do you have any plans? If not, let your aunt take you out for a nice dinner. Kin Shou Yu replied, Auntie, well. Kin Shou Yu was planning to spend her birthday at Chen's place. After leaving the library, she intended to go to a nearby restaurant, order some dishes, and buy some drinks. When Chen returned home, she would surprise him. She was sure Chen wouldn't remember her birthday, and she wanted to make him feel a little guilty tonight. Kin Shou Yu had it all planned out. Unexpectedly, her aunt called, offering to take her out for a fancy dinner. Kin Shou Yu hesitated, not knowing how to refuse without seeming rude. However, Yang Annie, having years of workplace experience, quickly picked up on her hesitation. Xiao Yu, are you meeting up with friends tonight? If so, I won't interrupt your plans. If you're more comfortable having dinner with your friends, that's perfectly fine. Enjoy your evening, and I'll take you out for a special meal tomorrow night. And keep an eye on your phone, I'll send you a red envelope as a birthday gift. After the call, Yang Annie sent Kin Shou Yu a transfer of 8,888 yuan as a birthday present. Isn't this too much? Kin Shou Yu exclaimed. It's nothing. It's your birthday, and it's my pleasure to spend this on my dear niece. Plus, I've just joined a very promising new company, and the boss is wonderful. Once I get my salary next month, I'll treat you to an even bigger meal and take you out for some fun. Oh, by the way, you can bring your classmate, the one you're staying with. He's your good friend, right? I'd love to treat him well since you've been staying at his place for so long. Sure. Auntie Kin Shou Yu replied, accepting the red envelope. What neither of them knew was that Kin Shou Yu's classmate was actually her boss, Chen Kai. Meanwhile, in his office at Tide Network Technology, Chen Kai wrapped up his work and prepared to leave. It was time to go home and get a birthday gift for Kin Shou Yu. The gift didn't need to be extravagant, just thoughtful. As long as Kin Shou Yu knew he remembered her birthday, she'd be overjoyed. Chen Kai understood Kin Shou Yu well. He left the office, hailed a cab, and went to pick out a gift. After about 20 minutes, he had the gift and headed home. At the same time, Kin Shou Yu, Wang Jiajia, and Li Ran were leaving the library, heading home. Kin Shou Yu asked, Jiajia, Ran, do you know what day it is today? As her high school roommates and friends, they should remember her birthday, right? Of course, she doubted Chen would remember. He never remembered her birthday, though she always remembered his. Feeling a bit unfair, Kin Shou Yu hoped that one day Chen would remember her birthday. But knowing Chen, that seemed unlikely. At least Jiajia and Ran would remember, right? Unexpectedly, Wang Jiajia and Li Ran exchanged confused looks. Today? Is it an important day? Jiajia, do you know? The two friends couldn't figure it out. That's too much, Kin Shou Yu pouted, feeling like crying. Even her closest friends didn't remember her birthday. Was her aunt the only one who did? Never mind, she sighed. Kin Shou Yu took a cab back to Chen's place, ordered several dishes from a nearby restaurant, and bought drinks like cola, Sprite, and juice. She wanted to celebrate her birthday properly. Back at Chen's house, she set up everything, waiting. It wasn't long before Chen came home. As soon as he walked in, Kin Shou Yu asked, Chen, before you come in, do you remember what day it is today? You don't remember, do you? I knew it. To her shock, Chen replied, what day? Isn't it your birthday today, Kin Shou Yu? Kin Shou Yu was stunned. What? Chen, you actually remembered my birthday? Kin Shou Yu was absolutely shocked. She couldn't believe Chen Kai actually remembered her birthday. This was a rare occasion. Excited, she stammered, Chen, be honest with me. Do you have any hidden motives? Are you secretly in love with me? I remember you never used to remember my birthday before. Kin Shou Yu was genuinely puzzled. She had known Chen for 3 years, and during all this time, she always remembered his birthday and got him gifts. But Chen never remembered hers. In fact, he would often find an excuse to avoid giving her a gift. Had the sun risen in the west today? Hearing Kin Shou Yu's words, Chen Kai responded, Kin Shou Yu, are you thanking me or insulting me? It sounds more like the latter. Kin Shou Yu laughed, no way, Chen, how could I? I'm thrilled you remembered my birthday. I never expected it. I thought you wouldn't remember, especially since even Jiajia and Ran forgot. But the opposite happened. Chen remembered her birthday, while Jiajia and Ran forgot completely. This caught Kin Shou Yu off guard. Chen, you came back just in time. I ordered a lot of food from the restaurant and had it delivered. I also bought drinks, Sprite, cola, juice, plenty for tonight. Let's celebrate my birthday with a feast at home. And, most importantly, Kin Shou Yu rubbed her hands together with a sly smile. Chen, since you remembered my birthday, you must have a gift for me, right? Show me what you got. I'm really excited. Kin Shou Yu was eager but didn't have high expectations. She thought Chen's gift would be something cheap. Still, just the fact that he remembered her birthday made her happy. Chen then said, here's your gift. He handed over a package. Kin Shou Yu opened it and was stunned by what she saw inside. It was a branded handbag, likely worth thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. Oh my gosh, Chen, you got me a handbag! And such an expensive one. Wow. You're the best. You not only remembered my birthday but also bought me such a beautiful bag. If I were a guy, I'd kiss you right now. Kin Shou Yu said excitedly, then put the bag on her shoulder and twirled around. Chen, how does it look on me? Give me some feedback. Be nice. It's my birthday after all. Seeing her so happy, Chen Kai couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to compliment her, Kin Shou Yu cut in. Chen, remember? It's my birthday today. I want to be happy. Don't say anything that will upset me. Chen replied. It looks great. If I bought it, it's bound to look good. But as for everything else, well. Kin Shou Yu was momentarily confused, then realized what he meant and asked in shock, "So Chen, you mean the bag looks good, but I look ugly?" "Chen, how could you say that? I think I look pretty good. Doesn't it hurt your conscience to say such things?" Kin Shou Yu's playful nature always made Chen Kai happy. Being with her was always a joy. Even on a bad day, her humor and playful banter could cheer him up. "Alright, enough talk. Let's eat dinner before the food gets cold. I bought a lot, just for the two of us. We'll probably get stuffed. Come on, let's get everything from the kitchen." They brought the food to the living room and sat on small stools around the coffee table, ready to dig in. "Chen, let me pour the drinks," Kin Shou Yu offered. "Can you handle it?" Chen wasn't doubting her but knew opening the large bottle of Sprite might be tough for her. "Of course I can," Kin Shou Yu insisted, using all her strength to open the bottle but failing. "Chen, I can't do it. You try." Pouting, she handed the bottle to Chen, who easily opened it with a bit of effort. "How come you're so strong?" she asked, pouting. "I'll pour the drinks," Chen said. He poured 2 glasses, then Kin Shou Yu cleared her throat. "Before we drink, I have something to say. Today is my birthday. My parents aren't here, and I didn't invite any friends. It's just you and me, Chen. I thought you wouldn't remember my birthday, but you did, and you even got me such a nice gift. Chen, you're the best." Kin Shou Yu was absolutely thrilled. She was genuinely surprised that Chen Kai remembered her birthday. This was a rare moment. "Wow, Chen. It looks like you do care about me after all," she teased with a smug expression. "Don't deny it." After teasing him for a bit, Kin Shou Yu happily poured Chen a drink and said, "Let's have another toast. Thank you for the expensive gift. Next time, on your birthday, I promise to get you an even better one. Believe me, Chen. When I say something, I mean it. Trust me, I keep my word." Kin Shou Yu patted her chest with confidence. Seeing her gesture, Chen Kai remarked, "Kin Shou Yu, you might want to stop doing that." "Why?" "Because it's already small enough." Kin Shou Yu huffed. "Chen, you're just trying to annoy me, right? It's my birthday. Can't you say something nice to make me happy?" "Do I really need to? Look at how happy you already are." "Hey, true." The more Kin Shou Yu looked at the bag Chen bought her, the more she liked it. His taste was surprisingly good. The bag matched her outfit perfectly, making her feel even more delighted. Even if the bag wasn't particularly stylish, it wouldn't matter. It was from Chen, so she wouldn't mind at all. "Are you implying that you don't like the bag I got you? If you think it's ugly, I could give it to someone else." No, Chen. I never said it was ugly." Kin Shou Yu quickly hugged the bag protectively. "Besides, you can't take back a gift once it's given. And it really is beautiful. Truly." Seeing her so happy, Chen Kai realized that he didn't need to buy extravagant gifts to make her happy. A simple gift like a handbag was enough to make Kin Shou Yu overjoyed. Considering his current wealth, a few thousand yuan for a bag was nothing. Moreover, his company was thriving. He had even purchased 2 commercial buildings in the city center. Though he didn't need both buildings immediately, he could rent out one of them, bringing in substantial income every year. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of him. Ding. Kin Shou Yu is surprised. Task completed. Due to her high level of surprise, you've been awarded an A-level reward. Chen Kai was pleasantly surprised. He had hoped for a B-level reward but ended up with an A-level one. It seemed that Kin Shou Yu's delight was genuine. Curious about his reward, Chen Kai opened the system interface. Ding. You have received ownership of an unfinished building in the Western District. According to system predictions, a new elementary school will be established nearby in 2 months. This will significantly increase the building's value, generating wealth in the billions. Congratulations! You now own the building permanently. Seeing the reward details, Chen Kai felt quite satisfied. Though it was currently just an unfinished building, the upcoming elementary school would undoubtedly boost its value. Chen, Kin Shou Yu called out, snapping him out of his thoughts. "I've been calling you for ages. What were you daydreaming about?" "Nothing much, just lost in thought." "Chen, I just wanted to say that I'm really happy with how today turned out. But the only thing missing is a birthday song. So, could you sing one for your best friend? I know you probably don't want to since you're tone deaf, right?" Tone deaf? That might have been true in the past. But after his rebirth, Chen Kai had learned a lot, including singing. "Come on, Chen. Even if you're tone deaf, you can manage a simple birthday song, right? Let me hear you sing." "Haha. I need to record this." "Wait, I'll grab my phone and record you singing the birthday song for me. Kin Shou Yu couldn't wait. She ran to get her phone and set it to record. Chen, I'm ready. Start singing. It's my birthday, so you can't refuse, right? Besides, it's just a birthday song for a friend. I've always sung for you on your birthdays. You're not chickening out now, are you? Don't worry, Chen. I'll just keep this as a memory. I promise not to share it around. Chen Kai replied, all right, but how about we skip the birthday song? We're not kids anymore. Kin Shou Yu replied, okay, sing anything you want then. How about that popular song, The Ordinary Road? It's really popular right now. Do you know it? Besides that song, there's another one that's been quite popular lately, especially among guys. You've probably heard it, Chen. Let me think. What was the name again? After thinking for a while, Kin Shou Yu finally remembered. Old Boy, that's it. Do you know how to sing Old Boy? In 2016, especially among high schoolers in Jiang Bay, songs like Old Boy and The Ordinary Road were really popular. Another hit, Little Apple, although later became a staple for dance groups, was also extremely popular before then. Alright, singing a song it is. No problem. Too bad there's no guitar here. I'll just sing it a cappella. Kin Shou Yu was stunned. No way, Chen, you can play the guitar. Are you serious? You've never told me that before. We've known each other for 3 years, and every time you sing, it sounds like a disaster. How come I didn't know you could play the guitar? Have you been hiding your skills all this time? Kin Shou Yu was skeptical but curious. She remained quiet, ready to listen, while her phone was set to record. No matter how Chen sang, she wanted to capture it, anticipating some amusing content because she believed Chen was tone deaf. If Chen ever tries to bully me again, I'll use this video to blackmail him, she thought mischievously. Chen Kai began singing the first line of the song. The melody was captivating, and it was no wonder it dominated short video platforms. From the very first line, Kin Shou Yu was completely mesmerized. Oh my gosh! Chen, when did you learn to sing like this? Am I dreaming? Wow! Is this really my tone-deaf friend? This is unbelievable! Kin Shou Yu's reaction was genuine. She had always thought Chen couldn't sing, so she never insisted on performing with him during school events. She felt it was a pity they never performed together during high school. Now, hearing Chen sing so beautifully, she was almost in tears. But she didn't interrupt him, letting him continue. As Chen sang the second verse, each word seemed to resonate deeply. Kin Shou Yu was in awe, unable to believe that such a beautiful song was coming from Chen. And the song was so captivating, she wondered why she had never heard it before. After the song ended, she would definitely ask Chen the name of the song to play it on repeat. In just under a minute, Chen had completely changed her impression of him. Not only is he my good-looking brother, but he's also so talented, Kin Shou Yu thought proudly. As Chen approached the chorus, the most emotional part of the song, he sang with deep feeling. The lyrics conveyed a sense of youthful regret and nostalgia, something Chen related to deeply since his rebirth. When he finished the song, Kin Shou Yu was left speechless. She stopped recording and started clapping like an excited fan. Wow, Chen, that was amazing. I never realized you could sing so well. Were you just hiding your talent all this time? Why didn't you tell me? Don't you trust your best friend? Kin Shou Yu huffed playfully. Chen Kai smiled but didn't say much. He had always liked this song in his previous life and had other favorites too. For example, there would be many popular and classic songs released next summer, each becoming a hit. One song in particular, Relieve Sorrow, would captivate the entire internet, with even major Mandarin pop artists sharing it. Its views would reach billions. Compared to that, Old Boy was just an appetizer, though its arrangement was quite impressive. It was originally based on a foreign song's arrangement and became popular domestically with added lyrics. Chen, did you write this song? I just searched the lyrics online but couldn't find anything. Is this your original work? Kin Shou Yu asked, puzzled. I never knew you were so talented. You can improvise songs too. That's amazing. Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai with admiration. Then she replayed the video she had recorded, planning to ask Chen about the song's title. Kin Shou Yu didn't expect Chen to create a song on the spot and sing it to her. And the best part was, it sounded amazing. Both the melody and the lyrics were captivating. If she were to score it, she'd give it 99 out of 100. The only reason she'd deduct 1 point was to keep Chen from getting too cocky. With a look of admiration, she exclaimed, Chen, you're incredible. Facing her overwhelming praise, Chen decided to be honest. There was no need to pretend. Shou Yu, you misunderstood. I didn't write this song. What do you mean? I searched online, and I couldn't find anything. Don't hide your talent from me, Chen. If I post this video online, it's going to be a hit. By 2016, platforms like Weibo and Tiba were already quite popular, and short video apps were gaining millions of users. Chen wasn't in a hurry. His short video business was gradually taking off. Despite the success of his previous life short video platforms, they were eventually outperformed by competitors using advanced data algorithms. He believed that mastering data analytics would lead to inevitable success. Chen, I'm thinking of posting the video I just recorded on Tiba. What do you think? Of course, if you're not comfortable with it, I won't do it. I'll just keep it for myself. Chen, who wasn't too concerned about fame in his second life, nodded in agreement since it was Kin Shou Yu's birthday. Alright, do as you like. Great. Kin Shou Yu quickly uploaded the video to Tiba. As she was writing the title, she asked, Chen, what's the name of the song? With a hint of helplessness, Chen replied, Shou Yu. I told you, I didn't write this song. Oh, come on, Chen. Stop being so modest. You have so much talent, you just need a chance to shine. There's no way this isn't your song. I couldn't find it online. Kin Shou Yu had a point. Chen didn't know how to explain without revealing his secret of being reborn. Fine. It's called The Wind Rises. The Wind Rises? That's a great name. Without hesitation, Kin Shou Yu uploaded the video. She then set her phone aside and said, Chen, let's continue eating and toasting. Let's stay up late tonight. How about playing some games with me later? You guys have been playing League of Legends, right? Teach me. Last time you told me to hide in the bushes, and I stayed there for half an hour. Don't trick me this time. Chen laughed. Alright, I won't trick you. I'll teach you properly. Great. Kin Shou Yu beamed with satisfaction. An hour or two passed quickly. Even though her parents weren't with her this year, spending her birthday with Chen made it the happiest one yet. I don't know if my parents would feel sad hearing this, but it's the truth, she thought. After dinner, with the table cleared, Kin Shou Yu patted her full stomach. Wow, I'm so full. What about you, Chen? Yeah, I'm stuffed. Let's rest for a bit, then clean up and you can teach me how to play the game. That's the plan for tonight. Is that okay with you? Chen gave her an okay sign, indicating he had no objections. Teaching her to play was easy and a good way to pass the time. Chen's only goal after his rebirth was to make up for past regrets. Spending time with Kin Shou Yu, no matter what they did, was enjoyable. After they both had rested, they cleaned up the table and sat in front of the computer. Chen began explaining the basics to Kin Shou Yu. Let me tell you the basics first. This is the top lane, that's the mid lane, and this is the bottom lane. He explained the concepts of jungling and ganking. Despite being a top student, Kin Shou Yu was slow to grasp the game. She had a hard time remembering the terms. Chen patiently continued, It's okay, take it slow. Let's start a game. Alright. While Kin Shou Yu was busy learning, she didn't check her phone. Meanwhile, her Tiba account was exploding with private messages, mentions, and replies. Kin Shou Yu's Tiba account was flooded with comments, replies, and shares from countless users. Wow, this song is amazing. Who is this young guy? He's so talented and good looking. Young people these days are really impressive. Yeah, but what's the name of the song? Isn't the song title in the post? It's called The Wind Rises. But I just searched for it and couldn't find it anywhere. What? You couldn't find it? That's strange. I'll give it a try. Many Tiba users searched for the song online, but couldn't find any information. It's true. There's nothing about this song online. Could it be that this young man wrote it himself? It must be. Otherwise, why can't we find it online? With all the information and music available on the internet, it's weird that this song isn't there. It has to be an original song that hasn't been released yet. I'm so excited. Guys, don't you think the melody is particularly catchy? And the lyrics are incredible. Especially the chorus. It gave me chills and brought back memories of my high school days. When I close my eyes, I can picture it all. In just half an hour, Kin Shou Yu's post received over 3,000 replies, and the number kept growing. An hour later, the replies surpassed 10,000, and many users had already uploaded the video to Weibo and short video platforms. Meanwhile, in a record company in Shanghai named Starry Sky Records, one of the largest in the city with many popular artists, the staff was working late. They were tasked with creating a theme song for an upcoming youth-themed movie. Despite consulting numerous musicians and bringing in several good singers, nothing felt right. Yang Qi, the project manager, was getting frustrated. At this rate, who knows when we'll come up with a decent theme song, she lamented. Just then, an assistant rushed in. MS Yang? What's the matter? You're out of breath. Calm down and tell me what's going on. MS Yang, listen to this song first before saying anything, the assistant said, handing over a phone. Yang Qi saw that it was a post from Tiba, a song that had suddenly gone viral that evening. The post had already received over 10,000 replies within a few hours. Curious, she played the video. From the very first line, she was captivated. What's the name of this song? Is it a cover or an original? The arrangement is fantastic, like a master's work. And the lyrics are very well written. Just one line in, and Yang Qi was already impressed. She asked the assistant, who wrote this song? MS Yang, listen to the whole song first. I guarantee you'll be amazed. When I first heard it, I was blown away. You know I've been with the company for years, and we've seen many great artists and songs come and go, right? But it's been a long time since I've heard a song this good. Hearing such high praise, Yang Qi continued to listen. The song's introduction was stunning and memorable. When it reached the chorus, she felt goosebumps. It evoked vivid memories of high school. By the end of the song, Yang Qi was in shock. Her expression showed it all. Xiao Zhang, find out everything about this song's author immediately. This song is perfect for our youth-themed project. The assistant replied, MS Yang, I've already checked online. There's no information about this song or its lyrics anywhere. It's definitely an original, not a cover. Yang Qi was surprised. The young man in the video looked like he was only 17 or 18, either still in high school or just graduated. So young, and he created such an amazing song. Xiao Zhang, find out who this young man is, his name, and where he lives. We need to contact him right away. We must have him sing the theme song for our project. Yang Qi was extremely excited. No matter the cost, we must bring this young man here, she said. Hundreds of thousands, even millions, it doesn't matter. Assistant Xiao Zhang nodded. Got it. MS Yang. I'll contact him first thing in the morning. Good. After Xiao Zhang left, Yang Qi listened to the song several more times, each time finding it even more perfect. It was ideal for the youth-themed movie they were working on. She immediately forwarded the song to the film's director, hoping he would feel the same. If he agreed, they would have to get this young talent on board at any cost. Yang Qi even considered signing this young man as an artist with Starry Sky Records. With his voice and the talent displayed in this song, she was confident he could become a huge star, achieving viral success across the internet. Director Wang, I've just sent you a video. Listen to this young man's song and see if it fits your movie's theme. Let me know your thoughts after you've listened. After sending the message, Yang Qi checked the comments on Tiba. User feedback could often reveal the true reception of a song. Sure enough, the post had surpassed 20,000 replies. It had only been at 10,000 a short while ago, and the number kept climbing. By morning, it would likely reach 40,000 replies. A post with 40,000 replies indicated a massive hit. Moreover, the video had been shared on Weibo and short video platforms, where it was also receiving unanimous praise. Everyone was clamoring to know the song's name. Hey, I'm going crazy. This song is amazing. Why can't I find it online? What's wrong with the music platforms? What's the song's name? Can someone tell me? Oh my gosh, this song gave me chills. Especially during the chorus. It made my spine tingle and brought tears to my eyes. It made me feel nostalgic for my own youth. This song is incredible. Seeing so many positive comments, Yang Qi knew she had to secure both the song and the young artist. After a while, director Wang bombarded her with messages. Wow! MS Yang, is this young man signed with your company? This song is perfect for my movie. This is exactly the vibe I need. Starry Sky Records never disappoints. This song is amazing. It feels like it was tailor-made for my film. It's perfect. MS Yang, let's finalize this. If we work with your company, this must be the theme song. Without this song, we have no deal. Seeing director Wang's enthusiastic response confirmed Yang Qi's judgment. She now just needed her assistant to locate the young man by morning. Meanwhile, back at home, Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai were sitting in front of the computer, playing games. After 2 or 3 hours, Kin Shou Yu's hands were sore, but she had made significant progress. How was that, Chen? I'm smart, right? She boasted. I may not know much about games, but with a good teacher, I can learn anything. Feeling accomplished, she thought about how she could join Chen and his friends at the internet cafe in the future, instead of just watching them play. I believe I can eventually surpass them, Kin Shou Yu said confidently. Oh really? Chen teased. You'll see, Chen. I'll practice 2 hours every night until I get good enough for you to be impressed. Kin Shou Yu stretched, feeling exhausted from the gaming session. I can't believe how tiring gaming is. It's even harder than studying. She yawned and noticed the time. It was already past 11 p.m., almost midnight. Wow, it's so late already? Time flew by. Feeling sleepy, she decided it was time to call it a night. If you're tired, go to bed. We can play again tomorrow, Chen suggested. Once you're good enough, we can go to the internet cafe. Don't want to embarrass ourselves in public with bad gameplay. Alright, Chen, I'm off to wash up. She grabbed her phone and headed to the bathroom. But as she turned on her phone, she was bombarded with notifications from the Tiba app. Replies, comments, and mentions were all over 999 plus. Oh my gosh, Chen, come look, you're famous. Kin Shou Yu was about to go wash up and go to bed. It was already late, almost midnight. But just as she was getting ready, she glanced at her phone and noticed 999 unread messages on Tiba. Comments, replies, and mentions flooded in. She was stunned. What was happening? Normally, she only got a few interactions because she only had 3 followers. Then it hit her. The video she had posted of Chen singing. Could it be that his video went viral? Without hesitation, she opened her private messages and notifications. As she suspected, her post had over 30,000 replies. Oh my gosh, Chen, come look. Quick, hurry, Kin Shou Yu said excitedly. She had never seen anything like this. Even though she had been online for years, since the internet became popular, she had never experienced anything of this magnitude. Chen, you won't believe it. I've been on the internet for almost 7 years and never seen anything like this. One post with over 30,000 replies is incredible. Chen, do you realize? You're famous on Tiba now. Just a few years ago, Tiba had made a certain Yi Liang Chen famous, and now it seemed like it was Chen's turn. If you become famous, you have to thank me. If I hadn't recorded and posted your video, you wouldn't be this popular. Okay, maybe I'm bragging a little, but you really should thank me, Kin Shou Yu laughed. As Chen's friend, she felt proud and excited for him. Even though it didn't directly affect her, seeing her friend become popular made her happy. Chen, however, remained calm. With his decades of life experience, this minor fame didn't excite him much. It was just a small burst of popularity, not like becoming a superstar. With his knowledge from the future, achieving significant status in the Chinese music scene was easy for him. Though many classic songs had already been released by 2016, there were plenty of future hits he could use to capture the current audience's taste. Xiao Yu, why are you so excited? It's not like you're the one who's famous, Chen teased. I'm more excited than if it were me, she responded earnestly. Can you believe it, Chen? You went viral on my birthday. Do you know what this means? Guess, she said with a playful smile. Chen knew what she was getting at but didn't respond. Can't guess? It means I'm your lucky charm. You should treat me better from now on. Maybe then you'll keep getting more famous. Her playful reasoning made Chen laugh. Kin Shou Yu had a knack for twisting logic to her advantage. Yes, you should thank me, she said proudly. Even though she had been tired and ready for bed, the excitement woke her up. She sat on the couch, scrolling through the internet for the latest updates. Chen, come look. Your video has been shared on Weibo and short video platforms too. In just a few hours, it has over 200,000 likes on Flash Short Video. That's huge. And that's just a few hours worth of data. In a day or two, it might hit over 1 million likes. Kin Shou Yu was shocked. Chen, I thought you just went viral on Tiba, but you're trending all over the internet. No wonder you're my brother. You're amazing. One video and you've blown up everywhere. She wondered why Chen had kept his talent hidden throughout high school. It wasn't fair that he hadn't shared this side of himself with his friends. As Chen's video continued to gain traction online, even more surprises awaited them. Kin Shou Yu was about to wash up and go to bed. It was already late, almost midnight. But then she glanced at her phone and noticed 999 unread messages on Tiba. Comments, replies, and mentions flooded in. She was stunned. What was happening? Usually she only got a few interactions because she only had 3 followers. Then it hit her. The video she had posted of Chen singing. Could it be that his video went viral? Without hesitation, she opened her private messages and notifications. As she suspected, her post had over 30,000 replies. Oh my gosh, Chen, come look. Quick, hurry, Kin Shou Yu said excitedly. She had never seen anything like this. Even though she had been online for years, since the internet became popular, she had never experienced anything of this magnitude. Chen, you won't believe it. I've been on the internet for almost 7 years, and never seen anything like this. One post with over 30,000 replies is incredible. Chen, do you realize? You're famous on Tiba now. Just a few years ago, Tiba had made a certain Yi Liang Chen famous, and now it seemed like it was Chen's turn. If you become famous, you have to thank me. If I hadn't recorded and posted your video, you wouldn't be this popular. Okay, maybe I'm bragging a little, but you really should thank me. Kin Shou Yu laughed. As Chen's friend, she felt proud and excited for him. Even though it didn't directly affect her, seeing her friend become popular made her happy. Chen, however, remained calm. With his decades of life experience, this minor fame didn't excite him much. It was just a small burst of popularity, not like becoming a superstar. With his knowledge from the future, achieving significant status in the Chinese music scene was easy for him. Though many classic songs had already been released by 2016, there were plenty of future hits he could use to capture the current audience's taste. Xiao Yu, why are you so excited? It's not like you're the one who's famous, Chen teased. I'm more excited than if it were me, she responded earnestly. Can you believe it, Chen? You went viral on my birthday. Do you know what this means? Guess, she said with a playful smile. Chen knew what she was getting at but didn't respond. Can't guess? It means I'm your lucky charm. You should treat me better from now on. Maybe then you'll keep getting more famous. Her playful reasoning made Chen laugh. Kin Shou Yu had a knack for twisting logic to her advantage. Yes, you should thank me, she said proudly. Even though she had been tired and ready for bed, the excitement woke her up. She sat on the couch, scrolling through the internet for the latest updates. Chen, come look. Your video has been shared on Weibo and short video platforms too. In just a few hours, it has over 200,000 likes on Flash short video. That's huge. And that's just a few hours worth of data. In a day or two, it might hit over 1 million likes. Kin Shou Yu was shocked. Chen, I thought you just went viral on Tiba, but you're trending all over the internet. No wonder you're my brother. You're amazing. One video and you've blown up everywhere. She wondered why Chen had kept his talent hidden throughout high school. It wasn't fair that he hadn't shared this side of himself with his friends. As Chen's video continued to gain traction online, even more surprises awaited them. Even Chen Kai's parents, who were not very internet savvy, had heard about the video. Relatives and friends kept sharing it, making it impossible for them not to notice. With the video going viral on multiple platforms, it was only a matter of time before they found out. His mom called him, her voice filled with excitement. Son, your aunt just sent me a video of you singing. Why didn't I know you had such a talent for singing? You're amazing. His mom was thrilled. Any parent would be proud to see their child succeed. Mom always believed you'd achieve great things, but I never imagined this. If you want to pursue music, I support you 100%. You don't have to stick to architecture. Unlike other parents, I don't think music or acting are impractical fields. You've already shown so much potential. Hearing his mom's enthusiasm, Chen Kai didn't know what to say. In his past life, he had made his parents worry until he finally succeeded. Now, seeing his mom so proud was a new experience. Just as he was about to respond, Kin Shou Yu jumped in. Auntie, you know, Chen going viral was kind of a coincidence. Today's my birthday, and I wanted to tease him a bit. We've been friends for 3 years, and I always thought he couldn't sing well. So I asked him to sing happy birthday, thinking I'd record a funny video. But it turns out he's been hiding his talent. He sang so well and then the video went viral. Hearing this, Chen's mom laughed. She didn't care about the reason. The fact that her son was getting recognized was enough. Xiao Yu, you played a big part in this. Tomorrow, come to our place. I'll cook a feast to celebrate. Thank you, Auntie. But Chen would have gone viral sooner or later. His talent is undeniable, Kin Shou Yu said modestly. After hanging up, Kin Shou Yu received messages from her friends Wang Jiaye and Li Ran. Xiao Yu, what's going on? We saw Chen's video online, he's amazing. We remember you always trying to get him to sing at school events, but he never would. Now we know why. Kin Shou Yu replied. I know, right? Our Chen is incredible. As Chen's video continued to spread, even people at the local internet cafe were talking about it. Dude, come check this out. It's Chen Kai's video, and it's blowing up. One of the guys called out to his friend. It was already very late, around midnight. There weren't many players left in the internet cafe. Those who remained were mostly staying overnight, so the place was pretty quiet. Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai, who were working part-time at the cafe, decided to play some games to pass the time. Sitting idle at the front desk all night would be too boring. After finishing a game, Jiang Ming felt sore and decided to take a break. He went to the restroom and returned, planning to watch a movie online to relax. But when he opened the search engine, he saw a trending topic. To his surprise, it was about Chen. Jiang Ming couldn't believe his eyes. Wang Shuai, stop what you're doing and come see this, Jiang Ming called out excitedly. Wang Shuai was in the middle of a ranked game, focusing intently on the screen. Whatever it is, can it wait until I finish this game? Wang Shuai replied, not looking away from his monitor. Jiang Ming pulled Wang Shuai away from his computer. You still want to play? Chen is going viral online. What? Wang Shuai was confused. Seeing it was about Chen, Wang Shuai's curiosity piqued. They opened Tiba and watched the video Kin Shou Yu had posted. After a few minutes, both Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai were stunned. Is that really Chen? Wang Shuai exclaimed. How come I never knew he could sing so well? Jiang Ming shook his head. I had no idea. If I did, I wouldn't be this surprised. I tried searching for this song online but nothing came up. That's weird. A song this good should be popular. Could it be that Chen wrote it himself and hasn't released it yet? Wang Shuai speculated. Probably, Jiang Ming agreed. Why don't we just call him and ask? Wang Shuai checked the time. It was already midnight. Chen's probably asleep. Let's text him instead. So, they sent Chen a few messages on WeChat and waited for his response. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu was on the couch, replying to messages from her friends Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, who were also amazed by Chen's video. Chen soon replied to Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai saying, it's nothing special. It was Xiao Yu's birthday, and she insisted I sing for her. She uploaded it to Tiba, and it unexpectedly went viral. That's all there is to it. Reading Chen's calm response, Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai were in awe. Chen, you're so cool about this. If it were me, I'd be bragging all over the place, Jiang Ming said. That's why we're not like Chen. Wang Shuai laughed. He's so modest even after going viral. They chatted with Chen for about 10 minutes. By then it was past midnight. Kin Shou Yu, feeling sleepy, stretched and yawned. Chen, I can't stay up any longer. I'm going to wash up and sleep. We can celebrate more tomorrow. She was exhausted, as it was the latest she had stayed up in a while. She doubted she'd wake up early the next day. After washing up, she went to her room to sleep. Chen also got ready for bed and went to his parents' bedroom. The night passed quickly. By 7 a.m. the next morning, Chen was up and out to buy breakfast. As expected, Kin Shou Yu was still in bed, sleeping in after staying up so late. About 20 minutes later, she groggily opened her eyes, yawning as she got out of bed. She walked out of her room, intending to wake Chen up. Chen, wake up. Today is your first day as an internet sensation. You can't sleep in. She knocked on his door but got no response. Chen, I'm coming in. Kin Shou Yu pushed open the door and walked into Chen Kai's bedroom, only to find no one inside. That's strange. Where did he go so early in the morning? Could he have gone for a morning workout? Chen Kai has such good physical condition. He went to bed so late last night and woke up so early today? Did he really go for a workout? I'm so envious. If only my body were as strong and energetic as his. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself. Just then, Chen Kai's phone rang, startling Kin Shou Yu. Oh my, that scared me. His ringtone is way too loud. But seriously, what's up with him? He went out for a workout and didn't take his phone. He left his phone in the bedroom. Maybe he just forgot to bring it. Kin Shou Yu picked up Chen Kai's phone, thinking it was the alarm clock. To her surprise, it was a call. And the caller ID showed it was from the Magic City, Shanghai. A phone number from the Magic City? Kin Shou Yu was curious. What's going on? Why is there a call from the Magic City? Could it be that the university there has already started contacting him for admission? Does this mean the exam results are about to be released? Kin Shou Yu thought to herself and decided to answer the call for him. After all, he wasn't around. Since she was the only one at home, she thought it best to answer the call. What if it was an important call? After picking up, Kin Shou Yu timidly asked, "Hello, who is this?" A woman's voice, sounding around her 30s, came from the other side. She was very polite and courteous. Is this Chen Kai's phone? Oh yes, it is. Who are you? Kin Shou Yu asked. The woman on the other end replied, I'm the assistant to Mr. Yang from Magic City's Xingkong Records. Here's the situation. We've noticed the song Chen Kai sang, The Wind Rises, has gone viral online. Whether it's on forums, Weibo, or short video platforms, it has gained quite a lot of popularity. And we feel that, whether in terms of lyrics, composition, or the emotion in his singing, Chen Kai has conveyed the sentiment of a man in his 40s reminiscing about his youth. Even though Chen Kai is only 19, but to sing with the depth of a 40-year-old is truly remarkable. So, our company, Sing Kong Records, has taken notice. We believe Chen Kai has great potential and significant commercial value. Additionally, his song fits perfectly with the theme song requirements of a movie we are currently collaborating on. So, we'd like to discuss the possibility of purchasing the rights to his song. We're in the Magic City, and it would only take 3 to 5 hours by car to get to Jiang Bay. The distance isn't too far. Hearing this, Kin Shou Yu was stunned. She almost couldn't react. Oh my goodness! Chen Kai is incredible. He just went viral last night, and today a major record company from the Magic City wants to buy his music rights? Oh my Chen Kai! Are you about to hit the pinnacle of success? Are you going to become a big star? Kin Shou Yu felt a bit excited. If her friend could collaborate with Sing Kong Records, it would be fantastic. She knew very well how impressive Sing Kong Records was. A few years ago, during the non-mainstream era around 2012, several artists from Sing Kong Records dominated the music charts. And in recent years, their artists have continued to release new singles. They remain relevant, and their new albums are hits everywhere. Though not as legendary as the three kings of Chinese pop music, their artists still captivate young audiences and have immense online play counts. If Chen Kai could work with this company, his song The Wind Rises would definitely explode in popularity. However, since Chen Kai wasn't home yet and was out for his morning workout, Kin Shou Yu couldn't make the decision for him. Whether to collaborate with the company would be up to Chen Kai. Kin Shou Yu replied, "Sorry. I'm his friend. He went out for a morning workout and isn't home right now. He left his phone in the bedroom. I'll pass on the message to him when he returns. He'll call you back then. Is that okay?" The assistant responded, "Sure, no problem. When Chen Kai gets back, please tell him that Sing Kong Records is very interested and willing to offer a high price for his song's rights. Even if he doesn't want to sell it outright, we can at least negotiate the usage rights. We'll make sure the price is satisfactory for him." Alright, that's all for now. After hanging up, about 10 minutes later Chen Kai returned. He had indeed gone for a morning workout, and also bought breakfast. Since it wasn't the weekend, and it was a work day, many office workers were up early buying breakfast. So, the food stalls were quite crowded. After waiting in line for a while he bought Jiang Bay and soy milk. As soon as he got back, Kin Shou Yu excitedly said, "Chen Kai, come here, I have good news for you. I guarantee you'll be thrilled." Kin Shou Yu was eager to share the news. "Kin Shou Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting so crazy this early in the morning?" "I'm not crazy. I have good news for you. Since you weren't here earlier, you didn't know. Your phone rang, and I answered it for you. Guess who called?" "You'll never guess. It was from a record company in the Magic City. I know this company, they've made many singers and stars famous. Do you know, Chen Kai, the assistant to Mr. Yang from this company called. They want to buy the rights to your song for a hefty price." Kin Shou Yu spoke excitedly, her expressions animated and hands waving enthusiastically. It was as if she herself were making money. But mainly, it was because Kin Shou Yu regarded Chen Kai as one of her own. Seeing Chen Kai go viral online and being contacted by a record company from the Magic City, offering to buy his song's rights for a hefty sum, made Kin Shou Yu thrilled. "Chen Kai, you're going to make it big. Even though I admit I don't know much about games, my many years online haven't been in vain. I often listen to music online, and I know how impressive Sing Kong Records from the Magic City is. Currently, many of the top 10 songs on various music charts are from their artists. This company is amazing. They have nurtured and discovered many popular singers in recent years. Really. Meow." Kin Shou Yu noticed Chen Kai's calm demeanor throughout. She was surprised. "Chen Kai, how can you be so calm? If I were you, I'd be exploding with excitement by now. It's no joke for a high school graduate at 17 or 18, having a song go viral online is incredibly rare. Many singers remain unknown after decades of singing, but Chen Kai's one song went viral overnight. The company might even offer millions, or tens of millions, for the song's rights. Wow. Chen Kai, I'm starting to admire you." Kin Shou Yu giggled. Seeing Kin Shou Yu so excited, Chen Kai was amused. Kin Shou Yu was genuinely happy for him, even more than if she were the one making money. What a simple-minded friend. No wonder though, since it was 2016, and Kin Shou Yu was still so naive. At that moment, a system voice sounded in Chen Kai's mind. Beep, Kin Shou Yu's surprise reaction detected, effective behavior. Rewarding the host with a lottery draw, would you like to proceed? Chen Kai responded, proceed. Chen Kai was a bit surprised. Not only did he go viral online and get noticed by a record company from the Magic City, but Kin Shou Yu's excitement also earned him a lottery draw. This simple-minded friend was genuinely good to him, which touched Chen Kai. He felt he should reward such a friend generously, maybe even with 98 days of maternity leave. The saying goes, if you're brave, give CLU maternity leave. Beep. Lottery draw successful, host rewarded. The accompaniment rights to The Wind Rises have been acquired by the system at a high price, and are now under the host's name. The system had rewarded him with the accompaniment rights to The Wind Rises. This was surprising. Mainly because it was 2016, and he had reincarnated, bringing this song forward by several years. There were no copyright issues yet. But currently, the accompaniment for The Wind Rises was by a foreign artist, and had been released 2 or 3 years ago. Luckily, he now had the accompaniment rights through the system. No problems there. Chen Kai could now release an official version. Once released, it would be even more successful. Just a cappella had already made him so popular. With accompaniment, the song would be even more phenomenal. Kin Shou Yu said, Chen Kai, why are you daydreaming? I'm talking seriously here. You're so popular online, aren't you excited? As your friend, I'm already excited for you. Kin Shou Yu spoke seriously. But halfway through, her stomach growled. She was hungry. Indeed, she hadn't eaten much last night, and went to bed late. She hadn't eaten anything this morning, so of course she was hungry. Chen Kai, let's talk while eating. Let me see what breakfast you bought. Wow. It smells good. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu washed their hands and started eating breakfast. Kin Shou Yu said, this breakfast is really good, very tasty. But of course, it's still a bit behind your cooking. Kin Shou Yu's sweet talk made Chen Kai laugh. Kin Shou Yu, are you sucking up now? Kin Shou Yu laughed, of course, with you being so popular now. If you become a top singer in the country. When your songs become hits everywhere. By then, don't forget you have a friend like me. Chen Kai laughed, of course. You're my best friend. I'll never forget you. In fact, you can't escape your mind. Chen Kai was caught up in the moment, and said it casually. Ah. Kin Shou Yu was stunned, almost not understanding. Her expression was dazed and cute. Chen Kai. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I always thought you saw me as a friend, but Kin Shou Yu was startled by Chen Kai's words and felt a bit nervous. Her face even turned a bit red. But the next second, Chen Kai said, Kin Shou Yu, what are you thinking? I mean, you'll always be my good friend. Any problem with that? Kin Shou Yu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she misunderstood. She thought Chen Kai meant something else. Kin Shou Yu pouted and internally blamed Jia. That annoying Jia. Always saying Chen Kai liked her. Making her overthink things. And now she embarrassed herself in front of Chen Kai. How awkward. She actually thought Chen Kai was confessing to her. For a moment she even felt a bit hopeful. No way. She always saw Chen Kai as a friend, right? How could she think like that? Could Jia be right? Her discomfort with others getting close to Chen Kai wasn't just friendship. Kin Shou Yu thought about what Jia had said. Was she jealous? No way. Kin Shou Yu was shocked by her own thoughts. But overall, if Chen Kai were to become her boyfriend one day, she couldn't even imagine it. From her 3 years of being friends with Chen Kai, she knew he had a great character. Although he sometimes teased her, she felt he was really nice. As she ate breakfast, her mind wandered off to different scenarios. She even started laughing out loud. How embarrassing. She couldn't believe herself. Chen Kai, sitting across from her, was puzzled by her sudden laughter and asked directly, Shou Yu, what are you thinking about? Oh, nothing at all. Kin Shou Yu shook her head, feeling a bit nervous. Her heart was beating fast. Oh no, could Jia be right? Do I really like Chen Kai? It must be a misunderstanding. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. It must be because Jia had been talking about it so much recently, making her think this way. Kin Shou Yu quickly adjusted herself. She changed the topic to distract herself from those thoughts. Chen Kai, what do you think about the record company from the Magic City? Are you willing to cooperate with them? If you agree, we need to call them back. I promised them that if you were interested in working together, I would let them know. They are in the Magic City now, and it would only take a few hours to drive to Jiang Bay. They could probably arrive by this afternoon. After thinking for a moment, Chen Kai decided that he wouldn't sell the copyright, but he could sell the usage rights. He didn't need the money urgently, but selling the usage rights was no problem. Whoever used the song would have to pay him royalties. It was free money, after all. And if the song was going to be the theme song for a movie, it would only increase his popularity. Chen Kai said, "Sure, we can cooperate with them. Jiu, call them back with my phone and tell them I agree. Tell them to come to Jiang Bay. I'm too busy to go to the Magic City. Let them come here." Kin Shou Yu nodded eagerly. "Okay, happy to serve my best friend." She took Chen Kai's phone, opened the call log, and called back the most recent number. The phone rang for a short time before someone picked up. "Hello, is this Chen? I'm from Magic City Records. I called this morning, and a girl answered. I asked her to pass on our interest in collaborating with you. Have you considered our proposal?" It was Yang Qi's assistant from Magic City Records, sounding quite nervous. She didn't know if Chen Kai would agree. The company had decided to pay whatever it took, as long as they had enough cash flow. This song was creating a huge buzz, and its commercial value was undoubtedly high. If their company didn't secure it, another company surely would. Competition among companies was intense. Kin Shou Yu said, "Hello, miss. Chen has agreed to cooperate with your company. If it's convenient, please come to Jiang Bay. But the song's copyright won't be sold. However, you can buy the usage rights. We can discuss the price when we meet." The assistant was overjoyed to hear this. She hadn't expected to buy the full rights anyway. No one with foresight would sell them. But securing the usage rights was good enough. It wouldn't affect their movie project. "Great. May I have your name, miss? Are you Chen's girlfriend? I'll note down your number, and we'll drive to Jiang Bay right away. When we get there, I'll call you. Is that okay?" After all, Chen is quite popular online now and might be busy creating songs or something, so he might not be able to take calls. Kin Shou Yu had no problem giving her number, but being called his girlfriend was slightly embarrassing. Girlfriend? Why couldn't she just be a friend? And she had the speaker on, so Chen Kai heard everything clearly. How awkward. Normally Kin Shou Yu wouldn't mind. But after what Chen Kai had said earlier, her mind was already wandering. She was a bit. And now this. Kin Shou Yu felt uneasy, and her mind was still buzzing with thoughts. She shook her head. "All right, let's do that. Call me when you get here, and we'll arrange to meet." The assistant responded, "Okay, we'll stay in touch. Talk to you soon." After hanging up, Kin Shou Yu put the phone aside and sat back down across from Chen Kai. She resumed eating her breakfast. She felt a bit uncomfortable, and her mind was racing with thoughts. Could Jia be right? Do I really like Chen Kai? As she pondered, Chen Kai called her name. Kin Shou Yu was startled. "Chen Kai, were you talking to me?" Chen Kai laughed. "Well, Xiao Yu, who else would I be talking to? If not you, then who? A ghost? Xiao Yu, something's up with you. Why are you blushing?" Noticing her red face, Chen Kai teased her. "No, I'm not blushing." Kin Shou Yu would never admit it. This stubborn girl, sometimes she's so hard-headed. Her face was clearly red, yet she still wouldn't admit it. Covering her face with both hands, Kin Shou Yu said, "Chen Kai, why are you staring at me like that? You're making me embarrassed. Stop looking at me." Seeing Kin Shou Yu's reaction, Chen Kai couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. She was just too cute. All right, I won't look," Chen Kai said with a smile and stopped teasing her. After they finished breakfast, Kin Shou Yu immediately offered to do the dishes and tidy up. She mainly wanted to escape. Otherwise, being seen with such a red face would be too embarrassing. But why was she blushing out of nowhere? Could she really like Chen Kai? Was she sure? Over the past 3 years of high school, she never felt anything beyond friendship for him. It was quite strange. While washing the dishes in the kitchen, Kin Shou Yu stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. After cleaning up, Kin Shou Yu took out her phone and sent a message in her group chat with Wang Jia and Li Ran. Jia, Ran, are you there? If you are, come out, I need to talk to you. I have something to say that even I can hardly believe. Where are you? Come on, help me out here. I can't see you at this crucial moment. Are you too serious? You have 30 seconds to reply. I'm counting. 1, 2, 3. Before she could count to 4, Wang Jia and Li Ran replied, Here, Xiao Yu. What's up so early? I was just having breakfast. When I saw the group chat blowing up, I put down my bowl and rushed to my room to check my phone. My parents even scolded me, saying I'm always on my phone during meals and complaining about my grades. It's so sad. I didn't do well on the exams, and when the results come out, if my scores are low, my parents will definitely beat me up. By then, Xiao Yu, Ran, you'll have to take care of me wa. Li Ran also typed, Xiao Yu, don't mind Jia Ye. She's always like this. What do you need to tell us? Yes, Xiao Yu, you sounded urgent. Do you have some big news to share? Tell us quickly, my curiosity is piqued. Kin Shou Yu started typing. I have a question for you. I have a friend. This friend has a very close male friend. They've been good friends for 3 years in high school, basically like brothers. Xiao Yu, stop pretending. I know who this friend is. Isn't it you? Exactly, just admit it. The male friend is Chen Kai, right? Come on, Xiao Yu, no need to hide. Just tell us directly. Don't beat around the bush, that's not like you. Yeah, you're usually straightforward. What's going on today? Did the sun rise from the west? Something's up, Ran, do you believe it? I do. My instincts tell me there's something going on. Xiao Yu, spill it. What happened? Tell us, we'll help you analyze it. Did something happen between you and Chen Kai? Did you go all the way? How far? Home run. Kin Shou Yu was speechless at Wang Jia's wild thoughts. Please, Jia, can't you think clean thoughts for once? Why do you always think of such things? Who do you think I am? And who do you think Chen Kai is? Chen Kai isn't that kind of person. You can talk about me but not Chen Kai. Oh, look at you defending him. Ran, did you hear that? Listen to Xiao Yu calling him her Chen Kai, it's giving me goosebumps. Li Ran, always more composed than the wild Jia, also asked curiously, Xiao Yu, could Jia be right? You and Chen Kai really? Kin Shou Yu replied, Ran, don't let Jia mislead you, it's not like that. Here's what happened. This morning, while having breakfast with Chen Kai, Kin Shou Yu explained the situation and quickly typed it out. Then you guys help me analyze. Why did my heart race and my face get so hot when I looked at Chen Kai? Could Jia be right? Do I really like Chen Kai? No way. It's hard to imagine having those feelings for him. Wang Jia analyzed. What's hard to imagine? I guessed it long ago. I've always said you like Chen Kai, but you never admitted it. Remember our 3rd year of high school when a girl from the next class wrote Chen Kai a love letter? Ran, you remember, right? I do. Xiao Yu cried back then. If you really saw Chen Kai as just a brother, would you cry when a girl confessed to him? That's pure jealousy. I told you then. But you didn't believe me. Remember. Hearing this, Kin Shou Yu recalled a bit. So, you're saying I really like Chen Kai. It's not a misunderstanding. Kin Shou Yu typed these questions and sent them to the group chat. Could you be wrong? Do I really like Chen Kai? Definitely. If this isn't liking him, what is it? What should I do? Kin Shou Yu was nervous. It was her first time liking a boy and she had no experience. Just like Jia mentioned earlier, during the first semester of their 3rd year in high school, a girl from the neighboring class wrote a love letter to Chen Kai. After all, Kin Shou Yu was very good looking. But Chen Kai was also quite handsome. The kind that stood out among the boys. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him the most handsome boy in the class or even the school. Naturally, many girls secretly liked Chen Kai, which was quite normal. After all, which girl wouldn't like a handsome boy? Especially in high school, where being good looking is incredibly important, there's no need to elaborate on that. So, it was natural that many girls liked Chen Kai. But since they were in high school and not allowed to date, only a few dared to express their feelings. And the girl from the neighboring class was one of those few. At that time, Kin Shou Yu only thought that if Chen Kai accepted her confession and started dating her, he might stop spending time with her. Currently, she was very happy with their relationship, spending every day together and enjoying it immensely. Kin Shou Yu loved her current life and her relationship with Chen Kai. She didn't want anyone to interfere or disrupt it. She was really upset when she thought Chen Kai might accept the girl's confession and even cried in the dormitory. Jia and Ran comforted her. In the end, when she found out from Chen Kai that he had rejected the girl, she was overjoyed. Is this what it feels like to like a boy? It's so strange. Kin Shou Yu didn't quite understand, as she was still very naive about such things. Jia, Ran, what should I do now? What do you mean? What do you think, Xiao Yu? If you like Chen Kai, just confess. Don't hesitate, just go for it. Once it's out there, you'll naturally be together. Wang Jia typed, offering a dubious suggestion. Li Ran criticized, Jia, are you serious? What a terrible idea. Xiao Yu. Don't listen to Jia. Listen to me. I think if you like Chen Kai, it's best not to confess right away, especially with your close relationship. If you confess and he accepts, that's great. But have you considered what if he doesn't? It could be very awkward, and you might not even stay friends. So, what should I do? Kin Shou Yu asked anxiously. Li Ran replied, you can't confess directly, but you can give him hints. How do I hint? Ran, you're the best, help me out. What should I do? Hints. Li Ran thought for a moment, start with something simple. Over the next month or two, during this summer break, be a bit nicer to Chen Kai and show more interest in him. Let him feel that your attitude towards him has changed. Start from there. Can you do that? Kin Shou Yu answered, of course I can. Being nice to Chen Kai is easy. Kin Shou Yu typed quickly, chatting with Li Ran, taking her advice. Reading the messages made Kin Shou Yu smile, feeling a bit excited and happy. At that moment, Chen Kai stood opposite Kin Shou Yu. He had called her name 2 or 3 times. Jie Yu. Kin Shou Yu finally responded. What's up, Chen Kai? I was chatting with Jia and Ran and got carried away. What were you saying? Sorry, I didn't hear. Chen Kai smiled and said, I was saying, Xiao Yu, I'm going to take a shower. We have a meeting with the record company in a few hours, so I plan to shower and change clothes. He wanted to look presentable, considering the other party was a well-known company in the entertainment industry. Kin Shou Yu nodded. Okay, you go shower, but why tell me? It's not like I'll join you in the shower, or do you want me to? As soon as she finished saying that, Kin Shou Yu felt embarrassed. Oh no, what did I just say? She felt mortified. Why did she have to say that? Chen Kai must think I'm a pervert. I want him to have a good impression of me. Heaven help me. Don't let Chen Kai think badly of me. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself. In fact, Kin Shou Yu often made such jokes before, but now that she realized she liked Chen Kai, it felt awkward. Is this what people mean when they say the feelings of friendship have changed? Chen Kai was used to Kin Shou Yu's unfiltered remarks. He just smiled and went into the bathroom. He planned to take a quick shower and change his clothes. The record company from the Magic City would arrive in a few hours, and he wanted to bring Xiao Yu along. Although it was a business meeting, Chen Kai wanted to spend more time with Kin Shou Yu. Given how well he knew her, even if he didn't ask, Kin Shou Yu would insist on coming with him. While Chen Kai was in the shower, Kin Shou Yu smacked her forehead and typed in the group chat, Jia, Ran, I just embarrassed myself. Chen Kai said he was going to take a shower, and I asked if he wanted me to join him. I'm so mortified. I feel like I could dig a hole and hide in it forever. Does Chen Kai think I'm a pervert? Seeing the messages from Kin Shou Yu, Wang Jia and Li Ran, who were at home, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kin Shou Yu, you're so funny. Shou Yu, you really defeated me. When I said to hint at Chen Kai, I didn't mean to go that far, Li Ran said, laughing and sending a crying laughing emoji. You're such a character, Shou Yu. I think you've permanently etched the image of a pervert in Chen Kai's mind, ha ha ha. This is hilarious, Shou Yu, what were you thinking? How could you just blurt out something like that? You're definitely a pervert, Xiao Yu. You've probably been eyeing Chen Kai's body for a long time. Kin Shou Yu sent a sad emoji. It's not true. You're thinking way too badly of me. I, Kin Shou Yu, am upright and honest. Wang Jia messaged, sure, upright and honest. Yet you wanted to take a shower with him? Is that upright? If so, then there are no more scoundrels in the world. You're definitely the pervert here, Xiao Yu. Kin Shou Yu angrily typed, hey Jia, that's not fair. How could you call me a pervert? Sitting on the couch, Kin Shou Yu continued chatting with Jia and Li Ran. Before she knew it, half an hour had passed. Just then, Chen Kai finished his shower and came out. You gotta go. Chen Kai is out of the shower. Oh, getting ready for action. You've got this. Kin Shou Yu. Wang Jia sent a mischievous emoji. Shut up, Jia. Kin Shou Yu replied one last time. Seeing Chen Kai come out of the bathroom, Kin Shou Yu greeted him. Chen Kai, you're done with your shower. Wow. You look so handsome with your hair wet. Kin Shou Yu didn't know why. She always thought Chen Kai was handsome. But now, he seemed even more attractive. Is this what it feels like to like someone? It's so strange. Seeing Kin Shou Yu's expression, Chen Kai said, Kin Shou Yu, what's with that look? Staring at me with such a hungry gaze, is that appropriate? Shush, what hungry gaze? Chen Kai. You need to choose your words better. I'm such a pure, cute girl, and you describe me as hungry. Kin Shou Yu pouted. But seriously, Chen Kai, you are really handsome, Kin Shou Yu said, patting his shoulder. Jiao Yu, you're acting weird today. What? I'm always like this. Kin Shou Yu panicked a bit. Did Chen Kai notice something? Chen Kai smiled to himself and replied, Nothing, just thinking you have a sweet mouth. He, of course, my mouth is always sweet. Do you want to taste it? As soon as she said it, Kin Shou Yu covered her mouth. Oops, I didn't mean it that way. It was a slip of the tongue, really. Don't get any ideas. I didn't mean it that way, really. Kin Shou Yu looked serious. She was truly terrible at lying. Chen Kai could see right through her. Chen Kai. When the people from the Magic City Record Company arrive, you're going to meet with them, right? Kin Shou Yu realized the awkwardness and quickly changed the topic. Chen Kai didn't expose her and answered directly, Of course. Of course we'll meet outside. I'm not going to invite them home. Kin Shou Yu stammered, Well, Chen Kai. Would you? Finally she said, Take me with you. Can I come too? Kin Shou Yu really wanted to go with Chen Kai. But she wasn't sure if he'd agree. After all, it was a big business deal. If he sold the song's rights, it could be worth millions. For such a big deal, it might not be appropriate to bring her along. He probably wouldn't take her. Kin Shou Yu thought so but still held on to a bit of hope. What if he agreed? Despite her lack of confidence, she was surprised by Chen Kai's response. Why, Kin Shou Yu, do you not want to go with me? Kin Shou Yu was stunned. What? So you mean you'll take me? That's great. I knew you were the best, Chen Kai. You wouldn't leave me behind. Wait. Let me freshen up, change clothes, and dress up a bit. After all, the people from the Magic City Record Company are from the entertainment industry. There might be reporters and photographers. If I end up on camera, I want to look pretty. I can't embarrass you, right? Kin Shou Yu laughed and happily ran to the bathroom to shower and get ready. Last time she went to the supermarket, she bought a lot of daily necessities, including some makeup products. During high school, makeup wasn't allowed. But now that she graduated, she wanted to try it. Makeup would definitely make her look prettier. Kin Shou Yu bought some makeup, but heavy makeup didn't suit her. A light, natural look was better for her. Kin Shou Yu thought about this. Since she liked Chen Kai, she wanted to look her best for him. As they say, women dress up for those they like. Kin Shou Yu spent half an hour showering, changing clothes, and putting on makeup. When she came out, she was wearing a beautiful outfit, a white t-shirt and a short skirt. Kin Shou Yu's legs were long and slender. No wonder Wang Jia said, Shou Yu, whoever becomes your boyfriend will be so lucky. Wang Jia wasn't wrong. Kin Shou Yu was indeed beautiful, with gorgeous legs. Moreover, eating a lot of high-protein food recently was showing results. Kin Shou Yu came out and stood in front of Chen Kai, grinning. Chen Kai, look at my outfit. How do I look? Isn't it pretty? Check out my legs, they're so slim and fair. And have you noticed, Chen Kai? I've been eating a lot of papayas recently. It's starting to show results. Don't you think I've changed a bit? Kin Shou Yu had a straightforward personality and was very direct. She never held back what she wanted to say or do. This was one of the things Chen Kai liked most about her. Then Kin Shou Yu added, Chen Kai, stop staring at your phone and look at me. Am I not more interesting than your phone? Come on. Give me some compliments, Chen Kai. Please? Seeing her outfit, Chen Kai had to admit she looked great. But Kin Shou Yu, are you really planning to go out with those legs showing? Most guys probably have this thought. They don't want others to see their girlfriend's legs, so they prefer them to be covered. However, when it comes to other people's girlfriends, they don't mind them showing off. Even though it's the same phrase, it has completely different meanings. Chinese culture is indeed profound. Kin Shou Yu nodded. Yes, why, Chen Kai? Don't you like my outfit? It looks good. But Chen Kai stared at her legs and was about to say something when Kin Shou Yu cut him off. Chen Kai, I get it. No need to explain. We've been friends for 3 years, I can read you with just a glance. I know you too well, Chen Kai. You think my legs are too pretty to show off, And you don't want other guys to see them, right? Oh Chen Kai, you could have just said that. I'll change my clothes then. Kin Shou Yu laughed proudly. He Chen Kai, you can't deny it. You like me. Like. Otherwise, why would it bother you if I show my legs in public? You're obviously jealous. Admit it. Chen Kai, sitting on the couch, smiled and said, You're overthinking. I was just asking. Kin Shou Yu pouted and thought, Chen Kai, you definitely like me. Just wait, one day you'll admit it. She knew Chen Kai's stubborn personality too well. At this moment, Kin Shou Yu felt that Jia was a love expert. She was right. Initially, Kin Shou Yu didn't believe Jia's words. How could Chen Kai like her? But seeing his reaction just now, she believed it. Chen Kai definitely liked her. Otherwise, why would he care about her wearing a short skirt? Who would mind their friends wearing short skirts? Definitely no one. Kin Shou Yu chuckled, feeling smug. I knew it. After being friends with Chen Kai for 3 years, how could he not have any feelings for me? Seems like I, Kin Shou Yu, am quite charming. Kin Shou Yu said to Chen Kai, wait a moment. I'll go change into jeans, okay? They're long and don't show my legs. But you made them drool worthy. But no worries, I washed them clean after getting caught in the rain at the station. Too bad you didn't wash them yourself. That would have been perfect. Wait here. After saying that, Kin Shou Yu went to the bedroom to change into the jeans she wore on the bus back to Jiang Bay after the college entrance exams. While changing, she excitedly took out her phone to share with Jia and Ran. Jia, Ran, come out. I have great news to share. Especially Jia, hurry up quick. Reply to me. Wang Jia quickly responded. What's up, Shou Yu? What's the good news? Did you confess to Chen Kai? How did it go? Got him. I told you, Shou Yu, you should have listened to me, not Ran. Just go for it, get it done, and maybe even have a baby. Then you'll be lifelong best friends with Chen Kai, having meals and sleeping together. That's a true best friend. As expected, Jia was always so straightforward. So inappropriate. Wang Jia, are you sure you're a girl? Sometimes I seriously doubt your gender with such thoughts. Kin Shou Yu typed, Jia, I love you. You're right, Chen Kai does like me. I have proof. Let me tell you what just happened. Kin Shou Yu excitedly typed, just now, Chen Kai said he'd take me to meet the people from the Magic City Record Company to discuss his viral song. Because his song is a hit online, and they're coming all the way from the Magic City to discuss a deal. I bet they'll offer millions for the rights. And Chen Kai wants to take me along. I took a shower and changed into that short skirt we bought at the mall last time. But guess what? Chen Kai seemed unhappy about me wearing such a short skirt. Doesn't that seem strange? If Chen Kai didn't like me, why would he care? Isn't that right? What do you think, Jia Ran? Do I have a point? After sending the last message, Kin Shou Yu waited for their replies. She wondered what Jia and Ran would think about what she just shared. Before Wang Jia and Li Ran could reply, Kin Shou Yu heard Chen Kai's voice from outside. Shou Yu, are you ready? We should head out soon. Okay, I'm coming. Wait for me, Chen Kai. Responding quickly, Kin Shou Yu changed into her jeans and walked out to the living room. She spun around in front of Chen Kai and said, How do I look now, Chen Kai? Not bad, right? I'm wearing jeans. Not showing my legs like with that short skirt. This should be fine now, right? Shall we go? But my phone didn't ring. The people from the record company haven't arrived in Jiang Bay yet. Are we heading out so early? Chen Kai replied. I thought we could grab a coffee or catch a movie to pass the time. Staying at home is boring. Kin Shou Yu excitedly nodded. Sure, sounds great. You're the best, Chen Kai. Let's go. Soon, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu headed downstairs and left the apartment complex. They hailed a taxi and headed towards the plaza. Sitting in the back seat, Chen Kai said, Shou Yu, check your phone for any good movies showing recently. I'll take you to see one. We can skip coffee this time. There's popcorn and soda at the cinema. I'll get you plenty. Hearing this, Kin Shou Yu's mind raced. Chen Kai has been acting so nice lately. He used to tease me all the time. Ever since the exams ended, why is he treating me so well? This doesn't seem like how you treat a female friend. This is totally how a boyfriend treats his girlfriend, Chen Kai, and you say you don't like me. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself. Oh, okay, let me see what's playing. After checking, Kin Shou Yu suggested, how about this one, Chen Kai? I think you might like it. What movie? Warcraft. Kin Shou Yu smiled at Chen Kai. Chen Kai was surprised. Xiao Yu, you like these kinds of movies? No. Kin Shou Yu shook her head and said, I chose it for you, Chen Kai. I thought you'd like it. I'm fine with whatever you want to watch. As long as I'm with you. As long as I'm with my best buddy, Chen Kai. I'm happy watching anything, even Pleasant Goat. Kin Shou Yu giggled. Chen Kai checked online and saw that another popular movie, Big Fish Begonia, was showing. Xiao Yu, I think you'll like this movie. What movie? Kin Shou Yu leaned over curiously. Big Fish Begonia. My name is Xiao Yu Little Fish, and the movie's called Big Fish. What's that about? Are they using my name without paying me a licensing fee? Kin Shou Yu joked. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yu, just tell me if you want to watch it. Sure. Let's watch it. Kin Shou Yu nodded enthusiastically, and within a few minutes, they arrived at the commercial plaza. Near the plaza, there was a large cinema called King Teng Cinema. A few minutes later, they got out of the taxi. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu walked into the cinema and bought their tickets. Kin Shou Yu pulled on Chen Kai's arm and said, Chen Kai, I want the big bucket of popcorn. All right, I'll get it for you. And I want a large soda. Sure, I'll get it. Wait, let me think. I also want a Sprite. I'll get that too. Noticing how quickly Chen Kai agreed to everything, Kin Shou Yu was surprised. Wow, Chen Kai. You're being so nice to me. I'm so touched. If I ever get a boyfriend, he has to be just like you, Chen Kai, or I won't be satisfied. Kin Shou Yu joked, though she meant it. After 3 years in high school, where Chen Kai often teased her, their brotherly relationship seemed normal. But since the exams ended, Chen Kai had been exceptionally kind to her. Including now, buying her whatever she wanted. Chen Kai, I love you. Although Kin Shou Yu was outgoing, she felt shy in the crowded cinema with all the people around. Shouting her love out loud might make people think she was crazy. So she kept it in her heart. Chen Kai, I'll make you my boyfriend one day and kiss you to death. You're too good to me. Kin Shou Yu fantasized. She zoned out for a moment and missed what Chen Kai was saying. Xiao Yu. I'm talking to you. Kin Shou Yu snapped back to reality. Sorry, Chen Kai, I was daydreaming. What did you say? Chen Kai smiled helplessly. He had wanted to ask if she wanted a large or small Sprite. Considering they already had a large soda, he wasn't sure if she could drink so much. And they had a big bucket of popcorn. Can you finish all that? But it didn't matter. Chen Kai, having lived another life, wanted to pamper Xiao Yu to make up for past regrets. So he smiled and told the staff, 1 extra large Sprite, please. Kin Shou Yu heard this and exclaimed, What? Extra large? Chen Kai, I know you're good to me, but you don't want me to burst, do you? Kin Shou Yu, still giggling, continued, Chen Kai, are you treating me like a pig? How could I drink that much? Chen Kai instructed the staff, extra large cup please. The staff nodded and said, Got it. In no time, they had a large bucket of popcorn, a large soda, and an extra large Sprite. Let's go, Xiao Yu. The movie we bought tickets for is about to start. Kin Shou Yu asked, Chen Kai, you just bought for me. Aren't you having any? Why did you only get 1 popcorn? Having lived for decades, Chen Kai had eaten and seen it all. Popcorn and soda no longer excited him. He was here mainly to accompany Kin Shou Yu. Seeing her enjoy herself was more than enough for him. As for the popcorn, it wasn't important. Although he had the body of a teenager, his mind was much older. I won't eat. I got it just for you. Let's go. There are less than 2 minutes before it starts. Oh. Okay? Kin Shou Yu nodded, it's fine. A large popcorn is more than enough for us to share. Plus, we have a large soda and an extra large Sprite. It should be plenty. They walked into the theater, and within a minute, the movie began. Big Fish Begonia caused quite a stir in 2016. Years later, its sequel, paired with exclusive background music on short video platforms, would become truly popular. Seeing the movie's box office rise rapidly, Chen Kai thought about future opportunities. He planned to establish a film company someday, using the many successful scripts in his mind from the past few years. Now that he had been reborn, he could release these movies ahead of time, earning billions in box office revenue for himself. But these tasks could be managed by his team. Chen Kai intended to focus on enjoying his college life and spending time with Kin Shou Yu. The movie started. Time passed as Kin Shou Yu watched intently, munching on popcorn. This is great. A sip of soda, a bite of popcorn, and a good movie perfect. Chen Kai, you should eat too. Don't let me eat alone. Chen Kai agreed, and, after a while, took a few sips of the Sprite. Kin Shou Yu was completely absorbed in the movie. After an hour or two, it ended, and the audience began to leave. Stretching, Kin Shou Yu picked up the Sprite and took a sip, only to find that it had gone down quite a bit. She was puzzled. Chen Kai? Did you drink this Sprite? Yes, I did. Why? You did. Kin Shou Yu looked surprised and thought, does this count as an indirect kiss? Just as Kin Shou Yu was pondering the idea of an indirect kiss, her phone rang. The call was from an unfamiliar number, showing it was from the Magic City. She immediately understood that it was likely from Xingkong Records, probably indicating they had arrived in Jiang Bay. She answered the call. As expected, it was Yang Qi's assistant on the other end. Hello, is this Kin Shou Yu? I'm Yang Qi's assistant from Xingkong Records. We've arrived in Jiang Bay and are at a cafe near the commercial plaza, in a private room upstairs. Are you with Chen Kai? When would be convenient for you to come over? We'd like to discuss the song's usage rights. Kin Shou Yu nodded. Sure, no problem. I'm with Chen Kai. We just finished watching a movie at the plaza's cinema. No worries, the movie just ended. We'll head over to you now. Wait for us there. Yang Qi's assistant replied, Great, we'll be waiting for you here. See you soon. Kin Shou Yu hung up and told Chen Kai, let's go to that cafe across the street. The people from Xingkong Records are already there, waiting for us. Alright. Chen Kai stood up and walked out of the cinema with Kin Shou Yu. As they walked towards the cafe, Kin Shou Yu laughed and said, Chen Kai, don't you think I'm like your manager now? Your song went viral online. Even though I don't have much credit, I did play a small part, right? After all, it was my Tiba account that first shared your video, making it go viral. And the record company contacted me first, probably to avoid bothering you. So, doesn't it seem like I'm your manager? Kin Shou Yu giggled. Before Chen Kai could say anything, she continued, So, Chen Kai, you should cherish a manager like me who doesn't ask for a penny. When you become a big star, don't forget about me. You have to repay me well, okay? Chen Kai. Kin Shou Yu smiled. Come on, let's go. She walked ahead, and Chen Kai followed, smiling as he watched her. Indeed, no matter what, Kin Shou Yu had played a role in his sudden popularity online. She did contribute. As she said, he needed to repay her, though he had to think carefully about how to do it. Perhaps by giving her maternity leave. That would be a good idea. Chen Kai, come on, hurry up. They're waiting for us. Kin Shou Yu noticed him looking at her. Chen Kai, why were you staring at me? Do you think I'm pretty? Oh my. If you think I'm pretty, just say so. Don't be shy. Chen Kai couldn't help but be impressed by Kin Shou Yu. Always quick to praise her own looks and seeking his approval. For a moment, Chen Kai was at a loss for words. Kin Shou Yu laughed. Haha, Chen Kai, your reaction says it all. You know I'm pretty, but you just won't say it. I get it. Kin Shou Yu patted her chest confidently. Chen Kai, you're great in every way, really. Everything about you is good. Except for one thing. Let me think, what's the right word to describe you? As they walked, Kin Shou Yu pondered. She wanted to say that Chen Kai was a bit tsundere. He obviously thought she was pretty but wouldn't admit it. That term fits girls better though. Was there a better word for Chen Kai? Lost in thought, she walked right into a tree. They were in the commercial plaza, and there were some trees planted along the path to beautify the area. Kin Shou Yu bumped her head. Ouch! Rubbing her forehead, Kin Shou Yu winced in pain. That hurt. Seeing her like this, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. What was Xiao Yu thinking about to walk into a tree? Are you okay, Xiao Yu? Did you hurt yourself? Let me see. Chen Kai stood in front of her. He reached out and gently rubbed her forehead. He even blew on it slightly. For a moment, Kin Shou Yu was stunned. If it were any other girl, this might have made her blush and her heart race, feeling nervous. But Kin Shou Yu's straightforward nature and her regional accent made her reaction more humorous. Chen Kai, am I seeing things right? You're actually helping me? Am I dreaming? Pinch me to make sure I'm awake. Honestly, if this had happened before, you would have laughed at me. You've gotten so much nicer lately, Chen Kai. I'm a little touched. At that moment, Chen Kai heard the system's voice in his ear. Beep, Kin Shou Yu's surprise reaction detected. This behavior is effective. Host receives reward 100% proficiency in performing the 2017 hit song Nothing to Lose. In the summer of 2017, the song Nothing to Lose became an instant hit. Though many years had passed, Chen Kai vividly remembered the summer of 2017 and how stunning that song was. Now, he had received 100% proficiency in performing this song. This meant he could perform it perfectly. Chen Kai was very pleased with this reward. He continued to rub Kin Shou Yu's forehead. Kin Shou Yu laughed. "I'm lucky to have such a good friend like you." Chen Kai responded. "Glad you know that." Whatever Kin Shou Yu pouted and patted his shoulder. "Chen Kai, can't you be a little modest? As my good friend, you should learn from me. For example, my elegance, beauty, charm, and especially my humility. You should learn from me." Even as she said this, Kin Shou Yu could hardly keep a straight face. She was indeed pretty. As for elegance, well, maybe not, and humility, even less so. If Kin Shou Yu was humble, then there would be no arrogant people left in the world. But truth be told, Chen Kai was really kind. Even though she bumped into a tree and her forehead hurt a bit, his rubbing and blowing made it feel much better. "Alright, Chen Kai, I'm fine now. I'm not that delicate. Let's go. The cafe where we're meeting is just ahead." Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu walked into the cafe. They went straight upstairs to the reserved room. Pushing the door open, they saw two women sitting inside. One was wearing a business suit. This must be Yang Qi, who was mentioned in the phone call. She held an important position at Xingkong Records. She was responsible for many artist releases and related work. The other woman, who seemed less imposing, must be the assistant Kin Shou Yu had spoken to on the phone. Sure enough. "Mai?" The assistant spoke first. "Hello, are you Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu? Nice to meet you. I'm the one you spoke to on the phone. This is our director Yang. Let me formally introduce you." Director Yang is one of the top executives at Xingkong Records. She has nurtured and developed many singers and artists. Every year, she produces several hit songs. Last year, she produced a song that won the top award for Best Song, making her quite renowned in the industry. The assistant briefly introduced her. Despite Yang Qi's impressive reputation, and the many artists and hit songs she had created, she found herself impressed by the young Chen Kai. Despite her achievements, Yang Qi felt they paled in comparison to the talent of this teenager who had written such an incredible song. She had listened to Chen Kai's song The Wind Rises repeatedly last night and found the lyrics exceptional. As for the melody, it was 2016, and the short video industry hadn't boomed yet, so information spread more slowly online. Most people were not familiar with the melody of The Wind Rises. In fact, the melody was from a foreign song, the theme of Midnight Diner, released in 2014. The Chinese version just used the foreign melody with new Chinese lyrics. Yang Qi knew this. Even so, the lyrics alone were impressive. For someone so young to write such great lyrics, even if his composing skills weren't as strong, he was a musical genius. Yang Qi spoke, and Kin Shou Yu listened quietly, curious. She wondered how much money this deal with the record company would bring Chen Kai. Would it reach $1 million? If it did, that would be amazing. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself. At this moment, Yang Qi spoke. "Chen Kai, Kin Shou Yu, please have a seat. As I mentioned on the phone with Kin Shou Yu, we came here from Magic City to discuss using your song as the theme song for our movie. We're willing to pay 2 million yuan for the rights. We understand that while Chen Kai's lyrics are excellent, the melody is borrowed from a foreign song, right?" Yang Qi continued. "The song is very popular online now. Though the lyrics are good, for most listeners, the melody is crucial. No matter how well written the lyrics are, if the melody is average, it's hard for the song to become this widespread. We originally thought the melody was Chen Kai's original creation and were prepared to pay 4 million yuan for the rights. But since the melody is borrowed, and Chen Kai only wrote the lyrics, we decided to offer 2 million yuan instead. We need to allocate the remaining 2 million yuan to the original composer. We hope you understand, Chen Kai." Kin Shou Yu listened to this, and then heard Chen Kai speak. Actually, I forgot to mention. Chen Kai touched his nose and looked at Yang Qi. "I did purchase the rights to the melody. So, if your company wants to use the song, you can pay me directly for both the lyrics and the melody." What Yang Qi and her assistant were surprised, looking at Chen Kai in disbelief. "Are you serious, Chen Kai?" Chen Kai showed a document on his phone, proving that he owned the rights, thanks to the system. Yang Qi, being cautious, made a phone call to confirm. About 10 minutes later, A friend abroad called back with a positive confirmation. Yes, the rights to the song have indeed been purchased by a Mr. Chen Kai. If your company wants to use the song for your movie, you'll need to negotiate with Mr. Chen Kai directly. After receiving this confirmation, Yang Qi was astonished. Unbelievable. 8. Originally, we thought we could sign Chen Kai, given his sudden online fame and his status as a recent high school graduate without much money. But he managed to purchase the rights to the melody. Signing him now seems unlikely, Yang Qi thought. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu, who had just taken a sip of coffee, was equally stunned. Wow. Chen Kai is amazing. The melody may be foreign, but he bought the rights to it. So cool. My! That's Chen Kai for you? Kin Shou Yu had only heard Chen Kai sing the song a cappella. She knew that adding the melody would make it sound even better. She couldn't wait. I wonder what it will sound like once it's officially released. Kin Shou Yu planned to ask Chen Kai later. Chen Kai, when you release the official version of this song, I want to be the first to listen, can I? Yes, I'll definitely tell him that. He'll agree for sure. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself. Yang Qi, having calmed her surprise, spoke again. That's great. It saves us the trouble of contacting the original composer. How about 4 million yuan for the rights, Chen Kai? Does that work? 5 million. What? 5 million? Yang Qi was taken aback. She thought a young person like Chen Kai would be thrilled with 4 million yuan and accept it without hesitation. But he asked for more. After a moment of consideration, she agreed. Fine. 5 million it is. Given the song's online popularity and the imminent movie release, with the director insisting on using this song as the theme, she had no other choice. For Chen Kai, earning 5 million yuan for the rights was a great deal. Yang Qi prepared the contract for both parties to sign. Once everything was signed and sealed, she said, now we just need you to produce the official version of the song, Chen Kai. Our movie will use it as the promotional and theme song. Chen Kai agreed. Great. Yang Qi then contacted their finance department to transfer the money, and soon, Chen Kai received the 5 million yuan in his bank account. Then Yang Qi asked Chen Kai a question. Chen Kai, would you consider joining our company? Xingkong Records in Magic City is very powerful, with top-notch promotional resources. With your musical talent, if you join us, you could become a nationwide sensation within 6 months. What do you think? And we'd offer a signing bonus that would surely satisfy you. Before Chen Kai could respond, Kin Shou Yu, sitting beside him, was already thrilled. Wow, a big record company in Magic City wants to sign Chen Kai. That's incredible. Chen Kai is going to be a big star. Kin Shou Yu thought in awe. But Chen Kai, almost without hesitation, declined the offer. He explained that he wasn't interested in becoming a signed artist. Having been reborn, his main focus was spending time with Kin Shou Yu. Everything else was secondary, and just for fun, without needing to devote too much time and energy. He didn't want to repeat the same path as in his past life. Moreover, he had his own company, and didn't need to sign with another. No, thank you. I have my own plans. After being turned down, Yang Qi smiled slightly. All right then, we won't force it. They chatted for a while longer. Then Yang Qi mentioned that it was time to return to Magic City, as there were many tasks waiting at their large record company. After Yang Qi and her assistant left, Kin Shou Yu asked curiously, Chen Kai, why did you turn them down? Signing with such a big record company in Magic City is a rare opportunity. Kin Shou Yu was curious. Xiao Yu, do you really want to know? Chen Kai asked. Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai and nodded, answering, of course I want to know. Old Chen, tell me quickly. I'm really curious what made you turn down their offer. Give me a reason why, and for whom. Kin Shou Yu asked seriously. Chen Kai answered directly and honestly. Who else could it be? It was because of you, Kin Shou Yu. Because of me. Kin Shou Yu was stunned for a moment, pointing to himself in disbelief, looking confused and shocked. No way, old Chen, you're joking, right? How could it be because of me? I didn't stop you from signing with the record company. Besides, old Chen, you're so popular online right now. You should definitely sign with them. Chen Kai replied. But if I signed, I'd be busy every day recording albums, flying around for concerts, and doing gigs and endorsements for the company, right? Kin Shou Yu asked, puzzled. Isn't that a good thing? Being a top singer, going viral everywhere, that could earn you a lot of money. But if I did that, I wouldn't have time to be with you. Only then did Kin Shou Yu realize what he meant. Old Chen, so you turned down the record company's offer mainly because you didn't want to leave me. So you can't bear to be without me. Old Chen, you've exposed your feelings, haven't you? You like me, right? Just admit it. I've never heard of anyone giving up their career just to hang out with a friend. If you still say you don't like me, even a dog on the street would shake its head in disbelief. Hearing this, Chen Kai almost burst out laughing. Kin Shou Yu, that's a pretty harsh thing to say. What do you mean? Even a dog on the street would shake its head. Chen Kai was both amused and exasperated. Xiao Yu was cute, but some of his words were really a mix of funny and awkward. Kin Shou Yu chuckled. Oh, don't worry about the details. I just wanted to emphasize that you care about me, right? Don't deny it. After a while, when the two of them walked out of the cafe, there was still an hour or two before evening, and they had nothing else to do. So Kin Shou Yu said, Old Chen, where should we have dinner tonight? Oh, right. Kin Shou Yu suddenly remembered. Auntie said she's going to cook at home to celebrate, right? Great, we can try Auntie's cooking tonight. I wonder if it'll be good. If it's good, I'll definitely ask Auntie to teach me how to cook. Old Chen, if I learn, I'll cook for you, Kin Shou Yu said with a goofy grin. Chen Kai replied, Sure, you can cook for me. HM. Kin Shou Yu nodded but added quickly. But if it doesn't turn out well, don't blame me, okay? I won't mind. The more you cook, the better you'll get. That's true, Kin Shou Yu nodded in agreement. For the next hour or two, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu went to the Charm Internet Cafe to play some games. Last time at home, Chen Kai had taught Kin Shou Yu how to play League of Legends all night. By now his skills had improved somewhat, still not great, but at least he could play. When Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai arrived, they exclaimed, Old Chen, you're amazing. We've listened to your song over and over, and it just gets better each time. We're getting addicted. We never realized before how talented you are in music, Old Chen. We're honored to be your friends. Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai grinned as they spoke, then placed a bunch of snacks and drinks in front of Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu's computers. They had bought these themselves as a treat for Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu. But what they didn't know was that this internet cafe actually belonged to Chen Kai. Spending money here wasn't necessary. But the two of them were clueless about that. They added, Oh, by the way, Old Chen, the day the results are released is coming up soon, right? Afterwards we were supposed to have a meal together. But we might not be able to make it. They explained. It's because our internet cafe is having an internal staff dinner soon. Our manager, Mr. Wu, said the new boss will meet with the cafe's staff during the dinner. And it's not just this branch, employees and managers from other branches in Jiang Bay will be there too. It looks like it'll be quite a crowd. Even though Shuai and I are just part-time summer workers, we still have to attend. So, after the exam results are out, we'll have to postpone our celebration by a day or two. Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai apologized. Chen Kai just smiled and said, No worries, you guys go ahead. Okay. Then, Old Chen, you and Kin Shou Yu keep playing, we'll get back to work. Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai returned to the front desk and started setting up machines for other customers. During the summer break, the Charm Internet Cafe's business was booming, with more and more people coming in. As for the staff dinner Jiang Ming and Wang Shuai mentioned, Chen Kai was aware of it. Wu Qian had called Chen Kai to get his approval before making any arrangements. Without Chen Kai's permission, Wu Qian wouldn't dare to make decisions on her own. At this moment, the system issued a task. In 2 or 3 days, when the host attends the Charm Internet Cafe staff dinner, bring Kin Shou Yu along and surprise him. Complete the task to receive an A-level reward. Seeing the task, Chen Kai smiled with satisfaction. This was too easy. All he had to do was bring Shou Yu along? Even without the task, Chen Kai had planned to take Shou Yu anyway. Still, he was curious. He wondered how Jiang Ming and Shuai would react when they found out that their boss was Chen Kai, the guy they'd been working for this whole time. And how would Kin Shou Yu react? Chen Kai was really looking forward to it. After playing games at the cafe for 2 hours, it was already past 7 p.m. Chen Kai's phone rang. It was a call from his mom. She said, Son, are you and Shou Yu out? When are you two coming home? Come back soon, I've made dinner for you both. Oh! And pass the phone to Shou Yu, I want to say something to my daughter-in-law. Chen Kai's mom, Li Chunmei, still didn't believe that her son and Kin Shou Yu were just regular friends. It couldn't be that simple. Hello, Auntie? When Kin Shou Yu took the phone, he heard Li Chunmei say, Daughter-in-law. I mean Shou Yu, well. As soon as Li Chunmei started speaking, She called Kin Shou Yu daughter-in-law. Realizing the awkwardness, she quickly corrected herself. Xiao Yu. Are you with Chen Kai? Come home soon, auntie's making something delicious for you too. Auntie and uncle bought a lot of ingredients and are cooking at home right now, so come back early. Auntie also wants to know if there's anything you particularly like to eat, or anything you avoid. After Li Chunmei finished speaking, Kin Shou Yu's face turned bright red, even her ears were burning. The reason? Chen Kai had the phone on speaker, so he clearly heard her being called daughter-in-law. No wonder Kin Shou Yu's face was so red she wished she could just disappear into the ground from the embarrassment. Chen Kai's mom actually called her daughter-in-law, and he heard it all. Kin Shou Yu had no idea how to face Chen Kai after this. Her face was practically on fire. For someone like Kin Shou Yu, who was usually carefree, it was rare to see her blushing this much. Seeing her so flustered, Chen Kai didn't show much reaction, but he couldn't help but find it amusing inside. Xiao Yu looked so cute like this, he was tempted to pinch her cheeks. Then Kin Shou Yu quickly said into the phone, "Auntie, I got it. Old Chen and I will head back right away." "Alright then. Hurry back, both of you. Uncle and I are waiting at home." After hanging up, Li Chunmei returned to the kitchen, where Chen Kai's dad was busy washing and chopping vegetables. Chen Hai asked, "Wife, what did you just call our son's classmate? Didn't our son say they're just like brother and sister? Why did you call her daughter-in-law?" Hearing this, Li Chunmei rolled her eyes. "Husband, how can you be so dense? Anyone with eyes can see that our son and Xiao Yu are more than just friends." "Really? I didn't notice a thing." Chen Kai's dad was a straightforward man, though a bit clueless about these things. However, he was very kind and devoted to both Chen Kai and his mother. "What can you notice? Back when we were dating, I dropped so many hints, and you still didn't catch on." Talking about the old days, Li Chunmei rolled her eyes again. Chen Hai chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "That was ages ago, why bring it up now? Besides, haven't I improved over the years?" Li Chunmei replied, "You're hopeless. Luckily, our son inherited my emotional intelligence and quick thinking. He's much better at this than you." Yes. Chen Hai nodded. "So did our son and Xiao Yu say what they want to eat? I'll get it ready." "They didn't say. But you know what our son likes, don't you? As for Xiao Yu, we'll ask her when she gets here. Let's start with seafood. Both kids will definitely love it." Chen Hai responded. "Alright, no problem." Chen Kai's parents then busied themselves in the kitchen. Meanwhile, after Kin Shou Yu finished the call with Li Chunmei, she handed the phone back to Chen Kai. She touched her face, it was still burning hot. At this point, Kin Shou Yu was feeling a bit nervous. She thought to herself, "Old Chen won't notice anything strange about me, right? My face is so hot, did he pick up on something?" Then Chen Kai spoke up. "Xiao Yu, did you hear what my mom just called you?" "I did. Auntie misunderstood our relationship. It's so embarrassing." Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. "Then why are you blushing?" Kin Xiao Yu didn't know what to say. She couldn't just tell old Chen that she might have feelings for him, could she? That would be too direct. "I'm just. Well, it's nothing important. Let's just go back quickly. We shouldn't keep uncle and auntie waiting, it would be rude. You might not care, but I need to make a good impression on them." Kin Xiao Yu thought to herself, "If I end up dating old Chen in the future, wouldn't uncle and auntie become my in-laws? If that's the case, I need to start making a good impression now. I definitely don't want Chen Kai's parents to dislike me, that's something I won't allow." Chen Kai teased her. "Xiao Yu, whether it's a good impression or not, I can tell you my parents already have a very strong impression of you. Especially my mom. And my dad too, of course." Kin Xiao Yu was confused and looked at Chen Kai with big eyes. "What do you mean, old Chen? I don't quite get it." Kin Xiao Yu shook her head, looking puzzled. She genuinely didn't understand. "So, old Chen, can you explain what you meant by that? What kind of impression have I left on your parents? Is it a good one, or a bad one?" Chen Kai casually slung his arm around Kin Xiao Yu's shoulders, just like brothers would. "Think about it, Xiao Yu. Remember when I brought you to my family's celebration dinner after the college entrance exams?" Before Chen Kai could finish, Kin Xiao Yu suddenly remembered how embarrassing that night had been. "Oh no, old Chen, don't bring that up again. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. I had almost forgotten about it. But now you've reminded me. When we get home, I won't even be able to look your parents in the eye." Kin Xiao Yu touched her forehead, silently cursing herself. That night, who knows what she was thinking. she actually said. What a coincidence, old Chen, you have the same last name as your dad. Just thinking about that moment made Kin Shou Yu want to die from embarrassment. It was so humiliating. And the worst part. When old Chen introduced her to his mom, she instinctively said, Mom. Though it was meant as a question like, wow, old Chen, your mom has such a great aura. But given the situation, she blurted out Mom without finishing her sentence, making it sound like she was acknowledging her as a mother-in-law on the spot. It was mortifying. Old Chen, please never mention this again. It was way too embarrassing. As Kin Shou Yu shouted about how embarrassed she was, she ran ahead with a skip in her step, looking absolutely adorable. Chen Kai laughed. Alright Xiao Yu, I won't bring it up again. But seriously, it's no big deal, right? We're like siblings, why would you feel embarrassed in front of me? Qiu and Xiao Yu responded. Of course not. Old Chen, you're my best friend. No matter how embarrassing something is, I'd never feel awkward around you. But, I do want to make a good impression on your parents. And now, I feel so embarrassed. Kin Shou Yu was determined to do something to salvage her image. How about this? Old Chen will stop by the mall. For what? Chen Kai asked. To buy your parents some gifts, Kin Shou Yu replied. Come on, help me pick something out. I don't know what uncle and auntie like, but you do. Help me choose. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yu, you really don't have to do this. My parents aren't picky. No way. I absolutely have to get them something, Kin Shou Yu insisted. She thought to herself, if one day I end up with old Chen, today's actions might score some big points with uncle and auntie. This is what they call playing the long game, right? Kin Shou Yu felt like she was being so clever, planning ahead. Chen Kai smiled helplessly. Alright, since you're so set on it, I'll go with you. Just pick something simple, it doesn't need to be extravagant. My parents are easygoing, they don't care much about these things. Kin Shou Yu had plenty of money on her, plus her aunt had recently sent her a nice sum for her birthday. Buying gifts for uncle and auntie was well within her means. Before long, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu arrived at a mall. Once inside, they picked out a suit for Chen Kai's dad, which cost around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. As for Chen Kai's mom, Li Chunmei, Kin Shou Yu chose a beautiful dress that was perfect for a woman of her age, highlighting her grace. These two will do. Please wrap them up, thank you. Kin Shou Yu took out her phone and paid, spending a total of over 5,000 yuan. The suit for Chen Kai's dad was pricier, as it was a branded item. The dress for Chen Kai's mom was less expensive, which was expected since dresses and suits usually fall into different price ranges. As they left the mall, Chen Kai said, Xiao Yu, you spent so much on gifts for my parents. Doesn't it bother you? Shaking her head, Kin Shou Yu replied, Not at all, why would it? Old Chen, you're my best friend. Remember, you said it yourself, we're like siblings. Your mom is my mom is your mom, and siblings don't distinguish between whose mom is whose. Right. So of course, it's normal for me to buy a dress for my mom. Kin Shou Yu giggled, eagerly anticipating how uncle and auntie would react to the gifts. Old Chen. Let's hurry home. I can't wait to see how uncle and auntie look in these outfits, if they fit well, and if they like them. Chen Kai agreed. Alright. A little while later, they took a taxi back home. After about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the house. Opening the door and stepping into the living room, they could hear Chen Kai's parents, Li Chunmei and Chen Hai, busy in the kitchen. Honey. Is that our son and daughter-in-law? I mean Xiao Yu, who just came back? Probably. I heard the door open. Let's go check. As Li Chunmei and Chen Hai stepped out of the kitchen, they immediately noticed Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu standing in the living room, each holding shopping bags. Had these two gone shopping? Li Chunmei didn't think much of it, not realizing that one of the bags contained a gift for her. Son, Xiao Yu, you're finally back. Especially you, Xiao Yu. Auntie still doesn't know what you like to eat. Tell me, is there anything you're particularly fond of? Uncle and auntie will make it for you. Don't worry about ingredients. On our way back, uncle and auntie stopped by the supermarket and bought a bunch of fresh stuff. Lobster, crab, seafood, we got it all. Tonight we're going to prepare a big feast and celebrate properly. After all, seeing how popular their son's song had become online, Li Chunmei felt incredibly proud. Such an important day deserved a good celebration, and they also wanted to treat Xiao Yu well. Since she had been staying at their house for the past few days, Lee Chunmei and Chen Hai hadn't had the chance to cook a proper meal for the two kids because of their busy shop. They felt a bit guilty about it. This was the perfect opportunity to make up for it. That was what both Lee Chunmei and Chen Hai thought. So today, they closed their shop early and came home to prepare a feast for the kids. Thank you, Auntie. I can eat anything, I'm not picky, Kin Shou Yu said with a smile. In front of her potential future mother-in-law, Kin Shou Yu was on her best behavior. But in reality she was always a well-behaved girl, just a bit carefree by nature. Especially after that incident the other night, Kin Shou Yu had toned it down even more around Chen Kai's parents. Not picky, huh? That's great. These days with better living conditions, kids your age are usually the pickiest. They won't eat, that they won't eat. But Xiao Yu, you're such a good girl. Auntie is really starting to like you more and more. Come, sit with Auntie on the sofa for a bit so Auntie can get a good look at you. Lee Chunmei smiled with joy. The more she looked at Qian Xiao Yu, the more she couldn't stop smiling. She was about to start chatting when Kin Xiao Yu suddenly said, "Oh, Auntie, this gift is for you. And the one old Chen is holding is for Uncle. Please accept them. We went to the mall just to get these for you. I hope you like them and that they fit well." When Kin Xiao Yu said this, Lee Chunmei was momentarily stunned, almost not reacting in time. What? These gifts are actually for Uncle and Auntie. Lee Chunmei had just assumed that Chen Kai and Kin Xiao Yu had gone shopping for themselves. She never imagined that the gifts were for them. Without even looking at the gifts, Lee Chunmei quickly said, "Oh no, Auntie can't accept gifts from the younger generation. It's not appropriate. Xiao Yu, take them back or return them. Auntie really can't accept this." Kin Xiao Yu replied earnestly. "Auntie, please take them. Old Chen and I spent a lot of time picking these out for you. If you don't accept them, I'll feel like it's because the gifts are too cheap and you don't like them." Lee Chunmei quickly responded. No, of course not. How could Auntie dislike them? All right, I'll accept them. Thank you, Xiao Yu." She then called out to Chen Kai's dad. "Honey, come here and take a look at the gift Xiao Yu got for you." "What, I get something too?" Chen Hai asked, a bit excited. He took a look and saw that it was a suit. He liked the style immediately. Lee Chunmei pulled a dress out of the bag, and Kin Xiao Yu eagerly asked, "Auntie, do you like this dress?" "I love it, I really do," Lee Chunmei said, smiling. "Xiao Yu, Auntie really likes you. From now on, Auntie's house is yours, stay as long as you like." Qian Xiao Yu nodded enthusiastically. "Auntie, why don't you and Uncle try them on and see how they fit?" Sure. Lee Chunmei and Chen Hai went to their bedroom to try on the clothes. They fit perfectly. Both of them looked fantastic in their new outfits, but they quickly changed back into their regular clothes before returning to the kitchen to finish cooking. The kitchen was too smoky to wear their new clothes in there. Seeing how much Chen Kai's parents liked the gifts she bought, Kin Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile with a sense of accomplishment. "Old Chen, how did I do? I think your parents really liked the gifts I picked out. This is great. It looks like Uncle and Auntie are starting to have a better impression of me." Sitting on the sofa, Kin Xiao Yu smiled smugly, her expressions and little movements as endearing as ever. Chen Kai smiled helplessly, thinking to himself that his parents already had a good impression of her. Her worries were completely unnecessary. After about 20 minutes, Chen Kai's parents had almost finished cooking in the kitchen. Before long, plates of freshly prepared dishes, including crayfish, crabs and other delicious meals, were brought out and placed on the dining table, one after another. Lee Chunmei looked at Chen Kai and said, "Son, the drinks and cups are over there, right? Rinse the cups and pour some drinks, we're about to start dinner." I'll do it." Before Chen Kai could respond, Kin Xiao Yu volunteered. Without another word, she picked up the cups from the table and washed them thoroughly. She wasn't about to let this opportunity to show off in front of her potential future mother-in-law slip by. Kin Xiao Yu was determined to prove how capable she was. After washing the cups, she started to open a bottle, but ran into a problem. She didn't have the strength to twist it open. "Old Chen, can you help me? I can't get it open." Chen Kai chuckled. "Sure." He opened the bottle for her. "Got it," Qian Xiao Yu said, pouring drinks into the cups. Once the last dish was ready and placed on the table, Chen Kai's parents sat down as well, ready to start the meal. Chen Kai's dad spoke up. "So honey, since everyone's so happy today, let me have a drink, alright? How can a man like me drink soda? It's just not right." "No way," Lee Chunmei replied. "You're getting older, so it's better to drink less. Staying healthy is more important than anything." "Alright." Chen Hai agreed, not arguing further. It was clear that Chen Kai's parents had a very good relationship, with mutual respect and hardly any arguments. Alright, let's have a toast. First, in a few days, your exam results will be out. Let's drink to hoping you both score well. They all raised their glasses and drank. Lee Chunmei poured another round and said, "This second toast is to celebrate your online fame, son. Your dad and I listened to your song. Even though we don't really understand the trends you young people follow, the melody and lyrics well, your mom doesn't get it, since I'm not a professional. But speaking as a listener, I can say this, it's really good. Right, honey?" Chen Hai nodded and said, "Exactly. That's my boy, I'm so proud of you. Just last night, my phone wouldn't stop ringing with calls from my coworkers. All of them were asking me what's going on. Son, you know, in all my years, I've never had that kind of attention. I was so thrilled. Last night was definitely a highlight in my life." Seeing how happy Chen Kai's parents were, Kin Shou Yu, sitting next to Chen Kai, smiled and whispered to him, "Old Chen, did you see that? Uncle and auntie are already so proud of you. Imagine how they'll react when they find out you've signed a deal with Starry Records in Shanghai and made 5 million yuan in royalties. I wonder what their reaction will be." "Can I tell them?" Kin Shou Yu asked Chen Kai. "Go ahead," he said. As the life of the party, Kin Shou Yu was the perfect person to announce the news to his parents. "Awesome." Kin Shou Yu cleared her throat and said, "Uncle, auntie, listen to me for a second. I have some big news to share with you. I guarantee you'll be absolutely stunned when you hear it." "Oh really? What's the big news?" Chen Kai's parents looked at Kin Shou Yu, curious. Kin Shou Yu then continued, "Uncle, auntie, you two have no idea, do you? You don't know what old Chen and I were up to this afternoon, right?" Lee Chunmei, puzzled, asked, "Didn't you two just go shopping?" "Of course not." Kin Shou Yu went on. "This afternoon, old Chen and I met with a major record company in Shanghai called Starry Records. We met with a person named Yang Qi. You might not know this, but Yang Qi holds a very high position at Starry Records. He's responsible for creating several hit songs that have blown up each year. He's also nurtured many successful singers and artists, so he's a big deal in the industry. But this very person drove all the way to Jiang Bay just to meet with old Chen and discuss buying the rights to his song. And they finally reached an agreement. Uncle, auntie, can you guess how much money old Chen made this afternoon?" Kin Shou Yu beamed with pride. "Let me tell you, old Chen made a lot, a whole lot. You won't believe it when you hear it." Hearing this, Chen Kai's parents grew even more curious. "How much? 100,000. 100,000? No way. Old Chen's song is blowing up online, how could it be worth only 100,000? Plus, the competition among the music companies in Shanghai is fierce. If one offers 100,000, another might offer 200,000. They'd rather overpay than let a competitor get the song. If this song becomes a huge hit, the company's stock could soar. It might even affect their own company's stock price, which could drop if they miss out." "How much was it?" Then Chen Kai's parents couldn't guess. Kin Shou Yu held up 5 fingers. 500,000. Kin Shou Yu shook her head. "Could it be 5 million? "Exactly. 5 million. Chen Kai's parents were beyond shocked. "Shou Yu? Are you serious? You're not joking with uncle and auntie, are you?" "It's true. Uncle, auntie, if you don't believe me, ask old Chen. He really earned 5 million. Chen Kai took out his phone and showed his parents the balance in his account. Sure enough, it showed 5 million yuan. The transaction history clearly showed that the money came from Starry Records in Shanghai. Seeing this, Lee Chunmei and Chen Hai were completely stunned. "Oh my, this is incredible. Our son is really going places. He just graduated high school, casually wrote a song, and made 5 million. What's next?" As parents, they were genuinely thrilled and proud of their son's success. Dinner took about an hour, and afterward, they sat in the living room discussing which schools and majors Chen Kai was considering once the exam results came out. Around 11 p.m., when it was time for them to leave, Chen Kai's parents decided to head back to their shop, not wanting to linger as third wheels. Lee Chunmei was thoughtful that way. Before they left, Chen Kai transferred 1 million yuan to each of his parents' accounts. He planned to use the remaining 3 million to fund some projects and make even more money. The song Rising Wind was next in line to be produced as a full single, which would require investment in production and marketing. The 3 million would more than cover it. Chen Kai's parents protested. "Son, why did you transfer so much money to us? You should keep it. You earned this yourself, it has nothing to do with us." And you'll need money now that you're making music. Your mom and I have enough. Besides, we're still young, we can't take your money now. Chen Kai's parents insisted. But Chen Kai was firm, and they eventually relented. Alright son, we'll hold on to this 2 million for you. We'll use it to help buy you a house for when you marry Xiao Yu. When you get married, his mom almost slipped up again. Okay, Chen Kai didn't say much more. The money was already with them, so they could decide how to use it. However, as his career grew and his wealth increased, he planned to give them even more money, allowing them to enjoy a better life earlier. This would also make up for the regret he felt in his past life when his parents passed away shortly after he finally found success in his 40s. After his parents left, Kin Shou Yu said, "Old Chen, I ate so much tonight. I have to say, Old Chen, your mom's cooking is amazing. The food was so delicious. It's way better than my parents' cooking, which is really awful. Old Chen, whoever marries you in the future is going to be so lucky. What makes you say that? Think about it, Old Chen, you're a great cook. And even your parents make such tasty food. So, whoever becomes your wife is going to be extremely happy." Chen Kai laughed. I guess that's true. Kin Shou Yu started to daydream a little, imagining scenarios in her head. She couldn't help but giggle. Kin Shou Yu, what are you giggling about? What are you thinking? Kin Shou Yu shook her head. Nothing. I was just thinking about something. Thinking about what? I was thinking. Oh right. Kin Shou Yu said. I was just wondering, Old Chen, since you made 5 million yuan today, have you thought about treating your best friend me, Kin Shou Yu, to a big meal? Another meal? Didn't you get enough tonight? Kin Shou Yu waggled her finger. No. It's different. Tonight, uncle and auntie treated me. Old Chen, tomorrow you should take me out for a big meal. How about it? I know you're the best, Old Chen. Please, Old Chen. The food wasn't the main thing. Kin Shou Yu just wanted to spend more time with Chen Kai. Seeing her pleading expression, Chen Kai was about to answer when suddenly, the system's electronic voice chimed in. Chen Kai was already planning to agree to Kin Shou Yu's request, but just then, the system issued a task. Accept Kin Shou Yu's request to take her to a 5-star restaurant in Jiang Bay for a big meal tomorrow and surprise her. Complete the task to receive an A-level reward. Will you accept this task? Without hesitation, Chen Kai accepted. After all, taking Kin Shou Yu out for a meal was no big deal, and he'd get an A-level reward for it. At that moment, Kin Shou Yu blinked curiously and asked, Old Chen, what are you thinking about? Is it really so difficult to treat me to a nice meal? Seeing that Chen Kai didn't respond right away, she patted her chest and said, Forget it, if it's that hard for you, I won't force you. I'll treat you tomorrow instead. What do you want to eat? Who said that? Kin Shou Yu. Do you think I'm stingy or something? Of course not. Kin Shou Yu shook her head. Although in her mind she thought Old Chen wasn't exactly stingy, just not very generous. Alright, tonight, take your time and think about where you want to eat tomorrow. If you can't decide, we'll go to that 5-star hotel in the western part of Jiang Bay. Kin Shou Yu was taken aback. Old Chen, you want to take me to a 5-star hotel? What are you up to? We're just friends, don't tell me you're planning something. Chen Kai smiled helplessly and gently flicked her forehead. Kin Shou Yu, what are you thinking? It's just a meal. Oh right. Kin Shou Yu realized she had misunderstood and felt a bit embarrassed. I knew it, Old Chen. You're not that kind of person. How could you possibly take a friend to a hotel? So it's settled then, tomorrow at noon. I'm really looking forward to that big meal. Seeing that it wasn't too late yet, Kin Shou Yu said, Old Chen, how about teaching me to play that game for another hour? Sure. Chen Kai agreed. So, the two of them played games for another hour. Before they knew it, it was almost midnight, and Kin Shou Yu started yawning, feeling sleepy. Old Chen, let's call it a night. Tomorrow you can play with me again. It's late, we should wash up and get some sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow. Kin Shou Yu had already made plans in her mind. Since Old Chen was taking her to a 5-star hotel for lunch tomorrow, she thought she should return the favor by making him breakfast. She decided to wake up early the next day and call Auntie Chen Kai's mom to teach her how to make breakfast via video call. Kin Shou Yu wasn't much of a cook, in fact, she could hardly cook at all. But with Auntie as a good teacher, she was confident that the breakfast she prepared wouldn't turn out too bad. With this thought in mind, Kin Shou Yu washed up and went to her room to rest. Lying in bed, just as she was about to fall asleep, she noticed that Jiajia and Renan were messaging in their group chat. She replied to them briefly. Xiao Yu, it looks like the weather will be nice tomorrow. Want to go out and have some fun? No. Kin Shou Yu declined. No? Xiao Yu, that was a quick rejection. We thought for sure you'd say yes. But you turned us down so decisively. What's up, Xiao Yu? Do you have plans for tomorrow? You can always go to the library the day after tomorrow. After all, it's a 2-month summer break, plenty of time to study. Right after Li Ran sent this message in the group, Wang Jiajia tagged her. Ran, you're so slow to catch on. What do you mean? Li Ran didn't understand. Wang Jiajia typed. Based on my experience and instincts, do you really think Xiao Yu turned us down because she wants to study tomorrow? If I had to guess, Xiao Yu has plans with Chen Kai tomorrow, that's why she said no. Li Ran replied. Come on. Xiao Yu isn't like that. She's not the type to ditch friends for a guy. I don't believe it, no way. Jiajia, you're just being paranoid. Then, Li Ran tagged Q and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, say something. Jiajia just claimed you have plans with Chen Kai tomorrow, which is why you turned us down. But I don't believe it. You're not the type to prioritize a guy over your friends, right? Jiajia says she's your bestie, but she doesn't understand you at all. Our Xiao Yu would never ditch friends for a guy. Right, Xiao Yu. Seeing these messages in the group chat, Kin Shou Yu felt a bit awkward, but she quickly typed a reply. Sorry Ran, but I actually do have plans with old Chen tomorrow for a big meal. Old Chen made a lot of money, so he's treating me to something delicious. So, no matter what you two have planned for tomorrow, unless you lose an arm or a leg, I'm not going. Oh, and even if you do, I'll still finish my meal with old Chen before coming to help. Kin Shou Yu joked. Reading her message, Li Ran was speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Jiajia quickly typed and sent a flurry of laughing emojis. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Ran, see? You thought I didn't know our Xiao Yu, but I know her better than anyone. I was right, Xiao Yu has plans with her old Chen tomorrow. Otherwise, with her lively personality, she'd never turn down an invitation to hang out. Think about it. Li Ran sent a crying emoji. Xiao Yu, that's so harsh. Haha, can't help it. The night passed quickly, and soon it was morning. The next morning, around 6 a.m., Kin Xiao Yu woke up. Normally, she would sleep in until the sun was high in the sky, but today was different. Today was a special day. Old Chen had made a lot of money and was planning to take her out for a fancy meal around noon. As a way to return the favor, she thought she should cook breakfast for old Chen. So, she boldly made a video call to Chen Kai's mom. The call was quickly answered. What's up, Xiao Yu? Calling auntie so early, what's the matter? Could it be that Chen Kai, that rascal, bullied you? Not bad, that's my son. Looks like my wish to become a grandmother will come true sooner than I thought. Wait, no. I mean Xiao Yu, if Chen Kai gives you any trouble, just let auntie know. Chen Kai's mom, Li Chunmei, almost blurted out what she was really thinking, giving herself quite a scare. After all, Xiao Yu was still just a young girl, and it wasn't appropriate to say such things. Kin Xiao Yu quickly clarified. No, auntie, you've got it all wrong. Old Chen has been really good to me. And today he's even taking me out for a fancy lunch at a 5-star restaurant. So? I thought I should cook breakfast for him this morning. I've been eating store-bought breakfast every day lately. And I'm getting tired of it. That's why I'm calling you. Auntie, I need you to guide me through making breakfast. Is that okay? Are you busy right now? If you're busy, I can just look up a tutorial online. Before Kin Xiao Yu could finish, Li Chunmei responded immediately. I'm not busy at all. Auntie has nothing going on right now, and the shop won't open for a while. Great. Thank you, Auntie. Let's get started. With Li Chunmei guiding her through the video call, it took about an hour, but breakfast was finally ready. She managed to cook 2 or 3 dishes, simple home-cooked meals like scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms. It wasn't a smooth process, she failed a couple of times and wasted some ingredients. But that's to be expected for a beginner. After tasting a few bites, Kin Xiao Yu found that the food actually turned out quite well. Thank you, Auntie, for teaching me. I'm going to wake old Chen up for breakfast now. Bye. Li Chunmei replied. Alright, enjoy your breakfast. Auntie will hang up now. But remember, Xiao Yu, if that rascal Chen Kai gives you any trouble, just tell Auntie. Don't worry, Auntie. Old Chen would never do that, he's been really good to me. Especially lately, Kin Xiao Yu added with a smile. Hearing this, Li Chunmei was now completely convinced that there was more to her son and Kin Xiao Yu's relationship than just friendship. After ending the call with Chen Kai's mom, Kin Shou Yu went straight to Chen Kai's room to wake him up. Old Chen, wake up. Time for breakfast. Chen Kai woke up, threw off the blanket, revealing that he wasn't wearing a shirt. He had taken a shower before bed the previous night. Seeing him shirtless, Kin Shou Yu blushed and quickly covered her eyes. Old Chen, why aren't you wearing a shirt? What are you trying to do, huh? Old Chen, you're actually trying to flirt with your female friend? You're such a pervert. Seeing her reaction, Chen Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kin Shou Yu, you didn't knock before barging into my room, and now you're blaming me for not wearing a shirt. Why would I wear a shirt to bed? Kin Shou Yu nodded. That's true, my bad. She peeked through her fingers, catching a glimpse of his upper body. Wow. I didn't realize you had such a nice body, old Chen. Chen Kai retorted. Kin Shou Yu, maybe you're the real pervert here. No way. Kin Shou Yu quickly exited his room. Hurry up and get dressed, old Chen, and come eat breakfast. It took me a whole hour to make it. Hurry, or it'll get cold. After getting dressed, Chen Kai came out and saw 2 dishes on the table, along with a steaming bowl of millet porridge. It looked pretty good. After washing his hands, he sat down at the table, surprised by what he saw. Kin Shou Yu, did you make this? Kin Shou Yu patted her chest proudly. Yep, so, what do you think, old Chen? I'm pretty amazing, right? Come on, praise me. Her expression was so adorably silly that Chen Kai almost couldn't keep a straight face. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted the food. Surprisingly, it was pretty good. So, old Chen, how is it? Is it tasty? Especially the stir-fried pork with wood ear mushrooms, how does it taste? Tell me. Kin Shou Yu blinked her big, bright eyes, eagerly waiting for his response. Chen Kai chewed and savored the flavor. Not bad. Kin Shou Yu, last time you tried cooking, you almost blew up my kitchen. But today you actually made something decent. That's real progress, quite impressive. Hearing his praise, Kin Shou Yu was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, of course. I'm always improving. That was then. This is now 2 different things. Can't compare the 2. But old Chen, your good taste shows you have great judgment. Well done. No wonder you're my best buddy. Kin Shou Yu was in high spirits. As she basked in his compliments, the system chimed in. Ding. The host praised Kin Shou Yu's cooking, causing her to feel surprised and pleased. The host has earned the guaranteed win scratch-off lottery luck charm. Reward description: the host can win the grand prize on a scratch-off lottery ticket up to 2 times. After 2 uses, the charm will expire. The system's explanation made Chen Kai quite satisfied with the reward. Today Chen Kai planned to take Kin Shou Yu out for a big meal. Before that, perhaps in the morning they could stop by and buy a couple of scratch-off lottery tickets. With any luck, they might win some extra cash. Given what he knew about Kin Shou Yu, if they hit the jackpot, she'd be over the moon with excitement. And that would give him another chance to earn a surprise reaction reward. Double the fun. After finishing breakfast, Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai tidied up and got ready to head out. Old Chen, it's still a few hours before noon. Why are we leaving so early? What are we going to do? Go shopping. Chen Kai replied. I'm taking you somewhere. Where? Kin Shou Yu asked, curious. You'll see when we get there. Oh, all right then. Let's go. Kin Shou Yu followed Chen Kai out of the neighborhood. They hailed a taxi and ended up on a bustling commercial street. Walking a bit further, they stopped at a small lottery kiosk selling scratch-off tickets. Old Chen, why did you bring me here? You're not thinking of buying scratch-off tickets, are you? Wow, old Chen, you're already so loaded. With all that money in your account, just sitting in your savings, earning a nice chunk of interest. And you still want to play these little games for peanuts. Besides, the chances of winning are really slim. No, wait. Not just slim, almost non-existent, Kin Shou Yu added. Without saying a word, Chen Kai walked up to the vendor and said, 1 ticket please. Sure, young man. The vendor replied, handing over a few scratch-off tickets for Chen Kai to choose from. Chen Kai randomly picked one, confident that the lucky aura from the system would ensure a decent win no matter which one he chose. Of course, the grand prize wouldn't be astronomical since it was just a small business, but even then, most tickets only had minor prizes, with the majority reading better luck next time. The vendor wasn't foolish. If too many winning tickets were in circulation, he'd be out of business in no time. After paying, Chen Kai scratched the ticket. It revealed the top prize, 5,000 yuan. Oh my god, old Chen. How are you so lucky? You hit the jackpot on your first try. Unbelievable. You're amazing. People around them, who had bought tickets but had no luck, couldn't help but feel envious. They had scratched several tickets without winning a thing, yet this young guy won 5,000 yuan on his first try. The vendor, on the other hand, wasn't too pleased. But with all the people watching, he had no choice but to congratulate Chen Kai. Congratulations, young man. You've won the top prize. With a pained expression, the vendor handed Chen Kai 5,000 yuan. Seeing this, the crowd at the kiosk grew. Everyone wanted a chance at winning. Kin Shou Yu, standing by, couldn't hide her envy. Old Chen, with luck like yours, I kind of want to try now too. Go ahead, Xiao Yu, buy one. Chen Kai encouraged. But what if I don't win? I'm sure my luck isn't as good as yours. Don't worry. Chen Kai reassured her. I'll help you pick the right one. Alright then, Kin Shou Yu nodded. If you're helping me, I'm in. She turned to the vendor. I'll take one too. After paying, Kin Shou Yu eagerly asked. Old Chen, which one should I pick? How about the one over there? Or maybe the one that's a little crumpled at the back? Chen Kai pointed to the first row, selecting the most obvious ticket. Are you sure, Old Chen? You want me to pick that one? It's placed so prominently there's no way that one has a prize. Not only was Kin Shou Yu skeptical, but several onlookers, including some middle-aged men, chimed in. Yeah, young man, the vendor's not stupid. Why would he put a winning ticket in such an obvious spot? It's probably hidden somewhere less noticeable. This one doesn't stand a chance. Exactly, it's common sense. Young lady, you might want to reconsider. Despite the advice from the crowd, Chen Kai stuck to his choice. Alright, Old Chen, if you say so, I'll trust you. Vendor. I'll take that one. Kin Shou Yu pointed to the ticket Chen Kai had selected. The vendor couldn't help but flash a quick, barely noticeable grin. He was sure that ticket wasn't a winner. After all, who would place a winning ticket right in front? But when Kin Shou Yu scratched it, the ticket revealed second prize 3,000 yuan. The crowd gasped in surprise, including the middle-aged men who had just given advice. Oh my god, young lady, your intuition is spot on. That's incredible. 2 tickets, and both win prizes, one for 5,000 and one for 3,000. Maybe there's still a third prize out there for 1,500. Young lady, I'll give you 500 yuan if you tell me where the next winning ticket is. 500? I'll offer 800. I'll pay 1,000. Surrounded by excited onlookers, Chen Kai remained calm. Kin Shou Yu, however, was completely floored. Oh my god, Old Chen, you're amazing. You're unbelievable. I thought it was just beginner's luck when you hit the jackpot with the first ticket. But now you've picked a second prize winner too. Old Chen, you're on another level. Everyone around them was amazed, completely stunned by Chen Kai's incredible luck, but the vendor's expression had darkened even more. Out of the 100 tickets, only 3 were winners, and this guy had just claimed 2 of them in a row. If the onlookers didn't know better, they'd think Chen Kai had X-ray vision or some kind of superhuman luck. With the crowd watching, the vendor had no choice but to hand over the 3,000 yuan to Kin Shou Yu. Kin Shou Yu was over the moon. Wow. Old Chen, you're amazing. You're my hero. Even though Kin Shou Yu came from a wealthy family, winning 3,000 yuan still thrilled her. It wasn't about the money itself but the fact that she had only spent a few yuan to win such a prize. That made it special. Old Chen, you don't have some kind of X-ray vision like in the movies, do you? If so, I should be careful around you. Who knows, you might even be able to see the color of my underwear. Joking, Kin Shou Yu crossed her arms protectively over her chest, pretending to guard herself. Chen Kai chuckled, amused by her wild imagination. Kin Shou Yu was such a goofball. All he had was the system's lucky aura, which had now been used up. It was time to leave before Kin Shou Yu said something even more embarrassing in front of all these people. Xiao Yu, let's go. I'm thirsty. Let's grab some milk tea. Oh, okay. Kin Shou Yu agreed, following Chen Kai toward the nearby milk tea shop. As they walked away, the middle-aged men around them kept calling after them. Hey young man, please tell us where the third prize is. I'll pay you 1,200 yuan. Yeah, I'll offer 1,300. The crowd was getting desperate, but Chen Kai just waved them off and left with Kin Shou Yu. Meanwhile, those men kept buying more tickets, but all they got were better luck next time messages. They grew increasingly frustrated, wondering why that young guy had such good luck while they got nothing despite buying so many tickets. It was hard not to feel inferior. As Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu reached the milk tea shop and stood in line, Kin Shou Yu couldn't contain her excitement, still holding the 3,000 yuan in cash. Wow, old Chen, you know, I've bought scratch-offs before, but I've never won anything. But you're incredible. You guessed right both times, so impressive. If we go back there again, I bet that shop owner will blacklist you. At this rate, he'll go bankrupt. Kin Shou Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Chen, did you see the owner's face earlier? It was priceless. He went from all smiles to totally gloomy, haha. The contrast was hilarious. I can't take it, my stomach hurts from laughing so much. Kin Shou Yu clutched her stomach, squatting down to recover from her laughter. Kin Shou Yu has experienced a surprising reaction. Current behavior is yielding favorable results. The host has received a 24-hour double shopping boost reward. A double shopping boost? Chen Kai was intrigued by the system's reward and asked for an explanation of the rules. The system responded. Double shopping boost for the next 24 hours. Any purchases the host makes will yield double the rewards. With that explanation, Chen Kai immediately understood. For the next 24 hours, anything Chen Kai bought would come with double the rewards. Not only would he get the items he purchased, but he would also receive double the benefits. This was a guaranteed win. Chen Kai then had a bold idea: he could take Kin Shou Yu shopping. Not only would he benefit from the double rewards, but Kin Shou Yu's surprised reactions would also keep earning him even more rewards. This was too good to pass up. Kin Shou Yu waved her hand in front of Chen Kai's face, bringing him back to the moment. Old Chen, what's up? You zoned out. What were you thinking about so deeply? Chen Kai smiled and said. Nothing much, just got lost in thought for a moment. Let's get that milk tea. Kin Shou Yu looked at him skeptically. Really? Are you actually treating me to milk tea? Remember, right after our exams, you said you'd buy me milk tea. But if I recall correctly, I ended up paying for it myself. And you tricked me into giving you some sort of friendly greeting between brothers before I could drink it. I asked Jiaji about it, and she said you were just taking advantage of me. There's no such thing as a friendly brotherly greeting like that. Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai. Old Chen, be honest, were you just messing with me that day? Chen Kai just smiled, not answering directly. Alright then, if that's how it is, I'll buy you a few more cups today as compensation. Kin Shou Yu nodded, satisfied. Okay. But milk tea aside, old Chen, you still need to explain if you were taking advantage of me that day. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn. Chen Kai decided to test out the double shopping boost by ordering 5 cups of the most expensive milk tea, each costing over 50 yuan. Altogether, it came to about 300 yuan. Kin Shou Yu was stunned. Old Chen, am I seeing things? You used to be reluctant to buy me even a 10 yuan milk tea. But today, it's like the sun is rising in the west. You're buying me the most expensive milk tea. And you bought so many cups. 5 cups of milk tea, 300 yuan. Wow, old Chen, I knew you wouldn't forget about your good buddy after making some money. Kin Shou Yu grinned. Even though 5 cups of milk tea were too much for her to finish, she didn't mind. She could sip them throughout the day. As they left the milk tea shop, Kin Shou Yu happily drank her milk tea, practically skipping with joy. Old Chen, I feel like. Let me think. Kin Shou Yu pondered for a moment before looking at Chen Kai. I feel like something's up with you, old Chen. Something's definitely off. Chen Kai smiled and asked. What do you mean, Kin Shou Yu? What's off? I can't quite put my finger on it. But you've been acting differently lately. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Come on, old Chen, what's your real motive? Intentions. Hearing Kin Shou Yu's words, Chen Kai jokingly replied. Kin Shou Yu, I didn't expect you to think of me like that. We're just friends, and here I am being nice to you. But you think I have ulterior motives? What intentions could I possibly have? Kin Shou Yu quickly explained. Old Chen, you've misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. My bad, my bad. It's just that you've suddenly been so nice to me, it feels like a huge change. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you like me or something. Kin Shou Yu teased as she sipped her milk tea. Then she added. So, old Chen, what should we do now? It's still early, not even 10 a.m. yet. It's a bit too soon for a big meal. I'm not even hungry. Chen Kai replied. I'll take you to the mall across the street. The mall? For what? Suddenly, Kin Shou Yu seemed to understand. Oh, I get it, old Chen. You helped me win 3,000 yuan, and now you want me to spend it all on you by buying you some clothes, right? I knew it, old Chen. You're not that selfless, she pouted playfully. Fine, no problem. After all, I wouldn't have won that 3,000 yuan without your help. So let's go. Once we're inside, pick out whatever clothes you like. I'll pay for it. And don't worry about the 3,000 yuan limit. If it goes over that, Kin Shou Yu patted her chest confidently. Your big sister here will cover it. I've got the money. Kin Shou Yu was indeed generous with Chen Kai, always willing to spend money on him. So, in return, taking her shopping inside the mall was no big deal, especially since Chen Kai could earn double the rewards from the system. And who knows, Kin Shou Yu might even be surprised again, earning him even more rewards. Let's go. Once they reached the mall entrance, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu walked inside. But instead of heading to the men's section, they went to the women's section on the third floor. Seeing this, Kin Shou Yu was puzzled. Old Chen, didn't you bring me here to buy clothes for yourself? Why are we in the women's section? Old Chen, I didn't realize you had a thing for women's clothes. Though it's hard to believe. But if you like it, I guess it's fine. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh at Kin Shou Yu's wild imagination. Kin Shou Yu, your imagination is something else. Who said anything about wearing women's clothes? Kin Shou Yu, still curious, asked. Then why did you bring me to the women's section? Don't tell me you have a girlfriend, she speculated. That's not okay, old Chen. If you're dating someone, you have to tell me. And remember, my money is only for you to spend. If you're dating someone, there's no way I'm buying clothes for your girlfriend. Get that straight, old Chen, my money isn't for just anyone. Chen Kai couldn't help but smile at her reaction. Kin Shou Yu, your imagination really knows no bounds. What girlfriend? I don't have one. Kin Shou Yu's eyes widened. No girlfriend? Then why bring me to the women's section? Chen Kai sighed, a bit exasperated. Kin Shou Yu, is it possible that I brought you here to buy clothes for you? What? Kin Shou Yu was stunned. Are you serious? Old Chen, you want to buy clothes for me? Wow. Is this for real, old Chen? Don't mess with me. Kin Shou Yu was visibly excited. Old Chen, you've never bought clothes for me before. I can hardly believe it. Hearing this, Chen Kai frowned. Kin Shou Yu, don't be ungrateful. I have bought you clothes before. Doesn't your conscience hurt saying I haven't? Remember that time you got soaked in the rain and came over? Who bought you a new outfit? Have you forgotten already? That cost me several hundred yuan. Oh right. I almost forgot the outfit I wore that time was from you, old Chen. But then Kin Shou Yu caught on to something in what Chen Kai said earlier. Old Chen, wait. What did you just say? You said the outfit you bought me last time cost several hundred yuan. That's strange. Didn't someone say it was just some cheap clothes from a street vendor? Admit it, old Chen, you bought me something really nice, not just some cheap stuff. Why not just be straightforward about it? Are you worried I might think you have feelings for me? Old Chen, I think you're overthinking it. I'd never mistake your kindness for romantic interest. Kin Shou Yu then teased. Obviously you've fallen for me. Chen Kai was lucky he wasn't drinking his milk tea, or he would have burst out laughing at Kin Shou Yu's words. If he had been, he might have choked or sprayed it everywhere. Why are you laughing, old Chen? Stop denying it. Honestly, the hardest thing about you, old Chen, is your stubbornness. Hearing this, Chen Kai shook his head. Kin Shou Yu, you're reading too much into things. What do you mean? Kin Shou Yu asked innocently. Are you saying there's something even harder than your stubbornness? You'll find out eventually. What does that mean? Tell me now, don't leave me hanging, Kin Shou Yu persisted. Then, Chen Kai led Kin Shou Yu to pick out some women's clothes. Since they were in a large mall with a dedicated women's section, there were plenty of options: dresses, short sleeves, and shorts, all in various styles. Given her petite frame, Kin Shou Yu had many outfits that suited her well. She found one that looked particularly nice. Old Chen, what do you think of this outfit? I think it'll look good on me. Should I try it on? Here, hold my milk tea while I go try it on. But old Chen, don't you dare take a sip. I've already drunk from it. If you do, it'll be like an indirect kiss. After saying this, Kin Shou Yu saw Chen Kai calmly take a sip right in front of her. Chen Kai wasn't bothered at all by the idea of an indirect kiss with Kin Shou Yu. After his rebirth, did she really think he'd treat her just as a brother like in his previous life? Not a chance. So drinking from her milk tea was nothing. He had much bolder plans for the future. Kin Shou Yu, however, blushed. Old Chen, you. I told you I already drank from that. And you still drank it. You're really not shy, are you? Well then, next time, I'm drinking from your milk tea too. Chen Kai thought she might say something else, but to his surprise, she was all in on this game. Fine, you can drink from mine next time. It's a deal. Kin Shou Yu raised her eyebrows with a smug look. But don't finish it all, old Chen. That flavor's my favorite, and there's only one cup. Save some for me. Now, I'm off to try on these clothes. Kin Shou Yu headed to the fitting room to try on the outfit. When she came out, she twirled in front of Chen Kai. Old Chen, how do I look in this? Pretty nice, right? But don't I look great? I bet you're thinking your best friend is actually quite a catch. Isn't it obvious that I'm pretty? Not to brag, but with my looks and figure, look at my slim, pale legs. I bet I'll have plenty of admirers when we start university. So, old Chen, you better watch out. Chen Kai played along. Watch out for what? Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. Kin Shou Yu shot back. I really don't know. Sure, play dumb. You definitely know. Kin Shou Yu then added. But honestly, old Chen, you're pretty good looking yourself. I bet when we're in university, a lot of girls will be into you too. So, can I ask you something? Old Chen, are you planning to date in college? Will you get a girlfriend? Kin Shou Yu was genuinely curious. Chen Kai gave her a lazy glance and answered. Maybe. Probably. Dating in college is pretty normal, right? It's not like high school where it's frowned upon. Kin Shou Yu murmured to herself. Once we're in college, I'll have to keep a close eye on old Chen. I can't let some other girl snatch him away. Old Chen is mine. Mine, 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 mine. Snapping out of it, she said. Anyway, old Chen, back to the topic. What do you think of this outfit? If you think it looks good, I'll go with this one. I think it's pretty nice too. Chen Kai looked at her and said. Go ahead and change out of that. Huh? Old Chen, are you backing out? Didn't you say you were going to buy me a nice outfit? Are you changing your mind already? I knew it. Old Chen, you're tricking me again. I can't believe I fell for it. Chen Kai clarified. What I meant was, change out of that and pick a couple more. What? Kin Shou Yu was over the moon. Old Chen? You're not joking, right? You're going to buy me a few outfits. One would have been fine. I'm not greedy. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. Kin Shou Yu, if it's too much for you, then just get one. No, it's not too much at all. Old Chen, you said it. I'm picking 2 more outfits. It's rare to see you being so generous. Kin Shou Yu then picked out a few more items: dresses, tops, and even a pair of long pants. Though she didn't usually wear makeup, Kin Shou Yu had a naturally pretty face. Still, Chen Kai bought her some makeup products as well, which were quite pricey. But Chen Kai didn't mind. After all, he would receive double the rewards from the system, so it was worth it. At the checkout, the total came to 23,000 yuan. Ho! That's expensive. Kin Shou Yu was stunned. Old Chen, we really spent a lot of money just shopping around, huh? Even though Chen Kai had earned millions recently, she still felt a bit guilty about spending so much of his money. Old Chen, let me pay for this. Kin Shou Yu, being a bit of a rich girl, had a few thousand yuan to her name. Although most of her money had been pooled together with Chen Kai for investment, she still had an allowance from her dad. She pulled out her supplementary card from her wallet, ready to pay, but Chen Kai quickly used his phone to scan and paid the 23,000 yuan himself. Right after, the system notified him of his reward. The host has made a purchase totaling 23,000 yuan. You have received a double shopping boost, and 46,000 yuan has been credited to your account. Your current bank balance has been updated. Chen Kai checked his balance, confirming the 46,000 yuan deposit. Not bad. He had about 300,000 yuan in his account, having already transferred 200,000 yuan to his parents. His main investment of over 1 million was already in play, with returns expected in about 40 to 50 days. The profits would be substantial. Though these few thousand yuan were small in comparison, they still counted. Besides, the 24-hour double boost still had 23 hours left, offering more opportunities to cash in. Just then, the system notified him again. Kin Shou Yu has experienced a surprising reaction. The host has received the emotional singing mastery skill. Chen Kai was thrilled with this reward. Mastery of top-level singing techniques was something that couldn't be bought with money alone. Even superstar singers had to practice for decades to achieve this level of skill. But now, thanks to the system, Chen Kai had gained the results of 20 years of practice instantly. The system's power was truly incredible. Smiling with satisfaction, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu left the mall and stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air. Kin Shou Yu sipped her milk tea, her mood as bright as the sun. Old Chen, I've noticed you've been treating me better and better lately. In the past, you wouldn't even buy me clothes, and you'd try to trick me into paying for our meals. But now, especially today. Old Chen, you're really going all out. If you keep this up, I might just fall for you, Old Chen. Kin Shou Yu half-jokingly said. But Old Chen, don't get any ideas. I'm just speaking my mind. It's hard to imagine us, after being close friends for 3 years, suddenly taking things to that level. I can't even begin to picture it. She glanced at the time and noticed it was already around 11 a.m. Old Chen, I'm getting really hungry. It's almost 11. Weren't you going to treat me to a fancy lunch? Come on, let's go. Chen Kai nodded. All right, let's go. I promised you a big meal and that's what you're getting. When we get there, order as much as you want. Wow, Old Chen, you're really generous today. They hailed a taxi and headed to the 5-star hotel. As soon as they walked in, a receptionist approached them. Are you 2 students here to book a room? The receptionist asked directly, assuming they might be a young couple. Kin Shou Yu's face turned bright red. No, you've got it wrong. We're not here for a room, we're just here for lunch. The receptionist quickly apologized. Oh, I see. The dining area is over there. Let me show you the way. Still, the receptionist couldn't help but think Kin Shou Yu was just being shy, and that they probably were a couple. Kin Shou Yu felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole. Walking beside Chen Kai, she whispered. Old Chen, next time you want to take me out to eat, let's not go to a place like this, okay? It's too awkward, people might think we're here for something else. Next time, let's just go to a regular restaurant. Chen Kai couldn't help but find her shyness amusing. For someone as carefree as Kin Shou Yu, it was rare to see her this flustered. But he had to admit, her embarrassed expression was incredibly cute, adorable, even. All right, next time we'll go to a regular restaurant. OK. Kin Shou Yu flashed an OK sign with her hand. Soon, the staff led them to a private room upstairs, and they began to order. Chen Kai handed the menu to Kin Shou Yu. Order whatever you want. Xiao Yu. It's all up to you. Kin Shou Yu nodded enthusiastically. Great. I'm going to order a lot. Old Chen, are you sure your wallet can handle it? If not, it's okay, I've got money too. Even though this is a 5-star hotel and the prices are probably steep, but it's fine. If I run out of money, I can always use my dad's card. Her dad, Kin Shou Yu thought, would probably thank her for that later. Kin Shou Yu quickly picked out several dishes and told the waitress. That's all for now, it's just the 2 of us, so we shouldn't order too much. All right, just a moment. I'll place your order right away. The waitress left the room to get their meal started. Kin Shou Yu wandered around the room, eventually stopping by the window to look out. Old Chen, I have to say, this hotel has a pretty nice view. Looking down from here, the whole city feels so small. And Jiang Bay is just an ordinary little city. I can't imagine what it'll be like when we move to Shanghai. I've never been to Shanghai before. As the largest city in China and the one with the highest GDP, Shanghai's level of development far surpassed that of Jiang Bay. Kin Shou Yu was already excited about her future college life there. Old Chen, after summer ends and we start college, no matter if we're in the same major or class. After classes you have to wait for me. You can come to my class to find me. Just like in high school. We have to stick together like we did for the past 3 years. We should eat together, do everything together. Is that okay? Kin Shou Yu asked, looking at him with her usual innocent expression. Chen Kai replied with a smile. Sure. But Xiao Yu, with your grades, you could easily get into Peking or Tsinghua University. Are you sure you want to go to Shanghai with me? Won't you regret it? No regrets. Absolutely none. Shanghai University is great too. Sure, it's not Tsinghua or Peking, but that doesn't matter. The school itself isn't important. As long as I study hard, I'll have a bright future. Kin Shou Yu said seriously. Besides, I'm planning to major in finance, and since Shanghai is the financial hub of China, studying there might even be better than at Peking University. More importantly, since you're going to Shanghai, I have to go with you. We're best friends, right? We have to stick together no matter what. Old Chen, don't you think I'm right? Chen Kai laughed. You're absolutely right, Kin Shou Yu. Hey, aren't I great? I'm even giving up the chance to go to the best universities in the country for you. So when we're in college, old Chen, you'd better treat me well. You have to let me see you every day, eat with me and share everything with me. If you like playing games, even though I'm not good at them, I'll learn. And when you make new friends in college, you can't just abandon me, okay? Otherwise, I'll be really sad. I'll be really hurt. As Kin Shou Yu said this, she pouted, looking pitiful, which made Chen Kai's heart ache a little. He pulled her into a hug, gently rubbing the back of her head. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, that won't happen. I'll always be here. Kin Shou Yu was caught off guard. Old Chen, why are you hugging me all of a sudden? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Her straightforward and innocent nature snapped Chen Kai back to reality, making him smile helplessly. Who's taking advantage of you? Can't a friend give you a hug? Why so uptight? It's not that. But you're hugging me so tightly. Don't you feel something pressing against you? Chen Kai thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, yeah, it does feel a bit uncomfortable. Old Chen, now you know. Kin Shou Yu patted her chest confidently. That means all those papayas I've been eating over the past week are working, right? There's still more than a month left of summer. I'll keep eating them every day. By the time summer's over, I'll be so big you'll be shocked, haha, Kin Shou Yu boasted playfully. And honestly, she wasn't just bragging. Chen Kai noticed a difference too. She had definitely changed since the end of their high school exams. She was more different than he ever imagined. Kin Shou Yu suddenly remembered something and asked. Oh right, old Chen, I almost forgot to ask you. Remember after the college entrance exams, when we went back to Jiang Bay, and you tricked me into hugging you really close? Be honest, were you just trying to take advantage of me back then? She looked at him seriously. Come on, old Chen, don't pretend. You totally did that on purpose, didn't you? I even asked Jiaji about it, and she said you were just messing with me. Jiaji had told me that when guys express their brotherly bond, it's usually with some kind of silly banter or jokes, not by hugging tightly like that. Unless they're into something more, intimate. Old Chen, you don't have any weird tendencies, do you? Spill it. Chen Kai hadn't expected Kin Shou Yu to consult her friend about it, and now she'd practically seen through his intentions from back then. He decided to play along, continuing to bluff his way out. Xiao Yu, I'm surprised you think that of me. I see you as a brother, and you think I'd try to take advantage of you. How could you think that? Don't listen to Jiajia. I wasn't, and would never, try to take advantage of you. It was just a friendly hug between brothers. Anyone who thinks otherwise is just tarnishing our pure friendship. Don't you think so, Xiao Yu? Kin Shou Yu looked a bit confused but said. Old Chen, you kind of make sense, but something still feels off. Does it? Chen Kai responded smoothly. Don't overthink it, there's nothing wrong. Really? Kin Shou Yu looked at him, still unsure. At that moment, the waiter brought in the food they had ordered and set it on the table. Here are your dishes, enjoy your meal. If you need anything else, just let us know. And here's your room key, the staff member said, handing a key card to Chen Kai. Even though Kin Shou Yu had clarified earlier that they were here for lunch, not for a room, the staff assumed she was just shy about admitting it. After all, coming to a hotel with a boyfriend could be embarrassing for some girls, so the staff had preemptively prepared a room key. Chen Kai hadn't expected this either, but he didn't mind. If he kept the room, he'd just spend a bit more money, which meant more chances to earn double rewards from the system, so he accepted it. Thank you, he said, taking the key card. After the waiter left, Kin Shou Yu stared at him in shock. Old Chen, what's going on? Weren't we just here for lunch? Why do you have a room key now? What are you planning? I thought you were my friend, and you tricked me into getting a room. Chen Kai maintained a serious face and said, Xiao Yu, what are you thinking? Do you really see me like that? Do you think I'd do something like that? Then explain the room key, old Chen. It's because of you, Xiao Yu. Chen Kai said, barely holding back his laughter and continuing to bluff. Kin Shou Yu was completely confused. What does this have to do with me? Think about it. When we were downstairs, they asked if we were here to book a room, and the way you reacted. They probably thought you were just too shy to admit it, so they went ahead and prepared a room for us. But if you had just explained that we're purely friends, they wouldn't have given us the key. As Kin Shou Yu thought about it, she started to feel that what Chen Kai said made some sense. Oh, it's my fault. I only said we weren't here for a room, but I forgot to clarify our relationship. They must have assumed I was just too embarrassed to admit it, so they set up the room for us. Her mind was spinning as she tried to process this, successfully falling for Chen Kai's explanation. So what do we do now, old Chen? should we go return the key? No need. Chen Kai replied. The room's already set up, and we can't return it now. But we can hang out in the room later, maybe play some games or something. It's a 5-star hotel, so the room should be nice. Plus, it's summer and really hot outside. There's air conditioning in there so we can cool off and relax. Doesn't that sound better than sweating outside? Kin Shou Yu nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But old Chen, don't get any funny ideas, okay? Xiao Yu, what kind of person do you think I am? Kin Shou Yu thought about it for a moment. You're right. If you were that kind of guy, I've been staying at your place for so long, if you wanted to do something, you would have done it by now. But I'm still fine, so I guess I can trust your character. Alright, let's not worry about that anymore. It's time to dig into this delicious food. Wow. This all looks amazing. Kin Shou Yu quickly forgot about the room key and focused on the table full of delicious dishes, eagerly starting to eat. Watching her eat with such enthusiasm, Chen Kai couldn't help but take a few pictures. With nothing better to do, he figured he might as well share them on social media. Old Chen, what are you doing? Are you taking pictures of me? Stop that. I look terrible when I'm eating. If you post those, it'll ruin my image as a beauty. Well, if you really must, make sure you add a beauty filter. Chen Kai almost choked on his drink, finding her comments both amusing and unpredictable. After snapping a few photos, he posted them on his social media. Soon enough, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai noticed. Damn, old Chen, you really brought Kin Shou Yu to a hotel. What's going on here? And you still claim you're just friends. Who's ever heard of friends booking a room together? Old Chen, I'm so jealous. So, you finally made your move on her. Guess I should watch out for Shuai now, who knows if he might try something with me. Get lost. You're a guy, what would I even try with you? You think we're like old Chen and Kin Shou Yu with that whole just friends thing. Old Chen, you didn't really do anything with her, did you? After seeing the messages from Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai, Chen Kai typed back with a smile. Old Zhang, Shuai, what do you guys take me for? Do you really think I'm the type to take advantage of a girl who's like a sister to me? Xiao Yu and I have a pure friendship. Nothing like what you're imagining. We're just here for lunch, so don't overthink it. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai quickly replied. Oh, come on, old Chen, you're being too modest. Taking your sister to a hotel, really? Just lunch, huh? Sure, we believe you, buddy. Don't even bother explaining, we all know what's up. We're bros, right? We get it. But seriously, old Chen, if I had a girlfriend like her, I'd probably be tempted too. See? There's no such thing as pure friendship between guys and girls. Who says there isn't? What about that girl in the class next door? Isn't her friendship with that guy pretty innocent? Shuai, are you blind? That girl is so unattractive, it'd be hard not to keep things pure. You'd make a move on her. Hey, with the lights off, it's all the same, isn't it? Damn, Shuai. You're something else. Reading their banter, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh to himself. Being back in his younger body, he finally understood why people always say, youth is such a wonderful thing. It truly was. Now, Chen Kai could fully appreciate what that meant. Across from him, Kin Shou Yu noticed his smile and asked curiously. Old Chen, what's so funny? Who are you chatting with? You look so happy. Chen Kai explained. Oh, nothing much, just chatting with old Zhang and Shuai. Oh, by the way, Xiao Yu, I might have to attend a dinner gathering in the next day or two. You should come with me. Kin Shou Yu, with her usual cheerful enthusiasm, quickly nodded. Sure, old Chen, no problem at all. I'm always down for some good food. Even if you didn't invite me, I'd find a way to tag along. Chen Kai chuckled. Alright, I'll make sure you're there. Great. But hey, old Chen, stop staring at your phone and eat more. We're at the age where we need to eat plenty to grow strong and healthy, she said, as she piled more food onto his plate. And you know what, old Chen? I still think barbecue tastes better. Let me treat you to some grilled skewers next time. I'll make sure to order lots of grilled leeks for you, trust me. They're good for you. Seriously, I've heard from Jiajia and read in novels that they're really beneficial, though I'm not exactly sure how. But hey, they can't be bad for you, right? Chen Kai couldn't help but wonder if Kin Shou Yu had any clue what she was talking about. Did she even know why those particular foods were supposed to be good? Or was she just parroting something she'd heard, blissfully unaware of the implications? Many years later, whenever Kin Shou Yu thought back to this moment, she couldn't help but laugh at her own naivety, how she had unwittingly set herself up for embarrassment. After they finished their meal, about half an hour later, Kin Shou Yu patted her stomach and sighed contentedly. Old Chen, I'm stuffed. The food at this 5-star restaurant is really top-notch. You get what you pay for, that's for sure. She giggled happily, ready to relax and check her phone. Old Chen, eat up. You barely touched your food earlier, she reminded him, before turning her attention to her phone. As soon as she opened her group chat with Jiajia and Ranan, she was bombarded with 99 unread messages. What's going on? Why are Jiajia and Ranan spamming the group chat like this? She clicked on the chat and saw the flood of messages. Xia Yu, what's happening? I just saw Chen Kai's social media post. You guys are at that 5-star hotel in the west part of the city. What are you two doing there? Oh my god, has your relationship advanced that quickly? This is some next level progress super fast. I didn't expect this from you two, especially since you always called yourselves just friends. I mean, seriously, going to a hotel together? Wow. Looks like there really is no such thing as pure friendship between a guy and a girl. I'm heartbroken. Wang Jiajia even added a mischievous emoji. Xiao Yu, did you and Chen Kai, do that already? Seeing this message, Kin Shou Yu was completely flustered. What do you mean by that? That? Which that? You know exactly what I'm talking about. Kin Shou Yu, utterly confused, replied. Jiajia, can you please speak like a normal human being? How do I even put this? When Jiajia finally explained in the chat, Kin Shou Yu's face turned beet red. Yuck yuck yuck! Jiajia, you're so dirty-minded. Stop reading those romance novels, they're corrupting you. It's bad enough that you're thinking that way, don't drag me down with you. Old Chen isn't like that at all. We're just good friends, nothing more. At least, for now, Kin Shou Yu added, almost to herself. Noticing her flushed face, Chen Kai asked, Shou Yu, what's going on? Why is your face so red? My face is red? No way. Kin Shou Yu shook her head, trying to deny it, though her cheeks were clearly burning. Back in the group chat, she quickly typed. Jiajia, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to block you. Don't, Shou Yu. What did I say? I didn't mean anything by it, I swear. Meanwhile, Chen Kai, feeling pleasantly full, wiped his mouth with a napkin. Come on, Shou Yu, let's head up to the room, play some games, and chill in the AC. Alright, let's go. But old Chen, are you sure you're not planning to do something sneaky, she teased. Shou Yu, do you really think I'd do that to a friend? Haha, no way. I trust your character, old Chen. Kin Shou Yu patted her chest confidently. I was just testing you to see how you'd react. A short while later, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu arrived at the door to their hotel room. Chen Kai swiped the keycard, and the door clicked open. After the door to the hotel room opened, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu walked inside. Chen Kai remained calm after all, as someone who had lived for decades, staying in hotels was nothing new to him. In his previous life, he had traveled frequently for business, often staying in various hotels around the world. But for Kin Shou Yu, this was her first time in such a setting, so she was a bit nervous. As she stepped into the room, Kin Shou Yu looked around with wide eyes, curious about everything. Old Chen, so this is what a hotel room looks like, she exclaimed. The air conditioning feels so nice, much better than roasting outside in the midday sun. Can you imagine how tragic it would be if someone as naturally beautiful as me, with such fair and delicate skin, got sunburned? That would be a real shame, don't you think, old Chen? She shamelessly praised herself, then quickly moved on. So, what should we do to pass the time for the next hour or two? How about you play a game with me? There's this really popular game right now, I'm obsessed with it. But, you might find it a bit childish. Chen Kai asked. What game? Battle of Balls. It's kind of like Snake, big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. But we have to team up, not compete against each other. You're not allowed to eat me. Chen Kai laughed. Alright, no problem. I haven't downloaded it yet though. Give me a moment. Take your time, old Chen. I'm sure the hotel has Wi-Fi. Chen Kai connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi and downloaded the game. Back in 2016, Battle of Balls was one of the most popular mobile games, along with others like Subway Surfers, Piano Tiles and Honor of Kings. Though games like PUBG hadn't yet become a sensation, Chen Kai knew this would soon change, and was already thinking about future business opportunities in the gaming industry. Old Chen, are you done downloading? I'm creating a room and inviting you. Chen Kai finished registering and accepted the invitation, joining Kin Shou Yu in the same game room. They quickly matched with other players, and the game began. Battle of Balls was indeed quite popular in 2016, and Kin Shou Yu, now barefoot and lying comfortably on the hotel bed, was fully absorbed in the game. Old Chen, stick with me. This is your first time playing, right? Don't worry, I'll carry you, I'm a pro at this game. But just as she finished boasting, a much larger player started chasing her. Oh no, I'm going to get eaten, she cried, frantically trying to escape. Just as she thought it was all over, an even bigger player devoured her pursuer. Wow, that was close. I thought I was a goner, she exclaimed, then glanced at Chen Kai's screen. Wait, old Chen, was that you who saved me? You're amazing. Is this really your first time playing? You've already grown so big in such a short time. Incredible. Here I was, thinking I'd finally found a game where I could outshine you and help you out. But you're just too good, old Chen. You're the best. Surprised but impressed, Kin Shou Yu continued playing with Chen Kai for the next 2 hours, until both their hands were sore from all the gaming. At around 3 p.m., Kin Shou Yu checked her phone, noting that the battery was almost dead. Old Chen, my phone's about to die. I think we've played enough. Should we call it a day, or do you want to keep going? Chen Kai glanced at the time, and, since there wasn't much else to do, suggested. Let's play one last game. After one more round, Kin Shou Yu's phone was down to just over 20% battery, so they decided to leave the hotel. Old Chen, wait up. Let me put my shoes on, Kin Shou Yu said as she quickly slipped them on and followed Chen Kai out of the room. Meanwhile, at Tide Network Technology, Chen Kai's company, Annie Yang, who also happened to be Kin Shou Yu's aunt, and the HR manager had just finished some work and stepped into the break room to grab a drink. She casually checked her phone and noticed that her boss, Chen Kai, had posted something on social media not long ago. The post showed a photo of a girl, and the location tag was a hotel in the western district of the city. At first, Annie didn't think much of it. After all, Chen Kai was young, barely 17 or 18, and it wouldn't be unusual for him to be dating someone. But what caught her attention was the girl in the photo. It was her niece, Kin Shou Yu. Annie was shocked. Could it be that her boss was actually classmates with her niece? What were the odds? And to think they were at a hotel together, did this mean Shou Yu was dating her boss? Could this boy her niece had been staying with recently actually be Chen Kai? Suddenly, the pieces started coming together, and Annie felt overwhelmed by all this new information. She quickly sent a message to Kin Shou Yu. Shou Yu, didn't you say you've been staying with a male classmate recently? What's his name again? However, since Kin Shou Yu's phone was nearly dead, she hadn't noticed the message yet. But if she knew that her aunt worked for Chen Kai's company, she would probably be just as shocked as Annie was. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu spent the entire afternoon out, and before they knew it, it was around 7 p.m. Kin Shou Yu turned to Chen Kai and said, "Old Chen, it's already 7 p.m., and I'm getting hungry again. Let's grab something to eat. You treated me to lunch earlier, so dinner's on me," she added with a grin. Just then, Chen Kai received a WeChat message from Jiang Qingshu, who invited him to her home that evening. Her parents wanted to meet him, and Chen Kai had already agreed earlier. He replied, "I have plans tonight, Shou Yu." "Oh, I see. I'll just head home then," Kin Shou Yu said, pouting a little. "I was really looking forward to having dinner with you tonight." Chen Kai chuckled. "Why the long face? Just because I have plans doesn't mean you can't come with me." Kin Shou Yu's expression immediately brightened. "Really? I can come with you? But would that be okay? I don't want to intrude on your plans." Without another word, Chen Kai took her arm confidently. "Of course you can come. No need to worry about it." Seeing how assertive Chen Kai was, Kin Shou Yu couldn't help but tease him. "Old Chen, you're so strong and manly. I'm kind of impressed." Chen Kai laughed, then hailed a taxi. They headed to the address Jiang Qingshu had given him. Her family lived in a high-end villa community, a place that only the wealthy could afford. As they sat in the taxi, Kin Shou Yu's curiosity got the better of her. "Old Chen, who are we going to see tonight? Is it okay for me to ask?" "Of course you can ask. We're meeting Jiang Qingshu from King Teng Real Estate," Chen Kai replied. King Teng Real Estate? The name sounded familiar, but Kin Shou Yu couldn't quite place it. She thought hard for a moment. "I remember hearing about King Teng Real Estate from Jiajia a few days ago, but I can't recall the details." "Oh wait, now I remember." Her eyes widened in realization. "Isn't King Teng Real Estate the company that owns the Jiang Bay Commercial Plaza?" Chen Kai smiled at her surprised expression. "That's right. You've got it, Shou Yu." "I knew it," Kin Shou Yu continued. "I heard from Jiajia that a new company called Tide Network Technology recently bought an entire commercial building from King Teng Real Estate. It even made the news. They said the owner of that company is about our age." As they arrived at the Jiang family's villa, Kin Shou Yu couldn't help but wonder why such a prominent real estate company would invite Chen Kai over. Her curiosity only grew as she looked at him, but he didn't offer any further explanation. When they reached the villa, a middle-aged man came out to greet them. It was Jiang King Shu's father, a prominent figure in Jiang Bay's real estate industry. "Mr. Chen, you're here. Please come in." Jiang King Shu welcomed them warmly. She noticed Kin Shou Yu, and after a quick glance assumed she must be Chen Kai's girlfriend. She was very polite and invited them both into the living room. Jiang King Shu's father spoke up. "Young Chen, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. The reason I invited you over tonight is because I heard from King Shu and her cousin that you're the owner of Tide Network Technology. That's quite an impressive accomplishment at your age. And I understand that you've recently acquired 2 commercial buildings from our company. That's no small feat. If you don't mind, I'd like to be friends. In the future, if you need any help with your business ventures, don't hesitate to reach out." It was clear from his tone that he wanted to build a good relationship with Chen Kai. As a seasoned player in the real estate industry, he recognized that a young person capable of buying 2 commercial buildings likely had strong backing. He wasn't about to miss the chance to connect with someone like that. Before Chen Kai could respond, Kin Shou Yu's eyes went wide with shock. She stared at him in disbelief. What? Was this a joke? Old Chen was the owner of Tide Network Technology? Did that mean this entire company was his? Kin Shou Yu was stunned. She had heard about the company before, and it was a big deal. Just recently, Jiajia had mentioned how Tide Network had bought 2 commercial buildings, a deal that must have cost a fortune. Where did old Chen get that kind of money? Then it hit her aunt had recently started working at Tide Network Technology as the HR manager. Her aunt had even told her about the young boss, saying how despite his youth, he was incredibly calm and steady, with plenty of funding and a bright future for the company. But Kin Shou Yu had never imagined that the boss her aunt was talking about was actually old Chen. Throughout the evening at the Jiang family's home, Kin Shou Yu remained in a state of shock. By the time they left, it was past 10 p.m. "Xiao Yu, it's getting late. We should head back," Chen Kai said. "Okay," she nodded, still processing everything. On the way home, Kin Shou Yu finally spoke up. "Old Chen, is Tide Network Technology really your company? Does that mean you're technically my aunt's boss? Is she working for you?" Facing Kin Shou Yu's astonishment, Chen Kai responded with a smile. "You could say that." "Wow, old Chen, you're amazing," Kin Shou Yu exclaimed. "I'm not just flattering you, I really mean it. I never would have guessed that my brother's company was actually yours." She continued excitedly. "I remember when I was out shopping with Jiajia and the others, they were talking about this company. Everyone was wondering who the young entrepreneur behind it could be. We thought maybe it was someone from our school or the neighboring one. But it turns out, it was you all along, old Chen. Amazing." Kin Shou Yu could already imagine the shocked expressions on Jiajia and Ranran's faces when she told them the news. She couldn't wait to share it with them. After a while they took a cab home. It was already past 10 p.m., so after washing up, they each headed to their rooms. It had been a fulfilling day, and Kin Shou Yu was in high spirits. She plugged in her phone to charge and noticed a message from her aunt asking about which classmate's house she was staying at. Seeing the message, Kin Shou Yu chuckled. "Did Auntie figure it out?" she replied with a teasing. "Guess who, Auntie?" "Xiao Yu, stop playing around. Just tell me. The boy you're staying with, his name is Chen Kai, isn't it?" "You're so smart," Auntie Kin Shou Yu replied. "So it's really my boss, huh?" Yang Annie was shocked, even more so when she realized that her boss was dating her niece. "Xiao Yu, did you and Mr. Chen go to a hotel today?" Yang Annie asked, clearly surprised. Kin Shou Yu quickly clarified. "Auntie, don't get the wrong idea. It's not what you're thinking, I promise. We did go to a hotel, but it was just for lunch. The food was amazing. Next time I'll take you there, and you'll see for yourself how good it is." After clearing things up, Kin Shou Yu spent another hour chatting with Wang Jiajia and Li Ran in their group chat before finally going to bed around midnight. Meanwhile, Chen Kai was busy explaining to his mom why he had taken Xiao Yu to a hotel. He had forgotten to hide the post from her on his social media, and now she was over the moon with excitement. "Son, you're something else. You took Xiao Yu to a hotel already? That's my boy. You really know how to act fast. I'm proud of you," his mom texted enthusiastically. Chen Kai was at a loss for words. He knew that if he tried to explain that they had only gone to the hotel for lunch and some games, his mom probably wouldn't believe him. So he decided to keep it simple and replied, "Got it, Mom. I'll take good care of Xiao Yu." "That's what I like to hear. Now get some rest, son. Don't forget, the college entrance exam results will be out on Wednesday. Let's look forward to that, his mom replied. Chen Kai put down his phone, ready to rest. It was already midnight, and with the results coming out on Wednesday, he and Xiao Yu would need to visit the school to check their scores and fill out their college applications. Soon enough, the night passed, and it was already Wednesday morning. As usual, Chen Kai woke up early to exercise. He believed that taking care of his body while young would ensure better health in the future. Many people don't understand the importance of this until they're older. But by then, it's often too late. After waking up around 5 a.m., Chen Kai changed into his workout clothes and prepared to go for a morning run. Before heading out, he stopped by Xiao Yu's room and knocked on the door. Xiao Yu, I'm heading out for a morning run. Do you want to come with me? Still half asleep, Kin Shou Yu groggily responded to Chen Kai's voice, finally opening her eyes. What's going on, old Chen? Are you waking me up for breakfast this early? Chen Kai opened the door and walked in, noticing her wearing an adorable Hello Kitty pajama set. Her sleeping posture was both funny and endearing. Xiao Yu, I'm going out to exercise. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, Kin Shou Yu quickly replied. No, don't leave me here alone. I'll come with you. Just let me change clothes first. Alright, but hurry up. I'll wait outside. Chen Kai said. Okay. Kin Shou Yu nodded and quickly changed into her casual workout clothes and shoes. Soon she was ready. Old Chen, I'm all set. Let's go for that run, she said with enthusiasm. The two of them headed downstairs and jogged to a nearby park. After about half an hour, Kin Shou Yu was already exhausted, breathing heavily and covered in sweat. Old Chen, wait up. I need a break. This is too much, she said, finding a spot to sit down and drink some water. She looked over at Chen Kai, who seemed perfectly fine, not even breaking a sweat. Old Chen, how are you not tired at all while I'm completely wiped out? Is it because I'm smaller and weaker? Or is there something else? Do you think I might have a health issue? Kin Shou Yu asked, concerned. Chen Kai nearly choked on his water when he heard that. Are you serious, Xiao Yu? He couldn't help but laugh. It was just that Xiao Yu wasn't used to exercising, so running half an hour all of a sudden was naturally tough for her. Anyone who didn't exercise regularly would find it challenging. Chen Kai, on the other hand, had been physically enhanced by the system, so running for half an hour was no big deal for him. Kin Shou Yu, still catching her breath, asked. Then, why are you completely fine while I'm struggling so much? The difference is huge. I feel like I'm about to collapse, old Chen. Are you going to be disappointed in me? Hearing what Kin Shou Yu had just said, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Xiao Yu, do you have to be so imaginative? Chen Kai smiled helplessly. Kin Shou Yu blinked and looked at him in confusion. Old Chen, why are you laughing? Could it be that you're really tired of me? It's not my fault I'm weak. Blame my parents for making me so skinny. Boo-hoo. But as your brother, old Chen, you can't just abandon me, Kin Shou Yu emphasized. If even you, my best friend, give up on me, then I must really be a failure. Chen Kai laughed. Don't worry, Xiao Yu, how could I ever get tired of you? Besides, your weakness is mainly because you haven't been exercising regularly. It's not necessarily because of your constitution. Just start working out with me more often. After some time, I guarantee your stamina will improve. Oh right, I almost forgot. Who was it that told me at the start of the summer break that they were going to stick to an exercise routine? Kin Shou Yu bit his lip. Haha, that was me. But you know, there's been so much going on lately, and sometimes I just don't feel like getting out of bed in the morning. Oops. That's an excuse. Starting tomorrow, I'll wake up at 5 a.m. every day to exercise. Make sure to wake me up, old Chen. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up, and you know how bad my self-discipline is. After resting for a bit, Kin Shou Yu didn't feel as tired as before. Old Chen, I've rested enough. Let's continue our morning exercise. He glanced at the time. It's just before 7 a.m. We've got about 20 more minutes. Let's work out for 20 more minutes, and then we can have breakfast. Breakfast is on me today, old Chen. With that, Kin Shou Yu psyched himself up, and, with a pained expression, pushed through another 20 minutes of exercise. Eventually he was so exhausted that he collapsed on the ground. Old Chen, pull me up. I can't get up anymore. I'm so tired, so tired. I've done more exercise today than on any other day of my life. Chen Kai laughed. Kin Shou Yu, look at you. You're this worn out already? You'll have to work out more often, or you might just pass out during military training in college. You were sick during high school military training, so you got a pass. But in college, you can't fake being sick. Kin Shou Yu nodded. You're right, old Chen. Absolutely right. Don't worry, old Chen, I'll stick with it this time. You just wait and see. Before the summer ends, I'll get in shape. And if I can grow a little taller, that would be perfect. Kin Shou Yu giggled. By now it was around 7 a.m., time for breakfast. Old Chen, what do you want for breakfast? How about we go to that street stall up ahead? It's been a while since we had street food. Let's go, let's go. Kin Shou Yu dragged Chen Kai along, found a place to sit, and ordered breakfast. Even though it was just a simple meal of tofu pudding and steamed buns, after the morning exercise, everything tasted great to Kin Shou Yu. He wasn't picky at all, filling his stomach was the priority. But I have to say, the food here is pretty good. Of course, it's not as good as what they sell near our school. And compared to your cooking, old Chen, it's not even close. As soon as Kin Shou Yu spoke, he started buttering up Chen Kai, acting like a classic little flatterer. Chen Kai laughed. Kin Shou Yu, are you buttering me up? I'm not buttering you up, I'm telling the truth. Old Chen, look at me, my eyes and attitude are so sincere. Does that look like flattery? I'm seriously complimenting your cooking, and you say I'm buttering you up. Kin Shou Yu pouted. Let me tell you, old Chen, if you cooked for me every day, I wouldn't even want to eat out. Really? Me? Hearing this, Chen Kai laughed and said, All right, when we're in college, I'll cook for you every day. Really? You said it, old Chen, no backing out. If you don't cook for me every day in college, you're a liar. Chen Kai replied with amusement. Okay, if I don't, I'm a liar. Kin Shou Yu grinned foolishly. Then he continued eating breakfast, and after a while he was full. He let out a satisfied burp. Oh right, old Chen, I almost forgot. Today's the day our college entrance exam results come out, right? So after we finish breakfast we need to go to school, don't we? I haven't checked the notifications in our class group. Wait, let me take a look. Kin Shou Yu checked his phone and saw that the class monitor had already posted a notification in the group. They were to meet at school around 10 a.m. to fill out their college applications and have lunch together. As for checking the results, it wasn't time yet. The system was probably overloaded with people checking, so the website was down. Old Chen, I just checked our class group, and it really is 10 a.m. at school. I wonder how I did on the exams. Did I perform as well as usual? Kin Shou Yu murmured softly. But it doesn't matter, the exam is just a score. As long as I reach the basic threshold for Manhwa University, I'm fine. Whether I get into Tsinghua or Peking University doesn't matter. I'm not going there anyway. Old Chen, we agreed, we're both applying to Manhwa University. When school starts, don't forget your best friend just because you make new ones, okay? Chen Kai replied. Don't worry, Shou Yu. Yeah. It's settled then. Old Chen, hurry up and finish eating. After this I need to go home and take a shower. We're reporting to school today. I don't want to go to school all sweaty after our workout. Chen Kai quickly finished his breakfast. But Kin Shou Yu was quicker and paid the bill first. Good thing I paid quickly, or you would have beaten me to it, old Chen. Kin Shou Yu said with a laugh. But seriously, old Chen, you're really something. What do you mean? Chen Kai looked at Kin Shou Yu in confusion. Kin Shou Yu responded. Old Chen, think about it. Every time we went out to eat before, you always tricked me into paying, didn't you? But lately you've been insisting on paying every single time. I told you at the start that breakfast was on me today, yet you still tried to grab the bill. Honestly, old Chen, this sudden change is making me a bit uncomfortable. Kin Shou Yu laughed. But I have to say, I really like this new you. It feels so nice. Kin Shou Yu grinned foolishly. Chen Kai replied. I'm glad you like it. I'll keep treating you even better from now on. Really? Oh wow, old Chen, you still claim you don't like me. Is it that hard to admit you do? Kin Shou Yu started getting all self-absorbed again. But to be honest, when Kin Shou Yu said this with that smug little expression, he looked really cute. And what's more, he seemed to know how cute he was. As they walked home, Kin Shou Yu's phone rang. It was his parents calling. Old Chen, hang on a second. I've got to take this call. It's from my mom, Kin Shou Yu said as he answered the phone. As soon as the call connected, his mom's voice came through. Hi mom, what's up? Why are you calling me today? Shou Yu, today's the day the college entrance exam results come out. You know that, right? Of course I know. How could I forget such an important day? Good, as long as you remember. Once the results are out, be sure to let me know. Also, I'm planning to return to Fengshan soon, probably next month. That means it's just about 10 days away. Kin Shou Yu was a bit surprised. His parents were coming back? Weren't they supposed to be on a 2-month vacation abroad? Why were they coming back a month early? Kin Shou Yu asked curiously. We thought it wasn't right to leave you alone at a classmate's house for the entire summer. His mom explained. Your dad and I went on our honeymoon, but leaving you at a friend's place just didn't sit well with us. So we decided to come back to Fenin at the beginning of next month. That way you won't have to impose on your friend's family for too long. After hearing this, Kin Shou Yu really wanted to say. But I don't want to go back right now, of course. He didn't actually say it. And Shou Yu, based on your usual performance, unless something went really wrong, you should have no trouble getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. If it weren't for not wanting you too far from us, your dad and I would have considered sending you abroad. But since you've never been far from home and you're not keen on going abroad, we scrapped that idea. So between Tsinghua and Peking University, just pick one. My personal preference is Tsinghua, but your dad thinks Peking is better. It's up to you, though either one is fine. As the classic obedient daughter, Kin Shou Yu usually wouldn't argue with her parents. But this time, she had already decided to apply to Madu University with old Chen, so she wasn't planning to choose either of those schools. But she still responded casually. Okay, Mom, I understand. Good girl. We'll be back next month, so wait for us. Alright, I'll hang up now. Your dad and I are dealing with a time difference here, it's the middle of the night. We'll probably go to sleep after this, we're exhausted. I mainly called because I didn't want to disturb you during the day. That's why I waited until midnight here to give you a call. Kin Shou Yu replied. Okay, Mom. Don't worry about me, just enjoy your time with Dad. You don't even have to come back next month if you don't want to. Not come back, his mom paused, a bit taken aback. What do you mean? Not come back? Kin Shou Yu quickly corrected himself. Oh no, I misspoke. Sorry, Mom, I actually meant to say. Even if you and Dad decide to extend your vacation, it's okay. I'm staying at my friend's place, and I'm having a great time. We go out together every day, and I'm really enjoying it. And it's no trouble at all. His mom really likes me too. I swear I'm not making this up. Anyway, you should go get some rest now. I won't keep you up. Bye, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Yang Xiaohui, Kin Shou Yu's mom, who was abroad at the time, felt that something was off. Honey, I think something's up with our daughter. What do you mean, her husband asked. Usually if she knew we were coming back early, Shou Yu would be over the moon, thrilled that we'd be spending more time with her. After all, we're always so busy with work, and we don't get much time to be with her, whether it's summer or winter break. If she knew we'd be back to spend the summer with her, she'd be ecstatic. But just now, she seemed so indifferent. Is it just me, or? No matter how much she thought about it, Yang Xiaohui couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Kin Shou Yu's dad replied. Oh, stop overthinking it. There's nothing strange going on. Shou Yu is a straightforward kid. What could possibly be wrong? Could it be? Are Shou Yu's in love? Kin Shou Yu's mom speculated. Besides this, she couldn't think of any other reason why their beloved daughter, who they had raised so carefully, would be so indifferent to the news of their early return. It's not like an ordinary friend could have such an influence, right? No way. If Shou Yu had a boyfriend, wouldn't her Aunt Annie tell us? True, her aunt lives in Jiang Bay, after all. Right, I guess I was just overthinking. Let's go to sleep, it's past 3 a.m. Meanwhile, after Kin Shou Yu hung up the phone, Chen Kai asked. Shou Yu, what's up? Was that your parents calling? Kin Shou Yu replied. Yeah, it was my mom. Nothing much, she just wanted to remind me about which university to apply to. She told me to choose between Tsinghua and Peking University. But don't worry, old Chen, I'm definitely going to Madu University with you. Kin Shou Yu continued. Even though Madu University isn't as prestigious as Tsinghua or Peking University, it doesn't matter. Wherever you go, old Chen, I'll go too. I'm definitely going to Madu University. Mom wants me to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University. And I've always been obedient, listening to her every word. But rebelling a little bit feels kind of thrilling, hee. After saying this, Kin Shou Yu added. Oh, old Chen, there's something else I need to tell you. It's about my parents. My mom just said on the phone that they'll be returning to Fenin at the beginning of next month. They originally planned to be abroad for 2 months. But since I'm staying at a friend's house, and the summer break is so long, they decided to come back early to spend the rest of the summer with me. So, once they're back in Fenin next month, old Chen, I might have to go back too. But I don't want to go back. Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai. Old Chen, it's been so much fun hanging out with you, especially over the past week or so. We've been eating together, shopping, and playing games every day. I really love this kind of life. Now they want me to go back home and live with my parents. But I don't want to leave. What do you think I should do, old Chen? Hearing this, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh, though he was a bit taken aback. Thankfully, Kin Shou Yu's parents weren't around to hear this, otherwise they'd probably be heartbroken. Such a dutiful daughter. Old Chen, stop laughing and tell me what to do. What if my mom insists I come back? I'm going to miss you, old Chen. How about you come back to Fenin with me? What do you think, old Chen? Want to consider it? If I'm not mistaken, we've known each other for 3 years in high school? And you've never been to my house, right? Why not take this chance to visit? Kin Shou Yu giggled. I'd love to introduce you to my parents. Because, old Chen, I've already met your parents. So you should meet mine too. That would be fair. Chen Kai thought for a moment. Alright, no problem. I'll go back to Fenin with you and visit your place. Great. Kin Shou Yu nodded, already feeling a bit excited. She couldn't wait for next month to arrive. A little while later, Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai returned home. Once there, Kin Shou Yu said, Old Chen, I'm going to freshen up. Go ahead. Kin Shou Yu went to take a shower and changed into clean clothes. After all, they had to report to school at 10 a.m., so she wanted to look her best. Plus, she had sweated a lot during the morning exercise, so a shower was a must. Meanwhile, while Kin Shou Yu was in the shower, Chen Kai made a few calls. He planned to record the official version of his song Wind Rises that morning and release it. It took him about 10 minutes to make the necessary arrangements. Everything was set up just in time for him to record the song on the way to Zhenan High School, and then head to the school for registration at 10 a.m. Half an hour later, Kin Shou Yu came out of the bathroom, all fresh and clean. Old Chen, I'm done. Your turn. Okay. Chen Kai also freshened up and changed into a clean outfit. Old Chen, I have to say, the clothes you bought for me are amazing. They look way better than anything I bought for myself. Hee. I have to give you credit for your fashion sense, old Chen. You've really outdone yourself. Honestly, I used to think your taste was just average. Especially since your compliments on my looks were always a bit off. So I seriously doubted your sense of style. But seeing the clothes you picked out for me, and after hearing your compliments recently, I have to admit your taste is improving. Not bad at all. Kin Shou Yu giggled, clearly flattering herself. For a moment, Chen Kai didn't know how to respond. Let's go, Shou Yu. We need to head out. You're coming with me somewhere. Where to? Kin Shou Yu asked with a clueless expression. To record a song, the one that's been trending online recently. We're turning it into an official single. Kin Shou Yu nodded excitedly. Awesome. I've never been to a recording studio before. I can't wait to see what it's like. But seriously, old Chen, your song is amazing. Even the raw version sounds fantastic. With the added instruments and professional production, it's going to be mind-blowing. I'm sure it'll be a massive hit once it's released. Trust me, old Chen, my intuition is spot on. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I'm never wrong about these things. If this song doesn't become a hit, I'll eat this cup right here. Kin Shou Yu was that confident. To be honest, having someone trust you so completely feels pretty incredible. Kin Shou Yu was that person for Chen Kai. A little later, they took a cab to the studio. While Chen Kai was recording in the booth, Kin Shou Yu stood outside, watching through the transparent glass. Seeing Chen Kai so focused on his singing, Kin Shou Yu muttered to herself, Wow, old Chen looks so cool when he's singing seriously. It's making my heart flutter a little. I wonder how the final version will sound. I have to be the first one to listen to it. Before long, Chen Kai finished recording and started editing the track. Since he had listened to this song countless times in his previous life, producing it now was a breeze. In about an hour, the entire song was ready. Old Chen, is the song done? Let me hear it. I can't wait, Kin Shou Yu said excitedly. Kin Shou Yu excitedly said. And remember, old Chen, you promised that I'd be the first person to hear your song. You have to keep your word. Hurry up, play it for me. I want to see if it's as good as I imagined. With that, Chen Kai played the song for Kin Shou Yu. As soon as the intro began, it captured her attention, and when Chen Kai started singing the first line, she was completely mesmerized. Goosebumps spread across Kin Shou Yu's skin. This song was amazing. Old Chen, you're incredible. This song is so much better than when you sang it a cappella. No, not just better, it's 100 times better. Kin Shou Yu exaggerated with enthusiasm. It felt great to have such a devoted listener, especially one like Kin Shou Yu. The way she praised him sparked a certain feeling in Chen Kai, a feeling similar to being complimented by a girlfriend, warm and deeply satisfying. After the 3 or 4 minutes it took to listen to the entire song, Chen Kai asked, "So, Xiao Yu, what did you think?" "It's incredible." "That's the only way to describe it," Kin Xiao Yu earnestly replied. "Old Chen, I'm telling you, once you release this song, it's going to blow up all over the internet, mark my words." "Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do." Chen Kai glanced at the time and saw that it was getting late. He quickly registered an account on a music platform and uploaded the song for release. By now it was almost 10 a.m. "Xiao Yu, let's head back to school. It's almost 10 o'clock. I bet most of our classmates are already there. Let's not be late." Kin Xiao Yu nodded. "All right, old Chen, let's go to school. Soon after they arrived at Jianan High School, which wasn't far from the recording studio. As they walked onto the campus, Kin Xiao Yu took a deep breath and sighed. "Old Chen, don't you think that coming back to school after graduation feels totally different from when we were still students?" Chen Kai completely understood this feeling. Back in high school, he couldn't wait to escape what felt like a prison. But as he grew older, he realized that those were some of the best days of his life. The place he once saw as a cage became a cherished memory that he could never return to. Now that he had been given a second chance, just like Kin Xiao Yu said, it felt truly different. Soon, they reached their old classroom, class 5 of senior year 3. Most of their classmates were already there, chatting away. Since the college entrance exams had ended a while ago, everyone had plenty to catch up on. As soon as Chen Kai and Kin Xiao Yu entered the classroom, they spotted Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai among the boys, and Wang Jiajia and Li Ran among the girls. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran waved enthusiastically at Kin Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, over here, come on over." Kin Xiao Yu turned to Chen Kai. "Old Chen, I'm going to chat with Jiajia. They're calling me over." "All right, go ahead." Meanwhile, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai also called out to Chen Kai. "Chen, over here." Chen Kai walked over to them. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran immediately asked, "Xiao Yu, why are you so late? We got here around 9 o'clock and waited forever for you. Come on, be honest. Did you and Chen Kai get up to something at home?" Wang Jiajia, true to her nature, immediately jumped to mischievous conclusions. But that was just her personality, she loved to joke around. Having lived with Wang Jiajia for 3 years, Kin Xiao Yu knew her too well, so she quickly shot back. "Jiajia, what are you talking about? If you keep saying things like that, I'm going to beat you up in front of everyone." Wang Jiajia laughed. "You're going to beat me up? So, you're admitting it then, Xiao Yu? Didn't you just go to a hotel with him yesterday?" "Xiao Yu, don't tell me you and Chen Kai just went to the hotel for a meal and didn't get a room. No one would believe that. Who would buy that story? A guy and a girl going to a hotel just to eat? Come on." "Right," Ran Wang Jiajia nudged Li Ran. Li Ran nodded. "Exactly, Xiao Yu, what's the deal? Did you and Chen Kai already, you know?" Kin Xiao Yu looked puzzled. "Already what? You know what I mean. Stop pretending, Xiao Yu. If you've already done it, why not admit it? It's not like we'd go around telling everyone. If you can't trust anyone, you can trust us." "Jiajia, Ran. What are you talking about? What did I give him?" Kin Xiao Yu asked, genuinely confused. Wang Jiajia turned to Li Ran. "Judging by Xiao Yu's expression, I don't think she's done it." "Yeah. You had me worried there for a second. I thought it was way too soon. But knowing Xiao Yu, once she decides, it probably won't take long." "That's true. Mark my words, by the time she's a junior in college, she'll have done it." Jiajia. "A junior? Are you kidding? Knowing Xiao Yu, she'll probably do it in her freshman year." No. She might do it as soon as the semester starts. There's a good chance." The more Wang Jiajia and Li Ran talked, the more confused Kin Xiao Yu became. "What are you two talking about? What am I supposed to give?" "Never mind, Xiao Yu. If you don't get it, just forget it. This is grown-up talk, kids shouldn't pry. Come on, tell me. The more you don't explain, the more curious I get." As soon as Kin Xiao Yu said this, she noticed Wang Jiajia's mischievous expression. She immediately stopped her. Wait, Jiajia, don't say it. Just keep quiet. I can tell from the look on your face that it's nothing good. I don't want to know what you mean by give anymore. Hearing Wang Jiajia and Li Ran's teasing, Kin Shou Yu couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Especially with Jiajia, who never seemed to know when to stop joking around. They were in front of so many classmates, what if someone overheard and got the wrong idea? Let me make this clear, Jiajia. Ren, don't get any funny ideas. Yesterday was nothing like what you're thinking, okay? Old Chen and I are completely innocent. There's nothing inappropriate going on between us. Wang Jiajia continued to tease. Innocent? You went to a hotel together, and you're still calling it innocent. Isn't that right, Ran? Li Ran shrugged and then looked at Kin Shou Yu. Xiao Yu. Just ignore Jiajia. You know better than anyone what she's like, always joking around. Of course, Kin Shou Yu knew that, and wasn't too bothered by it. But seriously, this website is ridiculous. We've been waiting so long and we still can't check our exam scores. I'm so nervous. What if I bomb the test? My parents will kill me. If my mom finds out I didn't do well, she'll hang me out to dry. Wang Jiajia was already feeling anxious. A little while later, the system for checking their exam scores finally started working. Everyone began checking their results one by one. Chen Kai didn't need to check to know how he'd done. Back in 2016, when he first took the college entrance exams, his score wasn't outstanding, but it was solid enough to get into Madu University. Kin Shou Yu, being the academic star she was, had a much higher score. In fact, her results placed her among the top 5 in the city. Xiao Yu, your score is amazing this year. With that score, you could easily get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Have you decided which one you're going to choose? Yeah, Xiao Yu. You're not really planning to go to Madu University, are you? I'm not saying Madu University isn't good, but the best schools in the country are in Beijing. Madu is a great city, the top economic hub in the country, but the universities there can't really compare to Tsinghua or Peking. Are you really going to choose Madu University? Without saying a word, Kin Shou Yu filled out her application, listing Madu University as her top 3 choices. She had already decided she wasn't going anywhere else. Having finished her application, she hurried over to Chen Kai. Old Chen, I've submitted my application. I put Madu University for all 3 choices. What about you? Have you finished yours? How's your score? Did you make the cut for Madu University? I've got everything ready on my end. Now I'm just waiting to go to Madu University with you. Don't tell me you didn't make the cut for Madu University, or I'll cry. I spent the last few months before the exams tutoring you instead of studying for myself. If it didn't pay off, I'll be so disappointed. After saying this, Kin Shou Yu eagerly checked Chen Kai's score. Not only had he met the requirement for Madu University, but he had also exceeded it by a significant margin. Not bad, not bad. Old Chen, you did great on the exams. I knew it. You're smart, you just don't like studying. All it took was a few months of tutoring, and you aced the exams. Am I right, or am I right? Kin Shou Yu laughed. See, I told you, just listen to your brother, and you won't go wrong. Now we can both look forward to starting at Madu University together. I'm already excited about college life. What about you, old Chen? Kin Shou Yu giggled, and Chen Kai felt the same way. His college years held many unforgettable memories, especially with his roommates. One of them was quite the character. After graduation, dissatisfied with the jobs he found, he ended up joining the war in Syria. Just thinking about it made Chen Kai shake his head. This time around, the first thing Chen Kai planned to do was change that guy's fate. Playing video games was one thing, but signing up for real-life combat was another. Chen Kai then completed his application, choosing Madu University for all 3 slots, just like Kin Shou Yu. Alright, old Chen, we're both set. Now we just have to wait for the semester to start. But honestly, I'm more eager for the beginning of next month. Chen Kai asked. What's happening at the beginning of next month? Kin Shou Yu frowned a bit before replying. Old Chen, how could you forget? You promised that once my parents come back to Fenin at the beginning of next month, you'll come home with me. You're not backing out, are you? That's not allowed, old Chen. You have to keep your word and not trick me. Chen Kai laughed. So that's what you meant, Xiao Yu. Don't worry, I'll definitely go back home with you next month. Great. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself that when old Chen comes home with her, she'd make sure her parents liked him. After all, old Chen was handsome, easygoing, had a great character, and treated her so well. On top of that, he was talented, his songs were a hit online. He was also smart in business, with a company that was doing exceptionally well, even employing her aunt. She was sure her parents would appreciate old Chen. Although Kin Shou Yu was an only child, She had a little cousin, her uncle's son, who was about 7 years old and a bit mischievous. Besides him, there weren't many other young relatives in the family. But Kin Shou Yu believed that with how exceptional old Chen was, everyone from her parents to her uncle, aunt, and even her little cousin would admire him. If anyone had a problem with old Chen, they'd be picking a fight with her. As she was thinking this, Chen Kai said to Kin Shou Yu, "Shou Yu, I don't mind going back home with you next month, but where am I going to stay? If your parents are home, they're not going to let me stay in the same room as you, right?" That was true. After all, parents of boys and girls usually have different concerns. For example, Chen Kai's mom would be thrilled if he and Kin Shou Yu shared a room, but Kin Shou Yu's parents would likely feel very differently. Having your own cabbage eaten and eating someone else's cabbage are two very different things. After hearing Chen Kai's concern, Kin Shou Yu immediately responded, "Don't worry, old Chen. My house is huge with plenty of rooms. There will definitely be a place for you to stay. Come on, would I really let my best buddy end up on the streets? No way, you're all set. Though, to be honest, this is the first time I'm bringing a guy home. When we get there, knowing my parents, they're probably going to ask a million questions. But it's all good. After all, we're just friends. Nothing like what they might think. We're so innocent, how does the saying go? If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear, right, old Chen?" Wait, no, I said it wrong. It's if you're upright, don't fear a crooked shadow. Oops, my bad. With Kin Shou Yu chatting away like that, it was clear that wherever she was, the atmosphere was always lively. Her personality was just too much fun. The boys in the class couldn't help but envy Chen Kai. Having someone like Kin Shou Yu as a close friend was something to be jealous of. And on top of that, Kin Shou Yu was one of the prettiest girls at Zhenin High School, unlike those bro-ish girls in the neighboring classes who weren't nearly as attractive. At this moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, a female teacher, stood on the podium and addressed the class. "Class, may I have your attention, please? Today is the last time you'll be returning to your alma mater. This afternoon, I'll be treating you all to lunch at the restaurant across from the school. From now on, we may not see each other as often. I hope that when you go off to college or start your careers, you'll make time to come back and visit. Feel free to drop by and chat with your teacher too. I'd love to hear how you're doing." The homeroom teacher was a young woman who wore glasses, and she had a warm, gentle voice. Her personality wasn't strict at all, which was probably why Class 5 was considered the wildest class in the entire grade. Classroom discipline? Probably the worst in the school. But because the teacher was close in age to her students, they could easily relate to her, and classes were never tense or overly serious. Unlike in other classes, where students acted like mice scurrying away from a cat when they saw their teacher, here, it was the opposite. Despite the relaxed discipline, the class still achieved impressive results. The teacher continued, "By now you should have all checked your scores and submitted your college applications. You have another half hour to chat, catch up with old friends, and take some photos for memories. If anyone wants to take a picture with the teacher, don't hesitate to ask. Today, there's no distinction between teachers and students, we're all friends. In half an hour, I'll take you all out for a big lunch across the street. The treat's on me." The entire class erupted into cheers, with some students shouting and others screaming in excitement. Seeing this, Chen Kai, having lived through it once before, felt a deep sense of nostalgia. There's something truly special about being young. Kin Shou Yu tugged on Chen Kai's arm. "Old Chen, let's go take a picture with the teacher as well. What do you say? After all, we've spent 3 years of high school with Miss Li, and she's always been so kind to us. Let's take a few pictures with her for the memories." Chen Kai had no objections. "Sure. Come on, let's go." Kin Shou Yu dragged Chen Kai over to their homeroom teacher, Miss Li. "Teacher, can old Chen and I take a picture with you?" Miss Li smiled warmly. "Of course you can. Didn't I just say anyone can take a picture with me? Today, we're not teachers and students, we're friends. And seeing all of you getting into your dream colleges, it makes all the hard work of these 3 years worth it. I'm so proud of you all, and wish you the best in your future endeavors." Speaking of the future, the teacher turned to Chen Kai. "Chen Kai, you've done something remarkable. I've noticed your song has gone viral online. I've been getting calls lately, asking if the student who's become so popular online is mine." Impressive, Chen Kai. Throughout these 3 years, I never saw you perform at any school events or New Year's parties, but it turns out you're such a great singer. Is the song your own original work? Fantastic. I'm so proud to have taught such a talented student, haha. I'm proud to say you're one of mine. Before Chen Kai could say anything, Kin Shou Yu jumped in. That's right, teacher. Our old Chen is amazing. It happened on my birthday. I asked old Chen to sing for me, thinking I'd record it as a funny moment since he's usually so off-key. But when he started singing, I was blown away. And just like that, it went viral online. And this morning before we came to school, I even went with old Chen to the recording studio to record the song. The official single has already been released on all the major music platforms. You all should listen to it. It's really, really good. Kin Shou Yu was like a super fan, enthusiastically promoting Chen Kai's song to the teacher and classmates. Is that so? The official single has been released. Miss Lee pulled out her phone and searched for the song on her music app. Other classmates did the same, opening their music apps. They didn't even need to search, just typing into the search bar brought up the top-ranked song. The song, titled The Wind Rises, was marked with a red-hot label. When they clicked on it, they saw that the song had already reached over 2 million plays. And it had only been released an hour ago. Oh my gosh, old Chen, look at this. Your song has already surpassed 2 million plays in just an hour. Kin Shou Yu exclaimed excitedly. I knew it. With how good your official version sounds, if it didn't become a hit, it would have been an injustice. Kin Shou Yu was over the moon with excitement, and Chen Kai could clearly feel that she was genuinely happy for him. In today's world, not everyone wants to see you succeed, but it was obvious that Shou Yu was one of the few who truly wished for Chen Kai's success. Especially now, seeing the attention and the number of plays his song was getting online, Kin Shou Yu was even more thrilled than Chen Kai himself. Wow, old Chen, you're amazing. I'm so proud to be your friend. When we go back to Fenin next month, I'm definitely showing this to my parents. Once they see how popular your song is online, they'll be so impressed. This is perfect. Now I don't have to worry about my parents not liking you. Kin Shou Yu continued enthusiastically. Old Chen, let me tell you, my dad always listens to me. No matter what I ask, he always agrees. So, you don't need to worry at all, there's no way he won't like you. As long as I approve of someone, my dad won't have any objections, and he wouldn't dare to have any. But my mom, well, that's a different story. You know how strong-willed she is. Northeastern women can be pretty tough and stubborn sometimes, even the men can't handle them. Chen Kai interrupted with a chuckle. Who says? Aren't you an exception, Shou Yu? Kin Shou Yu laughed. Well, with my small frame, how could I be tough? Besides, I've been used to my mom's strictness since I was a kid, and I've never really had a strong will of my own, so. Oh, I'm getting off track. What I meant to say is that my mom really appreciates talented people, and old Chen, you're super talented, so she's bound to like you. That's great. As long as my mom likes you, we're good to go. Kin Shou Yu smiled contentedly. Chen Kai, half joking, asked, Shou Yu, I'm curious, why is it so important to you that your parents like and approve of me? Isn't it obvious? You're my best friend, so of course, I want my parents to like you. Even though Kin Shou Yu herself wasn't entirely convinced by her own words, she still grinned and said it anyway. But that's not the main point. The main point is that your song is blowing up online. It's only been an hour since it was released, and it's already got over 2 million plays. If it keeps going like this for the next 24 hours, it could easily hit 5 or 6 million. It might even reach 10 million plays. If that happens, old Chen, you'll be a superstar. Not just Kin Shou Yu but even Zhang Ming, Wang Shuai, and Kin Shou Yu's roommates, Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, were all amazed. The homeroom teacher, Miss Li, was also impressed. After listening to the song, everyone had to admit that Kin Shou Yu was right. This official single version was way better than the a cappella version. It was the kind of song you could play on repeat and never get tired of. Next, Kin Shou Yu grabbed her phone. Miss Lai, let's take some photos. We need to capture this moment. Miss Lai smiled. Sure, that sounds great. Kin Shou Yu handed her phone to Wang Jiajia and Li Ran. Jiajia, Ran, could you help us out and take some photos of me, old Chen and Miss Li? Take a bunch, okay? And make sure to find the right angles. I don't want to look bad in the photos, and don't you dare make old Chen look bad either. Otherwise, I'll be really upset with you two, got it? Wang Jiajia and Li Ran exchanged amused glances. Sure, they knew Shou Yu was always more about her friends, but wasn't this a bit much? Wang Jiajia pouted and said, a little exasperated. Shou Yu, don't worry, there's no way I'll make your old Chen look bad. For one thing, I'm not just anyone with a camera, my photo-taking skills are top-notch. You think I got the title of Zenin's #1 selfie queen for nothing? What title? I've never heard of that. You just made it up, didn't you? Well, that's not the point. The point is, I'm really good at taking pictures, okay? Besides, even if I tried to make your old Chen look bad, with how handsome he is, I don't think it's even possible. Wang Jiayi wasn't just flattering Chen Kai, she was being honest. Chen Kai's looks were naturally strong, and with a bit of help from a system that had improved his skin and overall appearance, he was even more of a heartthrob. Hearing this, Kin Shou Yu laughed. You're right, Jijihia. I've known you for so long, and while you usually talk nonsense, I have to agree with you on this one. Finally, you've said something true. My old Chen really is handsome. Xiao Yu, don't I get any credit? What do you mean by saying I usually talk nonsense? I was just joking with you before. And do you have to say this in front of your old Chen? Give me a break. Chen Kai could tell that Xiao Yu, Wang Jiajia, and Li Ran were close friends. Even though they teased each other, it was all in good fun and part of how they got along. Soon enough, Wang Jiajia finished taking the photos, about 7 or 8 in total, all with good angles. Xiao Yu, take a look. How do the photos look? Did I manage to capture your old Chen's good side? Let me see. Qian Xiao Yu took her phone and scrolled through the photos in her gallery. If you made old Chen look bad, that wouldn't be okay. After reviewing the photos, Kin Shou Yu said, not bad. Jiajia, you did a good job. Old Chen looks great. Wait, but why do I look so goofy in these? Jiajia, what did you do? I asked you to make old Chen look handsome, and you made me look silly? Do I really look that clueless? Wang Jiajia shrugged. Hey, that's not my fault, Xiao Yu. You only asked me to make old Chen look good, and that's your reason for making me look goofy. Well, Xiao Yu, you didn't tell me to make you look pretty, did you? I can't focus on both things at once. Jiajia, you. Seeing how goofy she looked in some of the photos, Kin Shou Yu was a bit exasperated. Her expressions in the pictures were so silly that even Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw them. Seeing Chen Kai trying to stifle his laughter, Kin Shou Yu pouted and said, Old Chen, what are you laughing at? Jiajia's photography skills must be off. I'm so pretty, but I barely recognize myself in these photos. What kind of expression is this? How did I even manage to make that face? I'm impressed with myself. Chen Kai chuckled and said, No way, Xiao Yu. I think these photos are hilarious. You should keep them as a memory. You'll really appreciate them later. Trust me, I'm not joking. These photos are great. And besides, Xiao Yu, you're so cute that you look good in any picture. There's nothing silly about them. Kin Shou Yu was taken aback by Chen Kai's compliments. Really? These aren't just embarrassing photos for my blackmail collection. How come old Chen gives them such high praise? I remember when I used to take selfies, thinking they turned out great, but you never seemed too impressed. And now, Jiajia makes me look silly. And you think they're amazing. I don't quite get your taste, old Chen. Are you just trying to make me feel better, or do you really think they're that good? Chen Kai was being sincere. He genuinely found the photos adorable. Kin Shou Yu's natural, goofy expressions were far more fitting for her bubbly personality than posed, glamorous selfies. I'm serious. Xiao Yu. These pictures really capture your charm. Well, if old Chen thinks they're good, I'll keep them. But after what you just said, I think I might see it too. Maybe they are kind of cute. Hearing this, Wang Jiajia, standing nearby, was left speechless. Xiao Yu, you're so quick to change your mind. You were just complaining about how I made you look silly, and now, because Chen Kai said they're good, you suddenly love them? You're really putting your brother ahead of your friends, Yu? But I guess I shouldn't be surprised after all. Friends can't compete with a potential future boyfriend. Meanwhile, other classmates were also taking pictures with the teacher, and eventually, the entire class gathered for a big group photo. Before they knew it, more than half an hour had passed. It was now around 11 a.m., and the homeroom teacher, Miss Li, said, All right everyone, it's lunchtime and I bet you're all hungry. We're just about done here, so let's head out. I'm taking you all out for a big meal. The students of Class 5, led by Miss Li, left the school and headed to a restaurant across the street. It wasn't anything fancy, just a simple place with affordable meals. After all, Miss Li was just an ordinary teacher, not someone with deep pockets, so treating the whole class was already a generous gesture. Not every teacher would do something like this, being so close to her students that she'd treat them to a meal. Once inside the restaurant, they found a large private room that could fit 3 or 4 tables, easily accommodating the 40 or 50 students. Originally, the boys were supposed to sit at one table and the girls at another. But Kin Shou Yu quickly said, Old Chen, I'm sitting with you. I'm sitting right next to you. Okay, Chen Kai didn't mind at all, so Xiao Yu happily took the seat next to him. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, sitting at the girls' table, exchanged knowing glances and then smiled helplessly when they saw Xiao Yu eagerly sit down beside Chen Kai. This Xiao Yu. They're just friends right now, and she's already so clingy. What's going to happen if they start dating? I have a feeling Chen Kai's in for a lot when that happens. I'm already feeling a bit sorry for Chen Kai. Can he handle someone as clingy as Xiao Yu? What Wang Jiajia and Li Ran didn't realize was that, as someone who had been given a second chance at life, Chen Kai absolutely loved how close and affectionate Kin Shou Yu was. Compared to girls who were cold or aloof, a girl like Kin Shou Yu, outgoing, cheerful, and just a little bit of a tomboy, was a breath of fresh air. She was like a ray of sunshine, always brightening the mood, and her clinginess only made her more endearing. Chen Kai truly liked Kin Shou Yu, and over the summer, his feelings for her had only grown stronger. Every day spent with her, even doing the simplest things, felt special and enjoyable. Having Xiao Yu by his side made everything better. Old Chen. Why are you staring at me like that? I know I'm pretty, but with everyone around, you're making me shy. Kin Xiao Yu covered her face with her hands, pretending to be embarrassed. You? Shy. Kin Xiao Yu. I don't see even a hint of shyness in you, Chen Kai said, laughing. He then reached out and playfully ruffled her hair. For some reason he just loved ruffling Xiao Yu's head. A little later, after they had ordered, the food started arriving at the table. Since the table was pretty large, some of the smaller girls had trouble reaching the dishes. With their shorter arms they had to stand up to get what they wanted. Old Chen, I want some of those crayfish. Can you get one for me? I can't reach it. Maybe my arms are just too short. It's such a sad story. It's all my parents' fault. Why did they make me so small? I'm so jealous of your perfect proportions, old Chen. If only I were as tall as you. Then we'd make an even better looking pair standing together. Wait, oops, that came out wrong. I mean, that sounds like something a couple would say. We're just friends, so that's not the right way to put it. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, I wish I could be as tall as you, old Chen. Xiao Yu's chatter was non-stop. You want crayfish, right? Chen Kai picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a crayfish for Xiao Yu. Thanks, old Chen. But just as Kin Xiao Yu reached out for it, she noticed Chen Kai placing the crayfish on his own plate. Old Chen, what are you doing? Wasn't that for me? Without saying a word, Chen Kai quietly peeled the crayfish and then handed it to Kin Xiao Yu. Kin Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned, almost unable to react. Wow. Old Chen, you actually peeled the crayfish for me? Am I seeing this right? Old Chen. You're so sweet. I'm so touched. Kin Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned, almost unable to believe what had just happened. She hadn't expected that old Chen would peel the shrimp for her. When she initially asked Chen Kai to get her a crayfish because she couldn't reach it, she thought he was just teasing her when he placed it on his own plate. But it turned out she had been overthinking. I knew it. Old Chen, you're always so nice to me. No way would you just show off your long arms and make me watch from the sidelines. I knew it. You're the best brother anyone could have. This is the first time I've eaten a crayfish that old Chen peeled for me. I've got to taste it right now. With that, Kin Xiao Yu eagerly took a bite. It's so delicious. I mean, I've always liked crayfish, but I swear, the ones I peel myself taste nothing like this. The ones you peel, old Chen, are on a whole different level. Honestly, it's like night and day. I'm not exaggerating at all. Old Chen, why are you looking at me like that? And just so you know, I'm not flattering you, Kin Xiao Yu emphasized, noticing Chen Kai's amused expression. Sitting beside her, Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh at her earnestness. In his mind he thought, it's okay, Xiao Yu. Even if you were flattering me, I wouldn't mind. I kind of like hearing it from you. Her chatter and enthusiasm were endlessly amusing to him. Hey, old Chen, that crayfish was amazing. Get me another one. I'm not full yet. Sure, I'll peel a few more for you. Chen Kai peeled several more crayfish for her, and even added a variety of her favorite dishes to her plate: chicken wings, duck legs, beef. Her plate was soon piled high. Kin Xiao Yu's eyes widened as she looked at the mountain of food in front of her. Old Chen. I know you're looking out for me, but how am I supposed to eat all of this? Sure, this lunch is on Miss Lai, and it's probably our last big meal together as a class. I was actually planning to eat less so I could maintain my figure. What if I gain weight over the summer and can't lose it in time for the new school year? I was hoping to start the semester looking great. But now you've given me all this food. and I can't decide whether to eat it or not. Oh, whatever. One more day of eating won't make me fat, and one day of dieting won't make me thin. I'll just eat it all. With that, Kin Shou Yu dug in, happily munching away beside Chen Kai, her playful gestures and delighted expression showing just how much she was enjoying herself. Old Chen. I'm so glad I didn't sit with the girls and chose to sit next to you instead. That was a smart decision. I'm so small, and this table is so big I'd never be able to reach anything. It wouldn't look good if I had to stand up to get food. Jiajia and Ranran are taller than me, but once they start eating, they wouldn't care about helping me out. But you, old Chen, you've got my back. That's why you're my best brother. Kin Shou Yu giggled, clearly pleased with herself. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared in Chen Kai's mind, surprising him. Beep beep. Kin Shou Yu is touched and surprised by the host's actions of serving her food. This behavior has triggered an effective response. System Reward 2020 Blockbuster Adventure Mobile Game, Yuan Shen Development Plan. Chen Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of this reward. Developing a game is much more complex than writing a song. A song can be memorized and sung after listening to it a few times, but creating a game from scratch is a whole different ball game. It requires detailed design plans, programming codes, original artwork, and more. The system had just given Chen Kai a complete and perfect development plan for the game Yuan Shen. This game, which launched in 2020, didn't make a huge splash in China initially, though it was quite popular. But internationally, it became a massive hit. Typically, foreign games dominate the Chinese market, raking in profits from Chinese players. But this time, a Chinese-developed game took the world by storm, earning huge profits overseas. It was a beacon of success for Chinese game development. Now, with this flawless game plan, Chen Kai could see a flood of money coming his way. Just then, Kin Shou Yu noticed Chen Kai spacing out and nudged him with her chopsticks, offering him a duck leg from her plate. Old Chen, eat something. What are you zoning out for? Eat, eat, eat. You gave me so much food I can't finish it all by myself. Let's eat together. Chen Kai snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at Kin Shou Yu. All right. He made a silent decision to refine the game plan for Yuan Shen and hand it over to his company's gaming department. He could just sit back and let them handle it. After all, he didn't want to spend his entire summer vacation buried in work. In his previous life, Chen Kai had dedicated too much time to his career, becoming a top-tier billionaire and a business tycoon, but he wasn't truly happy. Now, back in his teenage years, all he wanted was to spend time with Kin Shou Yu and enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Kin Shou Yu tugged on Chen Kai's sleeve. Old Chen, can you ask if they have any yogurt? I suddenly feel like having something to drink. Chen Kai replied. Yogurt at a meal? Why don't you have some wine instead? You're from Fengshan, right? Aren't you supposed to drink at meals? Kin Shou Yu shook her head and said earnestly. No, I think wine tastes terrible. Yogurt is more my style. Add calcium. Yakult, especially strawberry yogurt, is delicious. They say you are what you eat. I think I need more yogurt in my life. Milk will do, too, as long as it's dairy. Chen Kai nearly burst out laughing at her logic. All right, I'll get you some yogurt. He stood up, fetched a bottle of yogurt, and poured it into a glass for Kin Shou Yu. Old Chen, don't drink too much wine, okay? I'm worried that if you get drunk, you'll lose control and push me against a wall for a kiss. Hearing Kin Shou Yu's teasing, Chen Kai was completely confused. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Kin Shou Yu, what's going on? Aren't we supposed to be best buddies? Kin Shou Yu nodded earnestly. Of course we are. What's up, old Chen? Why do you ask? If we're really the best of friends, why are you always so cautious around me? What kind of person do you think I am? Do you really think I'm the type to get drunk and force a kiss on my female friends? What's going on in that head of yours, Kin Shou Yu? Kin Shou Yu burst out laughing. Old Chen, why are you taking this so seriously? I was just messing with you. Besides, I know you well enough to trust you. Even if you got drunk, I'm sure you wouldn't try to kiss me. You're so tall, and I'm so small. Trying to kiss me would be tricky. You'd probably end up kissing the wall instead. Maybe we'd get a wall kiss out of it, she joked. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. Kin Shou Yu, with her natural humor and quick wit, always knew how to lighten the mood. Her expressions while saying these things were just too funny. She really was a natural comedian. Finding a girlfriend like Kin Shou Yu would be amazing, he thought. She was so fun to be around, always straightforward, never beating around the bush. There was no need to guess what she was thinking or constantly reassure her. Unlike other relationships where one partner might constantly need reassurance and attention, getting upset over the smallest things, Kin Shou Yu was the opposite. She was a breath of fresh air, full of positivity. Chen Kai realized just how much he loved her personality. "Old Chen, what's with that look in your eyes? You're not seriously planning on getting drunk and kissing me, are you? I'm warning you, old Chen, don't even think about it. Seriously, don't even try. Absolutely don't. Don't. Do it. Do it." Chen Kai couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. He had just taken a sip of his drink and nearly choked. Kin Shou Yu burst into giggles. "Haha, old Chen, what's wrong? Did you choke? Let me pat your back. Feeling better?" Chen Kai waved her off, realizing that from now on, he should avoid drinking when Kin Shou Yu was talking. You never knew what she might say next, and it could easily catch you off guard and make you choke. Meanwhile, Wang Jiajia and Li Ran, who were sitting at the girls' table, had been watching the interaction between Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu. "Jiajia, I don't know why, but seeing Chen Kai and Xiao Yu together just makes me want to laugh," Li Ran said. "And it's not just any kind of laughter. It's like watching a variety show where the chemistry between a male and female star is so natural that you can't help but smile." In 2016, the concept of shipping wasn't as widely known, but that was exactly what Li Ran was feeling. I get it. Wang Jiajia agreed. "When I saw Chen Kai peeling that shrimp for Xiao Yu earlier, I couldn't help but smile. And I was so jealous. How did I go through 3 years of high school without finding a guy friend like Chen Kai? I'm so envious of Xiao Yu. Having a handsome guy friend like Chen Kai must be amazing. And he's not just handsome, he's talented too. Didn't Xiao Yu mention something about him before?" Wang Jiajia's curiosity was piqued. "What did she say? Remember that company that bought the 2 commercial buildings from Qingtang Real Estate? You should recall it." "Yeah, I remember. The company is called Chaoxy Network Technology, right? I heard the new boss is around our age, like 18 or 19. Why bring that up?" Li Ran looked at Wang Jiajia in disbelief. "What? Didn't you know? Xiao Yu mentioned it in the group chat before. Chen Kai is the owner of Chaoxy Network Technology." What? Wang Jiajia was shocked. "No way, Ran. You're joking, right? Chen Kai is the owner of Chaoxy Network Technology. Are you serious? That company's boss is super wealthy and really young, clearly some rich kid. But Chen Kai's family isn't any different from ours, just an ordinary family. How could he possibly afford to run such a big company?" "Why not?" Li Ran countered. "Chen Kai's got incredible musical talent. One of his songs blew up online and made him millions. Who knows how many other songs he's written and how much he's earned? These days, what industry makes more money than the entertainment industry?" Wang Jiajia still found it hard to believe but couldn't argue against it. Maybe that was the only way to explain it. Still, it was unbelievable. "Let's stop talking about it. The more we do, the more jealous I get of Xiao Yu. She's got a friend who's not only handsome and tall but also talented. I'm so envious I could scream." While Wang Jiajia and Li Ran were caught up in their conversation, Kin Shou Yu, sitting beside Chen Kai, was happily chatting away, oblivious to their discussion. At that moment, Miss Li, their teacher, stood up and raised her glass. "All right, everyone, it's a rare occasion to have you all together like this. Let's make a toast. I wish you all the best in your studies and hope you have a wonderful summer." After Miss Li's toast, everyone raised their glasses. Most of the girls were drinking soda, while the boys, now graduated and of age, were drinking alcohol. Except for Kin Shou Yu, who was sipping her yogurt. "Oh, old Chen. I almost forgot to ask, how's your alcohol tolerance?" "It's decent. Why? Just a heads up. When we go back to Fenin next month, my dad is a big drinker, and he'll probably want to drink with you. I'm worried he might drink you under the table." Kin Shou Yu giggled. "But don't worry, old Chen." Kin Shou Yu continued. "But don't worry too much, old Chen. Even though my dad can hold his liquor and it's hard for anyone to outdrink him, it'll be fine. I'll be there to make sure he doesn't push you too hard. If he tries anything, I'll definitely give him a hard time. Seriously, don't stress about it, old Chen. You'll be just fine." Kin Shou Yu laughed playfully, patting Chen Kai on the shoulder. Chen Kai wasn't worried at all. In his previous life, he had attended countless business meetings and social events where drinking was a necessity, especially in the early days when he was just starting out. He had built up a solid tolerance for alcohol through years of negotiating and closing deals. He could easily keep up with even the most seasoned drinkers from Fenin, or even those from Inner Mongolia. However, he smiled and replied, "All right, Xiao Yu. I'll leave it to you then. Don't worry, I've got your back. I won't let my dad drink you under the table, Kin Shou Yu said confidently, patting her chest. Come on, old Chen, you trust me, right? An hour passed, and the lunch was winding down. It was already around 1 p.m., and everyone was full and satisfied. Miss Li went to the front desk to settle the bill. Although treating the entire class to lunch cost her quite a bit, she was happy to do it. Seeing her students all get into their dream colleges gave her a real sense of accomplishment. Miss Lai was truly a great teacher, and it was no wonder so many students liked her. Even those from other schools who wanted to transfer did so just to join Chen Kai's class, drawn by Miss Lai's kind and approachable nature. After all, who would want to be in a class with a strict, hot-tempered teacher who would only make you feel bad and demoralized? After lunch, the group walked out of the restaurant. Miss Li addressed the students. All right everyone, all good things must come to an end. I really enjoyed this lunch with you all. I hope you'll come back to visit your alma mater whenever you can. No need for a long speech, I just want to say that I hope we can have a reunion every 10 years. And I expect everyone to participate, no one's allowed to skip it. The students responded enthusiastically. Definitely. Of course. In 10 years, I'll probably be a successful entrepreneur. In 10 years, I'll be working in Beijing. By then, I might be a famous model. I'll probably be working in computer science. Maybe the games I develop will be popular nationwide. For a moment, everyone started dreaming about where they'd be in 10 years. Wang Jiajia and Li Ran also turned to Kin Shou Yu and asked, in 10 years I'll probably be a high-powered executive, sitting in an office, drinking coffee, and signing deals worth tens of thousands. Same here. What about you, Shou Yu? What do you want to be in 10 years? Kin Shou Yu shook her head. I'm not sure. 10 years is a long time away, who knows what could happen. But I'll probably stay in Shanghai, working in finance. If I meet someone I like, I might even get married and have a baby. But who knows? 10 years is a long time. What about you, old Chen? Kin Shou Yu asked, curious about Chen Kai's vision for the next decade. Chen Kai smiled and replied, I'll keep that to myself for now. What? Why won't you tell me, old Chen? We're best friends. It's normal to talk about the future and share our plans. No need to be secretive. I'm really curious, old Chen. What's your plan for the next 10 years? Come on, tell me, please, please. The more you keep quiet, the more curious I get. You know how curious I am, don't you? Kin Shou Yu was eagerly pressing him for an answer. Chen Kai chuckled and decided to share a bit. In 10 years I imagine myself holding my daughter's hand, being a dad who's always there for her. Huh. Old Chen, I thought you'd have big ambitions in your career, and wouldn't settle down so soon. I didn't expect your 10-year plan to be all about family. Now I'm even more curious. Kin Shou Yu continued. We're only 18 or 19 right now. I don't know what your future wife will look like, or if she'll be as pretty as me, he. But since you're so handsome, and everyone says daughters take after their dads, I'm sure your daughter will inherit your good looks. But unlike you, I prefer sons. Like I mentioned, my uncle and aunt have a little boy, my cousin, and even though he's a bit mischievous, he's really great. I think little boys are more fun because I like kids with a bit of spunk. It made sense, given Kin Shou Yu's tomboyish personality, that she would lean toward liking sons more than daughters. Old Chen, I can't believe you prefer daughters. But I like sons. After 3 years of being such close friends, we agree on so many things, but when it comes to this, we're totally different. I didn't see that coming. Kin Shou Yu laughed at the realization. Chen Kai didn't say anything, just smiled quietly to himself. In his mind he thought, it's okay. In the future, I'll just make sure Shou Yu gets a little extra maternity leave. That should solve the problem perfectly. Kin Shou Yu had no idea what was going through Chen Kai's mind. Years later, when she looked back on this conversation, she would regret not saying she liked daughters too. By around 3 or 4 p.m., most of the students had gone their separate ways, heading home to their families. The gathering was over, and everyone returned to their normal lives. With a few hours left before evening, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu decided to head to Charm Internet Cafe to play some games and pass the time. They found a private room and started playing. After 2 rounds, it was clear that Kin Shou Yu's gaming skills had improved a lot. Haha. Old Chen, I'm getting pretty good, right? I told you I'm smart, do you believe me now? Seriously, I've got a high IQ. How else would I have aced the college entrance exams? Admit it, old Chen. I'm awesome, right? Don't be shy, just say it. Haha, I think I'm pretty awesome too. Kin Shou Yu laughed, full of pride. After 2 rounds of gaming, her hands started to feel a bit tired. Taking a break, she opened her music app to listen to old Chen's song and relax. But then she noticed something surprising. At that moment, Kin Shou Yu opened the music app, and to her shock, she saw that Chen Kai's song The Wind Rises had already surpassed 30 million plays. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Was her app malfunctioning? Was the network glitching? How could it have 30 million plays already? Just this morning, it was only at 2 million. She refreshed the page multiple times to make sure there wasn't a mistake. Once she confirmed it was real, she couldn't contain her excitement. Old Chen. Stop playing the game for a second and look at this. You're not going to believe it, it's going to blow your mind. I guarantee you'll be super excited. No, extremely excited. What's going on, Xiao Yu? Why are you so worked up? Of course I'm excited. Look, the song you released before 10 this morning already has over 30 million plays. Old Chen, you're incredible. Just like I thought, the official release of the single is blowing up the internet. And check out the comments section, it's only been a few hours, and there are already over 100,000 comments. Old Chen, you're about to become a huge star. And by the way, I really love this song. It's got such a different vibe from the a cappella version, it's amazing. I have to say, the composition is the highlight. And the lyrics are great, too. And the way you sing it, it's really something special. And I'm not just flattering you, Old Chen. You don't think I'm flattering you, do you? You know I always speak the truth, Old Chen, so don't think otherwise. Kin Shou Yu kept rambling unexcitedly. Chen Kai, on the other hand, remained calm. After all, he was much older mentally due to his past life experiences, and he had already anticipated the success of the song. It didn't surprise him at all. In fact, beyond this song he was planning to release Uninhibited next, which would become a major hit in 2017. But it was still only the summer of 2016, so there was plenty of time. That song had lyrics that were powerful, and had been praised by top music critics and musicians across the country. It had dominated the airwaves throughout the summer of 2017. Old Chen, honestly, I love The Wind Rises so much. If I ever want to hear it live, will you sing it for me? Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai with hopeful eyes. You wouldn't turn down a request from your best friend, right? I knew you wouldn't. Alright, enough of that. Let's get back to the game. I feel like I'm ready to win again. Kin Shou Yu stretched and rubbed her arms and wrists, getting ready to play a few more rounds with Chen Kai. Just then her phone rang. It was a call from Yang Qi's assistant at Stardust Records in Shanghai. The assistant had Kin Shou Yu's number because she didn't want to contact Chen Kai directly and risk interrupting his creative process. So she used Kin Shou Yu as an intermediary. Old Chen, hold on a second, I need to take this call. This number looks familiar. Oh, I remember. It's from that record company in Shanghai. What could they want now? Without thinking too much, Kin Shou Yu answered the call. As soon as she picked up, Yang Qi's assistant greeted her. Hello, Kin Shou Yu. This is the assistant from Stardust Records in Shanghai. We've been in touch before, and we met a few days ago. The thing is, our general manager Yang wants to speak with Chen Kai. Is he available? We didn't want to call him directly and risk interrupting him, so we thought it might be better to check with his girlfriend first, to see if it's a good time. Kin Shou Yu replied. Oh, I see. He's available now. Should I give him the phone? Wait, hold on. Let me clarify, I'm not his girlfriend, I'm just his friend. You've got it wrong. We're just friends, not a couple. Kin Shou Yu explained. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I thought you two were a couple since you seemed so close when we met in Jiang Bay. You really looked like a couple, so I assumed you were together. I thought you might just be shy about it when you said you were only friends. So, you're really just friends. My apologies for the misunderstanding. The assistant was very polite. After all, working in the music industry, especially at a record company, required a lot of tact and social skills. It was essential to handle relationships with care and respect. Kin Shou Yu was momentarily stunned, her mind racing. Couple? Do old Chen and I really look like a couple? Is that for real, or was she just being polite? Maybe I should ask Gigi about this later. I need an objective opinion to see if old Chen and I really look like a couple. Snapping back to reality, Kin Shou Yu said. Oh right, you wanted to speak with old Chen? Sure, no problem. I'll hand him the phone. She passed the phone to Chen Kai, explaining that it was Yang Qi from Stardust Records who wanted to talk to him. She didn't know what it was about though. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu logged into QQQ on her computer and sent a message to Wang Jiajia. Jiajia, do you think old Chen and I look like a couple? Give me your honest opinion, Kin Shou Yu typed. Although Chen Kai was busy talking to Yang Qi on the phone, he couldn't help but notice the message Kin Shou Yu had just sent on her screen. After seeing the message Kin Shou Yu sent to Wang Jiajia, Chen Kai couldn't help but smile, though he didn't say anything about it. He simply spoke into the phone. Hello, Mr. Yang. What's the reason for your call? Yang Qi's voice came through the phone. Chen Kai. I see your song was officially released today, right? It's already surpassed 30 million plays on all the major music platforms. Have you seen that? Your song is absolutely blowing up. I'm calling mainly to express how impressed I am. I feel like we made the right decision by purchasing the usage rights for your song for 5 million. Especially since our company's movie, which we're collaborating on, is set to be released early next month. Pairing your song with the film should create a huge buzz. It could significantly boost the song's play count, so it's a win-win situation for both of us. Yang Qi was right. Using a song as the theme for a movie can indeed provide excellent exposure. It's much more effective than simply buying ad space for promotion. But of course, the movie would need to be a big hit for this strategy to really pay off. Given that the project was in collaboration with Stardust Records, the film was unlikely to be a flop. But in any case, Chen Kai wasn't particularly concerned about the song's play count. In the coming months, it was bound to go viral on short video platforms, so there was no need to worry about its success. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu was rapidly typing out a message to Wang Jiajia, eager for a response. However, Wang Jiajia wasn't replying right away, which made Kin Shou Yu impatient. Jiajia, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering me? Hurry up and reply. After a short wait, Wang Jiajia finally responded. What's up, Shou Yu? I'm out with Ranran. Why the sudden QQ message? Oh my gosh, I just realized what you asked. You want to know if you and Chen Kai look like a couple. Shou Yu, what's going on with you? Why are you suddenly worried about this? You two haven't even started dating yet, and you're already thinking about whether you look like a couple. What's next? Planning whose genes the kids will inherit. But honestly, I've got to say, you and Chen Kai really do look like a couple. Can I say that? Earlier today at lunch, when we were all eating together with our classmates and teachers, Ranran and I noticed how Chen Kai was peeling shrimp for you. We couldn't help but ship you two. Seriously, no joke, you two make a great match. Reading Wang Jiajia's message, Kin Shou Yu suddenly felt a wave of excitement that made her want to laugh out loud. She couldn't quite explain it, but there was something about hearing that she and Chen Kai looked like a couple that made her inexplicably happy. Ha ha ha, Jiajia, your sharp eyes never fail. Even though you can be a bit blunt sometimes. Kin Shou Yu typed back. But you do have a good eye for these things. Wang Jiajia replied. Shou Yu, are you complimenting me or insulting me? I'm complimenting you, of course. Then why doesn't it feel like a compliment? He, it really is a compliment. After chatting with Wang Jiajia for a bit longer, Kin Shou Yu wrote. Alright Jiajia, I'll talk to you later. I'm at the internet cafe with old Chen, playing games. I'll message you on my phone later. Right now I'm on the computer. Bye, Jiajia. I'm logging off for now. After exiting QQ, Kin Shou Yu leaned back in her chair and listened in on Chen Kai's conversation with Yang Qi from the record company. She overheard Yang Qi say, Chen Kai, back to business. I called to congratulate you on the immediate success of your song after its release today. That's one reason. But the main reason is that I wanted to ask if you have any new songs in the works. The situation is that after the summer break, around the time you start your first year of college, our company is set to collaborate with a well-known director. We'll likely be tasked with creating a more melancholic, heartfelt song for the project. So, I wanted to check if you're working on anything new that might fit that theme, or if you'd be interested in collaborating with us to create something new. Yang Qi's tone was very polite, clearly impressed with Chen Kai's work. After all, the song had caused such a sensation online, despite minimal promotion. With over 30 million plays already, it seemed likely to reach 50 or 60 million by the next day. That was no exaggeration, considering it had already crossed the 30 million mark. Seeing this potential, Yang Qi was eager to collaborate with Chen Kai again. Chen Kai, if you don't have anything ready, we could arrange for someone to help you create a new song. I'm not sure if you'd be comfortable singing something that's more realistic, down to earth, and focuses on the struggles of everyday people. Your previous song, The Wind Rises, showed me that you're capable of handling that style. But the kind of song I'm talking about now is quite different from that. I'm just wondering if you'd be able to pull it off. After Yang Qi finished speaking, Chen Kai replied, Mr. Yang, to be honest, I do have a new song. The theme of this song is quite similar to what you're describing. Oh really? That's great. What's the name of the song? Is it finished? Could you sing a few lines for me to hear? Kin Shou Yu, who was sitting beside Chen Kai, was surprised. Old Chen has written another new song. No way. He's been with me the whole time these past few days, and I didn't see him writing anything. Old Chen, you're amazing. Hurry. Let me hear it too, Kin Shou Yu said excitedly. How should Kin Shou Yu's reaction at this moment be described? Perhaps even more excited than Mr. Yang from the record company. Kin Shou Yu exclaimed eagerly, Old Chen, sing a few lines for me. Have you come up with a new song so quickly? What's the name of the new song, Old Chen? Please sing a few simple lines, I want to hear it. Kin Shou Yu was very excited. Chen Kai smiled slightly. All right. Then he spoke to Yang Qi on the phone. Mr. Yang, I'll just sing a few lines a cappella. If it's not good, you can just listen casually and get a general idea. The song is called Dispelling Sorrow and its theme is exactly what you described earlier. I think it fits quite well. Dispelling Sorrow. Yang Qi was quite surprised upon hearing the song's title because the domestic music market currently favors love songs. Music works with such titles are relatively rare, perhaps even niche. Moreover, it seemed to have a bit of an artistic flair, and Yang Qi was curious about the lyrics and melody. He was quite looking forward to it, especially since Chen Kai had already presented an excellent piece before. So Yang Qi was indeed anticipating Chen Kai's second work. Then, without saying anything else, he listened quietly. After all, Chen Kai had already achieved 100% singing proficiency for Dispelling Sorrow through system rewards. In other words, when Chen Kai sings this song, he's almost as good as the original singer. The song's accompaniment leans towards a folk style. In recent years, the mainstream in the music market has been love songs and rock. Suddenly releasing a folk-style music piece was a bold move, challenging the mainstream. Chen Kai began singing the first line of lyrics. After just the first two lines, Yang Qi on the phone was instantly shocked, mainly because the melody and lyrics were simply excellent. Exactly the kind he wanted. The melody was simple, leaning towards folk. Niche music. In today's restless music market, such niche folk-style music is very rare. Moreover, based on his many years of experience in the music field, the market greatly needed this kind of music. It shouldn't all be mushy love songs. Then, Chen Kai continued singing. After a few rounds of drinks, you're in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song. With these next two lines, Yang Qi in the office of Stardust Records became more and more engrossed in the song. At that moment, a woman dressed in an office lady uniform walked in from outside. Mr. Yang, Teacher Lu has arrived. A middle-aged man in his 40s entered Yang Qi's office. His surname was Lu, a highly influential lyric master in the domestic music market. At last year's Chinese Music Awards, several award-winning songs had lyrics written by him. He was a big name in the industry. Many singers wanted him to tailor a song for them, though not all could afford to hire him. After Lu Zijian arrived, he greeted Yang Qi. Hello, Mr. Yang? You're not late, right? We were supposed to meet at this time. Noticing Yang Qi was on a call, Lu Zijian asked. Mr. Yang, you're on the phone, right? Should I step out and wait? No, Yang Qi quickly waved him in and immediately said. Teacher Lu, you've come at the perfect time. Remember the young man I mentioned to you before, Chen Kai? Do you remember him? He previously wrote a piece called The Wind Rises, which was a huge hit online. And just this morning, his official single was released, already surpassing 30 million plays. The results are explosive. It's extremely popular. The comment section already has 100,000 comments. Hearing Yang Qi's words, Lu Zijian nodded. As a top lyric master in the domestic music field, Lu Zijian was naturally aware of this young man Yang Qi was referring to, as he was always keeping an eye on music trends and recent popular works. Honestly, he couldn't evaluate the composition of the song. Since it was a foreign melody, he heard the young man had bought the rights, so he was writing new lyrics to fit. Although the singing style was good, with certain skills, causing such a surge of popularity and attention in the market, and already getting 30 million plays, that was telling. At least it had gained market acceptance. While the lyrics were decent, for someone like him, a top lyric master in the domestic music field, it wasn't particularly remarkable. He didn't think much of it. Teacher Lu, why don't you sit down and listen together? The young man I mentioned before has written another song called Dispelling Sorrow. I just heard two lines. and it's quite good. Why don't you sit down and listen together? Give me an evaluation. You know, our company is about to collaborate on a big project. The theme song for that new movie needs a different style than those idle campus movies young people watch. It requires some life experience to write more heartfelt lyrics. In this aspect, you are a master, Teacher Lu. Please give your evaluation. Hearing Mr. Yang say all that, Liu Zijian nodded. Alright, since you said so, Mr. Yang, I'll listen. Originally, Liu Zijian didn't think much of it. After all, he was a young man, although quite talented, he was only in his teens. The lyrics he wrote might be considered good, but probably not particularly stunning. With that mindset, and listening to Chen Kai continue to sing the next line of lyrics, he maintained a calm and steady expression, singing the lyrics of the song word by word. They were about to reach the climax. After singing these few lines, not considering Yang Qi's reaction, but for a top composer like Liu Zijian, these few lines of lyrics completely shocked him. Mr. Yang, tell me honestly, is this young man really only 18 or 19 years old? Is this true? You're not exaggerating his age, are you? An 18 or 19-year-old could actually write lyrics at this level. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Liu Zijian said, his face full of shock. Liu Zijian's reaction at this moment could no longer be described as mere surprise, it was more like he was utterly astonished. He was visibly moved, his emotions running high. Turning to Yang Qi, he asked earnestly, Mr. Yang, be honest with me. Is this young man really only 18 or 19 years old? Let me put it this way, and I'm not afraid to admit it, when I was 30, I couldn't write lyrics at this level. This young man is a genius. He's a prodigy in the music world. Honestly, even I feel inferior to him. Who is this young man? Do you have his contact information? No matter what, please give me his contact info later. Can you do that? I'm begging you. As a master lyricist in China, Liu Zijian was sought after by many top-tier music artists who wanted him to write lyrics for them, but he wasn't someone who could be easily persuaded by money alone. He would only take on projects that he truly admired and respected. Even the biggest names in the music industry held him in high regard, and he had written lyrics for many of the most famous artists. For someone of his stature to be so eager to get Chen Kai's contact information, even to the point of begging, was nothing short of astonishing. Yang Qi was equally shocked. While he had recognized that Chen Kai's song was exceptionally well written, he hadn't expected such high praise from someone as respected as Liu Zijian. Yang Qi nodded. Oh, of course. No problem at all. I'll send you Chen Kai's contact information shortly. That's great. This young man is simply incredible. With talent like his, the future of Chinese music is looking bright. Liu Zijian remarked, full of admiration. He then went on to analyze each lyric Chen Kai had just sung. This young man is truly remarkable. These lyrics are outstanding. Even at my age of over 40, I wouldn't dare say I could write something this profound. The lyrics are both realistic and deeply moving. I'm at a loss for words to describe how impressive they are. But I can say this young man is extraordinary. I absolutely must find time in the next couple of days to visit Jiang Bay and meet him. If possible, I'd love to collaborate with him. Even if we can't work together, I just want to meet him. I never expected to find such a talent among the younger generation. It's so rare. Honestly, Mr. Yang, I haven't been too impressed with the current mainstream music market. The recent wave of overplayed pop songs is just terrible. Those lyrics are a mess, not worth the paper they're written on. But this young man is different. He's really something special. Hearing Liu Zijian's praise for Chen Kai, Yang Qi was left in awe. He had been in the industry long enough to fully understand the significance of Liu Zijian's approval. If someone of Liu Zijian's caliber was this impressed, it was clear that Chen Kai's songwriting abilities were truly exceptional. It seems that no matter what, I must secure the rights to this song, Yang Qi thought to himself. Forget 5 million, I'd be willing to pay 10 million. If this song doesn't become a hit, it would be unbelievable. As Chen Kai finished singing, he calmly said, All right, I just sang a few lines. What do you think, Mr. Yang? Does it meet the criteria you mentioned earlier? If you're interested, you can come to Jiang Bay sometime, and we can discuss a potential collaboration in person. As soon as Chen Kai finished speaking, Yang Qi responded excitedly, Chen Kai, what do you mean, if I'm interested? Of course I'm interested. No matter what, you must grant me the rights to this song. Name your price, I promise I won't haggle. Just tell me how much, and as long as it's within my reach, I won't try to negotiate. This song is brilliant. The lyrics, combined with that folk melody, are just amazing. You've outdone yourself, Chen Kai. And do you know who was sitting next to me while you were singing just now? You might have heard of him, his name is Lu Zijian. Yes, that Lu Zijian, the top lyricist in the country. He's written lyrics for superstar singers and has won numerous awards. He's a master in the field, with significant influence in the music industry. Even he was impressed by your lyrics and gave you high praise. He even asked me to give him your contact information. He said he absolutely must come to Jiang Bay to meet you and have a chat. He's really taken with your work. Chen Kai, of course, had heard of Lu Zijian. The man was indeed a master lyricist, with a huge influence in the entertainment industry and close ties to official music associations, major music academies, and their deans and professors. His impact on the industry was immense. Receiving such recognition from someone like Lu Zijian didn't surprise Chen Kai. After all, Dispelling Sorrow had been a major hit back in 2017. Now in the summer of 2016, Chen Kai continued his conversation with Yang Qi, exchanged contact information with Lu Zijian, and arranged to meet him in Jiang Bay in a few days. After the call ended, Chen Kai handed the phone back to Kin Shou Yu, noticing her sitting next to him with a dazed expression. Curious, Chen Kai asked, "Xiao Yu, what's with that look on your face?" Kin Shou Yu suddenly said, "Old Chen, you don't need to say anything. After hearing that song just now, do you know what it made me feel?" Seeing Kin Shou Yu so serious for once, Chen Kai was genuinely curious. What kind of feeling? Kin Shou Yu spoke seriously. "Old Chen, I really think you're amazing. I'm not even going to comment on the lyrics, just the melody alone is so captivating. My taste in music leans heavily toward folk-style songs, and I remember a music competition show from a couple of years ago. Something like The Voice. Do you remember the song that won that season?" Chen Kai thought back for a moment. "If I remember correctly, that song was called Nan Shan Nan." "Yes, that's the one, Nan Shan Nan. I was obsessed with it, listening to it on repeat every day. I just love this kind of folk style, niche music. And your song has that same folk vibe, it's really incredible. I can't wait for you to release the official version so I can listen to it on repeat all day long." Kin Shou Yu said, her face full of admiration. "No wonder you're my brother, you're truly something special. After 3 years of high school, I never realized you had such a talent for songwriting and composing. You're really incredible." She continued. "Since you're so amazing, dinner's on me tonight. What do you want to eat? And if you don't mind, I'd like to invite my aunt to join us. The last time we talked, she mentioned she wanted to meet you." "What did she ask about?" Kin Shou Yu replied. "Well, I've been staying at your place for a while now, and my aunt only knew I was staying at a classmate's house but didn't know who you were. Just recently, she messaged me asking about it, and I have to say, even I was shocked when I found out that my brother is actually my aunt's boss. It's unbelievable. Even now, I still find it hard to believe." Hearing this, Chen Kai chuckled. "Sure, let's have your aunt join us tonight. But you don't need to pay, I'll cover it." "No way. Tonight's on me." Kin Shou Yu insisted, shaking her head. "Old Chen, are you really going to argue with me over who pays? You've been so good to me these past few days, taking me shopping, buying me nice clothes, peeling shrimp for me, and even serving me food. If I don't treat you to a nice dinner, I'll feel guilty. I can't help but wonder if you have some ulterior motive for being so nice to me. But regardless, tonight's dinner is on me, so I don't overthink things." Seeing how determined Kin Yu was, Chen Kai decided not to argue. "All right then, Shou Yu, tonight's dinner is on you. I've got a dinner meeting in a couple of days, why don't you come along?" "Sure, that sounds good." Kin Shou Yu agreed, nodding. "For tonight, why don't we go to that hot pot place across from the square? We've been eating stir-fried dishes a lot lately, and I'm getting a bit tired of them. Let's have hot pot instead." "Sounds good to me," Chen Kai said, indifferent to what they ate as long as it filled him up. Kin Shou Yu, satisfied with his agreement, pulled out her phone and messaged her aunt, Yang Annie. "Auntie, are you free tonight? Remember when you said you wanted to have dinner with old Chen and me? How about tonight? We're just leaving the internet cafe and heading to that hot pot place across from the square. Come join us, I'll book a room upstairs." Yang Annie quickly replied. "Sure, Xiao Yu. I'll head over in a bit." This would be the first time she was having dinner with her boss in such an informal setting, and she was a bit nervous. But what surprised her the most was discovering that her boss, Chen Kai, was the same brother that Xiao Yu often mentioned. Could there be more between them than just friendship? Yang Annie couldn't help but wonder. She didn't believe in purely platonic friendships between men and women, unless one of them was unattractive, clearly not the case here. But she didn't dwell on it, quickly freshening up and planning to change clothes before heading over. She didn't want to be late and keep Chen Kai waiting, that would be impolite. A little while later, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu arrived at the hot pot restaurant and went straight upstairs to find a private room. The room was spacious, clean, and had a pleasant atmosphere. The server handed them a menu and asked, "What soup base would you like to start with?" Kin Shou Yu looked over the menu and asked, "Old Chen, do you like spicy food? If you're okay with it, let's go for the mild spice." "Sure, no problem. You decide," Chen Kai replied. "Alright, let's go with the mild spice then," she said, selecting various dishes and instructing the server. "Also, please bring an extra set of utensils, another person will be joining us later." After placing their order, they waited for a few minutes. Kin Shou Yu checked the time and grumbled, "Why isn't my aunt here yet? She's taking so long." Chen Kai remained silent, simply thinking about how he would talk to Yang Annie when she arrived. He planned to ask her to direct the company's game development department to focus on the new project Genshin Impact. With the game design plans he had received from the system, he was confident it would be a massive hit both domestically and internationally, practically printing money. "Old Chen, what do you want to drink tonight? Are you having alcohol?" "I'll be drinking milk." When Kin Shou Yu mentioned drinking milk again, Chen Kai looked at her in surprise. "More milk? Kin Shou Yu, what's with you drinking milk all the time? I mean, you like it, but this seems a bit much, doesn't it?" But to be honest, Kin Shou Yu's consistent diet over the past 10 days, including papaya, yogurt, and milk, seemed to be paying off. High-protein foods like these do have their benefits. Kin Shou Yu responded, "Old Chen, what's with that look? I'm just drinking what I need. What's wrong with that? You used to tease me all the time about my figure, remember? I told you, I'm going to work on it over the summer, and by the time school starts again, you'll be amazed. Did you think I was joking?" She wagged her finger in front of Chen Kai, saying, No, old Chen, you've got it all wrong. When I say something, I mean it. Just wait, one day you'll look at me differently. What will you have to say then, huh?" Kin Shou Yu laughed and got up to grab a bottle of yogurt. "Old Chen, I brought you a Coke. You shouldn't drink alcohol tonight. It's late, and we'll be going home together. If you get drunk, what if you try to kiss me? My first kiss is still up for grabs, you know." Chen Kai just stared at her, completely baffled. Kin Shou Yu laughed again. "Old Chen, why do you look like that? I'm just kidding. Don't worry, I trust you. Even if you get drunk, you wouldn't do anything to me." Chen Kai replied, "How about you get me some orange juice instead?" "Why? I thought you liked Coke." Kin Shou Yu asked, puzzled. "Since when did you switch to orange juice?" "It's nothing. I just feel like orange juice." "Okay, if you say so." Kin Shou Yu shrugged. "But it's funny, I thought only little girls liked orange juice. Don't most guys prefer Coke or something fizzy?" "Coke isn't great for you," Chen Kai explained. "Not great? What do you mean by that?" Kin Shou Yu asked, confused. "Never mind. Just get me the juice," Chen Kai said. Alright. I'll go switch it out. Hold on, old Chen." Kin Shou Yu went downstairs, exchanged the Coke for orange juice, and returned to the private room, now accompanied by her aunt, Yang Annie. "Old Chen, my aunt's here. I ran into her downstairs." Yang Annie entered the room, surprised to see Chen Kai already seated at the table. Initially, she hadn't known which of Xiao Yu's classmates she was staying with, only that it was a male friend, supposedly a brother. But she hadn't realized that this brother was actually her boss, Chen Kai. The world is small indeed. But to be honest, if Chen Kai were to become Xiao Yu's boyfriend, Yang Annie would be quite pleased. With his looks, talent and business acumen, such guys are rare, especially at just 17 or 18 years old. That's truly impressive. While other kids his age were busy gaming or pursuing high school crushes, Chen Kai was already running a business. Remarkable. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Yang Annie greeted him respectfully. Despite him being younger and a friend of her niece, she was still his employee and wanted to show the proper respect. Moreover, it wasn't just about position, she genuinely respected him. "Please don't call me Mr. Chen. If you don't mind, just call me Chen Kai since you're Xiao Yu's aunt," he replied. "I couldn't do that. You're my boss, and I wouldn't dare to be so informal," she insisted. "But it's after work, so it should be fine, right?" Chen Kai said with a smile. Before Yang Annie could respond, Kin Shou Yu chimed in with a laugh. "Auntie, don't be so formal. Old Chen is my best friend. Out of everyone I know, no one means more to me than him, not even my other friends, Jia and Ran. We've been close for 3 years. We don't see each other as separate people. So, Auntie, you don't need to be so formal with old Chen, he's family. You can still call him Mr. Chen at work, but after hours, just call him Chen Kai, Or even Xiao Chen if you prefer. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself. Or you could call him son-in-law if you like, of course. She didn't dare say that out loud. Chen Kai would definitely tease her about it, accusing her of having ulterior motives all along. No, she wasn't that kind of girl, or at least she wouldn't admit it openly. What she thought privately, though, was her own business. Seeing Xiao Yu's sincerity, Yang Ani nodded. All right, since Xiao Yu says so, I'll go along with it. Pardon me, Chen Kai. After Yang Ani sat down, she encouraged Tu and Xiao Yu to sit too. But Kin Xiao Yu shook her head. No. I'm sitting next to old Chen, she giggled and plopped down beside Chen Kai. Watching this exchange, Yang Ani couldn't help but be surprised. If Xiao Yu and Chen Kai were really just brother and sister, she wouldn't believe it for a second. As the hot pot base and dishes were brought to the table, Kin Shou Yu eagerly picked up her chopsticks and started eating. This is so good. It's been a while since I've had hot pot, and it's just as delicious as ever. Old Chen, you should eat a lot too. Tonight's on me, so eat as much as you want. Don't hold back, okay? Chen Kai laughed and replied. All right, I won't hold back then. That's the spirit. Eat as much as you want, old Chen. Kin Shou Yu giggled, picking up some food with her chopsticks and placing it on Chen Kai's plate. You helped me with the food at lunch, even peeled shrimp for me. Now it's my turn to serve you. What do you think? Am I a good friend or what? As she spoke, she noticed her aunt looking at them. Auntie, why are you looking at me like that? Don't get the wrong idea, old Chen and I are just friends. It's totally normal for me to give him some food. Yang Ani chuckled. Oh Xiao Yu, you're overthinking. I wasn't imagining anything. I just remembered something. Aren't your parents coming back to Fenin early next month? They originally planned a vacation for 2 months, but since you've been staying at a friend's house for a while now, they didn't want you to spend the entire summer away. They're coming back a month early to spend more time with you. Your mom mentioned it to me on the phone today. Did you know about this, Xiao Yu? Kin Shou Yu nodded. Yeah, I knew. Mom told me a few days ago. But Yang Ani asked curiously. But what? But next month, I'm planning to take old Chen to Fenin to stay at our place for a month. I spent a month at his house, so it's only fair that he spends a month at mine, right? Besides, old Chen, you've never been to Fenin, have you? Kin Shou Yu continued excitedly. This is the perfect opportunity. Fenin might not be as developed as Jiang Bay, but our house is pretty big. And my relatives are really friendly. Especially my little cousin, he's such a character. You'll love meeting him, I'm sure. He's the reason I prefer boys, they're so much fun. I'm not as into quiet, well-behaved types. You know how I am, always loud and lively? That was true. Kin Shou Yu was a tomboy at heart, and she preferred energetic kids like her little cousin over quiet ones. Meanwhile, Chen Kai was the opposite, he liked the idea of having a daughter more. Yang Ani, sitting across from them, asked, Xiao Yu, are you serious? You're really planning to take Chen Kai home with you next month? What's going on? Are you two dating? Is it serious enough to meet the parents? Was her intuition correct? Were Xiao Yu and Chen Kai more than just friends? After all, Xiao Yu had never brought a boy home before. Bringing him home for the summer wasn't something trivial, it was significant. Even if she didn't misinterpret it, her sister and brother-in-law would definitely think otherwise. After all, if their daughter brings a boy home, no one would believe it's just a platonic relationship, not her parents, not anyone. Kin Shou Yu quickly clarified. Auntie, what are you saying? Old Chen and I are just friends. We're like brothers, nothing more. Who says you can only bring a boyfriend home for the summer? What we have is a pure friendship, it's not the same as what you're thinking. And besides, since I've stayed at his place for a month, it's only fair to bring him to my house. That's what friends do, right? Isn't that right, old Chen? Chen Kai smiled and agreed. Yep, Xiao Yu's right. It makes perfect sense. See? Even old Chen agrees with me. Who says I can't bring a friend home for the summer? And don't worry about my parents, they won't mind. My mom might be a little strict, but I'll handle her. As for my dad, he wouldn't dare object to anything I say. The only thing I'll have to watch out for is making sure he doesn't get old Chen drunk. You know how my dad is a total party animal. He'll drink with anyone, and once he's drunk, he starts calling everyone his brother. Hearing her daughter's blunt assessment of her father, Yang Ani laughed. Despite Xiao Yu's words, Yang Ani didn't fully believe that they were just friends. It seemed more like a relationship that was teetering on the edge of something more. Yang Ani decided to play along. All right, friends, it is. She picked up her chopsticks and served some food to Xiao Yu, urging her to eat more. You need to eat well if you want to grow taller. Chen Kai then spoke up. By the way, What is it, Mr. Chen? Oh, I mean, Chen Kai. Yang Annie quickly corrected herself, almost forgetting to switch to his first name. I haven't been to the office lately since I've been busy enjoying the summer. Is everything running smoothly at the company? Chen Kai asked casually, checking in on how things were going. Yang Annie responded. Yes, everything's going well. The salaries you offer are so competitive that we've had a lot of talented people applying to join us. All of our departments are up and running. As for the gaming department, they're all set to go. They've been analyzing the current trends in the gaming market, and will probably hold a meeting soon to decide what kind of game to develop. We'll definitely need your input on that. Chen Kai replied. No need. I've got a game proposal ready. It's for a mobile adventure game called Genshin. I'll send you the full plan tonight. Just forward it to the gaming department and have them focus on this project. Before Yang Annie could respond, Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai with wide-eyed surprise. Kin Shou Yu's face was filled with surprise at that moment. She genuinely couldn't believe it. Old Chen, not only are you amazing at singing and songwriting, but you also know how to make games. Oh my god, Old Chen, you're just too talented. We've been friends for 3 years, and I thought I knew you pretty well. But now, I realize how little I actually know about you. It looks like I need to get to know you better from now on. We're brothers, right? It doesn't make sense if I don't really know my own brother. So, given all of this, next month, at the beginning of the month, you have to come home with me. Okay, Old Chen. And you can't go back until the school starts. You have to stay at my place. Of course, if you really want to go home, that's fine too. Just take me with you. We'll go together. Kin Shou Yu said all this, but her main point was just one thing. She wanted to stay close to Chen Kai. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, her aunt, Yang Annie, couldn't help but chuckle. She almost couldn't hold it in. As Xiao Yu's aunt, Yang Annie didn't know Chen Kai's personality very well. She knew he was talented and had a knack for business, but she wasn't sure about his personality since they had only recently met. However, she knew Xiao Yu very well. Based on what Xiao Yu just said, Yang Annie was 100% sure that Xiao Yu definitely had feelings for Chen Kai. It was just too obvious. Even though Xiao Yu was usually carefree, lively, and a bit tomboyish, that was normal since she grew up in Fenin. But there weren't many people Xiao Yu clung to like this, which spoke volumes. Yang Annie just sat there, smiling without saying a word. She heard Qian Xiao Yu continue. Old Chen, I can't believe how many things I still don't know about you. Just look at you first, you sang a song, and it went viral all over the internet. Then, without me knowing, you wrote another song, and it got high praise from a top lyricist in the domestic music scene. And on top of that, I just found out recently that the company my aunt works for is actually owned by you, Old Chen. Just now, Old Chen, you even told my aunt to arrange for a game planning proposal. Old Chen, you can even make games? That's amazing. Kin Shou Yu said with a silly grin. Old Chen, I'm starting to admire you. Chen Kai noticed Qian Xiao Yu's fangirl expression and gave a faint smile, saying it was no big deal. Then he reminded Yang Annie. You heard what I said just now, right? Tonight, around 9 or 10 o'clock, depending on when I have time, I'll send the game proposal to your email. Tomorrow morning, when you get to the office, hand it over to the manager of the game department and have them start working on the game. As for the investment budget, don't worry about it. Just go ahead with it. I'm 100% confident in this game. Once it's made, it will definitely go viral and become a phenomenon in mobile gaming. And more importantly, due to the game's world building and other factors, it's highly likely to go international. You should plan for that as well. Talk to the game department manager and explain my intentions. Chen Kai said calmly. That's about all I wanted to say. Yang Annie responded. Got it, Mr. Chen. Don't worry. After dinner I'll go back and wait in front of my computer for your email. Okay. Chen Kai didn't say much more. He just picked up his chopsticks and put some more food on Xiao Yu's plate. Kin Shou Yu said. Old Chen, do you want to try some of my yogurt? Really, it's so good, I'm not kidding. How about I pour you a cup? Before Chen Kai could answer, Kin Shou Yu had already poured some yogurt into his cup. Chen Kai tasted it and found it pretty good. But Xiao Yu, don't you get tired of drinking milk all day? It is a bit much, but what can I do? To turn apples into watermelons I have to keep drinking it no matter how tired I get. Hearing the conversation between Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu, Yang Annie was completely lost. What were these two talking about? She couldn't understand a word. Turn apples into watermelons. What kind of strange metaphor was that? Seeing Yang Annie's confused expression, Kin Shou Yu blushed a little. Ah yeah, aunt, not important. Just eat more. You adults shouldn't worry about kid stuff. Yang Ani was both amused and exasperated. Alright, I won't ask. About an hour later, the hot pot dinner finally ended. Kin Shou Yu was stuffed and even let out a burp. Old Chen, you keep eating, I'll just go downstairs to the restroom and pay the bill. Before Chen Kai could say anything, Kin Shou Yu quickly added. Old Chen, don't say anything. I'm paying for this meal. If you don't let me pay, you're looking down on me as a brother. I can't let you pay every time we go out, can I? I'm not that kind of person. Although Xiao Yu said this, Chen Kai didn't think it was a big deal. After all, during their 3 years in high school, Kin Xiao Yu had always been the one paying for him. And Q and Xiao Yu never seemed to mind. But since Xiao Yu insisted, there wasn't much he could do. Soon Kin Xiao Yu went downstairs, took a quick restroom break, and paid the bill at the front desk. Even though she was really full, the hot pot restaurant was reasonably priced, not particularly high-end. So it only cost a few hundred yuan, no big deal. After paying, Kin Xiao Yu returned to the private room. Old Chen, I've already paid. You keep eating, there's still so much left. Aunt, you too. Yang Ani waved her hand. No, I'm full. A little while later, the three of them left the private room and headed outside the hot pot restaurant. Yang Ani hailed a cab and went back to her apartment. Kin Xiao Yu said, Old Chen, let's head home too. But no need to take a cab. I ate so much, I want to take a walk and digest it. And besides, walking home in the city at night. Don't you think it's romantic? Wait, no, what am I saying? We're brothers, I shouldn't be using the word romantic. Kin Xiao Yu thought for a long time, her mind practically overheating, but she couldn't come up with the right words. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that walking home together will help with digestion. Yeah, that's it. Chen Kai chuckled. Alright, let's walk home then. It's still early anyway, only about 9 p.m. Kin Xiao Yu nodded, and the two of them started walking home. As they strolled down the street, watching the cars and people pass by, Kin Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. Oh, Old Chen, when we go to my house next month, let's take a walk late at night, around midnight. How about that? Back in 2016, it was quite popular among high school students to go for late-night walks. It was a bit childish, but since Xiao Yu suggested it, Chen Kai naturally agreed. Alright, I'll indulge your childishness. Old Chen, what do you mean by childish? Night walks are super trendy right now, you know? As someone who had lived through 2016 once before, Chen Kai found all the trends from that time to be a bit immature. But it didn't really matter. Spending time with Xiao Yu, no matter what they were doing, was always enjoyable. It was mostly because Xiao Yu's personality was so fun and lively. Being around her made everything interesting. That was how Chen Kai truly felt. By the time they walked back home, it was already around 9:20 p.m. As soon as they stepped inside, Kin Xiao Yu immediately collapsed onto the living room sofa. She kicked off her shoes and started rubbing her feet. Old Chen, if I had known, we should have taken a cab back. My feet hurt so much, ugh. Seeing Kin Xiao Yu's expression, Chen Kai sat down next to her and was about to massage her feet to help relieve the pain. Old Chen, what are you doing touching my feet? Kin Xiao Yu instinctively pulled back. Are you drunk on orange juice or something? Trying to pretend you're drunk to take advantage of me? Kin Xiao Yu, what are you even thinking? Who do you think I am? Then why are you touching my feet out of nowhere? And for the record, no one's ever touched my feet before, not even girls. I'm ticklish. Chen Kai replied. Didn't you say your feet hurt? I was just trying to help you by massaging them. Since you're so suspicious of me, forget it. I didn't say anything. With that, Chen Kai stood up from the sofa. If Xiao Yu felt uncomfortable, then it was best to drop it. He planned to go freshen up, and then maybe play some games with Xiao Yu to pass the time since it was still early. But before leaving, he couldn't resist saying, Kin Xiao Yu, you're really treating me like a thief or something. As your friend, seeing you in pain, I just wanted to help you relax by massaging your feet. But what do I get in return? My good intentions thrown to the wind. Hearing this, Kin Xiao Yu realized she had misunderstood him. Oh no. Old Chen, I'm sorry I misunderstood you. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. I mean, you're so nice, there's no way you'd be the kind of person to touch your friend's feet for no reason, right? So, you were just trying to help relieve my foot pain? You're such a thoughtful friend. But be gentle, okay? I'm ticklish. Successfully convinced, Chen Kai sat back down and began massaging Kin Xiao Yu's feet. After a while, the soreness and fatigue started to fade. However, Kin Xiao Yu's face turned a bit red. It was mainly because no one had ever touched her feet before, so it was natural to feel a little embarrassed now. But Kin Shou Yu had a very carefree personality. So, she quickly brushed it off. Old Chen, you're really good at this. I thought I'd be super ticklish, but it actually feels really nice. Can you do this again next time? I mean, if my feet are sore after walking too much, could you give me another massage? Qian Yu asked hesitantly. Chen Kai was a bit surprised. Wait, is she getting addicted to this? Weren't you just against it a moment ago? I wasn't against it. I just misunderstood, that's all. Kin Shou Yu continued. So, what do you say, old Chen? Of course, I can do it. Great. Thanks. Kin Shou Yu checked the time. It was still a little after 9 p.m., but getting close to 10. Old Chen, let's stay up a bit later tonight. We ate so much, and I haven't digested it all yet. Play some games with me? How about that ball game I introduced you to last time? I really love playing it. Chen Kai agreed and played with Kin Shou Yu for about half an hour. By then, it was already past 10 p.m. Chen Kai opened his computer to send the game proposal for Genshin to Yang Annie's email. Xiao Yu, I'm going to send the game proposal to your aunt. You go ahead and play a few more rounds by yourself. I'll join you again in a bit. Kin Shou Yu nodded from the sofa. Okay, old Chen, you go do your thing. Don't worry about me. Kin Shou Yu leaned back on the sofa and started a solo game. Just then, her phone rang. It was her mom calling from abroad. Kin Shou Yu answered. Hey mom, why are you calling at this time? Is something up? Hearing her daughter's tone, Yang Xiaohui was caught off guard. Xiao Yu, what kind of question is that? Can't I call just to check in on my daughter? Of course you can. Mei's Yuan, mom's just calling to see how you're doing in Jiang Bay. Are you okay? I asked your aunt to look after you while you're there. Kin Shou Yu replied. Yeah, she is. We even had hot pot together tonight. Oh, that's good. Also, Xiao Yu, mom will be heading back to Fenin in about a week. Once I have the exact date, I'll let you know, and you can come pick me up at the airport, okay? Sure, of course. Kin Shou Yu hesitated. There's something I want to discuss with you, mom. What is it? You can tell me anything, you know that. It's just that, when I go back to Fenin at the beginning of the month, I want to bring a friend with me, my best friend. Is that okay, mom? Without much thought, Kin Shou Yu's mom agreed right away. Of course, that's perfectly fine. No problem at all. When the time comes, just bring your friends straight to our house. Mom will make sure to give them a warm welcome. Kin Shou Yu laughed happily. Really? It's a deal then. When they come, you have to treat them well. Of course I'll treat her well. But what Kin Shou Yu's mom didn't know was that this friend she was talking about was actually a guy. Kin Shou Yu didn't think much of it. When she heard her mother agree so quickly, she immediately burst into a smile. Haha, I knew you were the best, mom. I was worried you might not agree, but now there's no problem. Kin Shou Yu's mother couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yu, what kind of person do you think your mother is? Yes, I'm a bit strict with you, and maybe a little too strong-willed, and that's my fault, I admit it. But no matter what. At the very least, while your father and I were on vacation abroad, you stayed at your friend's house and bothered them quite a bit. Honestly, I felt a little guilty about that. Even though you said you were good friends and it was no trouble. But as parents, your dad and I still feel a bit uneasy. We actually wanted to invite your classmate out for a meal to properly thank them. But if you want to bring your friend to our house when your dad and I return to Fenin next month, of course, we'd welcome them. We'd be more than happy. Not only would we be glad to have them over as a guest, but even if your friend wanted to stay for a whole month, I wouldn't mind. After all, we've already troubled them for so long. Kin Shou Yu giggled. That's great, mom. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. So, it's settled then. When you and dad come back to Fenin early next month, give me a call the day before. And let me know what time your flight lands. I'll go to the airport with him to pick you up. Yang Xiaohui replied. Sure, Xiao Yu, no problem. Let's leave it at that for now. There's a time difference between where we are and back home. It's daytime here, but it's probably nighttime over there, right? Get some rest, I won't bother you anymore. Okay, bye, mom. Kin Shou Yu giggled as she hung up the phone. Just then, Chen Kai sent the game development plan to Yang Annie's email and gave a few additional instructions. Everything seemed to be in order. At that moment, Kin Shou Yu excitedly ran over to Chen Kai. Old Chen, I have good news for you. My mom just called. She agreed. Chen Kai asked. Agreed to what? She agreed that I can bring a friend home early next month. And she said you're especially welcome. Great, great. I'm already looking forward to next month. Old Chen, if you come back to Fenin with me, no matter what you want to eat or play, it's all on me. Kin Shou Yu patted her chest, looking very determined. After all, during these 10 days in Jiang Bay, you've taken me out to eat, to shop, and even played games with me. You've taken such good care of me. So when we go to Fenin, I promise to take good care of you too. Just wait and see. Chen Kai had a question. Xiao Yu, does your mom know that the friend you're bringing home is a guy? Kin Shou Yu was stunned. Old Chen, now that you mention it, I just realized. I only told my mom that I'm bringing a friend home next month. But I didn't mention that you're a guy. Oh no, do you think my mom thought I was bringing home a girl, and that's why she was so enthusiastic? I thought. I guess I was happy for nothing. But Kin Shou Yu quickly added. Whatever, it doesn't matter. My mom already agreed, she can't go back on her word now, right? Old Chen, you don't need to worry about anything. Just come home with me when the time comes. And like I said before, my dad always listens to me at home. As for my mom, though I don't dare cross her. But she does appreciate talented guys. And you, Old Chen, are so impressive. You sing well, you write songs, you make games, and you even run a company. My mom will definitely like you. Trust me. Kin Shou Yu spoke with conviction. Chen Kai smiled. All right. But what if your mom kicks me out when I get there? After all, a girl bringing a guy home for the summer. Most parents wouldn't approve. It's one thing to chase after someone else's daughter, but letting someone else chase yours? Absolutely not. Kin Shou Yu immediately replied. If that happens, I'll leave with you. How's that? Don't worry, Old Chen, I won't let you suffer. All right, no problem. That's the spirit. Kin Shou Yu giggled. Oh, Old Chen, didn't you say you were sending the game plan to my aunt? Is it done? If it is, could you play games with me for a bit? Kin Shou Yu glanced at the time. It was past 10 p.m. Old Chen, play with me for another 10 minutes please. Pretty please. I'm not done playing yet. Chen Kai agreed. Great. I knew you were the best, Old Chen. For the next 10 minutes or so, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu sat on the sofa playing Battle of Balls. But Kin Shou Yu started getting sleepy. She eventually dozed off while playing. What a teammate. But it didn't really matter. As someone who had lived another life, Chen Kai didn't care much about games. He was only interested in using them to make money, to create wealth. Winning or losing didn't matter. Whether you win or lose, it's the capitalists who come out on top, right? Instead of worrying about winning or losing, why not be that capitalist, letting millions of players obsess over the game, get hooked, and spend money? With that thought, Chen Kai carried Kin Shou Yu to her room. He tucked her in. As he watched her sleep, Chen Kai felt a mix of emotions and couldn't resist the urge to kiss her on the lips. No sooner had he done so than the moment turned odd. Half asleep, Kin Shou Yu mumbled something as she felt something soft on her lips. Old Chen, stop feeding me pig's feet, I'm full. Pig's feet? Hearing that, Chen Kai felt both amused and exasperated. Why is it that whenever I'm with Xiao Yu, what should be a romantic moment always turns into something silly? No wonder she's a true Fenin native, she's really something else. No wonder she's such a goofball. Seeing Kin Shou Yu sleeping so soundly, Chen Kai smiled by her bedside, deciding not to disturb her. He quietly went to freshen up and then returned to his own bedroom. And just like that, the night passed. By the next morning, Kin Shou Yu woke up, glanced around, and began to recall the events of the previous night. What's going on? How did I end up in bed? Last night, wasn't I playing games with Old Chen on the sofa? Did I fall asleep? Looking around, Kin Shou Yu was startled. Did Old Chen do something to me while I was asleep? But seeing that her clothes were perfectly intact, she sighed in relief. I knew it. Old Chen is a trustworthy guy, completely reliable. How could I even think he'd do anything inappropriate while I was asleep? Oh, I shouldn't have doubted Old Chen. I mean, doubting my brother's integrity? That's not right. But little did Kin Shou Yu know, sometimes it's not a bad idea to question someone's integrity just a tiny bit. After leaving her room, Kin Shou Yu found Chen Kai in the kitchen making breakfast. Good morning, Old Chen. Before Chen Kai could respond, Kin Shou Yu quickly continued. Old Chen, I'm so sorry about last night. I asked you to play games with me, but after just 10 minutes, I fell asleep. It won't happen again, I promise. I swear. It definitely won't happen again. Without waiting for Chen Kai to say anything, she kept chattering away. Old Chen, did I mess up the last game for you? I swear, it won't happen again. You're not mad, are you, old Chen? My bad, my bad. It won't happen again, I promise. Trust me, old Chen. Seeing Kin Shou Yu so flustered, Chen Kai couldn't help but find her both silly and endearing. Chen Kai replied, Xiao Yu, why are you getting so worked up? I'm not worked up, I'm just worried that you might be mad. I'm not. Chen Kai added, last night I wasn't upset at all. In fact, I was kind of happy. And he meant it every word. Oh, you're not mad? I fell asleep in the middle of the game, didn't that ruin it for you? You weren't mad. And you were even happy. Old Chen, you're the best. You really are the best brother, so generous. Kin Shou Yu giggled, giving Chen Kai a thumbs up, completely oblivious to what had actually happened the previous night. But as she thought about it, she said seriously, but honestly, old Chen, last night's events gave me a new impression of your character. How should I put it? Look, I fell asleep on the sofa last night, and you carried me to my room, right? You carried me to my room without touching me or doing anything inappropriate. That just shows how great your character is, old Chen. I guess next time I take a shower at your place, I won't even need to lock the door. Because I trust your character, old Chen. You wouldn't peek, right? I mean, the first time I took a shower at your place, I even subconsciously wondered if you had hidden any cameras. That was my fault, I shouldn't have been so suspicious of my own brother. It won't happen again. Kin Shou Yu said earnestly. At that moment, Chen Kai really wanted to say something, but he thought better of it. Though he was curious if Kin Shou Yu ever found out what had happened the night before, how would she react? Old Chen, by the way, what's for breakfast? How early did you get up to make this for me? I'm so touched. It smells so good. Are you making pancakes? You can make pancakes too. Old Chen, you're amazing. Kin Shou Yu looked at him with admiration. I feel like you can do so many things. We've been friends for 3 years, and I always thought I knew you well. But these past 10 days, I realize I was too full of myself. I thought I knew you, but I really didn't. Old Chen, you know so much. I bet whoever ends up as your girlfriend will be the luckiest person alive. Just so you know, I'm not flattering you, old Chen. I'm just stating the facts. That was just Kin Shou Yu's personality, tough and chatty. Wherever Kin Shou Yu was, the atmosphere was never dull. Especially at gatherings or parties. Without someone like her, these events could be awkward, with everyone just staring at their phones and not talking. But with Kin Shou Yu around, you'd never worry about the atmosphere, she brought the fun. Her sense of humor was explosive. It was nearly impossible not to laugh when she was around. She was just that charmingly goofy. Kin Shou Yu continued, Old Chen, are the pancakes ready? Give me one to try, I'm starving. Let me judge your cooking skills. Although I have to say, your stir-frying is really good. But this pancake, I think it's the first time I'm trying it, right? I have to give it a good taste. Chen Kai replied. Almost done, just give me a minute or two. Okay. Kin Shou Yu nodded obediently, and went to wash her hands. After all, she had just woken up. After washing up and coming back from the bathroom, she sat at the table and took out her phone to check if there were any new messages in the group chat with her best friends, Jiajia and Ranan. She replied to a few messages. Then Chen Kai placed the freshly made pancakes on a plate. They're ready. Give them a try. Chen Kai said. Okay. I'll take a bite and see how they taste. Kin Shou Yu didn't hesitate, and took a bite right away. Wow, wow, wow. It's so hot, so hot. It's burning me. She fanned her mouth with both hands, trying to cool down her tongue. She even stuck out her tongue, blowing air to ease the burn. Her expression was so funny that it was hard to keep a straight face. After blowing on it a bit, Kin Shou Yu finally gave her verdict. Old Chen, your pancakes are amazing. Teach me how to make them someday. Once I learn, I'll make them for you every day. Make them again as someone who had lived another life. Chen Kai's thoughts weren't as innocent as Kin Shou Yu's, so he couldn't help but take her words the wrong way. But Kin Shou Yu, looking as innocent as ever, asked, Huh? What's wrong, old Chen? I said I'll make them for you once I learn. What's the problem with that? Seeing Kin Shou Yu's puzzled expression, staring at him with a mix of confusion and innocence, Chen Kai couldn't help but smile. He replied, It's nothing, really. Let's just eat breakfast. You said you were hungry. Oh, okay. Kin Shou Yu nodded and obediently began eating her breakfast. As she ate, she casually mentioned, "By the way, old Chen, I had a dream last night." "Did you? What was it about?" asked Chen Kai, sitting across from her. "I dreamed about you," she replied. "It was a weird dream though." "What happened in the dream?" Chen Kai asked, already feeling a bit uneasy. "In the dream you were feeding me pig's feet," she said, making Chen Kai cough awkwardly as he recalled what had actually happened the previous night. "Alright, Kin Shou Yu, don't think too much about it," Chen Kai said, feeling slightly guilty. "Why, old Chen? Are you feeling guilty about something? You didn't shove anything weird into my mouth last night, did you?" Kin Shou Yu started to think out loud. "But that can't be right. My mouth didn't taste like anything this morning. If you had fed me some kind of snack or food while I was asleep, there would have been some taste left in my mouth when I woke up, right? Especially late at night, while sleeping. I mean, there was that one time I secretly ate snacks at night. And the next morning, my mouth didn't just taste funny, my throat was super dry." As she spoke, Kin Shou Yu suddenly had a realization. "Oh, I got it. Old Chen, you." Her eyes lit up as if she had just uncovered a great secret. Chen Kai quickly said, "I didn't do anything." "You did, old Chen." "No, I really didn't." "Yes, you did," Kin Shou Yu insisted, looking serious. "I figured it out, you don't need to pretend anymore. Last night you must have taken advantage of me sleeping to push my lips into a pig snout shape, and then snapped an ugly photo of me, didn't you? Old Chen, how could you sneak a picture of me while I was asleep? And over your phone. Let me see it. Come on, give it to me." Hearing this, Chen Kai almost choked. He was genuinely worried Kin Shou Yu had figured something out, but her imagination had gone in a completely different direction. "Well, Kin Shou Yu, you never fail to surprise me. Your mind works in such mysterious ways, I've got to give you credit for that." "Old Chen, why are you looking at me like that? You're staring at me like I'm some kind of fool." "I, Kin Shou Yu, am a smart girl, you know. And here you are, looking at me as if my intelligence is questionable," she said, a bit offended. "Just give me your phone, old Chen. Let me check your photo album. I bet you've got some ugly pictures of me in there." "Don't worry, old Chen. As long as you delete the pictures, I won't hold it against you. But you better not sneak photos of me while I'm asleep again. If you do, I'll sneak one of you while you're sleeping next time." "Ha ha ha," Kin Shou Yu laughed, clearly still innocent and not suspecting anything else. Couldn't she at least entertain the possibility of something a bit more daring? Chen Kai, feeling both amused and exasperated, handed her his phone. "I didn't take any embarrassing photos of you. If you don't believe me, see for yourself." Kin Shou Yu took the phone, checked the photo album, and found nothing out of the ordinary. "Nothing here. I guess I was just imagining things," she muttered, rubbing her head as if her brain had overheated from overthinking. Fine, I'll take your word for it," she said, looking at Chen Kai. "But old Chen, if you did take a photo and secretly uploaded it to the cloud, let's be clear, it's okay if you keep it, but you can't share it with anyone else. Otherwise you'll ruin my image as a beautiful girl. I care a lot about my image, you know," she added, surprisingly serious. It was hard to believe such words came out of Kin Shou Yu's mouth, but at least she wasn't thinking in any other direction, which was a relief. "Xiao Yu, you've got the wrong idea. What kind of person do you think I am? I'm your best friend, I wouldn't do something like that," Chen Kai said earnestly. "Sneaking a photo? Never. At most he'd steal a kiss, just a little one. After all, they were close friends. A kiss wasn't too much to ask, was it?" Chen Kai thought to himself. Hearing Chen Kai's sincere tone, Kin Shou Yu replied in her usual innocent way, "Oh, old Chen, you sound so serious. Maybe I really did misunderstand you. Of course. Don't you know me by now?" "You're right." Kin Shou Yu stopped overthinking and continued eating her breakfast. With nothing else planned for the day, Chen Kai took Kin Shou Yu out for some fun. For the next 2 or 3 days, they followed the same routine: morning exercises, a visit to the library in the afternoon, and playing games together in the evening. Before they knew it, it was Friday evening. Tonight was the night Chen Kai was supposed to attend the staff dinner for Mealy Internet Cafe. He had already agreed to go with Wu Qian, the manager. On the one hand, it was a staff gathering. On the other hand, it was an opportunity for the employees to meet their new boss and get to know each other. Wu Qian sent him a message saying, "Mr. Chen, the restaurant is booked. It's at Shunqin Grand Hotel, in private room 301 on the 3rd floor. Would you like me to come and pick you up? Where are you now? Send me your location, and I'll drive over to get you." Chen Kai typed back, "No need, we'll head over soon." After sending the message, Kin Shou Yu emerged from her room, dressed in a beautiful outfit. Old Chen, how do I look in this outfit? Isn't it pretty? Yeah, it looks great, Chen Kai replied. After all, I bought it for you. How could it not look good? Old Chen, I won't deny that this outfit you bought is lovely, but is the outfit really the point here? The real point is that I'm the one who's beautiful, right? Kin Shou Yu said with a hint of vanity. To be fair, Kin Shou Yu was indeed very pretty. Especially after these past 10 or 20 days of drinking milk non-stop, she had matured quite a bit. After all, you are what you eat. Old Chen, you still haven't told me what kind of dinner we're going to tonight, she said curiously. Who's going to be there? Will I know anyone? Chen Kai responded. You probably don't know most of the people at tonight's dinner, but there are two you should recognize. He was, of course, referring to Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai. They had all been classmates in high school, and while Kin Shou Yu hadn't talked to them much over those 3 years, she certainly knew who they were. Old Chen, now I'm even more curious. Tell me, who's going to be there tonight? Kin Shou Yu asked eagerly. You'll see when we get there. Let's go, Chen Kai replied. Kin Shou Yu pouted. Old Chen, you're keeping secrets now. Just wait, I'll see for myself who shows up. The two of them left their apartment, walked out of the residential complex, and hailed a cab that took them to Shunqian Grand Hotel, where Wu Qian had booked the dinner. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel and headed up to room 301 on the 3rd floor. Inside the private room, there were 2 or 3 tables filled with people, both men and women, all of them employees of Meili Internet Cafe, including staff from branch locations. Sitting at the main table was none other than Wu Qian. Glancing at the time, Wu Qian guessed that Chen Kai must have arrived, so she gave him a call. Mr. Chen, are you here? Great. I'll come down to meet you. With that, Wu Qian stood up and addressed the group of employees and branch managers in the room. Everyone, please continue eating. Our boss, Mr. Chen, has just arrived at the hotel. I'll go meet him and be right back. She then left the room. At a table in the corner, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai began chatting. Shuai, I didn't expect our new boss's last name to be Chen. I've been working here for 20 days and I only just found out. Yeah, I wonder what the new boss looks like and how old he is. Wang Shuai mused. But anyone who can buy a successful internet cafe like Meili must be in their 30s or 40s. Definitely. Zhang Ming agreed. By the way, we were planning to invite Chen over for dinner tonight. With the college entrance exam results out, and US heading off to different cities for university in a month, we won't have many chances to meet up again. But then we found out about this staff dinner at the cafe, and the new boss is coming too, so we had to prioritize this. Wang Shuai nodded. It's fine, we can invite Chen over for dinner tomorrow night instead. True. As the two of them continued their conversation, their expressions suddenly froze in shock. They were stunned to see Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu walking into the room with Wu Qian. Zhang Ming's face went blank with disbelief. Next to him, Wang Shuai was engrossed in playing Honor of Kings on his phone, a game that had recently become incredibly popular. He had been a big fan of Temple Run before, but Honor of Kings had taken over his interest. He hadn't even noticed Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu entering the room. Zhang Ming quickly nudged Wang Shuai. Shuai, stop playing and look. Look over there. What is it, Zhang? Why are you bothering me? I was in the middle of a game and now I'm dead because of you. Wang Shuai grumbled as he looked up, only to freeze in shock. What the heck? Zhang, what's going on? Why is Chen here? And how does he know our manager? As the two sat there in stunned silence, trying to make sense of it all, Wu Qian spoke up. Everyone, employees and managers from all branches, I'd like to introduce someone to you. The person standing next to me is Chen Kai, the owner of Meili Internet Cafe. Mr. Chen, these are our employees, and those at the main table are the managers of our various branches here in the city. Wu Qian introduced. Chen Kai nodded, shook hands with the managers, and then sat down. Kin Shou Yu, still in shock, sat down beside him and whispered in disbelief. Old Chen, that internet cafe across from the shopping plaza, it's yours. You're the owner. Oh my gosh, Old Chen, when did you buy it? How come I didn't know? And to think I was telling you before how good that location is, and how it must make a lot of money. All this time you were the owner. How embarrassing. I can't believe I said all that in front of you, Old Chen. Why didn't you tell me sooner? So, does this mean that the next time you take me to the cafe to play games, we won't have to pay for snacks or drinks? Do we get everything for free? Kin Shou Yu asked with a goofy smile, suddenly realizing something else. Wait a second, Old Chen. Remember how Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai wanted to get you to join them for a part-time summer job at that internet cafe? And you didn't go. Now I get it, they were actually working for you all along, weren't they? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. They were trying to get their own boss to work with them. Are they here? Let me take a look. Kin Shou Yu stood up and scanned the room, quickly spotting Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai sitting in the corner. Both of them looked completely shocked. Kin Shou Yu couldn't hold back her laughter. She leaned in and whispered to Chen Kai, "Old Chen, I think you should comfort Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai after dinner. After all, working for a friend isn't so bad, right? Ha ha ha." Chen Kai chuckled too. At that moment, a notification popped up in his mind, triggered by Kin Shou Yu's reaction to discovering he was the owner of Meili Internet Cafe. Kin Shou Yu's surprise at learning the host is the owner of Meili Internet Cafe has triggered a special reward. The host has earned one chance to draw a prize. Would you like to draw now? Eager to see what the prize might be, Chen Kai chose to draw immediately. The reward he received was surprising and unexpected. Chen Kai hadn't expected that the reward from the system would be ownership of a real estate company in Fengshan called Lantian Real Estate. This company was quite prominent locally, with a large operation and a significant number of employees. If he mentioned it to Kin Shou Yu, she would definitely know it. The reward seemed to be quite valuable. He now owned 90% of the company's shares, making him the majority shareholder. As he sat there, Kin Shou Yu nudged him with her elbow. "Old Chen, what are you spacing out for? We're here to enjoy the meal, not to daydream." She picked up her chopsticks and piled a bunch of food onto his plate. "Hee hee. How's that, Old Chen? Aren't I good at taking care of you? Don't worry. When you come back to Fengshan with me, I'll take even better care of you than I do now. I mean it. You've got to believe me, Old Chen. You know better than anyone that I always keep my promises." Kin Shou Yu's words were genuine. She might be a bit naive and reckless, but when it came to Chen Kai, she was always there for him, no questions asked. She giggled, and, in her typically sociable way, turned to Wu Qian and the branch managers at the table. "Everyone, don't be shy. Eat more, eat more." Even though she wasn't familiar with these people, Kin Shou Yu's personality was naturally outgoing. She never felt awkward and had no problem making herself at home. Chen Kai, sitting next to her, couldn't help but smile at her antics. Opposite them, Wu Qian glanced at Kin Shou Yu and asked, "Mr. Chen, is this young lady your girlfriend? If so, I should formally introduce myself." Wu Qian stood up and addressed Kin Shou Yu. "Madam, I didn't catch your name earlier. I'm Wu, the manager of Meili Internet Cafe. If you don't mind, you can just call me Little Wu." "Madam?" Kin Shou Yu was momentarily stunned. Although she liked the idea of being called that, and would love to be Chen Kai's girlfriend, she couldn't just admit it outright. She had some pride, after all. Quickly she replied, "Oh no, Manager Wu, you've got it wrong. Old Chen and I aren't in that kind of relationship. We're just friends like brother and sister. You get what I mean, right?" Wu Qian smiled, seeming to understand, though not entirely convinced. "Sure, madam, I mean, how should I address you then?" "Just call me Kin Shou Yu, or Xiao Yu," she answered. "Miss Qin, you're always welcome to visit our cafe with Mr. Chen. I'll make sure our staff treats you well," Wu Qian said politely. "Since Mr. Chen has been quite busy, he hasn't had much time to meet the staff. That's why our employees didn't recognize you when you visited before. For any lack of hospitality in the past, I apologize on behalf of the staff. It won't happen again." Wu Qian was very courteous and certainly not naive. She could clearly see the close, almost ambiguous relationship between Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai. She didn't believe in this brother-sister friendship. To her, it was only a matter of time before Kin Shou Yu became the boss's significant other. With that in mind, she was even more determined to make a good impression on her. And honestly, she had to admit that Mr. Chen's taste was impeccable. This Kin Shou Yu might be petite, but she was adorable and had a delightful personality. Even as a woman, Wu Qian found herself liking her. After shaking hands, Kin Shou Yu laughed. "Come on, Manager Wu, there's no need to be so formal. Let's just enjoy the meal. Treat this place like your own home, no need to be so reserved. Even though Old Chen is your boss, let me tell you, he's not the type to put on airs. He's a really good guy. Once you get to know him, you'll see. I'm confident he's not the kind of boss who exploits his employees." "I'm sure of it." Wu Qian nodded in agreement. That much was true. Mr. Chen had been generous with the staff. Just the other day he had instructed her to give everyone a raise. In these times, there weren't many bosses like Mr. Chen, who were so generous and considerate of their employees. After about an hour, by around 9 p.m., the dinner was winding down. The branch managers and employees began to leave one by one. Wu Qian then offered Mr. Chen, "It's getting late. How about I drive you home? I didn't drink tonight, so I could take you both back." Chen Kai waved her off, indicating it wasn't necessary. He planned to stay a bit longer to chat with Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai. He and Kin Shou Yu stood up and moved over to the corner table where Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai were sitting. Seeing this, Wu Qian was a bit surprised. "I didn't realize those two were friends of Mr. Chen." She thought to herself, "Since they're friends of the boss, I'll have to make sure to take good care of them from now on." Wu Qian was someone who understood social dynamics well. If the boss's friends were working part-time at the cafe, she needed to ensure they were treated well. Sensing that her presence was no longer needed, Wu Qian said, "Mr. Chen, since you're staying to chat with your friends, I'll head out now. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Chen Kai nodded. "All right, you can go." "Thank you, Mr. Chen," Wu Qian replied, heading downstairs to settle the bill. After all, she had organized the dinner, and it wouldn't be appropriate for the boss to pay. It was only a few hundred yuan, not a big deal. Wu Qian wasn't the type to be petty. Moreover, her boss was clearly a savvy businessman, not just the owner of an internet cafe but also the head of Key network technology. Following such a capable boss, she knew she had to think big and make herself valuable. As Wu Qian left the room, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai couldn't hold back any longer. "Holy crap," they exclaimed, stunned. Their reactions were immediate and instinctive. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai both spoke up almost simultaneously. "Chen, so it turns out that we've been working part-time at your place for over half a month? We were working for you this whole time." "Wow. I never would have guessed it," Zhang Ming said with a mix of surprise and laughter. "Right, Shuai?" Wang Shuai nodded. "Exactly, Chen. You have no idea, we were just guessing earlier how old our new boss might be. We figured he must be in his 30s or 40s at least. And then it turns out our boss is you. No wonder you turned us down so quickly when we wanted you to join us for a summer job." Zhang Ming continued. "I thought it was because you didn't care about the small paycheck, but now it all makes sense. I'm proud to be working for my brother." Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai said with a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Honestly, Chen, you're something else. Not just anyone could pull this off." Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai couldn't hide their amazement. "Just a few days ago, you released a song that blew up online. And now we find out that you own Mealy Internet Cafe. Man, how many other secrets are you hiding from us?" They were clearly taken aback. Kin Shou Yu, sitting nearby, almost wanted to chime in. Actually, the newly established company across from the shopping plaza, Key Network Technology, also belongs to Chen. If she told them that, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai would probably be even more shocked. Even though the company was newly established, everyone around knew it was well funded. It had already acquired 2 commercial buildings from King Ting Real Estate Group. However, since Chen Kai hadn't mentioned it, Kin Shou Yu decided not to bring it up either. But she was still surprised. She hadn't expected Chen to be so low-key. At their age, most high schoolers would be eager to show off and compare themselves to others. Yet, despite all this, Chen Kai remained humble. That was rare. Kin Shou Yu thought to herself, "What do I do? I think I like old Chen even more now. He's so low-key. Wow, I'm really starting to feel." She couldn't quite put her feelings into words. Just when she thought she understood Chen, he'd surprise her with his mystery. That sense of intrigue was quite captivating. But Kin Shou Yu didn't know how to express these feelings properly. After all, she was still young and inexperienced with such emotions. She figured she'd ask her friend Jiajia, an expert on love, for advice later. While she was deep in thought, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai poured 2 glasses of wine and said, "Chen, we don't know what to say, but here's a toast to you. You're truly impressive. The feeling of working a summer job at your brother's cafe, there's nothing like it." After finishing their drinks, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai continued chatting. "But seriously, Chen, we were just listening to that song you wrote, The Wind Rises. Have you noticed how insanely popular it's gotten online? The numbers are off the charts. It's already surpassed 100 million plays on music streaming platforms. That's incredible. And the comments section has over 500,000 comments now. Plus, it's all over short video platforms like Kuaishan, with tons of people using it as background music for their videos. If you don't believe us, check this out." Wang Shuai started scrolling through his phone to show Chen Kai some of the trending videos featuring his song. This was 2016, and Kuaishan was the top dog in short videos. But Chen Kai wasn't worried, his own short video platform was coming soon. With the advanced data algorithms he planned to implement, his platform was bound to surpass Kuashen and become the biggest in the market. So, what do you think, Chen? We weren't lying, right? Your song is seriously popular, especially on Kuashan. In just the past few days, I've seen countless trending videos using it as the background track. It's blowing up. Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai couldn't stop praising him. But you know, the music scene is really competitive these days. Just a few hours ago, I saw a post on Weibo by some big shot lyricist in the industry. His name's Liu Zijian, right? Yeah, Liu Zijian. He's a top-tier lyricist in the country. He posted about how he recently met a young musician, just 17 or 18 years old, whose lyrics were so good they blew his mind. He even said that at his age, he couldn't write lyrics of that caliber. Think about it, getting praised like that by someone like Liu Zijian, who's such a big deal in the music industry, is no small feat. Chen, if you're planning to pursue a music career, you've got some serious competition ahead. Honestly, this young musician Liu Zijian praised is probably your biggest rival. Or better yet, if you write a song someday that gets recognized by a lyricist like him, you'd be on your way to becoming a superstar. And when that day comes, maybe we can bask in your glory too, Zhang Ming added. Right, Shuai? Am I wrong? Wang Shuai nodded. You're right on the money. Hearing this, Chen Kai just smiled without saying a word. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu couldn't hold back her laughter. They probably didn't know that the young musician Liu Zijian praised was Chen himself. It just goes to show how impressive old Chen really is. Kin Shou Yu had also checked the music platform's play count earlier. It had indeed surpassed 100 million. That's incredible. On the way home later, she decided she'd sing a little to show off and get Chen's feedback. Kin Shou Yu didn't think of herself as a great singer, but she listened to a lot of music and could sing a song or two. She felt her voice and singing skills were decent enough. She thought to herself, I should ask old Chen to give me some feedback later. After that, Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai chatted with Chen Kai for a while. They didn't talk about much, just made plans to hang out, maybe grab some barbecue and drinks in the next day or two, while they still had time during the summer break. After all, once they started university, chances to meet up would become rarer. About half an hour passed, and soon it was almost 10 p.m. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu left Shunqing Grand Hotel and headed home, while Zhang Ming and Wang Shuai had to go back to the internet cafe for their night shifts. As they walked home, Kin Shou Yu suddenly said, Old Chen, let me sing you a song. Tell me what you think. I think I'm pretty good at singing. I used to sing in the dorm, but Jia always said I sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Every time I started, she'd cover my mouth. But I'm sure you have better taste than Jia, right? Hearing this, Chen Kai braced himself. All right, go ahead and sing. Great, here goes. Kin Shou Yu started singing enthusiastically. Although it was almost 10 p.m., the street still had a fair number of passersby, who began to glance over in their direction. Chen Kai started to feel a bit embarrassed, almost wishing the ground would swallow him up. But there was no helping it. Kin Shou Yu was like a sister to him, and he had to support her. After about 3 or 4 minutes of singing, Kin Shou Yu asked, So old Chen, how was it? Did you like it? Before Chen Kai could respond, she burst out laughing and said with a bit of pride, I bet you were thinking it sounded pretty good, right? It wasn't bad, was it? I actually think I've got some real talent for singing. Haha. Chen Kai couldn't tell if she was joking or being serious. Her expression was completely earnest, which combined with her earlier singing, made the situation even funnier. Kin Shou Yu pressed on. Old Chen, why aren't you saying anything? Were you mesmerized by my voice? Wow. I didn't realize my singing was that captivating. Even you were moved by it, old Chen. See? It's because you have a professional ear, not like Jia, who's just an amateur with no taste at all. It's good to know you appreciate my singing. You've got great taste. Kin Shou Yu laughed and gave Chen Kai a playful pat on the shoulder, looking very pleased with herself. Chen Kai, both amused and a bit exasperated, decided to humor her. Shou Yu, I think you sang really well. It was very, very good. Really? Wow, old Chen, you're making me blush. Look, my face is all red now. I'm so embarrassed. Hey, but you've got a good eye, old Chen. I'm really starting to like the new you. Realizing how her words might be misunderstood, Kin Shou Yu quickly added, Oh no, that's not what I meant. Don't get the wrong idea, old Chen. I just meant that you've really developed a great sense of appreciation. You've changed so much, it's like you've got a whole new perspective. Even though it's a bit hard to get used to, I really like the new you, old Chen. Honestly, Kin Shou Yu said earnestly, then pointed to her face. If you don't believe me, just look at my expression. See? I'm completely serious. I'm not flattering you or anything, I swear. I'm telling the truth. Old Chen. You're really getting better and better. You're so much nicer to me now. And you're so much sweeter, too, always knowing just what to say. Talking to you makes me feel so happy. It's not like before, when you'd always tease me. Haha, I really like you now, old Chen. The more Kin Shou Yu talked, the more excited she became. At that moment, Chen Kai received a system notification. Ding. Host's compliment has boosted Kin Shou Yu's mood, triggering a surprise reaction. Host has been awarded the full mastery of the song Who. Chen Kai was surprised to receive such a nice reward just for complimenting Kin Shou Yu. The most iconic and beautiful part of Who is the intro. It's simply stunning. Who was one of the most popular songs in 2017, with incredible melodies and lyrics. Chen Kai remembered being obsessed with it back in the day. The more he listened, the more hooked he became. Even years later, covers of the song kept going viral on short video platforms. Now, with full mastery of the song, Chen Kai felt quite satisfied with the reward. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu continued. Old Chen, you know, back in the dorm when I sang, Jiajia and Ranran would always complain that I sounded like a dying pig. They'd say that while other people sing for money, I sing as a form of torture. But you, old Chen, you actually praised me. Wow. You're definitely the best, old Chen. Kin Shou Yu laughed. After walking around a bit more, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu finally headed back home. It was about 11 p.m. by the time they got back, not too late. The next few days were uneventful. By Monday morning, Chen Kai needed to go to the recording studio to finalize the official version of his song Relieve Sorrow. In a few days, Yang Qi from Manhwa Records was planning to visit Jiang Bay to discuss a collaboration for the song. The deal was likely worth over 10 million won. That's why the entertainment industry is known for its fast money, faster than running a business. There's a reason for that. Chen Kai spent about an hour in the studio, and soon the official version of the song was ready. As soon as it was done, Kin Shou Yu eagerly asked, Old Chen, is the single Relieve Sorrow ready? Let me hear it. The last time I heard you sing a bit of it over the phone to Mr. Yang from Manhwa Records, I loved it right away. Now that the official version is finally done, I have to listen to it, Kin Shou Yu said, full of anticipation. Kin Shou Yu put on her headphones, full of anticipation, and listened carefully to the entire song. When it ended, she was deeply moved. Old Chen, I think if you release this song, it's definitely going to surpass the success of The Wind Rises in both plays and popularity. Even though the melody of this song feels more niche and less mainstream, with a folk-style accompaniment, the lyrics are just incredible. Remember what's his name, Liu Zijian. Even a master lyricist like him gave it such high praise. So, all things considered, she continued seriously, Old Chen, I'm sure this song is going to be a huge hit. And of course, Relieve Sorrow was one of the most iconic songs of 2017. Whether you consider the lyrics, the melody, or its reception in the music industry and among listeners, it was bound to explode in popularity. The song, with its unique and refreshing style, stood out in the often superficial music market. Chen Kai quickly uploaded the song to his music platform's creator portal and published it. Within about half an hour, the song's play count began to skyrocket. Thanks to the popularity of The Wind Rises, many users on the platform had already followed Chen Kai, so when the new song was released, they were immediately notified. Soon after, the comments section for Relieve Sorrow started filling up rapidly. In just a short time, over 2,000 comments had been posted. The reaction was overwhelming. Here's a sample of the comments. Whoa, a new song already? I haven't even listened to it yet, but the title sounds so artistic. Wow. This song is amazing. The lyrics alone are something else. Even mainstream singers would be impressed. Absolutely. Fellow fans, this song is a must-listen. It gave me chills. I can't even describe the feeling. You've got to hear it for yourself. The lyrics are so real and hit so hard. Especially if you've been through some life experiences, it really resonates. This is on a whole different level compared to the generic pop songs out there. If you don't believe me, listen for yourself. If it's not good, you can come after me online. Man, that's a bold bet. Seriously, everyone should go give it a listen. After a while, more listeners came back to the comments section after finishing the song. Holy crap. This song is incredible. Both the melody and the lyrics are top-notch. Absolutely, especially the lyrics. I've been listening to music for years, and I've rarely come across a songwriter who captures such raw, human emotion. No joke. I'm just a random listener, not even a fan of Chen Kai. but after hearing The Wind Rises, I thought it was catchy and well done, though not mind-blowing. But this new song, I'm floored. Chen Kai is definitely a rising star in the music world. If this song doesn't blow up, I'll eat my words on a live stream. Whoa. In just a few dozen minutes, the number of comments on Relieve Sorrow soared from a couple thousand to over 30,000. The play count had also climbed to 4 or 5 million. And this was just within the first hour after its release. At this rate, it seemed likely that the song would surpass 10 million plays within a day. Kin Shou Yu, excited, exclaimed. Old Chen, see? Didn't I tell you? Didn't I say this song would be a hit? Even though it's a niche folk song, the lyrics are so real and hit so hard. I'm sure older listeners, in particular, will love it. Look now. Isn't my intuition spot on? Kin Shou Yu grinned smugly. Ha ha, old Chen, when this song becomes a huge hit, you've got to thank me. After all, it's like I blessed it with my words. When I say you'll be a hit, you will be. Kin Shou Yu laughed gleefully. Chen Kai smiled, shaking his head. Yes, Xiao Yu, you were absolutely right. You've got great taste. And a very accurate judgment. After hearing his praise, Kin Shou Yu laughed even more. Of course. Who am I? I'm Kin Shou Yu, trust me, and you'll never go wrong. By 3 p.m., Relieve Sorrow had shot to the top of trending lists on social media platforms like Weibo and Tiba, thanks to shares and comments from top industry figures and popular musicians. The buzz kept growing. By evening, Chen Kai had already received several calls from movie producers, TV drama directors, and even anime creators, all eager to discuss licensing the song for their projects. A song this popular would undoubtedly make a significant impact in a movie, drama, or anime. As for the licensing fees, they were open to negotiation. They agreed to visit Jiang Bay in a few days to discuss the details with Chen Kai in person. Chen Kai estimated that he could easily earn tens of millions from these deals. By evening, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu were sitting on the couch in the living room. They ordered takeout to celebrate. Kin Shou Yu had placed the order and spent quite a bit of money, but she didn't mind after all. Old Chen was like family. They were planning to celebrate the fact that this new song was even more successful than The Wind Rises. While waiting for the food to arrive, Kin Shou Yu leaned back on the couch, scrolling through her social media feed. Suddenly, she noticed that her mom had shared a song just 2 minutes ago on her WeChat Moments. Along with the song, she had posted a lyric from the chorus as her caption. The song was, of course, Chen Kai's new release. And it was being shared all over social media. Kin Shou Yu was stunned, almost unable to process it. Oh my god, has old Chen's song already become so popular that even parents are sharing it? Even her mom, who hardly ever listened to music, always complaining when Kin Shou Yu played it too loudly at home, had shared old Chen's song. Unbelievable. Old Chen, come here. You've got to see my mom's WeChat Moments, she called out excitedly. Hearing Kin Shou Yu's excited voice, Chen Kai was a bit surprised. You want to show me your mom's WeChat Moments? Yes, Kin Shou Yu quickly nodded, pulling out her phone and opening her mom's moments to show Chen Kai. As Chen Kai looked at the screen, he saw that Kin Shou Yu's mom had shared Relieve Sorrow on her WeChat Moments. Before Chen Kai could say anything, Kin Shou Yu eagerly exclaimed. Old Chen, did you see that? My mom, who doesn't even like music, actually shared your song on her moments. Isn't that amazing? This means that your song really resonates with middle-aged people. It's not just popular with young people, but even those with more life experience, especially after they hear your lyrics, they're bound to feel something. For my mom, who usually finds music too noisy and annoying, and to be moved like this. Old Chen, your song is probably going to be a massive hit. Kin Shou Yu's face was lit up with excitement. Seeing how much influence Chen Kai's song had brought her so much joy, it was like she'd struck gold. What a lovable goof. As she laughed, Kin Shou Yu told Chen Kai. Wait a second, old Chen. I'm going to send my mom a message. She quickly typed a message to her mom. Mom, I just saw your WeChat Moments. Did you really share a song? I've never seen you listen to music before. What's going on today? Did the sun rise in the west? Mom, didn't you always say that music is too noisy and pointless? Especially during summer and winter breaks when I'm home, you always tell me to turn down the volume, even when it's not that loud. So, what's changed? Are you starting to like music now? Her mom, Yang Xiaohui, quickly replied. Xiao Yu. It's not that I suddenly like music, but this song is special. The melody and the lyrics are so captivating. I've always thought that music and games were things you young people enjoy. At our age, your dad and I usually only like music from the 80s and 90s. We don't care for today's popular music, it's all shouting and screaming, hitting high notes without any depth. The lyrics are usually so shallow, just about liking this or that person. I don't expect songs to be about grand themes, but at least the lyrics should have some substance. That's why I don't usually like listening to music, I just can't get into what your generation likes. Yang Xiaowei continued. But Relieve Sorrow is completely different. This song is just too good. And I read online that the singer is really young, only 17 or 18 years old. It's really amazing. I used to think that in today's fast-paced music era, no one would sing songs with depth or meaning anymore. But then this folk-style song came out, sung by a young person, no less. It's so rare. I saw that many of our friends were sharing this song on their moments, so I was curious and clicked to listen. I wasn't expecting much, but the more I listened, the more hooked I became. The lyrics are fantastic, especially for someone my age, they really hit home. And the folk melody is so much better than all that electronic music. Yang Xiaohui grew more and more enthusiastic as she typed, clearly impressed by the song. Kin Shou Yu could sense her mom's genuine appreciation through her words. Kin Shou Yu giggled as she looked at her phone. She could hardly contain herself. What would her mom's reaction be if she found out that old Chen was the one who sang the song? Kin Shou Yu was already looking forward to it. She thought about telling her mom right then and there but decided against it. Since her parents would be coming back to Fenin in a week, she figured it would be better to wait until then. She'd bring old Chen home with her and tell her mom in person. That way her mom would be even more impressed with old Chen. After all, her mom was practically a fan of his now. Kin Shou Yu felt proud of her cleverness. I'm such a genius. This way, I won't have to worry about mom not appreciating old Chen. Haha. This is perfect. Kin Shou Yu spent a few more minutes chatting with her mom. After that, she and Chen Kai played some games together until around 11 p.m. Finally, feeling too tired to continue, Kin Shou Yu washed up and went to her room to rest. 2 days later, Yang Qi from Madu Zixingkong Records arrived in Jiang Bay with Lu Zijian. They had driven in a company car for about 2 or 3 hours before finally reaching the city. Once they arrived, Yang Qi called Chen Kai. The phone rang a few times. At that moment, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu were at home. With nothing else to do that morning, they had decided to do some deep cleaning around the house. Kin Shou Yu was particularly hard-working, mopping the floors, wiping down tables, and doing everything with great care. Even though she was a small girl with little strength, she was full of energy. Her face, however, ended up smudged with dust, making her look like a little kitten. It was hard for Chen Kai to hold back his laughter. Seeing his expression, Kin Shou Yu asked, "Old Chen, why are you laughing? Is there something on my face?" Chen Kai replied, "Shou Yu, you should take a look in the mirror. To be honest, you look pretty cute." "Really? I'm cute?" Kin Shou Yu was momentarily surprised, then smiled brightly at old Chen's unexpected compliment. Hee, I'm always cute, aren't I? You've got a great eye, old Chen. You really know how to compliment someone. Let me see. I'll appreciate my beauty." Kin Shou Yu grabbed a mirror and looked at herself, only to find that her face was smudged like a little cat's. "Oh my gosh, what's this?" Kin Shou Yu finally realized. "So you were joking earlier, old Chen? I actually thought you were seriously complimenting me." She pouted her lips, looking absolutely adorable. "Old Chen, I'm not letting you get away with this, you're going to be a little cat too." With that, Kin Shou Yu playfully wiped her dirty hands on Chen Kai's face. As soon as Kin Shou Yu finished speaking, she wasted no time and smeared her dirty hands on Chen Kai's face. In an instant, his previously clean face became just as smudged as hers. Chen Kai exclaimed, "Kin Shou Yu, what are you doing?" Kin Shou Yu giggled. Hee, old Chen, aren't we good friends? You know the saying, share the good times and the bad, right? Look. My face is all dirty like a little kitten, so you should match me. That's what good friends do, stick together through thick and thin. She kept laughing. But she remained on high alert, ready to bolt if Chen Kai tried to retaliate. Knowing him, he'd probably grab something from the floor and smear it back on her face. But just as she was bracing herself to run, Chen Kai's phone started ringing on the coffee table in the living room. "Hey old Chen, your phone's ringing. I'll get it for you." Kin Shou Yu seized the opportunity to make a quick escape, avoiding any potential payback from Chen Kai. "I'm so clever," Kin Shou Yu thought proudly. She dashed into the living room, grabbed the phone from the coffee table, and brought it over to Chen Kai. "Old Chen, it's for you. Someone's calling, but there's no name saved, just a number from Madu." It's probably Mr. Yang from Xingkong Records in Madu. He mentioned coming to Jiang Bay in the next couple of days to discuss the licensing fee for Relieve Sorrow. I bet this call is from Mr. Yang. Kin Shou Yu speculated as Chen Kai answered the phone. Sure enough, it was Yang Qi on the other end. Hello Chen Kai? This is Yang Qi from Xingkong Records in Madu. We had arranged to meet in Jiang Bay to discuss the cooperation for Relieve Sorrow. I'm here in Jiang Bay now with Mr. Lu. We're planning to find a quiet bar with a private room. Once we've booked it, I'll send you the location. Whenever you're free, feel free to join us. But if you're busy right now, we can wait for you here. We just need to see you sometime tonight. Any time is fine, Yang Qi said over the phone. After all, Chen Kai wasn't just any ordinary artist. Unlike many singers in the industry who might have good voices but lack talent in songwriting, Chen Kai was different. Yang Qi's respectful tone was entirely because Chen Kai was a rare talent, someone who could compose and write lyrics at such a high level. Yang Qi was more than willing to set aside his usual high status to accommodate him. He thought to himself, when it comes to talent, nothing else matters. Chen Kai's talent was enough to make anyone put aside their pride. Hearing Yang Qi's words, Chen Kai replied, "Alright, I'll head over in a bit. I'm just finishing up some cleaning at home, so I'll need about half an hour." "That's no problem, Chen Kai. We'll see you in half an hour." "Great, I'll send the bar's address and room number to your WeChat. Check it when you can." "Alright, I won't keep you any longer. See you soon," Yang Qi said, then hung up. After the call, Lu Zijian, who was sitting beside Yang Qi, asked, "So, what did Chen Kai say? We didn't come all the way from Madu for nothing, right? I'd hate to miss the chance to meet him in person. It would be so disappointing if we couldn't see him today," Lu Zijian said with a hint of concern. After all, while he had written lyrics for many singers over the years, none had impressed him quite like Chen Kai. Chen Kai's talent was something Lu Zijian both admired and envied. In recent days, Lu Zijian had studied the lyrics of Relieve Sorrow in great detail, growing more and more impressed with each read. He was deeply moved by the lyrics, and couldn't help but acknowledge that he himself couldn't write something of that caliber, especially not with the level of popularity that Chen Kai had achieved with such a profound song. It was like creating a blockbuster film that also won an art house award, a rare feat indeed. That was why Lu Zijian admired Chen Kai so much, and was determined to meet him. Yang Qi reassured him. "Mr. Lu, we'll find a quiet bar to wait. Chen Kai said he's finishing up some cleaning at home, and should be done in about half an hour." "No problem, we'll just wait for him. After all, we've been driving for a few hours, so it's a good chance to rest up a bit. My back's been aching, so I could use the break. We'll have a drink and wait for him." Yang Qi's main concern was that Lu Zijian might lose his temper. Known for his volatile personality, Lu Zijian was notorious for being difficult to deal with, something everyone in the industry was well aware of. People with great talent often have eccentric personalities, and Lu Zijian was no exception. As a highly regarded lyricist, he was usually the one people sought out, hoping he'd write lyrics for them. No singer had ever made him wait before. If they were late, he'd walk out without hesitation, not caring at all about their status. Yang Qi had tried to explain the situation to keep Lu Zijian calm, fearing he might get upset. But to Yang Qi's surprise, Lu Zijian reacted in a completely unexpected way, far exceeding his expectations. "Wait for Chen Kai for half an hour. So, he'll be here in half an hour. That's great. I was worried we wouldn't get to see him today. Half an hour is nothing, I'd wait 3 hours for him." Before Yang Qi could even react, Lu Zijian quickly added, No, I misspoke. Not just 3 hours. If I can see him before midnight tonight, I'm willing to wait as long as it takes." Lu Zijian's words left Yang Qi stunned. His expression froze, clearly taken aback. "Yang, what's with that look?" Lu Zijian asked. "It's nothing, really. I'm just surprised by your reaction," Yang Qi replied. "In the past, even when you had a meeting with a top-tier singer, if they were just a few minutes late, you'd leave without waiting. But now, you're willing to wait half an hour for Chen Kai. And you even said you'd wait 3 hours if needed. This is so different from what I know about you, so I was just a bit shocked." Lu Zijian laughed heartily. "Oh, that's what you're referring to?" He chuckled and explained. "Yes, I do have a short temper, and it's no wonder people say that about me. I'm well aware that my personality isn't the best. But let me make one thing clear. If I'm willing to wait for someone for half an hour, or even 3 hours or more, it's not because of how famous they are or how popular their songs are. It's because their talent genuinely impresses me. As you mentioned earlier, even if a superstar singer came to meet me and was a few minutes late, I'd leave immediately. That's because they're the ones asking for my help, wanting me to write lyrics for them. If they can't even be punctual, no matter how famous they are, I don't see the point in working with them. Lu Zijian continued earnestly. But today's situation is different. I'm the one seeking to collaborate with Chen Kai. I admire his talent and his skill in writing lyrics. So, even if it means waiting a few hours, I'm more than willing. Does that explanation make sense? Hearing Lu Zijian's explanation, Yang Qi nodded. Yes, I get it now. I didn't realize how genuine you are, Liu. Not at all. Lu Zijian replied. I just truly admire this young man, Chen Kai. He's incredibly talented. I hope we can collaborate on a song together. But even if he's not interested, it's fine. Either way, I'm determined to be his friend. Lu Zijian's sincerity was evident. After a while, Yang Qi and Lu Zijian drove to a quiet bar, found a private room upstairs, and settled in. Once the location was confirmed, Yang Qi pulled out his phone and sent Chen Kai a message. Chen Kai, I've sent you the location of the bar and the room number. Whenever you're done, just come over. We'll be waiting for you here. Chen Kai received the message immediately. Standing beside him, Kin Shou Yu glanced at the screen and excitedly said, Old Chen, so you're meeting with Yang Qi from Xingkong Records, and that master lyricist Lu Zijian. She bit her lip playfully, then smiled mischievously. You know, Old Chen, you're the best. In my eyes, you're the most handsome guy. Really. Me. You're not only super good looking, but most importantly, you're loyal, a true friend who values brotherhood. Kin Shou Yu started laying on the flattery thick. Chen Kai, both amused and exasperated, said, Kin Shou Yu, just get to the point. Skip the flattery. Hey, Old Chen. It's nothing big, I just want to come with you. Can I tag along, please? Otherwise, it's no fun being left alone at home. Plus, you wouldn't just leave your best friend alone at home, would you? And what if something bad happens? What if some burglar breaks in and kidnaps me? You'd feel guilty, right? So, to avoid any tragedies, don't you think you should bring me along? Kin Shou Yu was quite the chatterbox, going on and on just to ask if she could go with him. Chen Kai didn't mind though. Having Kin Shou Yu around, even with her constant talking, would keep things lively. All right, Chen Kai said. Get yourself cleaned up, look at your dirty little face. Really? You're letting me come? Kin Shou Yu's eyes lit up. I knew you wouldn't leave me behind. But Old Chen, the fact that you agreed so quickly says something. Kin Shou Yu giggled, clearly about to dive into another bout of self-flattery. What does it say? Chen Kai asked casually. It means you don't need to hide it anymore, Old Chen, Kin Shou Yu said, smiling playfully. You could have easily said no to bringing me along. You could have told me to go hang out with Jijia and Ronan instead. But you didn't. Do you know what that means? Doesn't it show that you actually like me and want me by your side? That's why you didn't say no. That's why you agreed so quickly. I knew it, Old Chen, you're just being shy. You say you don't like me, but deep down you're totally into me, right? Kin Shou Yu was so straightforward and candid. She said things that most people would never openly admit, even if they felt that way. But Kin Shou Yu was different. She spoke her mind without hesitation, absolutely a straightforward and direct person. Her words immediately lightened the mood. Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh. With Ye Yu around, the atmosphere during the meeting was sure to be lively. Seeing that Chen Kai wasn't responding, Kin Shou Yu continued. What's wrong, Old Chen? Why are you so quiet? You know silence means agreement, right? Ah, Old Chen, you're so funny. You're clearly crazy about me but pretend not to care. But that's okay, I understand. And really it's normal when you think about it. I mean, I'm so pretty, so graceful, so ladylike. Old Chen, it's perfectly natural for you to like someone as beautiful and elegant as me, Kin Shou Yu said, patting Chen Kai on the shoulder with a completely serious expression. As Kin Shou Yu spoke, it was hard to believe how she managed to keep such a straight face without bursting into laughter. Indeed, Kin Shou Yu was beautiful, no doubt about that. With her petite frame, doll-like features, and pretty face, she was undeniably attractive. But calling herself a lady was a bit of a stretch. Unfazed, Kin Shou Yu continued with her self-praise. What's wrong, Old Chen? Did I hit the nail on the head? Are you too shy to admit it? Come on! There's nothing to be embarrassed about. She went on. Like I said before, if you actually liked someone as pretty as me, that would be perfectly normal. Chen Kai chuckled, not sure how to respond to her bold statements. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He got up, headed to the bathroom to wash up, and changed his clothes, preparing to leave. After all, Yang Qiwai from Mado Zigzingkong Records and Lu Zijian were already waiting for him in a private room at a nearby bar. He didn't want to keep them waiting too long, it wouldn't be polite. But Kin Shou Yu wasn't done yet. "Old Chen, are you avoiding me because I'm right?" Chen Kai smiled, exasperated. "Kin Shou Yu, I'm going to take a shower. Want to join me?" Her first reaction was to peek into the bathroom, but she quickly shook her head. No, old Chen, what are you thinking? There's no way I'm coming in there. Even if we're close, that's just not right." Her face turned a bit red, and she felt flustered. "See? I knew it," Chen Kai said as he closed the door and stepped into the shower. Left alone in the living room, Kin Shou Yu fanned her flushed face with her hands. "That was close," she thought. "Luckily old Chen didn't see how red my face was. He would have teased me for sure." But then she started to wonder, was there a chance that old Chen actually liked her? At first she had been joking, not really serious. But old Chen hadn't denied it. Did that mean something? Did it mean he secretly liked her? Confused, Kin Shou Yu decided to chat with Jiaji about it. A little while later, Chen Kai finished his shower and came out of the bathroom, dressed in fresh clothes. Kin Shou Yu quickly got ready too. After about 20 minutes both of them were set, and they headed downstairs to catch a taxi to the bar where Yang Qiwai and Lu Zijian were waiting. The ride took about 10 minutes. As soon as they got into the taxi, Chen Kai sent a message. "Mr. Yang, I'm on my way now. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Just wanted to give you a heads up so you're not kept waiting." At that moment, Yang Qiwai and Lu Zijian were in the private room at the bar, discussing Chen Kai's new song, Relieve Sorrow, and sharing their thoughts on it. Yang Qiwi's phone buzzed, and he saw the message from Chen Kai. "Is Chen Kai here?" Lu Zijian asked, clearly excited. He seemed as eager as a fan meeting his idol, which was surprising considering his status as a highly respected master lyricist. It was hard to believe that such a reaction came from someone as esteemed as Lu Zijian. He was acting like a starstruck fan, not the influential figure he was. Yang Qiwi replied. "Not yet, but he's on his way. He'll be here in about 10 minutes. Let's be patient a little longer." All right. Lu Zijian nodded. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and there was a knock on the door. Lu Zijian's excitement was palpable. "Yang, someone's knocking. Could it be Chen Kai? Let's go open the door together. We should give him a proper welcome." Lu Zijian's enthusiasm was so out of character that it left Yang Qiwai with a renewed sense of amazement. They opened the door, and sure enough, it was Chen Kai. But he wasn't alone, Kin Shou Yu was with him. Yang Qiwai recognized her immediately. She had been there the last time he worked with Chen Kai on the Wind Rises. Although they claimed to be just friends, Yang Qiwai had a pretty good idea that they were more than that, either already a couple or on the verge of becoming one. His years of experience in the industry had owned his instincts, and they rarely failed him. "Chen Kai, welcome. Please, come in." Yang Qiwai greeted him with a smile. "Let me formally introduce you. This is Mr. Lu Zijian, a master lyricist with significant influence in the domestic music scene." Turning to Lu Zijian, he added, "Mr. Lu, this is Chen Kai." The moment Lu Zijian saw Chen Kai, his face lit up with surprise. Although he had heard that Chen Kai was young, he had expected him to be in his 20s at least. 17 or 18 seemed too far-fetched, and Lu had initially thought Yang Qiwai was exaggerating. But seeing Chen Kai in person, he was truly shocked. He really does look like he's only 17 or 18. How is this possible? This young man is incredible. He wrote such high-level lyrics at this age. Once again, Lu Zijian's impression of Chen Kai was completely overturned. "Chen Kai? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Lu Zijian. You may have heard of me. When I heard that Mr. Yang was coming to Jiang Bay to discuss collaboration, I decided to join him. I wanted to meet you in person and see if we could possibly work together," Lu Zijian said with a warm smile. Chen Kai shook hands with him and exchanged a few polite words. Then Yang Qiwai spoke up. "Chen Kai, about the licensing fee for Relieve Sorrow, what's your initial asking price?" For Yang Qiwai, acquiring the rights to Relieve Sorrow was non-negotiable. No matter the cost, he had to secure the song for his company. There was no way he could let it fall into the hands of rival record labels, especially those in Madu, where competition was fierce. Failing to secure the song could spell trouble for Xingkong Records, potentially leading to a drop in stock prices and even causing a ripple effect that could lead to unforeseen losses. In short, Yang Q was determined to buy the rights to this song. As long as the price wasn't outrageous and was within his budget, he was prepared to pay it. Chen Kai thought for a moment and then responded. "Not much, -14 million. You can have exclusive rights for 1 year, And during that time, you're free to use it however you like. To be honest, 14 million was a reasonable price, well within Yang Qi's expected range. The starting price of 10 million was the bare minimum. Given that Relieve Sorrow had generated much more buzz online than The Wind Rises, and considering the superior quality of the lyrics, 14 million seemed fair. Yang Qi had initially feared that Chen Kai might ask for over 20 million, so hearing 14 million came as a relief. Perfect, Chen Kai. 14 million, it is no problem at all. Yang Qi immediately called his company's finance department to authorize the payment of 14 million into Chen Kai's account. Once the payment was confirmed, they could finalize the contract. After that, everything would be in order. Meanwhile, Chen Kai and Lu Zijian discussed potential future collaborations. Chen Kai explained that he wouldn't have much time in the coming days, as he and Kin Shou Yu would be heading to Fenin soon. Once there, he would be even busier, leaving little time to work with Lu Zijian. They agreed to postpone their collaboration until the new school term began. University life wasn't likely to be too demanding for Chen Kai, especially since, as someone who had already lived through that phase, he didn't really need to study. He'd have plenty of time then. Great. No problem at all, Lu Zijian said with a smile. Let's just say I'm looking forward to our future collaboration. Soon after, Chen Kai received confirmation that the 14 million had been deposited into his account. Since the deal was for a net amount of 14 million after taxes, that's exactly what was credited to his account. Chen Kai, the money should be in your account now. If everything's in order, let's go ahead and sign the contract. Yang Qi said, clearly excited. Securing the rights to this song was a big win for him, and he was confident it would bring significant returns, despite the hefty price tag. Alright, let's sign. Chen Kai agreed. They quickly went over the contract, making sure everything was correct, and then signed the agreement, granting Xingkong Records a 1-year license for Relieve Sorrow. After checking that all was in order, Yang Qi said, well, Chen Kai, here's to a successful collaboration. Now that everything's wrapped up, we'll be heading back to Madu soon. As you know, our company is quite large, and there's a lot of business I need to oversee. I can't be away for too long. But I heard you'll be attending university in Madu. Is that right? That's fantastic, Yang Qi continued. I just want to say one thing: if you ever come up with new songs, please let me know right away. I hope we can continue to collaborate in the future. Chen Kai smiled and replied, sure. After sitting and chatting for a bit longer, Yang Qi and Lu Zijian left to return to Madu. Once Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu left the bar, they headed straight home. With their trip to Fenin just days away, they planned to start packing and getting ready. Old Chen, you're really something. You wrote a new song not too long ago, and now Yang Qi from Xingkong Records is buying the rights for 14 million for just 1 year, Kin Shou Yu exclaimed, clearly impressed. You're amazing, Old Chen. I can't wait to see how my mom reacts when she meets you after we get back home. After all, you know she's now one of your biggest fans. Kin Shou Yu said with a smile. The days flew by, and over the next week, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu kept busy with workouts, trips to the library in the afternoon, and some gaming in the evenings. Before they knew it, a week had passed. Early one morning, around 7 a.m., Kin Shou Yu received a message from her mom. Shou Yu, your dad and I should arrive at Fenin Airport around 4 p.m. today. Remember to come pick us up. And aren't you bringing a friend to stay with us? You can bring her along to the airport. It'll be nice after all. You've never brought any of your high school friends home before. That's all for now. We'll see you this afternoon. After reading her mom's message, Kin Shou Yu quickly replied, and then turned to Chen Kai. Old Chen, isn't it time we bought our tickets? My parents will arrive at Fenin Airport at 4 p.m. When should we leave Jiang Bay? She looked at Chen Kai seriously and asked, should we take the train or buy plane tickets? If they flew, they'd be in Fenin in about an hour. But if they took the train, it would take at least 5 or 6 hours. I've already bought the plane tickets, Chen Kai said. We're on the 1 p.m. flight, right after lunch. Kin Shou Yu nodded excitedly. Oh great, so we'll be in Fenin by around 2 p.m. She was thrilled. After spending a month at Old Chen's place following the college entrance exams, she hadn't been home once and was starting to miss it. But more than anything, she was eager to see her parents' reaction, especially her mom's, when they met Old Chen. As she thought about it, Kin Shou Yu turned to Chen Kai and said, Old Chen, since we're leaving for Fenin after lunch today, I was thinking, how about I treat your parents to lunch today? We can all eat together. On one hand, I can let your parents know about our plans. On the other hand, it's a way to thank them for taking such good care of me these past few weeks. That's really not necessary, Chen Kai replied. No, it is. It's very necessary, Kin Shou Yu insisted earnestly. After all, Chen Kai's parents had been so kind to her. She wanted to make a good impression, especially since Chen Kai's mother might very well be her future mother-in-law. She had behaved herself for the entire month she'd stayed with them, and didn't want to mess it up right before leaving. Alright then, if you insist, go ahead and talk to my parents. You have my mom's phone number, and you're already connected on WeChat. Chen Kai said with a smile. Okay, I'll do that. Kin Shou Yu nodded enthusiastically. Without wasting any time, she sent a message to Li Chunmei on WeChat. Auntie, I'll be leaving for Fengshan around 1 p.m. today after lunch. I wanted to let you know. Li Chunmei replied almost immediately. Oh? Shou Yu, are you leaving so soon? I was hoping you'd stay with us a bit longer. Why are you heading back so early? Didn't you say your parents were traveling abroad for the summer? Did something happen between you and Chen Kai? No, Auntie, you've got it all wrong. There's no way old Chen and I would have a falling out. We've been best friends for 3 years in high school. Even if pigs could climb trees, we still wouldn't argue. Kin Shou Yu replied, her funny metaphor making Li Chunmei chuckle as she read the message. To be honest, Li Chunmei had really grown fond of Shou Yu during the month she had stayed with them. She was adorable, lively, and so well-mannered, a perfect daughter-in-law, really. The thought of her leaving made Li Chunmei a bit sad. She would have loved to have Shou Yu stay longer. Kin Shou Yu explained further, Auntie, here's the situation. My parents originally planned to be on vacation for 2 months. But they decided to cut it short by a month because they felt bad about leaving me at a friend's house for so long. They're coming back to spend the rest of the summer with me. They'll be arriving at Fengshan Airport around 4 p.m. So I'll be leaving Jiang Bay around 1 p.m. today after lunch to head back to Fengshan. I wanted to thank you and Uncle for taking such good care of me this past month, and invite you both to lunch today. Also, I apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused by staying with you for so long. Kin Shou Yu added politely. She carefully considered every word before sending the message. Given her usually carefree personality, she had never been this cautious before. She was determined not to leave a bad impression on Chen Kai's mom, not even a tiny one. Lunch today? Sure, that works, Li Chunmei replied quickly. The store isn't too busy today, so I'll have your uncle keep an eye on things while we eat. Let's just keep it simple, no need to go overboard. We're all family after all, right, daughter-in-law? I mean Shou Yu. Li Chunmei said in a voice message, almost slipping up and revealing her true thoughts. She already thought of Kin Shou Yu as her future daughter-in-law. Fortunately, Kin Shou Yu had her phone volume low, so Chen Kai didn't hear that slip up. It would have been too embarrassing. Okay, Auntie, see you soon. It's about half an hour until 11 a.m., so I'll finish packing my things and make sure I don't forget anything. See you at lunch. Kin Shou Yu replied. Great, see you then. Li Chunmei responded. After about half an hour, Kin Shou Yu had finished packing her bags. Once lunch was over, they could head straight to the airport to catch their flight. Old Chen, have you packed everything? Don't worry if you forget something, we have everything at home. If you need anything, I can always buy it for you in Fengshan, Kin Shou Yu said, patting her chest confidently. After all, you're my best friend. How could I let you down? I'd never let that happen. Yeah, I'm all set. Let's go. Chen Kai said with a smile. Alright, let's do this. Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu grabbed their luggage and headed downstairs. They caught a taxi to a restaurant near the square, the same Shunqian Grand Hotel they had been to before. The food and ambience were nice, and they had been there a few times already. In an upstairs private room, Kin Shou Yu took the menu and asked, Old Chen, I'm not sure what your mom likes to eat. Why don't you order? Make sure to pick some of her favorites. Chen Kai checked the time and said, It's almost time. My mom should be here soon. Why don't we wait for her and let her order? No way. If we wait for Auntie to arrive, she might feel too shy to order anything. That wouldn't be polite. Kin Shou Yu insisted earnestly. You know her taste better than anyone, so you should do it. Seeing how serious Kin Shou Yu was about this, Chen Kai couldn't help but smile. Alright, I'll order. He picked out a few dishes that he knew his mom liked, and then ordered a few more that he and Kin Shou Yu enjoyed. Altogether they ordered about 10 dishes, more than enough for 3 people, probably more than they could eat. Okay, that's it for now. Please have them bring the food out as soon as it's ready, Kin Shou Yu said to the server. Of course. Please wait a moment while I inform the kitchen, the server replied, leaving the room and closing the door behind him. Now, a new worry crept into Kin Shou Yu's mind. Old Chen, do you think Auntie will let me take you to Fengshan? I'm kind of worried she might not agree to let you go. Kin Shou Yu continued, Old Chen. If your mom doesn't agree to let you come back to Fenin with me, I'll be so disappointed. I really hope she won't be that cruel. She was genuinely worried. What if Auntie didn't agree? What would she do then? Kin Shou Yu really wanted to bring Chen Kai back to Fenin for a month. If Auntie said no, should she just not go back either? As for her parents, they could handle being stood up. She was sure they wouldn't mind too much. Of course, if her parents knew what she was thinking, they'd probably question their reality. They might wonder, is this really the daughter we raised for over 10 years? Chen Kai couldn't help but laugh at Kin Shou Yu's worries. He couldn't hold it in. Kin Shou Yu, you're overthinking this, Chen Kai said, amused. From her words it was clear she didn't fully understand how parents think. If their son wanted to visit someone else's home, most parents would be thrilled. They'd probably even celebrate with a dinner and a couple of drinks. Now, if it were their daughter, that might be a different story. They'd probably want her to stay locked in her room forever. Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai, puzzled. Why are you laughing? Is it really that funny? I'm seriously worried that Auntie won't agree. How can you not take this seriously? Are you saying you don't really want to come to Fenin with me? She asked, looking slightly hurt. Of course not. Chen Kai started to explain, but just then his mother Li Chunmei walked into the room. Xiao Yu Chen, sorry I'm a bit late. There was some traffic on the way, so I was a few minutes behind, Li Chunmei said as she entered. No worries at all, Auntie. I'm just glad you're here. Please have a seat, Kin Shou Yu said, quickly getting up and eagerly helping her sit down. We already ordered some dishes, so the food should be here soon. Thank you, Xiao Yu, Li Chunmei said with a smile as she took her seat. She didn't mind at all. A few minutes later, the server brought in the dishes, about 10 or so, many of which were Li Chunmei's favorites. Seeing the spread, Li Chunmei said, You ordered so many of my favorite dishes, Xiao Yu. You really didn't have to go to all this trouble. Oh, it's no trouble at all, Auntie. You don't need to be so polite with me, Kin Shou Yu replied earnestly. Besides, I actually have something I'd like to discuss with you. I just hope you'll agree. What is it? Go ahead and tell me, Li Chunmei said. Whatever it was, if it was within her power, she wouldn't refuse. After all, she already saw Xiao Yu as her future daughter-in-law, so naturally she wanted to treat her well. Kin Shou Yu hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to bring it up. She was really worried that Auntie might say no. Xiao Yu, why are you hesitating? This isn't like you. Just say it. Whatever it is, if it's something I can do, I'll say yes, Li Chunmei encouraged her. Really? Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Alright, I'll just say it then. Auntie, you know I've been staying at your place for a month now, and I've really enjoyed it. Spending time with old Chen here has been so comfortable. Honestly, if my parents hadn't come back, I wouldn't want to leave at all. So, I wanted to ask if it's okay for me to take old Chen back to Fenin with me, to stay at our place for a while. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll take good care of him. I promise he'll be well looked after, Kin Shou Yu said, nervously awaiting her response. For a moment, Li Chunmei just stared at her, a bit surprised. She didn't say anything immediately, which made Kin Shou Yu even more anxious. Auntie, you're not going to say no, are you? Kin Shou Yu asked, feeling a bit let down. She had a sinking feeling that Auntie might not agree after all. Maybe parents really did prefer to keep their kids close during the holidays. But just then, Li Chunmei's response took her by surprise. Xiao Yu, you want to take Chen Kai home with you? Yes, but Auntie, it looks like you're not too keen on the idea. If you don't agree, I can just tell my parents I won't be coming back after all. There's only a month left of summer vacation anyway, Kin Shou Yu began to suggest, but before she could finish, Li Chunmei grabbed her hand and said seriously, Xiao Yu, please, you must take him home with you. You absolutely must. Xiao Yu was stunned, feeling like her brain was short-circuiting. Huh? This wasn't at all what she had expected. Auntie, you agree? Of course I agree. Why wouldn't I? I'm thrilled that you want to take Chen Kai home with you. Why on earth would I say no? I'm a very open-minded parent, you know. It's totally fine. In fact, I'd be perfectly happy if you wanted to have him stay with you for half a year, or even a few years. I have no objections at all, just bring me back a grandchild when you're done so I can finally be a grandma. Li Chunmei was so excited that she blurted this out without thinking. Chen Kai, who had been sitting quietly, couldn't help but respond, Mom? What are you talking about? I've told you before, Xiao Yu and I are just friends. We're purely platonic. Oh right, purely platonic, his mother replied, her expression saying otherwise as she gave him a knowing look and flashed an okay sign. I understand. Chen Kai could only shake his head with a smile. Meanwhile, Kin Shou Yu's face had turned slightly red. Auntie, what are you saying? I think you've misunderstood. Old Chen and I are just friends, really. Haha, don't worry about it, Xiao Yu. Auntie's just teasing. Don't take it seriously, Li Chunmei said, still smiling from ear to ear. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Her son was really something, already making plans to visit his future in-laws? Li Chunmei decided that after lunch, she'd secretly tell Chen Kai to prepare some gifts for when he visited. After all, it wouldn't look good to show up empty-handed at Xiao Yu's house. She'd make sure he got everything right and charmed her future in-laws, paving the way for their relationship to progress even faster. Maybe her dream of becoming a grandmother would come true sooner than she thought. Li Chunmei was so amused by her own thoughts that she couldn't hold back a chuckle. Kin Shou Yu, sitting beside her, was puzzled. Auntie, what's so funny? Oh, nothing. Li Chunmei replied, still smiling. I just thought of something that made me happy, that's all. Don't worry about it, Xiao Yu. Here, eat more. She picked up her chopsticks and piled food onto Kin Shou Yu's plate, her excitement obvious. Thank you, Auntie. But you should eat more too. Don't just worry about me. Kin Shou Yu said, grateful but also eager to see Li Chunmei enjoy the meal. The lunch went on in a warm and friendly atmosphere, with everyone getting along wonderfully. Chen Kai was especially pleased to see how well his mom and Kin Shou Yu were interacting, almost like mother and daughter. It was a relief to him, unlike the typical strained relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, where the son often ends up stuck in the middle. It seemed that such a situation wouldn't happen in his family, which was a comforting thought. By the time lunch was over, it was already past noon. Since their flight was at 1 p.m., Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu decided to head to the airport early. It was better to have some extra time, just in case the flight was early, or they hit traffic on the way. Cutting it close was never a good idea. Li Chunmei suggested, Xiao Yu, Chen, how about I drive you both to the airport? Oh, there's no need for that, Auntie. Old Chen and I can just grab a cab. We wouldn't want to trouble you. Kin Shou Yu replied quickly. Nonsense. I have nothing else to do anyway. It'll be like taking a walk after lunch. Don't worry about it, Li Chunmei insisted. Seeing her determination, Kin Shou Yu nodded and agreed. All right then, as long as it's not too much trouble for you, Auntie. They called a cab and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the airport on the west side of the city. Li Chunmei waved them off, reminding them to send a message once they arrived in Fenin so she could be assured of their safe arrival. After boarding the plane and finding their seats, Kin Shou Yu looked at Chen Kai and said, Old Chen, it's the middle of the day, and I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? You don't mind, right? We're buddies after all, so it shouldn't be a big deal. She continued teasingly, remember when you drooled on my leg last time? This is payback. Chen Kai laughed, all right. Go ahead and lean on me. Hey, that's more like it. Kin Shou Yu said, nodding before resting her head on Chen Kai's shoulder and quickly falling asleep. She was so carefree, dozing off without a second thought. The flight from Jiang Bay to Fenin would take about an hour or so. While Kin Shou Yu slept, Chen Kai took out his phone to check in with his company. He sent instructions to ensure that the team would make significant progress on developing the Yuanshan game, as well as the short video platform and other projects. He wanted everything to be ready before the new school year started. Got it, Mr. Chen. Don't worry, we'll make sure to get these projects finished within the month. The vice president assured him over the phone. Great. That's what I like to hear. I'll be in Fenin for the next month, so if anything comes up, just call me, or send me a message. Oh, you're heading to Fenin? Understood. After finalizing the details with his team, Chen Kai turned off his phone and gazed out the window as the plane ascended, heading towards Fenin. Kin Shou Yu, still leaning on his shoulder, slept peacefully. Despite her usual boisterous and tomboyish demeanor, there was no denying that when she was quiet, she was quite adorable. In fact, as long as she wasn't talking, she was undeniably beautiful. But the moment she started speaking, the mood would shift to something humorous. Such was the charm of Kin Shou Yu. Meanwhile, after seeing them off at the airport, Li Chunmei returned to the shop. When she arrived, Chen Kai's father asked, You're back? So Xiao Yu has gone home. Li Chunmei sat down and replied, Not just Xiao Yu. Our son went with her to Fenin. What? Our son went with her? Are you serious? Does this mean they're secretly dating, just like you suspected? He asked, shocked. Do you think maybe they're pretending to be just friends because they think we wouldn't approve, but they're actually dating in secret? Could that be it? Li Chunmei paused, considering this. You know, that's actually a good point. Why didn't I think of that? You should have mentioned this earlier. How was I supposed to know? He replied, shrugging. Never mind, Lee Chunmei said, waving her hand dismissively. How's business today? Are there many customers? They quickly shifted their conversation to discuss the shop's business that day. An hour or so later, Chen Kai and Kin Shou Yu's plane landed at Fengshan Airport. Xie Yu, wake up. We've arrived. And you're drooling on my leg. Chen Kai nudged her gently. Kin Shou Yu slowly woke up, stretching and yawning. Already? I only slept for an hour, but it felt so good. Maybe it's your shoulder. Old Chen makes for a really comfortable pillow. She smiled cheekily. So, how about letting me use it more often? We're buddies after all, right? Chen Kai chuckled. All right, let's get going. Time to get off the plane. Don't change the subject, old Chen. Just answer me, she insisted playfully as they disembarked. Breathing in the familiar air and taking in the sights, Kin Shou Yu stretched again and sighed contentedly. Ah, it's so good to be home. Fengshan really is the best. Come on, old Chen, let's drop off our luggage at my place first, then we can grab a bubble tea or coffee or something. My parents won't be here until 4 p.m., so we've got some time to kill. With that, Kin Shou Yu flagged down a taxi, and they headed to her house. Kin Shou Yu's home was in a nice villa neighborhood with great surroundings. After about 10 minutes they arrived. Old Chen, this is my place. Not too shabby, right? Come on in, let me show you around. As they stepped inside, Kin Shou Yu immediately began showing Chen Kai around. Old Chen, let me give you the grand tour. Upstairs is my room, over there is the kitchen, and that's my dad's study. There's more, but I'll show you around bit by bit. Kin Shou Yu's house was indeed quite spacious. After all, it was in a villa community, and given her family's comfortable lifestyle, the environment was naturally top-notch. Chen Kai had already imagined it would be this way before he arrived. Old Chen, you can stay in the room next to mine. It's been empty for a while, so it's all yours now. Come on. I'll help you get settled. Kin Shou Yu said as she grabbed one of Chen Kai's bags and led him to the guest room next to hers. They spent a few minutes tidying up the room together, making it comfortable for his stay. So, old Chen, how do you like the room? It's not bad, right? You'll be staying with us for the whole month, so if you need anything, just let me know. Don't hold back, we're brothers. After all, Kin Shou Yu said with a cheerful grin, playfully patting Chen Kai on the shoulder. Chen Kai smiled back. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Xie Yu. That's the spirit, she replied. Afterward, Kin Shou Yu continued to give Chen Kai a tour of the rest of the house. When they checked the time, it was already past 3 p.m., leaving them only about half an hour before Kin Shou Yu's parents were expected to arrive. Old Chen, now that we've got everything settled, let's head to the airport. We can grab some bubble tea while we wait. By the time we're done, my parents should be landing. Sounds good. Chen Kai agreed. All right, let's go. They called a taxi and headed straight to the Fengshan airport. After arriving, they bought 2 cups of bubble tea and sat down to chat, discussing their plans for the last month of summer and a few other ideas they had in mind. Just as they were deep in conversation, Kin Shou Yu spotted her parents emerging from the airport's exit. Old Chen, look, there they are, my mom and dad, she said, pointing them out excitedly. Let's go, she added, as they both got up to meet her parents. As they approached, Kin Shou Yu's parents, who had been scanning the area for her, were initially confused when they didn't spot her immediately. Where's Jiang Yu? She said she'd be here to pick us up. Her mother, Yang Xiaohui, remarked, a little puzzled. She wouldn't just leave us hanging, would she? Her father, Qin Jidong, replied. Our Xiaoyu is always so reliable. If she said she'd be here, she'll be here. Let's wait a bit longer. Just as he finished speaking, they noticed Qin Shou Yu walking toward them, accompanied by a young man. Qin Jidong's face lit up with a smile the moment he saw his daughter. It had been a month since they last saw each other, and he had missed her dearly. But the next moment, his expression darkened slightly when he noticed the young man by her side. Who was this boy? Could it be that Xiao Yu had a boyfriend? When had this happened, and why hadn't he heard anything about it? Yang Xiaohui was equally surprised. She hadn't expected to see her daughter with a young man. Wasn't Xiao Yu supposed to be bringing a friend to the airport? Had that friend turned out to be a boy? Before her parents could dwell too much on their surprise, Kin Shou Yu and Chen Kai reached them. Mom, Dad. Welcome back. How was your trip? Did you have fun? Kin Shou Yu greeted them warmly, her usual cheerful demeanor on full display. Her happiness was infectious, and it was clear that seeing her parents after a month made her even more animated. But even more than that, she was eager to introduce Chen Kai to them and get their approval. This was a mission she had set for herself. Success was the only option. Before Kin Shou Yu could continue, Kin Shou spoke up first. Xiao Yu, who's this? Yang Xiaohui, equally curious, added. Xiao Yu, didn't you tell us over the phone that you'd be bringing a friend to stay with us for a month? You didn't mention that this friend was a boy. Kin Shou Yu nodded with a grin. Yep, he's a boy. Is that a problem? Mom, it's not what you think. Old Chen and I are just like brothers. We've been close friends all throughout high school. I've been staying at his place for the whole month, and let me tell you, his parents adore me. Chen Kai had expected Kin Shou Yu to be a bit more subtle in her explanation, but she had blurted it out so directly that it caught him off guard. He stood there, a little embarrassed, unsure of what to say next. He couldn't help but wonder if her parents might misunderstand the situation. Wait, Xiao Yu, you've been staying at a male classmate's house this whole month? Yang Xiaohui was stunned, struggling to process the information. But then she paused, thinking it over. Xiao Yu wasn't the type to cross any lines between boys and girls unless, of course, she was in a relationship. Could it be that her daughter was actually dating this boy standing in front of her? From an adult's perspective, Yang Xiaohui didn't believe in the concept of a purely platonic brother-sister relationship between a boy and a girl. After all, she had been a teenager and young adult once, and she knew how these things usually went. Brother and sister was often just a cover for something more. She had seen it happen countless times. What starts as a brotherly relationship often ends with the two becoming much closer. As she studied Chen Kai more closely, Yang Xiaohui had to admit that her daughter seemed to have good taste. The boy was handsome and looked like he would be a good match for Xiao Yu. Although Xiao Yu was still young, she had already graduated from high school, and Yang Xiaohui found she had no strong reason to object. If Xiao Yu had been dating while still in school, she would have been concerned about the impact on her studies. But now that Xiao Yu had graduated, there wasn't much cause for worry. Moreover, the young man in front of her seemed quite promising. He was tall and lean, but most importantly he was handsome. What stood out even more was the contrast between his age and the depth in his eyes. There was a certain maturity there, a wariness that seemed beyond his years. Yang Xiaohui wondered if it was just her imagination. After all, it was unusual for someone so young to carry such a heavy gaze. His demeanor also had an air of maturity that was hard to describe. Perhaps it was just a trick of her mind. Yang Xiaohui continued, well, since that's the case, let's not stand around here. We can talk more at home. It's already 4 p.m., and your dad and I haven't seen you in a month. How about we cook a big dinner tonight to celebrate? You must have been through a lot, staying at your classmate's house for so long. Been through a lot? Not at all. Kin Shou Yu shook her head enthusiastically. Not even close. In fact, Mom, if you and Dad hadn't called to say you were coming back early, I was planning to stay at old Chen's place for another month and head straight to Shanghai University when school starts. Shanghai University. Yang Xiaohui was taken aback. It felt like just when she had started to digest one surprise, another one hit her. The past few minutes had been filled with nothing but shocks. What do you mean, Shanghai University? Xiao Yu, didn't I tell you to choose between Peking University and Tsinghua? How did you end up applying to Shanghai University? Shanghai University is good, but it doesn't compare to Peking or Tsinghua. Plus, Shanghai is so far from Fengshan. If you went to school in Beijing, your dad and I could visit you whenever we had time, and it would only take a few hours. But Shanghai is. Kin Shou Yu quickly interjected. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. It's my fault for not discussing it with you. But I thought that if I'm going to study finance, Shanghai University would be the better choice. After all, Shanghai is the most economically developed city in the country and the financial hub of the mainland. Of course, she would never admit that she chose Shanghai University because of Chen Kai. Otherwise, her mom would surely give her an earful. But framing it as a decision based on her future career prospects? That was a completely different story. She might even get praised for having such foresight. After all, her mom always complained that she lacked initiative. Yang Xiaohui was left speechless. In just a few minutes she had received so many surprises that her mind needed a moment to catch up. Kin Shou stepped in, saying, all right, let's talk more when we get home. Let's grab a cab and head back. With that, they left the airport and took a taxi straight to the villa complex where Kin Shou Yu's family lived. During the ride, Chen Kai couldn't help but notice that Kin Shou Yu's father kept sneaking glances at him. Every time Chen Kai met his gaze, King Jidong would quickly look away, pretending to inspect the car's ceiling or scratching his head, as if nothing had happened. His attempts at subtlety were far from convincing. Chen Kai couldn't help but find it amusing. It seemed that Xiao Yu's dad was just as clumsy as she was. No wonder she always said her dad wouldn't dare object to anything she asked for. Before long they arrived at the villa complex. After getting out of the taxi and carrying the luggage inside, Yang Xiaohui said, "Honey, why don't you come with me to the nearby supermarket to buy some groceries? Let's cook something nice for the kids tonight." "Sure. No problem," Qin Zhidong agreed readily. Kin Shou Yu chimed in, "Mom, why don't old Chen and I go instead? You and Dad must be tired after the long flight. Let us take care of it." While I was staying in Jiang Bay, whenever we didn't feel like eating out, we'd go to the supermarket ourselves and cook at home. "Really? You learned to cook?" Xiao Yu Yang Xiaohui asked, clearly surprised. "That's impressive. I always thought you were hopeless in the kitchen. I tried teaching you so many times but it never seemed to stick." Qin Xiao Yu pouted. "Mom, that's not fair. Who are you calling hopeless? Could you give me a little credit in front of old Chen? It's not that I'm slow, it's just that you weren't very patient with me. Every time I got something wrong, you'd scold me, and the more you scolded, the worse I got." But old Chen's mom was the opposite. Even when I made mistakes, she explained everything calmly, so I learned quickly. Qin Xiao Yu's tone was playfully indignant. Yang Xiaohui felt a pang of unease. Was her daughter really starting to side with someone else over her? It was a strange feeling, as if Xiao Yu's loyalty was shifting away from her. If this was happening now, what would the future hold? "Old Chen, let's go to the supermarket and get those ingredients. It's just around the corner, a quick left turn outside," Qin Xiao Yu said. "All right." Chen Kai nodded. "Mom, Dad, we'll be back soon," Qin Xiao Yu called out before she and Chen Kai headed out to the nearby supermarket. After they left, Yang Xiaohui turned to her husband and asked, "Do you think something's off with our Xiao Yu?" "You noticed it too," Qin Zhidong replied. "Of course. She used to be a bit scared of me, but now she's making decisions without consulting us. She applied to Shanghai University without even discussing it, brought a male classmate home, and just now, she was praising someone else's mom while making me look bad. She would have never done that before. Don't you think this is a sign that she's starting to pull away from us?" Qin Zhidong nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right. I've noticed it too. Do you think our little girl might actually be dating this boy?"
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.